In the Cloud Mist sect, the venue for the once-a-decade competition unfolds. The vast arena, encircled in a circular formation, lies hidden amidst towering mountains, seemingly floating in the clouds. Qin Ming abruptly opens his eyes, a surge of complex emotions coursing through him, as if another soul is gradually merging with his own. He feels a wave of dizziness and nausea, his head throbbing as though it might split apart. Qin Ming, do not squander your time. Concede defeat, and I shall spare you. A voice cold and commanding interrupts his thoughts. As his eyelashes flutter apart, the scene before him sharpens into focus. At this moment, a sword radiating an icy chill rests against his throat, wielded by an exquisite woman clad in white, her waist slender and delicate, with furrowed brows and a sidelong glance. She gazes at him with piercing, emotionless eyes. The cacophony that once filled the arena falls eerily silent at her unassuming words. Qin Ming swallows hard, attempting to process the torrent of memories that floods his mind. So here, I'm called Qin Ming. To think that just as I escaped the shackles of the innate sacred body back on Blue Star, I have now traversed into this wretched place. It is truly no easy feat to merely exist as a person. Yet, is this body truly one that has cultivated to immortality? A few light coughs escape him, but he feels no trace of celestial energy. Instead, his body feels as if every bone is shattered. What a pitiful state of physical prowess. I am truly at my wit's end. Qin Ming, cease your procrastination. Were it not for the favor granted to me by my seventh master, I would have already kicked you out like a dead dog. How dare you stand here, moaning in vain? After a brief moment of catching his breath, Qin Ming finally comprehends the reality at hand. The formidable beauty before him is none other than his senior sister, Ningxue, a once-in-a-century prodigy of the Cloud Mist sect. Having not yet reached 20, she has already transcended to the 7th level of the profound realm, while he, after a decade in the sect, has yet to even pass the foundational stage of bone tempering, let alone step into the profound realm. The root of all his misfortunes lies with the very 7th master his sister speaks of, his biological master, Mu Qingfeng. Since entering the sect at the tender age of 8, he has toiled daily, fetching water, chopping wood, and cooking, feeling utterly exhausted, yet his master has imparted not a shred of technique or secret art to him. He feels like an orphan in the realm of cultivation, forsaken by the entire sect. Now, pitted against the unmatched genius of the sect with nothing but his mortal frame, how can he possibly compete? With his life? Or perhaps it would be better to concede defeat. However, an indomitable spirit, forged through a decade of hardship and resentment, begins to crystallize within him. Qin Ming takes a gentle breath, tentatively shifting his stance. A delicate fragrance wafts toward him, enveloping his senses and soothing his spirit. Ningxue's expression remains as frosty as ever, yet as Qin Ming leans forward, the sword in her hand hesitates for a brief moment, instinctively retracting just enough to maintain the balance between piercing and sparing. A subtle change, unnoticed by others, caught the attention of Mu Qingfeng, who sat elevated in the spectators' area. He reclined slightly, casting a sidelong glance, and could not help but furrow his brow, murmuring softly, "This lad seems to be facing some issues." A fleeting clarity glimmered in his hollow, murky eyes, only to be quickly supplanted by a vacant gaze once more. He tilted his head back and swallowed a generous draught of exquisite wine, his face devoid of any emotion. Alas, the 7th elder truly is a perplexing character. In his desperation to retain his position as the master of Qingfeng Peak, he had inexplicably abducted a mediocre cowherd, allowing him to languish for a decade without imparting a single technique. What could he possibly offer in a competition? It would be one thing to withhold teachings, but why insist that his disciple participate in the sect competition held once every 10 years? Something is amiss. The 7th elder is decidedly off-kilter. Yet, one cannot place the blame solely upon him. According to the sect's regulations, if a peak master's disciple is absent, they stand to lose all support in their position as master. The 7th elder had no choice. However, who could have anticipated his lackadaisical approach? He has, in essence, crammed a dead fly into the mouth of the sect leader, an act meant to provoke, It appears he harbors lingering resentment from that incident years ago. On the eastern side of the spectators' area, Elder Mo Wangchen and elders with Jigong exchanged idle chatter, shaking their heads in dismay. Within the competition arena, Qin Ming, despite being captivated by Yi Ningxue's beauty, appeared indecisive, lost in thought. Observers from the same sect began to grow impatient with the unfolding scene. Qin Ming, could you please cease wasting time? One disciple implored. Sister Yi has graciously allowed you half a stick of incense to display your meager skills, which is already a considerable favor. Do not overstep. Indeed, do not test her patience. It is time for you to descend. Another chimed in. Do not let one insignificant insect spoil the pot. Just because Sister Yi has been lenient does not grant you the right to compete with her. Qin Ming, do raise your hand in surrender and spare us all further delay. Several disciples echoed their sentiments, and the atmosphere in the spectators' area grew increasingly raucous, filled with dissatisfaction and mockery that danced across each disciple's face. Qin Ming let out a soft huff, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes as he muttered inwardly. What are you all clamoring about? Just wait until I rise to prominence. You shall all kneel before me, calling me grandfather. Yet, this body of mine, having lost its mother at 3 and its father at 5, raised on dog's milk and surviving as a cowherd, logically speaking, I should be brimming with the blessings of a sacred body for cultivation. Why then do I find myself in such a pitiful state? Is there something fundamentally flawed in my approach? Perhaps I should allow this sister before me to slay me, granting me a chance to reincarnate anew? Amidst these tumultuous thoughts, a long-awaited, melodious voice resonated within his mind. Ding! Congratulations, fated host. You have triggered the keyword buff, gaining access to the rebellious system. Beginner task: incite the sister's anger. Become an outcast. What the? Are we playing at such grand stakes? Is this even a task suited for the virtuous? Hush. Task rewards: 10 bone refining pills and a vial of essence cleansing liquid. A line of silver text, accompanied by a translucent system emitting an unusual glow, drifted before Qin Ming's eyes. Damn it. In my previous life, I toiled like a beast, and I have had enough of that. In this life, let me rebel just once. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Ming resolved to indulge in something thrilling. A faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth, revealing a mischievous grin. Apologies, senior sister. Without a moment's hesitation, in full view of the onlookers, Qin Ming suddenly executed a rolling maneuver, launching an audacious attack towards the woman below. A splash of blood cruelly erupted from his neck. With unwavering composure and a clear objective, he drew forth a sharp blade, fixating intently on the sensitive area that countless disciples coveted, and swiftly directed his assault towards it. Chapter 2. Mischief, I'm serious. Qin Ming voluntarily allowed the tip of the sword to slice through his neck, blood gushing forth. That distinct wound resembled the soul he had lost in his past life, now manifesting with a wild ferocity. In the realm of Blue Star, Qin Ming was a quintessential brooding man, languishing at 30 with little to show for it. Even when subjected to exploitation and reprimands at work, he only dared to curse inwardly, never revealing his true feelings. Now, fate has granted him a chance at rebirth, and he intends to unleash all the grievances and suppressed desires he endured while toiling like a beast on Blue Star. His frenzied actions astonished everyone in an instant. The most unassuming disciple of the entire sect, perpetually busy yet kind-hearted, orphaned and deemed worthless, possessed an unexpected side. What on earth is he planning to do? A disciple outside the arena exclaimed, his eyes shimmering with an unusual yearning. At this moment, Yi Ningxue finally discerned Qin Ming's true intentions. Sword in hand, she gracefully turned, gliding like a dragon, effortlessly evading his attack, though a hint of anger flickered between her tightly knit brows. Despicable. Qin Ming's sneak attack failed. He rolled to his feet, a wicked smile reappearing at the corner of his lips. Despicable acts serve as a passport for the unscrupulous. Sister, have you ever heard of this? Qin Ming stretched his body, waves of excruciating pain emanating from his bones, causing him to grimace. It seemed that although Sister had not truly engaged during their previous match, his body had still been pushed to its limits. Yi Ningxue, celebrated as the unparalleled genius of Yunlan's sect, ranked among the top 3 in strength among the younger disciples. A mediocre disciple like Qin Ming was not even worthy of her disdainful glance, let alone her willingness to spar with him. Had it not been for the pivotal moment during her breakthrough to the transcendent realm, when she received assistance from the seventh master, her progress would not have been so rapid. This favor, trivial in the eyes of the seventh master, was not something Yi Ningxue could overlook. As the only inner disciple of the seventh master, Qin Ming deserved some regard, regardless of his lackluster skills. In her eyes, this was a form of repayment. Yet now, Qin Ming's despicable behavior seemed to challenge her goodwill. Who would have thought that the seventh master would take such a scoundrel as a disciple? Today, I shall teach you, the shameless villain, a proper lesson on behalf of the sect and the seventh master. With that, Yi Ningxue suddenly stepped forward, her movements appearing leisurely. Yet in the blink of an eye, she struck out with one hand, closing the distance to Qin Ming. Qin Ming's eyes blazed with intensity. He awaited this very opportunity for his sister to approach. The classic films he had watched countless times on Blue Star flashed vividly in his mind, particularly the flamboyant and mischievous expression of Wei Xiaobao, now perfectly mirrored on his own face. Dragon Claw, Qin Ming bellowed, suppressing the searing pain in his chest. Yet before his hands could reach the soft curves of her white-clad chest, he was sent flying. He resembled a kite severed from its string, blood spilling from his mouth. And amid his agony, a glimmer of triumph danced upon his features. You shameless wretch, you scoundrel, you are nothing but a rogue beast. Although Yi Ningxue is an extraordinary talent, even the most gifted individuals are susceptible to the intimidation of ruffians. Especially as Qin Ming now brazenly flaunts his mischief at such close quarters, Yi Ningxue could distinctly feel a wave of panic. This instinctive tension and unease, even with her cultivation at the 7th level of the Transcendence realm, cannot be alleviated in a short span of time. Just a fraction more. Qin Ming clutched his chest, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with a web of crimson, a manifestation of his near madness. He had never indulged himself to such an extent, nor dared to treat a beauty with such levity. Is it rebellion? This feeling of unrestrained freedom is truly exhilarating. Senior sister, do not be angry. Qin Ming exhaled a breath of pent-up frustration. When it comes to mischief, I am entirely serious. Chapter 3. Madness. The price of completing the task. Qin Ming's rogue-like behavior and that frivolous expression nearly pushed Yi Ningxue to the brink of fury. At this moment, the previously raucous atmosphere outside suddenly fell into a brief silence, which was soon shattered by an even louder surge of agitation. Qin Ming, you wretched scoundrel! I shall slay you. How dare you tarnish my goddess? I swear I will tear you to shreds. Qin Ming, kneel and apologize to Sister Yi at once. Otherwise, I will show you no mercy. A chorus of denunciations surged forth like a tidal wave, infused with anger and resentment that threatened to shatter the entirety of the competition arena. That nameless hatred seemed capable of plunging Qin Ming into an abyss of despair in an instant. In the past, confronted with such a vast crowd, Qin Ming would have turned pale, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Yet now, the culprit stood unfazed, his gaze tranquil, exuding an air of nonchalance as if he were merely a spectator indifferent to the unfolding chaos. What has happened to this fellow? Has he perhaps been tainted by some malevolent force? Elder Mo Wangchun, with a complex expression, stroked his beard while intently observing Qin Ming. After a moment, his gaze shifted to the distant figure of Mu Qingfeng. There's no trace of demonic energy. Why do I feel as though this young man is acting with intention? Elder Zhuo Jigong furrowed his brow, still struggling to believe the events transpiring before him. In contrast, Mu Qingfeng appeared entirely indifferent, maintaining his languid demeanor, yet a flicker of clarity passed through his murky eyes. He paid no heed to the wrathful crowd surrounding him, instead lifting a goblet to his lips, a slight smile gracing his features as he mused. 30 years ago, it was I, old Seven Mu, who stood against the entire sect. At last, it seems I have a worthy disciple. At that moment, the most enraged and embarrassed individual in the arena was Yi Ningxue. as the pride of the Yunlan sect. She was accustomed to admiration and had suitors lining up for her attention. When had she ever endured such disrespect and indignity? I will ruin you. I will devastate your entire cultivation foundation. Yi Ningxue's face, once icy, was now flushed with anger. She glared fiercely at Qin Ming before shifting her gaze toward Mu Qingfeng's direction in the stands. Seventh Master Uncle, is this how you teach him to cultivate? The disciple, though unfilial, was willing to clear the path for Seventh Master Uncle. With those words, Yi Ningxue's fury reached its zenith, her hair stirring as if caught in a tempest. Exuding an overwhelming aura of menace, her eyes glimmering with lethal intent. Qin Ming shrugged, maintaining his composure, yet his heart raced with trepidation. Dog system, have I completed the task or not? System, you are still a fraction short. What the hell? She is furious to the point of obliterating me, and I'm still lacking just a bit? Qin Ming was at a loss for words, his entire being gradually succumbing to tension. At this moment, he possessed no cultivation whatsoever. The only means left for him to inflict substantial damage was likely through verbal wit. Dear senior sister, please do not be angry. I never anticipated that your softness would be so exquisite. Senior sister, I must confess, I was not fully satisfied earlier. Might you permit me to indulge once more? Upon uttering these words, not only did Yi Ningxue freeze in astonishment, but all present gasped in shock. This fellow had truly lost his mind. Bang, bang, bang. A flash of white light surged forth, leaving Yi Ningxue's figure as mere afterimages in her wake. Amidst the swirling dust and turbulent air currents, Qin Ming resembled a lifeless dog. His body seemingly contorted as he traced a perfect arc through the air, expelling a spray of blood before crashing heavily to the ground, unconscious. System, congratulations, host. Newbie task completed. Reward, 10 bone refining pills, 1 bottle of marrow cleansing liquid. Chapter 4. The Disciple and the Villain. Whom does the master favor more? 3 days later, at the Yunlan sect, atop the Qinfeng Peak. The surroundings here are stark and unadorned, aside from a few dilapidated grand halls and several ancient structures. There is nothing else of note. Even the distant mountains, flowing rivers, and cloud bridges fail to evoke any desire to linger and admire. Were it not for the elders and disciples within the sect, knowing Mu Qingfeng's character, they might suspect he had bartered everything for wine. Cough, cough. A faint sound of labored breathing, accompanied by a bone-deep groan, heralded Qin Ming's slow awakening. Awake? Mu Qingfeng lounged casually at the bedside, his legs crossed, sipping a fine wine and casting a glance at Qin Ming. Qin Ming nodded gently, his entire body swayed like a rice dumpling, the movement of his head negligible. Yet, the slight gesture sufficed as a response to his master. I have good news and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear? Momentarily taken aback, Qin Ming sighed softly, attempting to rise but struggling against a profound weakness that rendered him as if nailed to the bed. Resigned, he exhaled deeply and replied, "Let us hear the bad news first. Almost all the young disciples of the sect are searching for you, seeking vengeance for Yi Ningxue. It seems, due to their overwhelming numbers, they resorted to drawing lots to determine the order of confrontation. They have already reached over 180. Qin Ming rolled his eyes, a bitter smile forming. Master, how many disciples does our sect actually have? Not many, including you. There are 437. Of course, if we exclude the elders, guardians, and stewards, and then remove some female disciples, over 180 means nearly all the male disciples are involved. So, you must be cautious." Drawing a sharp breath, Qin Ming felt a sharp pain in his ribs, now punctuated by discomfort in his heart. "Master, is that all? Can your warning withstand over 180 people? I feel your verbal prowess surpasses that of your disciple." Upon uttering this, both master and disciple paused in surprise. In Qin Ming's recollection, it was the first time his master had spoken so closely to him, and it was also the first instance he dared to engage in such banter. To Mu Qingfeng, it seemed his disciple had experienced an awakening during the sect's grand competition. His eyes, now devoid of timidity and awkwardness, replaced by a semblance of the wild and unruly spirit he himself once possessed. You are now the undisputed champion of rhetoric in the Yunlan sect. I dare not overshadow your brilliance. Curiously, since Qin Ming's reckless actions, Mu Qingfeng found himself increasingly fond of him. Moreover, contemplating the potential consequences should anything happen to this lad, he feared for his position as the master of Qingfeng Peak. In such a case, the sect leader would undoubtedly expel him from the peak. Alas, it seems I shall have to let you off lightly this time. With that, Mu Qingfeng casually tossed a silver artifact. Qin Ming, filled with excitement, discovered that only his eyes and mouth had the capacity for movement. The silver object struck him squarely in the face. Ouch! You nearly knocked me out. Although Qin Ming felt a sting, his heart brimmed with joy. This was the first treasure bestowed upon him by his master since he entered the sect. Master, what is this? The silkworm jade armor. A mid-tier defensive artifact of the 3rd rank, could withstand the full force of a 5th-layer true Xian realm expert strike. A full force strike from a true Xian realm expert? For someone at the Tsong Xian realm, wouldn't that mean complete protection? Qin Ming could no longer maintain his composure. After all, among the younger generation of Yunlan's sect, even the most powerful disciple, Su Yao, had merely reached the 9th layer of the Tsong Xian realm. Thus, it seemed his life was secured. Thank you, Master. Your disciple is willing to bear a monkey for you. What nonsense is this? Just don't embarrass me in the future. Remember, the foremost principle of cultivation is to maintain dignity, regardless of how formidable the opponent may be. One must possess sufficient momentum. Understand? Pretentiousness, I comprehend. Qin Ming chuckled and nodded, humbly absorbing his master's earnest teachings for a while longer, mumbling incoherently to feign understanding. However, he had begun to discern his master's temperament. This old drunkard seemed to revel in his disciple's rebelliousness. By the way, Master, what is the good news after the bad? With the acquisition of the silkworm jade armor, coupled with the unexpected favor from his master, Qin Ming felt the pain in his body diminish, and his anticipation for life here rekindled. Mu Qingfeng wore a mischievous grin, his eyes sparkling with excitement. The sect master said that once you recover, a conference will be held to establish you as a model disciple. Qin Ming furrowed his brow, a sense of unease washing over him. What kind of model? Surely, it must be the archetype of the most notorious rogue disciple in the history of Yunlan sect. Chapter 5. Refining the bones and washing the marrow. Entering the initial profound realm. Is this truly considered good news? Qin Ming silently cursed within, suddenly feeling a wave of weakness wash over him, enveloping his entire being. The excitement that had previously filled him seemed to dissipate, as if something vital within him had drained away, rendering all matters utterly insipid. Master, please do not jest any longer. Am I but a mere hare, capable of capturing the attention of the sect leader? Mu Qingfeng chuckled lightly, his tone laced with a blend of derision and disdain. Who instructed you to be my disciple? Who urged you to act so recklessly? You even dare to tease the unparalleled beauty and genius of our Yunlan sect. Truly, you remind me of my own youthful self. Upon hearing this, several dark lines appeared on Qin Ming's face. He found himself increasingly bewildered by his master. So, Master, does this imply that you too, in your youth, engaged in such flirtations with virtuous women? Nonsense. What I did was not flirtation, it was strategy. Alas, were it not for that incident back in the day, I would not have fallen to my current predicament. Qin Ming listened, utterly bemused, unaware of what transpired in the past, and had no desire to pry further. He only wished to clarify the doubts that plagued his mind. Master, there remains one matter I do not comprehend. I hope you will enlighten me candidly. You wish to inquire why I have permitted you to participate in the sect's grand competition, do you not? Master, you truly are a master, like a worm nestled in my very being. Mu Qingfeng let out a soft snort and cast another glance at Qin Ming. You are the disciple I have seized. Your life and death are of no concern to me. I merely wish to vex the sect leader with your presence. Furthermore, should you be injured or incapacitated during the competition, it would yield me a substantial compensation, your final contribution as my disciple. With that, Mu Qingfeng took a sip of fine wine, his expression devoid of emotion, as if he felt not the slightest attachment. I see. So, in your eyes, I am merely cannon fodder. Just refuse? Qin Ming chuckled self-deprecatingly, yet he felt no overwhelming sense of grievance, for he had not truly experienced the prior circumstances. If you truly sustain injuries that benefit me, they would prove you are not worthless. However, currently, the sect leader has shifted his ire onto you, refusing even to cover your medical expenses. Moreover, at your age, you have long missed the opportune moment for bone refining, rendering you destined to be estranged from the path of cultivation. Thus, you remain as worthless as ever. Mu Qingfeng laughed heartily, leaving no room for ambiguity, which left Qin Ming feeling utterly at a loss. Master, in my current state, is it truly impossible for me to cultivate? With your mediocre aptitude, even had you begun cultivating upon entering the sect, you would not have progressed far. Therefore, it is not that I refuse to impart techniques to you, but rather that would be a waste of time and effort, resulting in nothing but futility. Enough. Rest well. When you're able to rise, don the silkworm jade armor. At the very least, it can preserve your life. With that, Mu Qingfeng gracefully turned and strode away. Qin Ming lay quietly on the bed, his heart a tumult of emotions, gazing at the rewards yet to be claimed within the system, feeling a sudden wave of despondency wash over him. Am I truly unable to pursue the path of immortality? 10 days later, at the foot of Qingfeng Peak. Ever since that young man shunned the public eye following the sect competition, we have been left in agitation, unable to exact our revenge while he remains hidden. I say, brother, do you truly believe your plan will succeed? If things go awry, we shall all face punishment. Fear not, I have gathered intelligence. There exists a hidden path at the back of Qingfeng Mountain that leads directly to the peak. At that time, we shall deal with him without anyone being the wiser, and we will surely be able to hold our heads high in front of our fellow brothers. Perhaps we might even earn the gratitude and favor of Sister Yi. After exchanging fervent and yearning glances, they soon vanished into the forest. At this moment, at the back of Qingfeng Peak, a waterfall cascades down from a great height. The water crashing against the rocks, and through the dazzling sunlight, it emits a splendid rainbow. Within this rainbow, a hazy figure can be seen, bare from the waist up, allowing the water to wash over him. His smooth and robust physique appeared strong and powerful, and even the previously pale and frail features now bore a hint of resilience and allure. To his surprise, the few elixirs bestowed by his master were indeed effective. He felt no pain throughout his body now. Qin Ming shook his long hair, now glistening with droplets, his profile striking and appealing, entirely shedding his former dejected demeanor. Gently, he unfurled his right hand, revealing the 10 bone-tempering pills he had acquired upon completing his task. After a moment's hesitation, he swallowed them all in one go. Casting aside all concerns, life and death are fated, and fortune lies in the heavens. Surely, this dog's system cannot deceive me. Having just ingested the bone-tempering pills, he retrieved the marrow-washing liquid and drank it down in one gulp, then sat cross-legged, slowly attuning himself to the changes within his body. 2 hours later, a resounding boom echoed in Qin Ming's mind. The sensation was akin to tumultuous waves surging within his consciousness, an invisible force coalescing into a vast blue current, rushing wildly towards his limbs and bones. His previously frail and thin meridians suddenly swelled dramatically, expanding to several dozen times their original size under the impact of this blue current. Accompanying this surge was a starry blue glow that filled his entire being, making it appear as though he was radiating light from afar. Beneath this blue current, Qin Ming's bones began to undergo transformation, emitting a series of cracking sounds, as if they were breaking and rejoining, repeatedly tempered, imbuing his body with an invisible strength. Remarkably, throughout these transformations, Qin Ming felt neither pain nor discomfort. On the contrary, he felt an unparalleled sense of comfort, his vigor and spirit vastly enhanced. His senses gradually sharpened, rendering the surrounding flora and fauna vividly clear to him. However, moments later, his expression tightened, and the brows that had been relaxed began to furrow. From the distant thicket came the sound of rustling footsteps. "Brother, look! It seems there are people over there. It appears they are on the verge of breaking through to the initial profound realm." Wait a moment. Isn't that Qin Ming? That rogue? What is he doing here? Uncle Seven did not mention to the sect master that his injuries were still unhealed. How is it that he is on the verge of breaking through to the initial profound realm now? Senior brother, let us not dwell on that. This is indeed a rare opportunity. Qin Ming gradually opened his eyes, the profound veins within him resonating with a melodious hum. At this moment, he had successfully refined his bones and cleansed his marrow, truly embarking on the first step of his cultivation journey, entering the first layer of the initial profound realm. Qin Ming leisurely donned his garments, the silken armor concealed beneath his skin, subtly emanating a glimmer of silver light. It seems that the visitors are not here with good intentions. Just over a mere 10 days, and they can hardly contain themselves? Chapter 6, The Art of Deception, The Revenge of My Seniors. As Qin Ming hesitated on how to respond, that infernal system voice echoed in his mind once again. System, complete the task of flattering and killing. The goal is to conquer without battle. Reward, Dark Knight Shadow Technique. Technique characteristics, perfectly conceals one's aura, leaving no trace behind. What the hell? Is it really that impressive? Why should I bother striving to become a celestial being then? System, only the strong are free from the need to conceal their aura. May you never require this technique. However, in dire straits, it may save your life. Can I decline this task? Flattering and killing, without engaging in battle? Do you really think I'm invincible with mere words? System, the host may refuse the system's tasks, but failure will result in consequences. As punishment, the system reserves the right to shorten the host's manhood by 3 centimeters. What the hell? Is this a rebellious system or one that enjoys tormenting people? System. Qin Ming cursed under his breath. It's already exceedingly difficult to grow even a single centimeter, and now they want to take away 3? I might as well just die. Reluctantly, he opened the taskbar marked with an exclamation point and accepted it with great reluctance. Just as he completed the system task, 3 enigmatic figures emerged from the depths of the forest. Clad in azure robes, they stood in an imposing line at a distance. 1 tall, 1 short, and 1 stout. It's the 3 seniors from Xian Peak, Li Yi, Wang Mian, and Zhang Quan. What? Has senior sister Yi sent you to exact revenge? Qin Ming feigned nonchalance, seemingly unperturbed by the 3 before him. These 3, disciples of Xiao Hongling, the master of Xian Peak alongside Yining Xue, may not match her prowess. But even the least skilled among them, Zhang Quan, was a 7th layer adept of the initial profound realm. Wang Mian was at the 8th layer, and Li Yi at the 9th layer. Any one of them could easily deal with a mere ant like Qin Ming, so they had scarcely regarded him as a threat, even now that he had stepped into the initial profound realm. However, Li Yi, the most powerful among them, was intrigued by how Qin Ming had broken through to the initial profound realm in such a short time. After all, he had previously heard that this mediocre road disciple would never ascend to the cultivation realm. Could it be that this fellow encountered some fortuitous event or acquired a remarkable treasure? Qin Ming, since you know who we are, I shall dispense with any further pleasantries. Quickly lay out all your valuable possessions before us, and we may spare you. Furthermore, this matter has nothing to do with senior sister Yi. If she desired your demise, it would be simpler than squashing an ant. As soon as Li Yi finished speaking, Wang Mian urged impatiently, Senior brother, why waste words on this trash? Let us act swiftly to avoid prolonged complications. Li Yi shot Wang Mian a glare and murmured, I suspect this fellow possesses some extraordinary treasures. Consider it. He has nearly been crippled by senior sister Yi. How could he possibly break through to the initial profound realm in such a short time? Wang Mian suddenly realized, and Zhang Quan nodded as if awakening from a dream. Indeed, as my senior brother has stated, we shall first seize the opportunity. Then we can deal with the aftermath. Li Yi lightly affirmed with a soft voice, agreeing with Zhang's sentiment, stating that it would be prudent to gather the treasures before seeking vengeance, a 2-fold achievement. Qin Ming casually touched his nose, his expression remarkably serene as he brushed away the droplets of water from his forehead. He stepped forward with a light chuckle, saying, My esteemed senior brothers need not be so modest. I am fully aware of your intentions. Feel free to proceed. Qin Ming, employing a strategy of feigned concession, proposed that his junior brothers could have 3 attempts. Should they manage to inflict even the slightest harm upon him, the treasures would undoubtedly be theirs. Moreover, he would willingly disclose his own secrets to them. At that point, they could choose to deal with him as they wished, whether to kill or to maim. He would leave the decision entirely in their hands. How does that sound? With an air of calm composure, Qin Ming elicited a flicker of doubt among the 3. Could it be that this young man had been rendered foolish by his senior sister? How could he utter such brazen words, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation? A secret? Was it possible that this boy's rapid ascent to the initial profound realm was somehow linked to the secret he spoke of? The 3 exchanged glances filled with burgeoning greed. Li Yi regarded Qin Ming with the disdain one might reserve for mere ants, scoffing, "This brat must possess some treasure to embolden him so. Fear not, my junior brothers. Allow me to approach him first and test whether he is indeed formidable or merely a fool." No sooner had he spoken than he surged forward like a feral beast descending from the mountains. His palms sliced through the air, generating a howling wind. Although he did not unleash his full strength, the force was akin to a boulder crashing down, striking heavily against Qin Ming's chest. The sudden gust of wind billowed Qin Ming's damp garments, yet he wore a smile, his body remaining utterly still. "One move. Continue, senior brother," he declared, utterly unperturbed. This calmness stemmed not only from the protection of his celestial jade armor, but also from the trap he was laying. According to his system task, he needed to defuse the crisis through a method of elevation by flattery. The only way to achieve this was by using his treasures and the secret of rapid advancement as bait. In his mind, the most effective strategy was to invoke the ancient wisdom of the tale of the 2 peaches that led to the downfall of 3 warriors. The treasures and the secret were akin to 2 enticing celestial peaches, and he sought to incite the 3 into mutual destruction through his verbal manipulation. By heavens, this lad has some tricks up his sleeve. Li's expression shifted to one of simmering anger. On one hand, he felt humiliated after failing to land a blow. On the other, Qin Ming's nonchalant demeanor seemed to disregard him entirely, which irked him greatly. "Damn it, I intended to spare your miserable existence without using my full might. Yet here you are, growing more arrogant." Fury radiated from Li Yi as his face visibly reddened. "Prepare yourself. I shall strike you down." With a resounding crash, he unleashed a powerful blow, evidently utilizing all his strength. Yet, it was as if an invisible barrier enveloped Qin Ming, rendering him impervious to harm. Qin Ming smiled triumphantly, raising a single finger in provocation. "Senior brother, your technique still requires refinement. You have 1 move left. Come, exert yourself fully. Curse it, I will not hold back any longer." Li Yi's rage peaked, and disregarding Qin Ming's safety, he drew his sword and leapt into the air, executing a slashing motion that sent a beam of light cutting through the sky. Boom! The waterfall behind Qin Ming abruptly ceased its flow. Moments later, along with the shattering boulders, it came crashing down. Yet Qin Ming maintained his smiling posture, now adorned with a mere scratch from a sword, his body unscathed. "This is impossible," Li Yi, along with Wang Mian and Zhang Quan, exclaimed in unison, bewildered by the anomaly of Qin Ming's resilience. A glint of danger flickered in Li Yi's eyes as he regarded Qin Ming, his expression transforming into one of ominous dread. "Brother, you need not concern yourself with the junior. Why not exert your full strength?" Qin Ming continued to jest, leaving Li Yi wishing he could vanish in the ground. "The other 2 brothers, do you not wish to give it a try?" A sly smile graced Qin Ming's lips, his demeanor resembling that of a predator awaiting its prey to fall into the trap. "I refuse to believe such nonsense. Do not become too complacent. Take this punch." Wang Mian was the first to strike, nearly erupting in fury as he unleashed a ferocious blow to Qin Ming's chest. However, this time, Qin Ming flew back like a kite severed from its string, crashing into several towering trees behind him. "What is happening?" Wang Mian's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at his fist. Uncertain, he questioned, "Brotherly, he appears so weak. How can this be?" Qin Feng awaited this very moment. Qin Ming wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, slowly rising with an expression of utmost sincerity. It seems Brother Wang Mian is indeed superior. I accept defeat and am willing to bestow all my treasures and secrets onto Brother Wang Mian. Wait, this time, Li Yi and Zhang Quan spoke in unison. Without waiting for Li Yi to respond, Zhang Quan interjected, Brother Li, you have already lost your eligibility to compete, but I have yet to make my attempt. Junior brother Qin Ming, how can you offer both your treasures and that secret solely to Brother Wang Mian? Chapter 8. Loyalty and Righteousness. Acquiring the Dark Knight Shadow Technique. Upon hearing these words, Li Yi's expression suddenly changed. Indeed, these cultivators, when faced with immense benefits and temptations, completely forget loyalty and righteousness. Wang Mian, seemingly displeased, merely cast a fleeting glance at Zhang Quan, ultimately refraining from uttering anything further. Do not be deceived by him. Your cultivation levels are inferior to mine. Even with all my strength, I cannot inflict the slightest harm upon him. How could you possibly succeed? There must be a deceit at play. At this declaration, Wang Mian lost his composure first. With a cold sneer, he remarked, Senior Brother Li, though my cultivation may not match yours, it does not imply that my strength is lesser. You cannot even defeat a mere novice in the first layer of the initial profound realm, rather than reflect upon your own shortcomings. How dare you question me? Zhang Quan chimed in, a light laugh escaping his lips. Senior Brother Li, if your skills are lacking, do not feign strength. It seems that the treasure and secret in Qin Ming's possession will be shared between me and Senior Brother Wang. Without allowing Li Yi to retort, he swiftly directed his attack towards the already injured Qin Ming. However, this time, Qin Ming voluntarily raised his hand in surrender. Pretending to be gravely wounded, he lamented, Senior Brother Zhang, please hold. I willingly concede. My current state cannot withstand your full force. Upon hearing this, Zhang Quan's offensive came to an abrupt halt, his right fist poised to strike Qin Ming, slowly withdrawing. It seems you're somewhat perceptive. So, does this mean the treasure and secret will be split between me and Senior Brother Wang? Qin Ming nodded, exhaling a sigh of relief. As he feigned the motion of retrieving the treasure, he hesitated and added, however, you three are together. After all, should you not discuss how to divide it? Enough with the nonsense. Just present the treasure. As for the division, Senior Brother Wang and I shall decide. Zhang Quan, slightly angered, observed Li Yi, who was stomping his feet in frustration, exclaiming, You two fools, you are being deceived and remain oblivious. That worthless scoundrel possesses no treasure or secret. He is merely sowing discord among us. Wang Mian and Zhang Quan stared at Qin Ming, pondering for a moment, and a glimmer of suspicion flickered in their eyes. Sensing their doubt, Qin Ming promptly produced the silkworm jade armor from his person, followed by an empty vial that once contained the essence cleansing liquid. This is a third-grade silkworm jade armor and a second-grade essence cleansing pill. I trust you, esteemed brothers, can discern their authenticity. As for whether I have deceived you, I believe you will reach your own conclusions. Given that, I shall speak fairly. I believe only Senior Brother Wang and Senior Brother Zhang are qualified to receive these two treasures. As for Senior Brother Li, while your cultivation is high, your strength remains the weakest. In the world of cultivation, strength reigns supreme. I hope you, Senior Brother Li, accept the outcome gracefully and do not hinder our process. Wang Mian and Zhang Quan gazed intently at the items in Qin Ming's hands. These were third-grade treasures and second-grade pills. Such unparalleled resources were typically reserved for the exceptionally gifted. When would such treasures ever befall disciples of their ordinary caliber? The avarice in their eyes was palpable, almost igniting with fervor. Now, whoever dares to compete with the two for the treasure shall become an irreconcilable enemy. Upon hearing Qin Ming's flattery toward Wang Mian and Zhang Quan, coupled with his belittlement of himself, Li Yi felt a rage that threatened to erupt. I will kill you. Enraged, Li Yi charged towards Qin Ming. However, to Wang Mian and Zhang Quan, this act appeared as an intention to murder for the sake of treasure. Swiftly, they positioned themselves on either side, fiercely blocking Li Yi, their eyes brimming with unrestrained hostility. Brother, why the haste? If you desire the treasure, you must first consult the sword in my hand to see if it consents. After this exchange, The three became embroiled in a frenzied struggle. Qin Ming exhaled deeply. Seemingly plucking a piece of fruit from nowhere, he perched himself leisurely on a nearby, fallen tree, observing the chaos unfold. Meanwhile, in another realm, above the waterfall, Mu Qingfeng languidly lowered his eyelids, taking in every occurrence that had transpired below. After a brief moment, he lifted the gourd of wine from his waist, savored a sip of the exquisite liquor, and sighed with admiration. This little rascal is truly remarkable. Chapter 9. The senior sister unleashes a celestial king as dusk descended. The sun dipped below the horizon. The distant fiery clouds adorned the mountaintop in an exquisite and tranquil beauty. Qin Ming weighed the considerable spirit stones he had gathered, a smirk playing upon his lips, reveling in his triumph. It seemed that those three troublemakers had, indeed, suffered a loss while attempting to deceive him. Mu Qingfeng sat on the steps before the grand hall, a knowing smile gracing his lips, his clear eyes seemingly capable of piercing through Qin Ming's innermost thoughts. Master, you're already aware, Qin Ming ventured, a hint of trepidation in his voice. Mu Qingfeng nodded gently. Ever since you awoke, it feels as if you have transformed into a different person. Or perhaps it was the beating from Yi Ningshu that enlightened you. How swiftly you have ascended to the initial profound realm. Master, allow me to explain. Qin Ming stammered, flustered, as he pondered how to respond. However, Mu Qingfeng waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for explanations. As a practitioner of the celestial arts, who among us lacks a few secrets? Yet, he paused deliberately, casting a meaningful glance at Qin Ming. You have underestimated those three. Once they return and calm their minds, they will surely realize the truth. Thus, you must be prepared. Furthermore, your intentional revelation of the silkworm jade armor before them, while a clever ruse, may not bode well for you in the days to come. Do you grasp the implications of my words? After a moment of contemplation, Qin Ming nodded, understanding the weight of his situation. Indeed, possessing a treasure may invite misfortune upon the innocent. Exactly. They may well spread rumors and conspire against you. It was only then that Qin Ming comprehended that with his current cultivation at the first level of the initial profound realm, he was but a mere speck among the disciples of the Yunlan sect. If someone truly coveted his mid-tier treasure, calamity was inevitable. Master, what should I do now? Perhaps I should remain hidden on Qingfeng Peak for a while longer? Mu Qingfeng shook his head. I fear that the sect leader has already learned of your recovery. You cannot evade or conceal it any longer. Sooner or later, you must descend this mountain. Within 3 days, the gathering will undoubtedly convene. In the meantime, it would be wise for you to make appearances in crowded places. After all, the more people there are, the less likely it is for certain individuals to act against you. However, should anyone insult or provoke you, you must restrain your temper and not act recklessly. As for what comes next, I shall devise a plan. Mu Qingfeng appeared somewhat troubled, alas. At merely 18, you have only just entered the initial profound realm. I am genuinely concerned for your future path in cultivation. Perhaps it would be better if you did not pursue this path at all. After all, if you remain by my side, I can guarantee you a life of safety. Qin Ming withheld his response, but could not help but inwardly grumble. A fortnight ago, he had shown little regard for his life, seeking to barter it for wealth. Now, he feigned concern for his safety. Was Master perhaps losing his sanity? Yet on the surface, Qin Ming maintained a respectful demeanor. Thank you for your guidance, Master. I shall remember your words with utmost sincerity. Take this jade disc. Having stepped into the initial profound realm, you are now entitled to enter the library pavilion. This jade disc symbolizes my disciple status from Qingfeng Peak. The path ahead is yours to navigate wisely. Upon returning indoors, with nothing to occupy his mind, Qin Ming found the long night to be a restless one. Fraught with loneliness, he retrieved the tome on the dark night profound shadow technique and immersed himself in its study. What remarkable outcomes might arise from mastering such a technique? As he pondered, a smile gradually graced his lips. He contemplated the mysteries of concealing one's aura, reminiscing about the goddess he had long yearned for during his time on Blue Star, and even thought of his pure and pristine senior sister, Yi Ningshu. Ultimately, however, little of the technique had been absorbed, and his right hand began to ache. Alas, Cultivating such techniques is indeed strenuous. Meanwhile, in a secluded room on Ziyun Peak, Li Yi, Wang Mian, and Zhang Quan bore wounds and bruises, their faces shadowed under the dim flicker of candlelight. Damn it, we were outsmarted by that bastard. That kid possesses a third-grade silk jade armor for protection. How could I possibly defeat him? I suspected foul play, yet you two did not believe me. Who could have known that he was so cunning? This time, we've truly taken a hard fall. I've lost 500 spirit stones. I've lost 800. This matter is far from over. Since that kid possesses a third-grade treasure, we could certainly take action against him. Isn't he quite the formidable one? I want to see if he can still be so impressive when faced with genuine powerhouses. Yes, let us return the favor in kind. He enjoys creating a hype. Doesn't he? We shall commence a fervent promotion of our own. In due time, those with motives will seek him out for reckoning. The following morning, a gentle breeze wafted through the air. The once tranquil sect became abuzz with fervor due to a certain rumor. Consequently, the library pavilion, the martial arts arena, and the literary courtyard, places where disciples congregated, were alive with discussion. Have you heard? That scoundrel who teased Senior Sister Yi during the sect competition seems to have acquired a rare treasure. In less than 10 days, he transformed from a mere mortal, undergoing bone tempering and marrow cleansing, and leaped into the initial profound realm. I heard that after being soundly thrashed by Senior Sister Yi, his meridians were shattered, and his foundation was ruined. Yet, through a twist of fate, his Qin Ming meridian was opened, leading to a sudden breakthrough in cultivation. Even Elder Uncle Chi has begun to pay him newfound respect. You're all behind the times. Senior Sister, you not only beat him into a cultivator, but rumor has it he also obtained a third-grade middle-tier treasure. That's a third-grade treasure. With it, even a true, profound realm expert can be challenged. Alas, heaven is truly blind. How can it allow such trash to rise? Is this truly a blessing? Do you not realize that the tall wood will be toppled by the wind? Moreover, such a treasure residing with someone at the first layer of the initial profound realm. Is this not a golden opportunity for those striving for advancement? As the tale of Qin Ming spread, its intensity only grew, to the point of absurdity. Some have even claimed that this transformation occurred after Qin Ming's dual cultivation with a certain esteemed master. Furthermore, that venerable figure not only bestowed upon him numerous elixirs for cultivation, but also an array of exquisite magical artifacts, including those of spiritual grade. However, all of this remained unbeknownst to Qin Ming prior to his descent from mountain. The library pavilion, the martial arena, and the literary courtyard are the locales within Yunlan's sect that witness the most frequent movement of disciples. The martial arena, as its name suggests, serves as a venue for honing martial skills and techniques. The literary courtyard, on the other hand, is where elders and attendants address the inquiries and confusions of the disciples. The library pavilion is the place where disciples immerse themselves in literature, enrich their knowledge, and select their cultivation methods. Upon descending the mountain, Qin Ming pondered deeply and ultimately decided to head towards the library pavilion. It was a bustling yet secluded spot. Along the way, he sensed that people were whispering and pointing at him. At times, their gazes were piercing, while at others, they snickered behind their hands. Qin Ming paid little mind to it, for his flirtations with Sister Yi were well known, and it was only natural for others to gossip. Unexpectedly, as soon as he appeared in the square before the library pavilion, he was encircled by a group of individuals clad in blue. Qin Ming, one of them, said, "I am eager to venture into Hankei Valley for training and urgently require a magical artifact for protection. Might you be so kind as to lend me that third-grade silk jade armor for my use?" Chapter 10. Born to Rebel. Unable to endure even a little. In the Yunlan sect, there are 8 principal peaks. The sect master, Su Yuan, monopolizes Longyun Peak, while the remaining 7 elders each preside over their own peaks. Yesterday, the trio clad in violet robes, led by Li Yi, were disciples of the second elder, Xiao Hongling, of Ziyun Peak. Before them, the disciples dressed in azure garments hailed from Lingcue Peak, serving under the 6th elder, Jigong. At the forefront was the esteemed senior brother of Lingcue Peak, Ruan Yugon, known for his sycophantic tendencies toward Yining Shui. Qin Ming had heard of this individual. Yuan Yugan was true to his name, not only narrow-minded, but also prone to bullying those weaker than himself. When faced with disciples of inferior cultivation, he would flaunt his authority with brazen arrogance. Yet, when confronted by the sect's exceptional talents, whose prowess surpassed his own, he would display a demeanor even softer than his name suggested. It is the esteemed senior brother from Lingzue Peak. My apologies. Although Qin Ming had been forced into a state of complacency by his master for a decade, he still possessed a modicum of awareness regarding the sect's affairs. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. Regardless of whether the rumors hold any truth, I present you with two choices today. Qin Ming declared, unperturbed and composed, harboring great admiration for Mu Qingfeng. This old wine enthusiast was indeed remarkably astute. My foolish junior, I am eager to hear your details. First, surrender the third-grade silkworm jade armor, and I shall spare you. Second, keep the treasure and prepare for a fine burial. I shall avenge my sister. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming chuckled softly, teasingly responding, "For my understanding of senior brother Yuan, whether I hand over the silkworm jade armor or not, you will not let me off the hook, correct? The notion of sparing me in exchange for the treasure is merely a ruse. Senior brother Yuan, we are both cunning foxes of the same mountain. What tales of the supernatural do you wish to share with me?" Rather than being enraged, Yuan Yugan smiled, seemingly pleased. "It appears at least half of the rumors are true. The former you would never have dared to speak to me in such a manner." At that moment, the other disciples surrounding Yuan were growing increasingly impatient. "Senior brother, why waste words with this ruffian? Our Lingzue Peak has not made a splash in quite some time. This rare opportunity must not be squandered. Indeed, senior brother, if Sister Yi learns that you avenge her, she will surely no longer ignore you as before." Yuan Yugan, initially basking in his pride, was suddenly incensed upon hearing that Yi Ningshui had been indifferent towards him. "What nonsense! When has Sister Yi ever ignored me? She merely wishes for me to avoid undue burden. Her silence is a deliberate attempt to distance herself from me. You simple-minded mortals cannot comprehend her noble intentions." After chastising his fellow disciples, Yuan Yugan turned to face Qin Ming, his gaze icy and sinister. "I know you possess the third-grade silkworm jade armor for protection. He, but I wonder how you will respond when faced with a sword the same grade." With that, Yuan Yugan suddenly exuded an imposing aura, and with a gentle wave of his right hand, a verdant jade sword materialized in his grasp. The surrounding disciples gasped in astonishment. "This is a third-grade intermediate treasure, the spirit snake sword. Senior brother, how did you manage to steal it?" "Nonsense. This morning I specifically borrowed it from our master." Yuan Yugan cast a disdainful glance at the disciple, his eyes glinting with a cold light as he assumed a stance, poised for action, eager to crush Qin Ming with sheer force of presence. Qin Ming let out a cold snort, a light laugh escaping his lips as he responded, "Brother Yuan, I had no intention of becoming your adversary. Moreover, our esteemed master has advised us to exercise restraint when faced with deliberate insults or oppression. However, I am inherently rebellious, with a life that holds little value. I cannot endure even a modicum of provocation. Come, if you have the courage, strike me down. I shall not retaliate." As he spoke, Qin Ming not only refrained from any defensive measures, but also tore off his protective silken armor, holding it aloft in the air, stretching his neck towards Yuan Yugan, inciting him further. "Come, brother Yuan, strike here. If you do not slay me today, you shall be my grandson. For heaven's sake, do not come at me with your cowardice. You, a sycophantic scoundrel, dare to challenge me? There are countless who seek to avenge Sister Yi. They would form a long queue. Who do you think you are, posturing like this?" Chapter 11. What the heck? The divine child of Yunlan has arrived? In a fit of rage, Qin Ming left Yuan Yugan in a state of bewilderment. This was not how it was supposed to unfold. According to Yuan Yugan's plan, he merely needed to overwhelm Qin Ming with his imposing presence and demonstrate his superior strength, causing that brat to tremble in fear. But what was happening today? Had that fool forgotten his medication? After being subjected to a barrage of scorn and insults from Qin Ming, Yuan Yugan found himself rooted to the spot. His intention was merely to intimidate, perhaps to unleash a few blows to vent his frustration. He never truly contemplated killing Qin Ming. Now, however, he found himself caught off guard by the unexpected audacity of this young man, leaving him feeling somewhat humiliated. "You, what nonsense are you spouting? I never said I would kill you," Yuan Yugan retorted, his bravado significantly diminished. He felt as though countless eyes were upon him, whispering and stifling laughter at his expense. And he could sense the mockery directed at him for being all talk and no action. With a cold chuckle, Qin Ming donned the soft armor once more, exclaiming, "If you're not truly going to kill me, then what are you brandishing that sword for?" Yuan Yugan, flustered and blushing, "See the damn it. Even if I don't kill you, I'll tear that foul mouth of yours to shreds." With that, he raised his spirit snake sword high, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. "I shall first break your defenses, and then deal with you piece by piece. This is for my senior sister." Qin Ming narrowed his eyes, summoning all his strength as the soft armor shimmered with a faint white light. He braced himself to withstand the heavy blow from someone at the 5th level of the profound realm. In an instant, a commanding voice rang out from above. "Stop!" A graceful figure clad in white swept through the air, lightly touching the tip of the sword with a glimmer of spirit light, instantly dissipating Yuan Yugan's formidable attack into nothingness. The surrounding crowd gasped in astonishment. What level of cultivation is this, to so effortlessly neutralize the power of senior brother Yuan, who wields a 3rd-grade spirit snake sword? There can scarcely be a 4th such individual in our Yunlan sect. Could it be him? After the crowd's exclamations of awe, the white figure descended gracefully like an immortal. "Lin, senior brother Lin." Upon recognizing the figure, Yuan Yugan was the first to bow in respect, his demeanor humble and reverent. "Senior brother Lin?" Qin Ming searched his mind for any recollection, but found no image of this individual. Despite hearing rumors of a prodigious disciple ranked among the top 3 of a younger generation of Yunlan sect, known simply as senior brother Lin. Yet, few had ever laid eyes on his true form. This figure was named Lin Feng. It was said that he was the direct disciple of Elder Lu Jurin and the youngest in the history of Yamei Peak to achieve the 7th level of the profound realm. A dazzling talent of unparalleled brilliance. Senior brother Lin held an extraordinary status, rarely revealing himself, even during the grand sect competitions. Together with Yi Ningxue and Su Yao, Lin Feng was celebrated as one of the 3 divine children of Yunlan, the greatest hope for the sect's future. Could it be that this person was indeed him? Yet, why does he appear here? Qin Ming furrowed his brow, still in doubt, as the man slowly turned around, his gaze drifting lightly towards him. That look possessed an air of arrogance and confidence, untouched by the mundane world, a disdain for all. Merely locking eyes with him would invoke tremendous pressure. "You are Qin Ming?" The tone was flat, devoid of any emotion, and on his handsome yet delicate face, Qin Ming could discern no color. "I am Qin Ming. May I inquire the name of this senior?" Qin Ming clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, although he did not understand the man's intentions. The mere act of deflecting the sword aimed at him warranted a bow of gratitude. "I am Lin Feng." These 4 simple words elicited yet another wave of astonished gasps from the surrounding disciples. He is senior brother Lin Feng. How extraordinarily handsome he is. How can one possess such beauty? My heavens! What incredible luck do I have today to encounter the living Lin Feng. Among them were several female disciples, their infatuated gazes causing Qin Ming to feel a sense of déjà vu. Yes, it was the same look as those starry-eyed fans of Blue Star. Lin Feng regarded Qin Ming, nodding slightly, relieved that he had not mistaken his identity. Subsequently, he turned with a regal gaze and authoritative presence to face Yuan Yugan, sneering. "Did you not just claim that you would avenge junior sister Yi?" Yuan Yugan, trembling in fear, could only nod. I simply wish to offer my meager assistance." "Oh," Lin Feng remarked dismissively, "but do you truly believe you are worthy?" Upon hearing this, Qin Ming furrowed his brow even deeper. Could this enigmatic figure also be here seeking vengeance? Who exactly is junior sister Yi to have so many devoted admirers? This situation was escalating beyond control. How on earth was he to bring this to a close? Chapter 12. The task of slander begins with rumors. As Qin Ming hesitated, the long-forgotten voice of the system echoed once more in his mind. "System, complete the task of slandering the divine son. Requirement, withdraw unscathed." Reward: Qin uses eye bottle. Characteristics: capable of refining any elixir of the 7th grade or below. Level: 7th grade. Qin Ming was taken aback, swallowing hard, his expression turning somewhat bewildered. However, to Lin Feng and the others, his demeanor was clearly one of intimidation, frightened by his own illustrious reputation. Somewhat speechless, Qin Ming cursed, "You wretched system. Can you not present a worthwhile task? Slandering the divine son. Do you wish for me to have a shorter life? And withdrawing unscathed? Just look at the gazes of those female disciples around. Even without the divine son taking action, they could devour me alive. System. So, do you accept or decline? Refusing the task will result in a 5-centimeter reduction in your, damn it. Is it the only threat you have? System. Therefore, the host's intention is to refuse. I refuse your nonsense. I thrive on challenging difficult tasks. I accept this mission. Upon accepting the system's task, Qin Ming felt a remarkable shift in his mental state, entering a state of near-manic exhilaration. At that moment, after confronting Ruan Yugan, Lin Feng redirected his full attention to Qin Ming. Qin Ming, I am a straightforward individual. I hope you will cooperate. I wish for you to sever the hands that once defiled Junior Sister Yi, and thereby settle this matter. What say you? With that, Lin Feng leisurely unfurled his right hand, revealing a crimson short sword, entwined with a flicker of ominous dark light, which materialized in his palm. As the eldest disciple of Ling Chui Peak, Ruan Yugan possessed extraordinary insight. Glancing at the short sword caused him to sharply inhale, swiftly retracting the spiritual serpent's sword he held. This was indeed a genuine 4th-grade treasure, the Qi Shao sword. Could this be the very sword forged from the blood of the Qi Shao, slain by the 3rd elder? Truly, one of the 3 divine sons of Yunlan sect possesses such a divine artifact. We, the ordinary disciples, shall likely never have the fortune to touch a 4th-grade treasure in our lifetimes. Surrounded by voices of praise and envy, Qin Ming chuckled lightly, indifferent as he casually dug at his ear with his pinky, pondering, it's merely a 4th-grade item. What is the fuss about? If only they knew I possess a spiritual grade technique and will soon acquire a 7th-grade artifact, they would surely be terrified. In this cultivation world, realms are divided into 9 levels. Initial Xian realm, intermediate Xian realm, true Xian realm, spiritual Xian realm, monarch Xian realm, king Xian realm, soul Xian realm, and divine Xian realm, each further subdivided into 9 tiers. The classification of items and treasures, however, differs slightly. Both items and treasures are categorized into 9 grades: 1st grade, 2nd grade, 3rd grade, 4th grade, 5th grade, 6th grade, and 7th grade. Beyond the 7th grade lie spiritual and divine grades, with each grade further divided into 3 stages: initial, intermediate, and advanced. The 4th grade initial stage sword is, indeed, not worthy of boasting for Qin Ming. However, it possesses the potential to threaten his very life. Is there no alternative? Let's deliberate further. Brother Lin may not fully comprehend my situation. I often practice at night, but I cannot do so without the use of both hands. Lin Feng let out a cold snort, a flicker of anger surfacing on his delicate and handsome face. I have spoken words that no one has ever dared to contest. Should you disagree with my previous suggestion, I will have no choice but to take your life and sever your hands. His tone was calm, yet frigid. Although these were words of threat, Qin Ming could distinctly sense a fundamental difference between this and what Ruan Yugan had previously uttered. Ruan Yugan was one who feared the strong and bullied the weak, wielding power through deceit, his words mere empty threats. Yet, the renowned Brother Lin, one of the 3 divine sons of the Yunlan sect, was indeed capable of taking a life. And what if I refuse? A toast not to be accepted leads to a penalty drink. Today, I shall sever your contemptible hands and present them to Sister Yi. Lin Feng acted with remarkable decisiveness, and before Qin Ming could react, he swiftly lunged towards his heart. Qin Ming's expression shifted in shock as he summoned all his strength. The 3rd grade intermediate level silkworm jade armor, under the activation of his profound veins, instantly assumed a defensive stance. However, a 3rd grade treasure could not withstand a full force strike from a 4th grade artifact. Clang! A piercing sound sliced through the air. Qin Ming felt an overwhelming, intangible force penetrate his entire being, propelling him backward to crash heavily onto the ground. Fortunately, with the silkworm jade armor protecting him, he suffered no injuries. Yet, a visible crack appeared on the semi-transparent membrane of the armor against his skin. Qin Ming rose slowly, a sense of foreboding settling in his heart. This was dire. Given the intensity of the assault, the silkworm jade armor could withstand at most 2 more strikes before it would shatter completely, rendered useless. A comprehensive strategy must be devised. Slandering a divine son. Is that a form of rumor? What kind of rumor would be effective? Perhaps a scandalous rumor. With this thought, a subtle, almost imperceptible smirk crossed Qin Ming's somber face. Truly, one of the 3 divine sons of the Yunlan sect. At such a young age, possessing such formidable strength is indeed admirable. Lin Feng snorted coldly, the Qi Shao sword in his hand, eager for action, emitting a series of sharp ringing sounds. Do you believe that flattery and kind words will spare you? Ridiculous. Even if I were to slay 10 insignificant disciples like you, no one within the sect would dare oppose me. Qin Ming wiped his nose and nodded non-committally indeed. After all, who can blame you for having a good master? Wait. Should you refer to the 3rd elder as your master, or as your dual cultivation partner? The moment these words left his mouth, Lin Feng froze in place. He stared intently at Qin Ming, utterly bewildered as to why this seemingly lowly disciple would exhibit such audacity. He trifled with junior sister Yi, slandered me, and even dared to spread rumors about master? Who is Lin Feng's master? She is none other than the renowned and formidable woman of the Eastern Immortal Domain, the 3rd elder of the Yunlan sect, the esteemed leader of the Amei Peak, Lu Ju Ran. What cultivator would dare to approach her without trepidation? This brash young man actually dares to jest about her? At this moment, the air around the library pavilion square grew increasingly frigid, and the disciples who overheard his words were too frightened to breathe. They feared that the fallout of this gossip would ultimately ensnare them. Yet, Qin Ming continued his slander unabated. So, Brother Lin, have I struck a nerve? If you have not engaged in dual cultivation with the 3rd elder, how do you account for your rapid advancement in cultivation? Moreover, if it were not for the protection of the 3rd elder, what right would you have to act so arrogantly within the Yunlan sect? To put it bluntly, are you not merely a pretty face living off the kindness of others? How can a man of such diminished dignity bear the illustrious title of the son of Yunlan? Look at your own appearance. What decent person would present themselves in such an androgynous manner? Frankly, I have encountered candy-coated sweethearts who exude more masculinity than you. The tension escalated. Qin Ming's relentless verbal onslaught irked Lin Feng to the point of fury. He felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate Qin Ming on the spot. However, would that not confirm the rumors of his dual cultivation with master? Qin Ming must be silenced. Yet, this rumor was one Lin Feng felt he must clarify. You speak nonsense. This is pure slander. This is nothing but a rumor. Lin Feng fumed, but he could distinctly sense that the atmosphere around him had shifted. The female disciples who had previously admired him now appeared calm and began to murmur amongst themselves. Seeing Lin Feng so easily provoked, Qin Ming sneered and continued his taunting tone. You claim I am slandering you? Do you possess any evidence? A witness? Or perhaps physical proof? Chapter 13. Crisis averted? I remember you. Fortunately, Qin Ming, during his time on Blue Star, had a penchant for learning and incessantly watched various short videos. With just a few words, he cornered Lin Feng to the brink of fury, leaving him utterly speechless. This was an unsolvable conundrum. The person who has been slandered must prove their innocence. Doesn't that lead to a logical paradox? Lin Feng's expression darkened ominously, his delicate eyes radiating a chilling light. A rumor is merely a rumor. The relationship between my master and me is utterly pristine. There has been no impropriety, let alone any dual cultivation. Qin Ming, you had better clarify the situation and apologize before everyone today, or I shall immediately reduce you to smithereens. Qin Ming scoffed, continuing to escalate his offensive, retreating by advancing. Come now, kill me. Is the only recourse upon having the truth exposed to silence the witness? Lin, my senior brother, feel free to act boldly. Even if you slay me, it cannot prove that there is no dual cultivation between you and your master. At this moment, the masterminds hiding at the periphery of the crowd, Li Yi, Wang Mian, and Zhang Quan, were all utterly bewildered. This fellow has lost his mind. He is more deranged than a rabid dog. It's one thing to slander the divine son, but doesn't he even spare the third master uncle? Who on earth can contend with this? Do you two still wish to avenge Sister Yi? After exchanging glances, the three simultaneously shook their heads. Who are we to intervene? This esteemed individual should be left for those with the capability to handle him. With that, they hurriedly turned and quickly vanished from sight. Lin Feng, as a paragon of excellence, had always maintained his composure, resolute in his decisions. Yet, such a situation had never arisen in his extensive experience. Now, he was consumed by anxiety, unsure of how to proceed. Alas, senior brother Lin has indeed paid the price for his inexperience. Observing Lin Feng's complexion shifting from pale to flushed, standing there at a loss, Qin Ming felt a sense of relief wash over him. Senior brother Lin, hesitate no more. Come, slay me, and prove your innocence alongside that of Elder 3. If you do not take action, I may just take my leave. Just as Lin Feng's thoughts were in disarray, a seductive and ethereal voice suddenly echoed from above. My dear disciple, remember this. In the future, when confronted by those who tarnish your purity, there is no need for debate or explanation. Simply eliminate them. Once a person is dead, the rumors will self-destruct. Do you understand? Upon hearing these words, Lin Feng's heart jolted, and his previously awkward demeanor instantly reverted to its original state. He bowed deeply, filled with reverence, and said, Master, you have arrived. Your teachings I shall carry with me for a lifetime. Having said that, while the crowd was still bowing to the third elder, he abruptly left behind a fleeting shadow. His peculiar movement was as swift as lightning. The crimson hawk sword in his hand emitted a furious hum. Just as he launched a full-force attack toward Qin Ming, a tremendous sound suddenly resonated from above. Bang! Waves of energy rippled through the air, yet the crimson hawk sword seemed to have encountered an impasse, suspended in mid-air, its tip emanating a white light that formed an arc, unable to advance any further. The third senior sister's anger simmered. My apprentice is rather unhinged. Tell me, who can stoop to the level of a fool? However, I must apologize on behalf of my disciple here. Before her words could settle, the crowd was astounded to find, at an unknown moment, the figure of Elder 7 had appeared before them like a specter. The instant Mu Qing Feng materialized, Lin Feng suddenly fell from the air, slowly descending like a deflated balloon. Old 7, you should not meddle in this matter. Mu Qing Feng lazily sipped his wine, shaking his head with resignation. A foolish disciple is still a disciple. If you were to slay him, where would I find another exactly like him to apologize to our master brother? Lu Juren, adorned in a flowing red gown, her skin as flawless as jade and her figure alluringly curvaceous, cast a dubious glance at Mu Qing Feng. Master brother? Are you implying that he is preparing? Indeed, just moments ago, Master brother issued a decree. The sex trial assembly is scheduled for tomorrow at Longyan Peak's Grand Hall. I see. Very well then. Let him live for one more day. Mu Qing Feng nodded with a knowing smile, yet cautiously shielded Qin Ming behind him. Senior sister, take care. Lu Juren chuckled softly, intentionally leaning towards Qin Ming, her eyes gleaming with a deadly intent, as though harboring boundless malice. Qin Ming, you clever lad, I shall remember you. As the crowd, seeing no further spectacle, gradually dispersed, Mu Qing Feng remarked, Thank you, master, for once again saving my wretched life. He cast a meaningful glance at Qin Ming. You have incurred Lu Juren's wrath. Perhaps I can protect you. However, when faced with Master Brother tomorrow, your fate lies beyond my control. After speaking, he raised his head to take another swig of fine wine, shaking his head in resignation as he departed. Qin Ming nodded slowly, trailing behind, the master and disciple walking in tandem towards Qin Feng Peak. Meanwhile, the voice of the system gradually emerged in Qin Ming's mind. System, congratulations, host. for completing the task of slandering the divine sun. Reward: mysterious jade, freedom bottle. Once the host binds it with their consciousness, they will understand how to utilize it. Having completed the task, Qin Ming felt no excitement. Rather, he was engulfed in weariness, drained of energy. Damn system, are you trying to kill me? I finished this task, yet I have offended someone even more formidable. Tomorrow, I must face the sex judgment. Do not appear again to deceive me. System. The system has detected a decline in the host's mood and has temporarily decided to increase the rewards for the instance. Instance rewards? What on earth is that? System. Complete the task of conversing with your master throughout the night, and you will be rewarded with the ability to instantly master a technique. Upon seeing this glowing text, Qin Ming's heart jolted with shock. Instant mastery? What does that mean? The system, Dark Night Shadow Technique. All advancement levels of the cultivation methods can be mastered permanently within a second. What a remarkable feat. Had you mentioned this earlier, I would have been filled with excitement. Chapter 14. The Eve of Judgment. The love and hatred of the master on Qingfeng Peak. The night was as tranquil as water, yet as chilling as the heart. Whenever such nights descended, Mu Qingfeng would clutch his wine gourd, seated on the steps before the grand hall, with a hint of sorrow reflected in his eyes. Casting his gaze upon the picturesque night sky, it seemed that only in this manner could he conceal the tales within his heart. Qin Ming approached silently, settling beside Mu Qingfeng, casually seizing the gourd to take a swig, only to nearly choke on it. He coughed violently, his face flushing red, scrutinizing the gourd before him. What sort of wine is this? It is bland and tasteless, worse than horse urine. With an expression devoid of emotion, Mu Qingfeng replied indifferently. Do you understand the art of drinking? Somewhat. In the past, whenever I overindulged and continued to drink, it felt as though the wine was akin to horse urine. Utterly distasteful. Alas, if only there were a platform here, I would certainly have you, master. Taste what true fine wine is. Mu Qingfeng's face displayed a mix of astonishment and confusion. In the past? Platform? What nonsense are you spouting? Qin Ming shook his head with a light chuckle. Master, just consider my words as folly. Regardless, after tonight, I shall have no opportunity to speak foolishly again. Shall I? Mu Qingfeng did not respond, his expression gradually turning solemn and regretful. Master, what do you believe is the purpose of life in this world? With a self-deprecating sneer, Mu Qingfeng retorted, to endure solitude. Just like me, your master, who has pursued cultivation to the end, becoming a solitary entity. Family gone, loved ones lost, even a beloved partner vanished. In the end, one can only cling to existence. Qin Ming, puzzled, exhibited a flicker of confusion. Master, did you once have a beloved? As soon as he posed the question, he mentally chastised himself, exclaiming inwardly, Alas, look at my foolish eyes, with your attire. Master, is this not the quintessential appearance of a heartbroken soul? How did I not realize this before? Master, have you experienced a heartbreak? Were you ensnared by sorrow? Qin Ming cautiously probed, while Mu Qingfeng's eyes revealed a glimmer of surprise. He was taken aback by Qin Ming's perceptiveness, even more so by his transformation. Could it be that you have truly awakened to understanding? You can discern that your master is troubled by matters of the heart? A series of dark lines appeared on Qin Ming's forehead as he silently lamented. With those vacant, lifeless eyes of yours, perpetually intoxicated and neglecting your cultivation, lost in thought at every turn and perpetually melancholic at night. This is nothing short of classic heartbreak syndrome. Moreover, 9 times out of 10, it's likely you were the one abandoned. However, outwardly, Qin Ming endeavored to maintain an air of cautious humility. I'm merely guessing. As the age-old adage goes, what is love in this world? That it compels one to sacrifice life and death. Upon hearing this cliché line, Mu Qingfeng's gaze towards Qin Ming transformed. No longer did he regard him as a fool. Instead, there was a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. What a splendid verse. In just 2 short lines, it encapsulates the eternal truth. It resonates deeply within the heart of your master. Ah, young man, you possess a certain perceptiveness, a touch of unruliness, a disregard for conventional norms, yet alas, your intellect seems somewhat lacking. Pray tell, what compelled you to provoke Yining Shue? and to slander the third senior sister and Lin Feng? Sigh. Mu Qingfeng felt a pang of regret. Had this lad attained enlightenment sooner, he might not have descended to such a state. It appeared that Qin Ming discerned Mu Qingfeng's inner thoughts, for he spoke softly, in this life, each individual has their own path to tread. Although my time here has been brief, I find joy in my existence. The troubles I have conjured, I shall bear the consequences. Master, do not take offense. Mu Qingfeng exhaled deeply, engaging in light conversation with Qin Ming, as though he had encountered a kindred spirit. Whether it was the lad's nonchalant demeanor, seemingly at odds with the world, or the heartfelt words exchanged during their confessions, Mu Qingfeng found himself gradually accepting and appreciating him, even desiring to forge a friendship. However, the authority of the sect leader was not to be contested. With the trial assembly imminent, Mu Qingfeng felt powerless. Upon hearing Qin Ming's words, it was as though the shackles of his heart had been loosened. After a brief moment of contemplation, he continued, "Tonight, let us, master and disciple, engage in a delightful discourse. Allow me to share a tale." Qin Ming nodded, his eyes sparkling with eagerness. His eager demeanor as an attentive listener pleased Mu Qingfeng greatly. Initially intending to divulge his entire past, he hesitated out of respect for his role as a master. After a moment's reflection, he opted for a different approach. "Well, I have a friend. Ah, how contrived. Another Clich D opening. What friend could he possibly speak of, if not himself?" "Master, please continue," urged Qin Ming. Mu Qingfeng took a sip of wine, and thus began to recount his story. Chapter 15. The Harvest of Fragrant Pouches. The schemes of Mu Qingfeng. A millennium ago, the Yunlan sect was graced by two venerable ancestors, one known as Yun Che and the other as Yilan, 8,000 years ago. "Master, your tale seems to stretch back quite far, ah?" "Indeed, it does stray a bit far. Let us commence from 30 years past. You see, our Yunlan sect stands as a considerable force within the Eastern immortal domain. Thus, there are certain duties we must undertake to eradicate demons, for it is our duty to safeguard the tranquility of our realm. On one such occasion, a friend of mine was addressing an incident wherein a demon beast had besieged a village and serendipitously encountered a young woman. This woman, of similar age to myself, was spirited, fiery in temperament, and exceedingly assertive. At that time, I was somewhat akin to you, free-spirited and unbound by worldly constraints, leading me to be rather frivolous in both speech and action. Wait a moment, master, was that your friend? Or was it you? Pay heed. Spare the idle chatter." Mu Qingfeng cast an exasperated glance at Qin Ming, his gaze once again drifting into memory. "The young woman was furious, pursuing me all the way to the Yunlan sect. Yet, amidst our prolonged entanglement, we gradually developed feelings for one another. As the saying goes, one does not truly know another without conflict, and quarrels are but expressions of affection. Eventually, we pledged ourselves to one another in secret. However, this affair came to the attention of my senior brother, the sect leader. Upon his inquiries, it was revealed that the woman with whom I had made a secret vow was, in fact, the daughter of a high-ranking leader within the demon clan. Subsequently, she was ensnared by the combined efforts of my senior brother and other disciples, imprisoned within the depths of the abyss. I implored my senior brother to release her, but my pleas fell on deaf ears in time. I found myself at odds with the entire sect for her sake. Who could have anticipated that in the midst of my struggles with the sect, the demon clan would send forth their own to rescue her? She was liberated, yet her brother remains confined within the abyss to this day. Due to my transgressions, that conflict resulted in countless casualties among the disciples of the sect. Even my esteemed master perished in that battle. After my senior brother assumed the position of sect leader, he decreed that I was forbidden from stepping outside the sect ever again. Furthermore, my Qingfeng peak has since been deprived of any cultivation resources, leading to the gradual decline of my disciples. My senior brother believes I was responsible for alerting the demons, claiming that had I not developed feelings for that woman, my master would still be alive. Hence, we have scarcely spoken in 30 years. In retrospect, I acknowledge that there were indeed some questionable aspects to my actions, yet I did not betray the sect. Is it a fault for a man to risk his life for a woman? I failed to comprehend as he spoke with heartfelt emotion. Tears glistened in Mu Qingfeng's eyes. Qin Ming gently placed a hand on Mu Qingfeng's shoulder, offering him the wine gourd beside him, and said, "I believe that in this matter, no one bears any fault. The sect leader is not at fault, nor are the disciples of the sect, nor you, my master. Even the demon clan bears no blame. However, when you all come together, therein lies the error." Mu Qingfeng felt a vague understanding, sensing that Qin Ming's words were imbued with profound meaning. It seemed as though he had grasped something, yet at the same time, he felt as if he had touched nothing at all. "What you imply is, Master, humans and ghosts are on different paths. The same applies to cultivators and the demon clan." Qin Ming continued, interpreting his thoughts. "If everyone is not on the same wavelength, how can there be communication? Cultivation has its own rules, just as the demon clan adheres to its own laws. Yet, these two cannot intersect. When they do converge, they will inevitably transgress the boundaries of all parties involved. Thus, if there is blame to be assigned, it is this world that is at fault. It is this reality that is erroneous." Upon hearing these words, Mu Qingfeng felt a sudden clarity within his heart. "You are right. The fault lies with this world, who decreed that those who cultivate and those of the demon clan cannot fall in love." From Qin Ming's words, Mu Qingfeng experienced an unexpected epiphany. Though he was uncertain of its nature, he felt an urgent matter must be addressed. He must, by all means, ensure the safety of Qin Ming's life. Mu Qingfeng sensed that whether he could rekindle his bond with the woman he cherished, breaking free from the shackles of societal norms, depended significantly on Qin Ming. With this thought, Mu Qingfeng reluctantly produced a fragrant pouch from his storage ring. "Disciple, take this pouch. I do not know if it will prove useful. If it does, remember, it may very well save your life." Chapter 16. The Trial Assembly. He deserves his fate. The following morning dawned bright and sunny. Before descending the mountain, Mu Qingfeng bestowed upon Qin Ming a first-grade storage ring. Though its quality was modest, it was a token of goodwill. He carefully placed all his belongings, the Dark Night Shadow Technique, the Xian Jade free bottle, the fragrant pouch gifted by his master, along with the spirit stones he had acquired, into the storage ring, letting out a sigh of relief. "Master, I am leaving now." Mu Qingfeng leaned against the grand hall's entrance, nodding gently. "Go ahead." As Qin Ming took a few steps, he turned back. "Master, aren't you coming?" Mu Qingfeng's eyes reflected a complex array of emotions. After a moment, he sighed deeply. "I have taken leave from the sect leader. Moreover, having experienced such matters once, I have no desire to endure them again." Mu Qingfeng regarded Qin Ming earnestly and lamented. "Last time, I went personally, yet your senior brother did not return. Today, I shall refrain from attending, as I hope for your safe return." Upon hearing this, gratitude surged within Qin Ming, and he bowed deeply in thanks. "Master, when I return, I will serve you well in your old age." "You little rascal." Qin Ming deftly dodged the light kick aimed at him, retreating down the mountain with a wave of his hand, not daring to look back. At that moment, at Yunlan's sect, Longyan Peak, nearly all the disciples were present, save for those in seclusion or away on errands. The scene was reminiscent of a famous artist's words. It was truly a sea of red banners and a throng of people. Qin Ming understood all too well that this so-called exemplary assembly was merely a euphemism for a trial of his own. During the sect competition, he had publicly teased his senior sister, incited the 3 senior brothers from Ziyun Peak to fight amongst themselves, and subsequently slandered the Yunlan Divine Son, fabricating rumors about the sect's 3 elders. The weight of these transgressions could easily warrant a death sentence. Upon his arrival, the once bustling plaza fell into an immediate hush. For the first time, Qin Ming found himself in the spotlight, feeling both bewildered and flattered by the collective gaze of the crowd. Disciples of Qingfeng Peak, Qin Ming, stepped forward. Elder Miao Juechen, appearing somewhat aged, wielded a whisk with a commanding presence. Cautiously, Qin Ming glanced up, a sense of foreboding washing over him. How did this elder resemble the infamous exterminator so closely? Once all were assembled, Elder Miao Juechen cleared his throat and, casting his gaze downward, spoke in a measured tone. "The decade-long sect competition has concluded, and the victorious disciples have returned from the trial realm. Today, we gather once more to restore the integrity of our sect and uphold its honor. Some disciples, disregarding their own cultivation and decorum, have tarnished our reputation by acting disgracefully in broad daylight, bringing shame upon their seniors and even their masters. Such behavior is a disgrace to our sect. For these disciples, we must establish a counterexample, utilizing our sect's laws and regulations to judge them. Now, let us invite the sect leader to deliver his address. Qin Ming stood before the grand hall, hands clasped behind him, exuding an air of calm and composure. Devoid of any hint of panic, he surveyed the crowd below, where familiar faces mingled with strangers, each gaze directed at him, imbued with a mix of indignation and schadenfreude. Among the throng was Yi Ningxue, the senior sister of the Yunsong sect, and one of the 3 divine children of Yunlan. Surrounding her were several disciples who admired her. Upon witnessing the imminent downfall of Qin Ming, they began to gloat as if avenging their esteemed sister. Sister, this lecherous scoundrel deserves his fate. It's a pity I haven't crossed paths with him. Otherwise, I would gladly see his hands severed, forcing him to apologize on his knees. Indeed, sister, you needn't wear such a sorrowful visage. He is merely a piece of trash. Do not let pity cloud your judgment. Sister, rest assured I, Ruan Yugon, vow to you that if anyone dares to insult you again, I shall be the first to exact vengeance. The cacophony around Yi Ningxue began to wear on her nerves. She had no concern for a cultivator of such lowly stature who had once shown her disrespect. Rather, her thoughts were consumed with the whereabouts of her 7th uncle. Had it not been for his assistance, she would not have attained her current renown as the divine child of Yunlan. Yet, as she scanned the crowd, she found no sign of him, which caused a stir of anxiety within her. However, in a secluded corner to the right of the crowd, a figure remained hidden. Lurking behind the 3rd elder, Lu Juyan, casting furtive glances towards the front of the hall. Did you not vow not to come? Yet here you are, so conspicuously attired. Lu Juyan glanced at the figure, astonished to see her 7th junior brother looking so impeccably groomed for the first time in 30 years. Alas, still unable to quell your worries. Are you? Sneaking over to take a peek, she remarked with a light laugh as she appraised him. But with your appearance, it seems you are not merely here for a fleeting glance. If the sect leader truly intends to strip your precious disciple of his powers or worse, you wouldn't be contemplating a rescue, would you? After all, he did call me master. For the sake of my disciple's life, I must take the risk. Lu Jian's surprise was palpable. What enchantment has that lad cast upon you? To evoke such concern from a master who typically remains indifferent to the fates of her disciples? My interest in your apprentice grows ever stronger. Chapter 17. Is the system stirring trouble again? Confronting the sect leader, Qin Ming stood before the grand hall, utterly oblivious to the events unfolding below. However, he could surmise that none among the disciples gathered to witness the spectacle wished for his survival. Moments later, the leader of Yunlan's sect, Su Yuan Yi, stepped forward with deliberate grace. Clad in plain robes, he was of short stature with a prominent nose and piercing eyes. His kind visage bore an undeniable air of authority. To Qin Ming, he resembled nothing less than a venerable sage. Today marks a significant occasion for our Yunlan sect. I wish to take this opportunity to impress upon all disciples and elders present a crucial matter. Certain actions come with consequences. Just as a decade ago, a disciple from Qin Ming Peak breached our rules. Of course, 30 years prior, it was still Qin Ming Peak. As for who it was, I shall refrain from elaborating. Our esteemed Yunlan sect, established for a millennium, must not tarnish its reputation and honor due to the misdeeds of a few disciples. Today, should you dare to disrespect your seniors or bring shame upon your masters within our sect, rest assured, upon stepping beyond the gates of Yunlan's sect, you would likely commit far graver transgressions. The disgrace is not solely yours. It is a stain upon the honor of Yunlan's sect. The disciples remained silent, some appearing indifferent, while others harbored resentment, vowing to hold accountable those who would sully the sect's reputation. Qin Ming stood expressionless on the stage, exuding an air of indifference akin to that of a pig unperturbed by boiling water, eliciting headshakes from Elder Mo Wangchun and Elders Wujigong. Alas, the sect is in misfortune. He remains unrepentant. Who would have thought that Qin Feng Peak would inherit such a detrimental tradition? The seventh elder finds himself powerless. His reckless attitude, akin to a shattered vessel, might influence the disciples. Hence, a series of events have unfolded. As he appears to be in rebellion against the sect leader, Mu Qinfeng, though hiding behind Lu Juran, absorbed every word uttered by sect leader Su Yuanyi. Seventh junior brother, it seems the sect leader's animosity towards you has only intensified. Mu Qinfeng scoffed lightly, perceiving the leader's moral high ground as mere baseless reproach. Those who have not experienced another's plight should refrain from advising them on righteousness. Should a day come when he faces the circumstances I once endured, I wonder if he would choose to preserve himself or sacrifice for another's salvation. Moreover, he was aware of the resources he had unlawfully appropriated under the guise of his leadership. Let him not think I am oblivious to his actions. Lu Juran raised an eyebrow, casting a meaningful glance at Mu Qinfeng. Words lingered at the tip of her tongue, but were slowly swallowed back. Some truths, though understood by all, remained unspoken, festering silently within. Qin Ming stood on the platform, a picture of bewilderment, his gaze fixed on the leader's incessant monologue. Suddenly lost in a reverie. This scene bore an uncanny resemblance to an annual summary meeting held by company executives back on Blue Star. Just as he began to feel weary, the familiar voice of the system echoed in his mind once more. System, task of confronting the sect leader completed. The requirement is to stand firm and not retreat. Reward, supreme martial arts, the art of boundless freedom. Characteristics, it allows the practitioner to materialize their imagined martial techniques. Qin Feng felt somewhat speechless, seemingly becoming a bit numb. Is this still happening? Are they determined to play me to the end? System, we are the rebellious system. And from our perspective, completing these tasks is your rightful path. Why not have a task where you transform into a human and stab me to death with a sword? It would be easy for me, and you would save trouble. Am I some courtesan? System, detected that the host's willingness to accept the task is weak. The system has decided to shorten it. I know, shorten my manhood by 5 centimeters. Don't threaten me with my vulnerabilities. System, the system has decided to shorten the host's manhood by 20 centimeters. Initiating. What the hell? 20 centimeters? Are you implying that I have to give you an extra 2 centimeters? System, detected that the host seems to be exaggerating, so what nonsense is that? Enough. I'm scared of you. I beg for mercy. Isn't that enough? Qin Ming reluctantly pressed the accept task button, his eyes gradually becoming playful. Today was originally a day of judgment for me. Even if I die, I will make sure to disgust you. If I die, I become a ghost. If I win, I become a god. After making up his mind, Qin Ming suddenly smiled mysteriously, raising his hand and taking a step forward amidst the crowd's gaze. I believe the sect leader is mistaken. You can judge me and punish me, but shouldn't he, the disciples, also be allowed the right to self-defense? Chapter 18. Sophistry. The artful application of success principles. The leader, Su Yuan, furrowed his brow slightly, a hint of discontent brewing within. The right to self-defense? If one seeks to justify their transgressions, there is no need for such pretenses. In a mere exchange of 2 sentences, the dialogue unfolded amidst the bewilderment and mental paralysis of all disciples present. According to the grim precedent set by a hapless senior brother a decade ago, a disciple who erred could only stand rigidly to face punishment, subsequently drowning in tears of remorse as they accepted the sect's retribution, whether that meant life or death, or a fate worse than death. How is it possible that someone dares to oppose the leader now, to challenge him? Who is this audacious youth, so formidable that he does not flinch even before the leader? It seems this lad intends to navigate fewer obstacles. Given his past misdeeds combined with his disrespect towards the leader, he has consciously chosen to become a paragon of virtue 18 years hence. The brief exchange sparked whispers among the disciples below. The once somber leader, who had monopolized the discourse, now faced an individual brave enough to confront him. Some disciples even wore expressions of eager anticipation, genuinely curious to witness the myriad ways in which Qin Ming might provoke his own downfall. In the distance, Mu Qinfeng observed the scene with a disdainful snort, though an involuntary smile crept onto his lips. "My dear disciple, it must be you." Unfazed by the leader's imposing presence, Qin Ming scoffed. "What? Are you afraid to let me speak in my own defense, fearing I might sway you? Or does the esteemed leader wish to wield his lofty status to oppress a lowly disciple? Just moments ago, had he not proclaimed that we are a millennial-old sect? How can a millennium-old organization possess such narrow-mindedness? Are we not afforded the chance for explanation? Where is the vision, the reputation, the prestige?" His few words rendered the elders and deacons speechless, exchanging glances, their brows furrowed as if they had misheard. Even the disciples below erupted in a brief cacophony, which quickly dissipated under the leader's stern gaze. Clearly, the leader and the elders were unaccustomed to facing opposition, appearing somewhat flustered by the unfolding scene. To deny him the opportunity for defense would indeed reflect a lack of vision. Yet, to allow him to defend himself seemed unnecessary. Who would engage with a corpse in a charnel house? Perceiving the effectiveness of his previous remarks, Qin Ming pressed on. "In our Yunlan sect, there are a total of 437 disciples. Do you comprehend the distinction between us and those grand sects boasting thousands of disciples? It is vision. It is inclusivity. It is philanthropy." The leader, suppressing his fury, interrupted Qin Ming with a dark expression, his tone icy. "Very well. Today, I grant you an opportunity to defend yourself. Let us see if you can turn black into white." Qin Ming smirked inwardly. In the Blue Star, he was a master at manipulating narratives. "Allow me to demonstrate to you the pinnacle of brainwashing and sophistry, the quintessence of success principles. Thank you, esteemed leader, for this opportunity. Let us now envision a scenario. A person whose strength surpasses yours by several magnitudes intends to end your life. Will you sit idly by, or will you seek to resist? If, like me, you choose to fight back, what might be the most effective method of attack? Remember, you have but a single opportunity. A misstep could lead to your irreversible demise. Some have suggested the appropriate means of retaliation. You are absolutely correct. The strategy entails targeting their vulnerable areas and ensuring a decisive strike. I yearn to survive, employing whatever means necessary, even if it appears brazen. Yet such actions are merely a means of preserving my life. Is it wrong for me to desire to live? The crowd below fell into contemplation. As cultivators, we occasionally find ourselves in such dire predicaments. In the name of survival, we might resort to even more despicable tactics than those described by Qin Ming. Yet none would dare label such actions as frivolous or lewd. Even the usually stern elder Miao Juechen displayed a flicker of uncertainty in her gaze. "No, this is mere sophistry. Can the peril of life and death truly be compared to the grand sect competition?" Miao Juechen was the first to regain her senses, prompting the sect leader and other elders to finally comprehend the situation, nearly led astray by this young man. With a smirk at the corner of his lips, Qin Ming let out a cold snort, asserting that in the sect competition, everyone vies for cultivation resources. Those invaluable resources are akin to our rebirth parents. Is it wrong to employ any means necessary to secure more of these nurturing resources? Upon concluding his statement, Qin Ming continued his argument before the leader and the assembly could respond. "What perplexes me most is the attitude of the sect towards us, the failed disciples, post-competition. Our lack of resources for cultivation is already a tragic plight. Why can we not receive encouragement? We simply wish to improve. Must we face threats of violence for striving to do our utmost? Are we disciples of inferior cultivation merely treated as stepchildren?" His words prompted the sect leader and the elder to once again ponder deeply. However, they resonated profoundly with the lower-tier disciples who shared Qin Ming's standing. Indeed, viewed in this light, it seems the sect treats us unjustly. If I had resources akin to Brother Lin's support, I too could excel among the younger generation. Is it excessive to employ any means necessary to win and secure resources? Surely, it cannot be that the officials may indulge in misconduct while the common folk are forbidden from lighting their own lamps. I have heard that the sect leader forcibly appropriated some exceedingly precious resources for his beloved granddaughter. Beloved granddaughter? Who might that be? Are you referring to Sister Su Yao? Have you lost your mind, speaking such words? The square below buzzed with chatter. The previously one-sided discussion nearly turned into a deadlock thanks to Qin Ming's words. Our Yunlan sect has stood for a millennium. Imagine if we were to broaden our perspectives and exhibit some leniency towards errant disciples. What would the outcome be? Those who falter, those who betray, could be generously rewarded with boundless cultivation resources, resulting in those steadfastly loyal to the sect receiving tenfold, even 100-fold, resources in return. With the disciples unwaveringly loyal, how far could we be from a sect with 1,000 disciples? Let the applause resound. Chapter 19. You're truly gifted, yet you must perish. Qin Ming's unconventional rhetoric genuinely resonated with certain empathetic disciples. Their hearts surged with emotion as they gazed upon him, their disdain transforming into admiration. For reasons inexplicable, an overwhelming desire to applaud overtook me as well. Qin Ming boldly confronted the sect leader, leaving everyone present in a state of bewilderment. Some even stirred with excitement. Particularly, in the distance, Lu Ju stared in disbelief at Mu Qingfeng, 7th junior brother. Did you not claim that your disciple was inarticulate and lacked eloquence? Yet, the sect leader and the elder have not interjected with even a single punctuation mark. Mu Qingfeng found himself at a loss for words, merely swallowing hard as his throat quivered, uncertain of what to express. Perhaps it was a fleeting moment of clarity, an opportunity to articulate thoughts long left unvoiced. However, based on my understanding of the sect leader, whether or not he uttered those words would not alter the outcome. Sect leader Su Yuan regarded Qin Ming with an icy demeanor, never having anticipated that Yunlan sect would possess such a loquacious disciple. Qin Ming's convoluted arguments nearly ensnared him. Qin Ming, I concede that you possess remarkable talent. Alas, rules are rules. If I were to make an exception for you, how could I govern the other disciples in the future? Qin Ming scoffed dismissively. So was my effort in vain? Did you truly comprehend my words? The sect leader exchanged glances with the elder, disregarding Qin Ming's retort, and they both nodded in unison. Today's events had taken an unexpected turn, yet it mattered not. Our Yunlan sect embraces all, and we shall not forsake those of lesser cultivation. As for the matter of resource allocation, I will confer with the elders in due course. Today's trial is a matter of life and death for the disciples of Qingfeng Peak. I have just conferred with the elder and have reached a punitive decision. Qin Ming, as the sect leader, I acknowledge your excellence in certain respects. Yet you must still face death. However, unlike before, I shall not strip you of your cultivation or destroy your foundation. Your recent words have indeed served as a wake-up call for me. Therefore, I shall grant you a dignified demise. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming felt no regret. Rather, a profound sense of relaxation enveloped him, a state of relief. After all, I had spoken at length, my voice nearly worn out, believing that change was possible. Who would have thought that the sect leader held the ultimate veto power? This contest was fundamentally skewed. As the sect leader concluded his pronouncement, a murmur of discontent rippled through the plaza. Those disciples who had just empathized with Qin Ming shed tears of regret for him. A farce was on the verge of concluding. Just as all awaited the sect leader's declaration of the assembly's end, a dark figure suddenly leaped to the forefront of the hall. Sect leader, wait. I have something to say. Mu Qingfeng cast a knowing glance at Qin Ming before turning his gaze to sect leader Su Yuan, his demeanor transforming into one of calmness and detachment. Master, Qin Ming wished to speak. It was abruptly interrupted by Mu Qingfeng's raised hand. 7th junior brother, after observing from the sidelines for so long, have you finally chosen to reveal yourself? The sect leader, Su Yuan, exhibited no surprise at Mu Qingfeng's appearance, but rather felt a complex, indescribable emotion stirring within him. What can I say? You intend to harm my disciple, and as his master, I must intervene. Do you truly believe there will be a favorable outcome? Is it worth it for such a disciple? Are you not concerned that a disciple like this might sow the seeds of disaster for the Yunlan sect? Meanwhile, Yining Xue, who had remained silent below, felt a warmth gradually return to her cool demeanor upon witnessing the arrival of 7th uncle. 7th uncle, have I caused you distress? She murmured, biting her lip, suppressing her inner grievances, as if grappling with a difficult decision. Were it not for the fact that Qin Ming was Mu Qingfeng's only disciple, Yi Ningxue would have 1,000 ways to eliminate him. However, due to Mu Qingfeng's influence, she also had myriad reasons to spare him. At the very least, she had never contemplated wishing for Qin Ming's demise. She merely desired that he face the consequences of his actions. Seeds of disaster? Mu Qingfeng scoffed suddenly. 30 years ago, you claimed that Wu Tsangyue was the root of all calamities. Yet, had you not provoked her, how could the demon race have launched an assault? How could she then be deemed a source of disaster? In your eyes, does being part of the demon race automatically condemn one, regardless of their nature? Are there no virtuous beings among the demons? And are there no malevolent ones among humanity? Disappointment and sorrow filled Mu Qingfeng's eyes. Sect leader brother, you consistently measure right and wrong by your own standards. Is this judgment fair to those being judged? Sujuandius norted coldly. Flicking his sleeves as he clasped his hands behind his back, his expression a mixture of authority and calm. What constitutes fairness? Preventing the foundation of our millennia-old sect from crumbling in an instant is fairness to me. Even the slightest chance of that must be eradicated at its inception. Mu Qingfeng shook his head. That is your sense of fairness, but not mine. Sect leader brother, I do not wish to argue. Today, spare Qin Ming. I will bear the responsibility for his transgressions as his master. Upon hearing these words, astonishment swept across the faces of all the elders present. Old 7, he wishes to bear the burden for his disciple? Could it be that the fearless warrior from 30 years ago had returned? Su Yuanyi was momentarily taken aback by this declaration. Such words had not graced his ears in 30 years, leading him to believe that time had dulled Mu Qingfeng's spirit and pride. Of course, you may refuse. However, should you decline, I may very well repeat the events of 30 years ago. Mu Qingfeng fixed his gaze upon Su Yuanyi, his eyes clear and resolute, devoid of any wavering. Su Yuanyi, in turn, pressed his lips together, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. Just as the two were at an impasse, a white silhouette suddenly leapt up from the square below. The disciple willingly accepts the shared burden of Master Qi's transgressions. Chapter 20, A Favor Returned. I accept the punishment. The figure of Yi Ningxu appeared before the Grand Hall. All the disciples below wore expressions of astonishment. Even the somewhat reclusive Lin Feng furrowed his brow. Xuya, do not act recklessly. You must not interfere in this matter. The master of Su Xia Peak, Ling Mohan, while serving as the fourth elder of the Yunlan sect, typically remained exceedingly low profile. Whether during the sect's grand competition or this judgment assembly, she maintained her composure, embodying tranquility and passivity. Now, witnessing Yi Ningxu's involvement, a flicker of anger ignited in her brow. Master, this matter originated because of me. I cannot allow Uncle Shi Qi to be punished. Yi Ningxu, with her ethereal beauty and ruby lips, spoke with resolute clarity from her icy, frost-like eyes. Mu Qingfeng regarded Yi Ningxu with a complex expression, a fleeting glimmer of gratitude shining in his eyes, though it vanished as quickly as it appeared. Years ago, he had aided Yi Ningxu in merging her deeply concealed and perilously formidable ice heart mystic veins, a mere trifling act on his part. Yet, unexpectedly, she had transformed misfortune into fortune, rising to prominence as the divine son of Yunlan. Qin Ming initially sought only to fulfill his system task, but found the situation becoming increasingly intricate. At this moment, the progress bar of the system task in his mind displayed a faint glimmer of 99 completion, indicating that there remained a solitary requirement unmet, though its nature eluded him. Ningxu, thank you for your kindness, but this matter does not concern you. You may withdraw. Mu Qingfeng's voice was low, imbued with an unassailable authority, dousing Yi Ningxu's fervent heart with a sudden chill. Nevertheless, she defiantly lifted her nose, persisting, Uncle Shi Qi, rest assured. Whatever punishment the sect leader imposes upon you, I shall accept the same for myself. You need not bear any burden. Swear, do not act foolishly. Depart at once. The fourth elder, Ling Mohan, witnessing Yi Ningxu's defiance, spoke with rising urgency. Enough. If this continues, others may become entangled. The typically silent sect leader, Su Yuan, finally interjected, a hint of displeasure flickering in his eyes. Today's affair is to trace back to the roots and uphold the sect's honor, not to settle personal debts among you. If you insist on pleading for Qin Ming without regard for the consequences, or wish to bear the entirety of his punishment, you must willingly forfeit your cultivation. The sect leader's words were cold and merciless, plunging the already awkward atmosphere into further frostiness. Upon hearing this, Mu Qingfeng, Yiningshu, and the assembled elders stood frozen in place. The phrase willingly forfeit one's cultivation, though merely 6 words, struck the hearts of those present like tumultuous waves. It was akin to demanding them to commit self-castration. How many would dare to take such a drastic step? Qin Ming's unreasonable defense had already incited ire in sect leader Su Yuan, and now, with the disruptions from Mu Qingfeng and Yiningshu, he felt his authority and dignity were being undermined. Thus, he articulated this irrevocable decree. At this moment, the disciples gathered below in the square felt their hearts leap into their throats. To be frank, their concern did not lie with Mu Qingfeng's well-being or with Qin Ming's fate. Rather, the prospect of Yi Ningxue willingly relinquishing her cultivation was akin to a death sentence for her. If the goddess were to perish, how could the sycophants endure? Witnessing the atmosphere reach an icy impasse, Qin Ming cleared his throat and spoke in a calm tone. Master, your regard for me is enough to fulfill my life as purpose. This matter should be resolved by me. Silence. Mu Qingfeng's attitude was resolute, allowing no room for Qin Ming's dissent. Observing Mu Qingfeng's unwavering stance, Yi Ningxue's previously indecisive thoughts finally crystallized into resolution. Sect Master, this incident ultimately stemmed from my actions. If I do not pursue Qin Ming's accountability, does that mean he shall not face death? Yi Ningxue's expression was earnest as she addressed Sect Master Su Yuani. The rationale behind her words was straightforward. If I do not pursue it, Qin Ming shall live. If he lives, then the 7th elder shall not bear punishment, nor shall she face difficulty. Upon hearing these words, not only was Sect Master Su Yuani taken aback, but all present, including the disciples below, were left utterly bewildered. What on earth was happening? In the end, had the senior sister chosen to forgive? What was the point of a trial then? Sect Master Su Yuani's face flushed crimson, nearly on the verge of exploding with fury. He had never anticipated that Yi Ningxue would voluntarily spare someone who had once provoked him. Yi Ningxue, you must think carefully about what you are saying. This is no longer solely your affair. Moreover, the 3rd elder, Lu Jian, is also implicated. Before he could finish, Lu Jian appeared gracefully before the hall. She crossed her arms, her soft red lips curling into a faint smile, her enchanting gaze appraising Qin Ming with keen interest. Sect Master, I have no objections. If I wish to kill him, there is no need for haste. Seeing the situation spiral out of control, Sect Master Su Yuani's internal fury was on the cusp of eruption. What was happening? Were all of you truly willing to oppose me for the sake of a lowly disciple with poor character? At that moment, the Grand Elder Miao Juechen also sensed that something was amiss and quickly sent a message to Sect Master Su Yuani. In the midst of the oppressive atmosphere, the two finally devised a temporary strategy of compromise. Very well. Sect Master Su Yuani sighed deeply, begrudgingly stating, since the victim does not seek retribution, then Qin Ming's culpability shall also. Before he could complete his sentence, a clear, ringing voice interrupted him. Wait. Qin Ming gently stretched his limbs, his gaze resolute. Sect Master, I understand what you are about to say. However, are the rules of our sect to be treated as trifles? Can punishment simply be enacted or revoked at whim? Sect Master, it is only today that I have come to realize that the decline of our sect's decorum is not due to disciples like us, but rather from your high and mighty leadership. As the leader of a sect, how could he be threatened by several elders and disciples? Where is the dignity of the sect? Where is the honor of the leader? Su Yuan, the sect leader, blinked in astonishment, his expression one of bewilderment upon hearing such words. What on earth is this little rascal Qin Ming up to? Is he intent on opposing me at every turn? Since the leader has already announced the punishment, it must be enforced. I accept the consequences. Furthermore, Sister Yi, I do not require your pity. I care not whether your intentions are for my sake or for my masteress. I shall bear the weight of my own actions. Upon uttering these words, the progress bar of the system task in Qin Ming's mind finally displayed a completion of 100. He let out a long sigh of relief. This damn task was finally completed. Swiftly, he drew a dagger from his bosom and, in a flash, plunged it into his own chest. Blood sprayed forth, blossoming in the air like an indomitable flower. Qin Ming's tone was faint, almost ethereal. Sister Yi, this favor I will return it to you. We are now even. Chapter 21. Into the Tiger's Den. The secrets of the abyssal pool. Darkness. An impenetrable obscurity devoid of light. Everything surrounding him felt both warm and frigid, as though he were ensconced within an immense bubble of water. Qin Ming tightly shut his eyes, spread his limbs wide, and surrendered his body to the depths. An infinite descent. Fortunately, all sensation of pain had vanished. The blood at his chest appeared to have dried, no longer flowing, and even the wound itself had curiously disappeared without a trace. Am I alive or dead? Where's this place? Hello, dog system, are you still there? In his mind, there was no response, until Qin Ming lost consciousness, ultimately plunging to the bottom of the pool one day later. Yunlan's sect, Qin Feng Peak. 7th junior brother. So this entire scenario was a trap you meticulously orchestrated in advance, correct? There was no other choice, 3rd senior sister. If we wish for him to survive, we must force the sect leader to send him to that place, the abyssal pool. How clever of you to conceive such a plan. That place is no less tormenting than hell itself. One T that 5th level beast devour him whole. That will depend on his fate. I can assist him no further. However, his attempt to take his own life with a dagger was entirely unexpected. This little rascal nearly disrupted my entire scheme. Are you so confident that the sect leader will act according to your design? What if you fail? I admit there is an element of chance in my gamble, yet I have succeeded. Although there are countless variables, it has ultimately unfolded as I wished, however. What surprised me most was the sudden appearance of Yi Ningshuehumph, 7th junior brother. Do you think she may have misunderstood something? She is merely a year younger than your precious disciple, and has already reached the age of budding romance. I am not at all surprised by her actions. Alas, let's not discuss her any further. 3rd senior sister, I feel that the behavior of the Grand Elder has been rather peculiar lately. Please advise your female disciples to exercise caution. I have an unsettling feeling that something ominous is about to transpire. You are a harbinger of misfortune. You should focus on praying for your precious disciple, whose fate remains uncertain, rather than concerning yourself with others. I'm leaving. 3rd senior sister, are you departing so soon? Shall we not share a drink? Do visit often meanwhile at Yunlan's sect behind the Longyun Peak. There exists a forbidden area where no disciple of the sect is permitted to tread, not even the divine son of Yunlan. At this moment, deep within this forbidden place, a grand ceremony was underway. In a secluded paradise of peach blossoms, there lay a dark stone dining table. Surrounding the table, pink petals were strewn about, and in the midst of these petals, an array of fruits lay haphazardly piled. Among these fruits, a man lay supine, his upper body bare, eyes tightly closed, oblivious to his own state. Before the table, a busy figure moved about, barefoot and clad in a purple robe, tall yet somewhat stooped, with a rugged visage that bore a lively expression, merrily arranging the dishes while humming a cheerful tune. Upon his head, the bun appeared rather sparse, and his body exuded an unnaturally pallid hue, with intricate veins distinctly visible beneath the tattered robe that intermittently obscured and revealed them. It had been far too long since he savored the taste of human flesh. Ha ha ha, what a divine feast this is. The man swept a hand through his disheveled hair, only to accentuate the barren expanse atop his head. Cough, cough. Just as the man in the purple robe reveled in the anticipation of the impending gastronomic delight, the man upon the table began to rouse slowly. Stay still. Just a moment longer, he urged. Where am I? This is the abyssal depths. How is it that you are unaware? Why am I lying here? Who are you? He. Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that you have arrived, and I am quite exhilarated. The man on the table attempted to move, but his body felt weak and unresponsive. Are you planning to consume me? What a crude notion. It should be termed enjoyment, not consumption. How vulgar of you. Could you spare me? I can offer anything in exchange. Anything? Aside from this delectable body of yours. What else do you possess? Now, I shall endeavor to be gentle. It won't hurt. Though the man on the table could not move, his mind raced with thoughts. The abyssal depths. This must still be within the confines of the Yunlan sect, right? Yes, within the Yunlan sect. Are you a disciple of the Yunlan sect? The man in the purple robe, while contemplating where to strike, casually replied, I am a disciple of the Yunlan sect. My name is Qin Ming. My master is Mu Qingfeng. The purple-robed man, suddenly electrified with excitement, began to glide his hands across Qin Ming's body. Just as he aimed for the heart, poised to plunge the knife down, the last words caught him off guard, rendering him momentarily speechless. Clang! The knife slipped from his grasp, and he began to spiral into madness. The purple-robed man's eyes sank deep, clutching Qin Ming's body as he trembled with fervor. You say, you are the disciple of whom? Of the Yunlan sect, the sole disciple of Mu Qingfeng, Qin Ming. The purple-robed man comprehended this time, yet he suddenly erupted into maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha! Truly, the heavens have eyes. The heavens have eyes. Sister, I cannot slay that ungrateful wretch myself, but today I shall extinguish his cherished disciple. My dear sister, the day I have awaited has finally arrived. Ha ha ha! I can avenge you with my own hands. Chapter 22. Instant Mastery. Enlightenment of the Cosmic Freedom Technique. Digging grass. What is this situation? It would have been better had he not revealed his identity. How is it that, after speaking, he dies even faster? Senior weight. Qin Ming, unable to move, was drenched in sweat, his anxiety palpable. Show some mercy. I have a gift to present. The previously despondent demeanor of the man in the purple robe vanished in an instant. His imposing stature and robust chest exuded an aura of rugged strength. What gift could you possibly present? I have waited 30 years for this opportunity. At this moment, if I do not slay you, would it not tarnish the illustrious reputation of my demon beast clan? Kid, relax. I could easily stab you 1,000 times. It won't be too torturous. The man in the purple robe gritted his teeth, his eyes gradually filling with a crimson hue. He licked his cracked lips and slowly raised his hands, preparing to plunge the dagger into Qin Ming's chest. Just as the blade was about to descend, suddenly, Qin Ming felt a resonance from the night shadow technique in his mind. Simultaneously, the skill of instantaneous mastery nearly absorbed and melded with the entire essence of the night shadow technique in an instant. However, this technique is divided into 4 stages, and with his current cultivation, he could only integrate with the first stage of shadow following. Just as the knife was about to fall, a primal force suddenly broke through the shackles of his meridians, flowing into his limbs with overwhelming might. Qin Ming's heart leaped with joy. His previously rigid and powerless body instantly became agile and responsive. Shadow following. At the moment the sharp blade grazed his skin, Qin Ming's form vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he was already 10 meters away. Oh my goodness! The man in the purple robe was startled by this sudden change. His crimson eyes widened, seemingly unable to believe the reality before him. You kid, you have some tricks up your sleeve? Qin Ming finally exhaled, yet beads of sweat continued to trickle down his forehead. You nearly scared me to death. Fortunately, I reacted in time, otherwise. Before he could finish his sentence, Qin Ming's brows knitted tightly as he suddenly realized that the man in the purple robe had also vanished without a trace. In the next moment, a gust of wind rushed from behind him. Bang! The force, as overwhelming as a mountain, struck his shoulder blade, sending Qin Ming flying several meters. However, he merely rolled on the ground a few times without sustaining any serious internal injuries. Oh, how intriguing! The man in the purple robe glanced curiously at his own fist, a deep interest slowly blooming in his eyes. Though he had not exerted his full strength, that punch was sufficient to flatten a lower-level cultivator into a pulp. Yet, this kid merely ruffled his hair. This is impossible. You are clearly only at the first layer of the initial profound realm. How can you withstand such blows? Qin Ming exhaled deeply, his heart pounding with trepidation. Fortunately, he had swiftly activated the 3rd-grade treasure, the silkworm jade armor, to protect himself. Otherwise, he feared he would have been reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. Esteemed elder, please do not act rashly. If this truly is the abyss of the underworld, I have a gift to present. At this moment, Qin Ming had begun to vaguely comprehend the intention behind the fragrant pouch his master, Mu Qin Feng, had gifted him. However, the old stubborn man before him had eyes ablaze with fury, utterly impervious to reason. What nonsense! What gift could you possibly offer me? Your very life is the best gift you can provide. A bitter taste welled up within Qin Ming, and he sighed, shaking his head. It seemed he had no choice but to fight. But what could he use to defend himself? He had only just embarked on the path of cultivation, his abilities barely scraping the surface at the initial stage of the Xian realm. His master hadn't even had the chance to select a technique for him before he was dispatched to this wretched place. It must be noted that the creature before him was a 5th-grade superior demon beast. Qin Ming found himself in a predicament. Yet the onslaught from the violet-clad figure showed no signs of abating. All he could do was rely on his 3rd-grade treasure and the newly learned skill of shadow, following to escape in a disheveled manner. This, however, could not be a long-term solution. With such limited strength, he would inevitably exhaust his energy. If he lagged even slightly, or if the silkworm jade armor were to shatter, his life would be in jeopardy. Thus, he resolved to make a desperate stand. In a fleeting moment of contemplation, Qin Ming evoked a skill that could be mastered in an instant, grasping the essence of the divine martial technique. Heaven and earth unfettered. Upon completion of his comprehension, for succinct characters glimmered in his mind, radiating a soft golden light. The Tao is formless. As the saying goes, the shorter the phrase, the grander the matter. Suddenly, Qin Ming felt an invisible force guiding him. His mind began to conjure the extraordinary martial techniques he had once fantasized about while perusing various fantastical novels. Great Wasteland Prison Sky Finger, Qin Ming shouted with fervor, his demeanor turning solemn. In his imagination, a translucent finger would descend from the heavens, subduing the 5th-grade demon beast before him. He would stand proudly, hands on hips, laughing heartily atop the beast's body. However, reality had a way of delivering a sharp slap to the face. After his fervent shout, his slender, pale finger inadvertently landed squarely on the chest of the violet-robed man. Unfortunately, the trajectory was slightly off, striking the rosy spot just to the left. Oof. The violet-robed man shuddered, every hair on his body standing on end, releasing a muffled grunt as he was propelled backward with great force. You little rascal. So, you enjoy this kind of thing, do you? You pervert. Fantasies are often grand, while reality can be stark. With his meager cultivation level, Qin Ming lacked the spiritual energy to support the execution of martial techniques. Even if he could solidify his imagined skills, they would inflict no harm whatsoever. If it weren't for the suddenness of that moment, the man in the purple robe would have been taken aback, likely realizing that he had once again fallen prey, destined to become a sumptuous feast on the dining table. Upon regaining his composure, Qin Ming felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He waved his hand awkwardly and said, "Senior, that was a misunderstanding. Please do not take it to heart." Misunderstanding? Come now, let me misunderstand you as well. The purple-robed man, filled with indignation, pointed accusingly at Qin Ming while cautiously advancing. Observing the peculiar actions of this eccentric individual, as well as their previous struggle, a flicker of doubt sparked within Qin Ming's mind. Before him stood a formidable creature, a 5th-grade superior demon beast, equivalent to a human cultivator at the 7th layer of the Junxian realm. Why, then, had such a powerful being failed to breach even the 3rd-grade defensive treasure, the silkworm jade armor, with a single blow? It was worth noting that even Lin Feng, a fellow disciple at the 7th layer of the Tong Xian realm, had managed to shatter this 3rd-grade treasure with a mere sword strike, leaving a crack in its surface. Could it be that beneath the depths of the abyssal chasm, this demon beast's cultivation and strength were being forcibly suppressed? Chapter 23. Minor Harm. Severe Insult. Upon reaching this thought, Qin Ming suddenly felt a surge of courage. He let out a light chuckle, a hint of disdain and provocation dancing at the corners of his lips. I must say, esteemed elder, are not the demon clans renowned for their prowess? Is this truly the extent of your abilities? You cannot even handle a mere disciple at the initial stage of the profound realm. The man in the purple robe visibly faltered at these words. Clearly, Qin Ming had struck at the very heart of his greatest vulnerability. Had it not been for the overwhelming boredom and isolation in the depths of the nether abyss, he would never have resorted to the reckless act of channeling his vast, profound energy to create an ethereal space. Although this space was small, it had drained over 80% of his cultivation. The current form he occupied was a hollow furrowed, appearing formidable but bereft of true strength. His actual power likely fell short of even the true profound realm. Moreover, what troubled him most was the chilling force of the nether abyss, which exerted a severe suppression on his bloodline, preventing him from fully recovering over the past 30 years. The eyelids of the man in purple involuntarily twitched, and his temper flared. Enough of your nonsense. I could crush you, an insignificant insect, with just a finger. With that, he concentrated all his profound energy into his palms and feet, launching himself towards Qin Ming like a streak of sword light. Yet, Qin Ming remained unperturbed, humming a tune reminiscent of the martial arts films he had once watched, softly chanting, "Compassionate palm." The man in purple missed his strike once more, while Qin Ming's agile form danced like a wraith, evading his every attempt, akin to using a cannon to swat a mosquito, utterly ineffective. Conversely, Qin Ming, with his ghostly agility, delivered the compassionate palm again and again, lightly slapping the purple-robed man's face. Goodness! Oh my goodness! Though this technique bore no real force, the humiliating nature of these slaps rattled the man's pride, sending him into a rage. Indeed, the harm was minimal, yet the insult was profoundly impactful. An hour later, Qin Ming's strength had nearly waned. However, in his impulsive fury, the man in purple had exhausted all his energy as well. I swear I will tear you to shreds. The man in purple was now weak and breathless, while Qin Ming, panting heavily, continued to hurl taunts. Come on, come and catch me. Tear me to pieces. I refuse to believe you can seize me. If you do manage to catch me, I shall let you have your way. The sight of Qin Ming's smug expression nearly made the man in purple explode with rage. Yet despite his fury, his strength no longer permitted him to continue this reckless assault. Damn it, I can't fight anymore. If you have the guts, let me rest for a moment. The man's complexion had turned pale, devoid of any color, and the once mighty form of his had wilted in an instant. He collapsed to the ground, arms splayed, allowing the delicate pink petals to fall upon his chest, rising and falling with each labored breath. As Qin Ming observed that the man in the purple robe had truly become immobilized, he gradually approached, settling himself on the ground about 5 meters away. From his storage ring, he retrieved a delicate purple pouch exuding a faint, enchanting fragrance. Hey, turn your head and take a look. Do you recognize this? The once weak purple-robed man, upon seeing the pouch, immediately sprang upright. The familiar color, the well-known pattern, that evocative scent. How could you possess something made by my sister? Needless to say, I have already informed you that I possess something of significance. Yet you chose to disregard my words. So, are you now interested in an earnest conversation? The purple-robed man shot Qin Ming a resentful glance before instinctively assessing his own condition. Reluctantly, he nodded. I am curious to hear what pearls of wisdom might emerge from your canine mouth. With a sigh of relief, Qin Ming lowered his guard and began to speak slowly. Why did your demeanor turn hostile upon learning that I am a disciple of Mu Qing Feng? Did he wrong you in some way? He has not wronged me. He has wronged my sister. Oh, you imply that my master has wronged your masteress lady? What leads you to this assertion? Qin Ming retorted, casting an incredulous look at the purple-robed man. My master has risked his life and confronted the entire sect for her. Moreover, he once attempted to rescue her. His devotion to her so profound that he is now scorned by the entire sect. I fail to comprehend how you can claim he wronged her. The purple-robed man glared at Qin Ming, his resentment still palpable. With a cold snort, he replied, Is this what the scoundrel Mu Qing Feng has told you? Qin Ming nodded in affirmation. Indeed. Are you aware that my sister was heavily injured and fleeing from the Yunlan sect when she was already with child? At this revelation, Qin Ming's brows furrowed deeply. This was information he had not known, and his master had never mentioned it. Could it be that his master was entirely unaware of this matter? Disbelief washed over him as he shook his head. What you say is completely foreign to me. It seems even my master might be oblivious to this. Upon hearing this, a flicker of doubt crossed the purple-robed man's eyes, resembling a beast's gaze. Is what you say true? Does he genuinely not know? Qin Ming solemnly nodded. I understand my master's character. Had he known that his lady was with child, he would not have languished in the Yunlan sect for 30 years. At these words, some of the purple-robed man's resentment began to dissipate, though he still coldly asserted, even so, that man Mu Qingfeng is still responsible for her plight. Confused, Qin Ming frowned and gently inquired, if she has returned to your demon clan, how can you claim that my master has harmed her? The purple-robed man sighed deeply, his gaze fixed on Qin Ming, and spoke with a grave tone. Has Mu Qingfeng ever revealed to you what kind of demon clan we belong to? Qin Ming shook his head. He has never mentioned it. We, the lineage of the Crimson Flame Dragon Sparrow, hail from one of the sacred halls of the western regions, bearing within us the blood of both the Azure Dragon and the Vermilion Bird. Thus, we are regarded as one of the four spirits of the West. However, as the holy maiden of the Crimson Flame Dragon Sparrow, should I lose my virginity, I would undoubtedly forfeit my right to inherit the divine powers of the temple. Not only would I be cast aside by my clan, but my circumstances would also plummet to unimaginable depths. To compound this dire situation, I find myself ensnared in the depths of the abyss, pregnant and without a soul to care for me. It is likely that she will endure immense hardship. One can only wonder how she has managed to survive these past 30 years. My sister, a dignified holy maiden of the Crimson Flame Dragon Sparrow, has been brought to such a lamentable state because of that scoundrel, Mu Qingfeng. Tell me, is he not the one to blame for her plight? Should I not seek vengeance upon him? Chapter 24. Shall we strike a deal? Qin Ming remained non-committal, then quickly shook his head. His master and mistress shared a profound love. Even in the face of dismemberment, I believe they would hold no regrets. Your intentions are noble, yet if your sister, my mistress, were to learn of these matters, she would surely not accept your favor. For the one you seek to slay is not merely anyone, but her dearly beloved husband, the father of her child yet to be born. Do you wish for your unborn nephew to never meet his biological father? Upon hearing these words, the man in the purple robe stood frozen in place. His gaze trembled incessantly, as he found it unfathomable that the deep-seated enmity he had harbored for 30 years could suddenly seem so ludicrous after hearing a few brief words from Qin Ming. Indeed, I appear to have acted rashly. I should not harbor hatred or seek to harm him, nor should I indulge you. As he contemplated the term nephew, a flicker of tenderness unexpectedly surfaced in the man's fierce eyes. I too long to meet my nephew, to know whether he is a boy or a girl, and to see my sister. Alas, it seems I shall never escape this fate in my lifetime. The man in the purple robe sank into despondency. Having been trapped here for 30 years, he had long foreseen his own future. To give up so easily? 30 years is but a fleeting moment for your kind, is it not? Qin Ming, recalling his own predicament, took a deep breath and offered solace. But you have me to accompany you. At least you are not entirely alone. Given your lifespan, you still possess opportunities. I, however, have none left. Qin Ming's capacity for empathy was indeed remarkable, and his words provided a sense of comfort. Upon hearing this, the man in the purple robe found himself less anxious about his own situation and began to worry instead for Qin Ming. By the way, as a disciple of Yunlan's sect, why have you been punished to this place? Qin Ming shook his head. I am unsure. I thought my demise was certain. Who would have known that upon awakening, I would nearly become someone else's delectable meal? The man in the purple robe scratched his head sheepishly and chuckled. I have simply been too hungry. There is nothing to be found here. What if we make peace? Qin Ming smiled in relief. Let us indeed make peace. It is better to devise a plan together than to ponder alone. By the way, esteemed elder, what is your name? I am called Wu Tian. And you? I am Qin Ming. Excellent. From this day forth, we shall share both joys and hardships, and together we shall escape this place. Wu Tian laughed heartily, but his ravenous stomach audibly protested at an opportune moment. Do you have any food on you? None. I fear we must continue subsisting on wild fruits. Do you possess any spirit stones or treasures? Wu Zhuotian inquired softly. Qin Ming nodded cautiously. Yes, I do. What do you intend to do? Upon receiving an affirmative response, Wu Zhuotian rubbed his hands together in excitement. Brother, shall we strike a deal? What kind of deal? I see you have just embarked upon the initial stages of cultivation. I presume you have yet to select a technique? If so, might I propose this? You present some spirit stones or treasures, and I shall assist you in your cultivation. What the demon clan? Do they possess techniques? Indeed, not only do they possess them, but they are also formidable and domineering. Am I suited for such cultivation? It should not pose a significant issue with my presence. It is unlikely you will meet a tragic and certainly better than awaiting death here, is it not? Qin Ming took a deep breath, retrieving over 2,000 spirit stones from his storage ring, along with a slightly damaged third-grade treasure, the silkworm jade armor, laying them before Wu Zhuotian. Is this sufficient? Wu Zhuotian's eyes gleamed with excitement as she restrained her emotions, slowly responding. Although it is somewhat lacking, it is enough to restore at least half of my cultivation better than having nothing. Very well. Let us not delay further and commence our transaction. By the way, I should inform you that my ability to comprehend techniques may be rather swift. One should not boast without caution. How fast can a mere human cultivator be? 10 days later, at Yunlan's sect, Qingfeng Peak. 7th Junior Brother, you were indeed correct in your conjecture. The Grand Elder's behavior during this period has been rather peculiar. Moreover, his gaze often drifts toward those young female disciples. Could it lead to trouble? I cannot say, but in a few days, our master will enter seclusion. All matters within the sect will fall under her jurisdiction. Thus, you must remind your disciples to exercise caution and avoid incurring her displeasure. Lu Ju nodded thoughtfully. And what of your prized disciple? Is he still alive? Mu Qingfeng chuckled with pride, declaring that the lad has proven to be quite resilient and remains among the living. How do you know? A flicker of doubt crossed Lu Ju's soul-piercing gaze. Mu Qingfeng slowly opened his palm, revealing a milky white jade token inscribed with delicate characters. This token is intrinsically linked to the jade plate that lad carries. They are of the same origin and were once a singular entity. If that troublesome boy were to perish, this token would shatter as well. Lu Ju suddenly understood, casting a contemplative glance at Mu Qingfeng. You actually entrusted that life-bound jade plate to Qin Ming? You do not still harbor such thoughts, do you? Mu Qingfeng shook his head with a soft chuckle, a hint of bitterness in his tone. That is not a desire of mine. It is a knot in my heart 5 days later, at Yunlan's sect, in the depths of the abyssal pool. Goodness, how have you progressed so swiftly in your cultivation? Were it not for my own eyes witnessing it, I would doubt your humanity and suspect you were of the demon race. I have long conveyed that my comprehension and cultivation may indeed be somewhat accelerated. This technique I practice, called the Great Wilderness Infinite Technique, is challenging even for some demon cultivators. You managed to break through the first realm in 3 days, the second in 5, and forcibly ascended to the third realm in 15 days? Wu Zhuotian regarded Qin Ming with an expression of disbelief, as if she had encountered a ghost. Are you truly human? Qin Ming wiped his nose and, with an air of composure, remarked, There is little that can be done. The resources here are scarce. Although I have cultivated the Great Wilderness Boundless Technique to the third realm, my cultivation remains stagnant at the peak of the initial profound realm, unable to progress further. No matter how much I practice, it is futile if my cultivation does not advance. He sighed, for he had exhausted all the spirit stones and silkworm jade armor at his disposal, his gaze ultimately settling upon the Xian Yuzi Zai bottle. Though it is a 7th-tier upper-grade artifact, lacking alchemical resources renders it as useful as a mere vessel. This cannot stand. I must devise a plan to escape this place swiftly. If I could acquire a wealth of alchemical resources to stimulate my cultivation, combined with my current understanding of the third realm of the Great Wilderness Boundless Technique, then breaking through from the initial profound realm to the profound realm, and leaping directly into the true profound realm would indeed be within my grasp. Chapter 25. the covenant, the way to escape from this abyss. Yet, this is a forbidden ground, the abyssal depths. Even a fifth-tier superior demon beast, Wu Tian, cannot escape. How can a mere practitioner at the pinnacle of the initial profound realm hope to break free? Qin Ming bit his lip, lost in contemplation. Brother Tian, if you could restore your full powers, would you be able to shatter this prison? Qin Ming cast a sidelong glance, harboring a flicker of hope. His gaze fixed intently on Wu Tian. Let me address your manner of address first. It seems a tad impertinent, does it not? I am your master's elder brother. Wu Tian replied, somewhat speechless. Over the days they had spent together, he found Qin Ming to be quite intriguing, albeit occasionally lacking in decorum. Never mind. Let us each speak our minds. It shall not hinder us. Wu Tian conceded with a resigned nod, accepting the situation. Within this abyssal depths dwells an extraordinarily profound icy power, precisely capable of restraining the tempestuous bloodline of the vermilion bird within me. Even my innate fiery energy, the crimson flame, cannot be fully unleashed. Thus, even if I were to regain my peak cultivation, I fear I would still be unable to overcome the icy power seal, unless there exists a means to dispel this icy force. Then I could undoubtedly burst forth from the abyssal depths. Furrowing his brow, Qin Ming scratched his head in exasperation. Dispel the icy power? Brother Tian, you are dreaming. This is a forbidden area for all disciples of the Yunlan sect. Moreover, the sect leader personally reinforces the seal each year. Do you truly believe the icy power will vanish? Upon finishing, the two exchanged glances, each seeing a glimmer of despair reflected in the other's eyes. Sigh, it seems there is no remedy. Then we shall have to endure this life together in here. Wu Tian reclined backward, using his hands as a pillow, gazing vacantly upwards, seemingly prepared to abandon any hope of resistance. Meanwhile, Qin Ming sat cross-legged, reviewing all the items within his storage ring once more. The Dark Night Shadow Technique, the Boundless Freedom Technique, the Profound Jade Freedom Bottle, and a rather unassuming milky white jade dish, translucent and warm, lay in a corner. Unremarkable. With a complex expression, Qin Ming retrieved the jade dish, sighing, Master, this jade dish is now the sole memento you have left for your disciple. That third-tier treasure was traded for a technique. I hope you can forgive me. As if responding to his sentiments, the jade dish in Qin Ming's hand flickered with a faint, intermittent glow. Alas, you could have granted me the true identity of a disciple. Yet, it remains a useless object. As Qin Ming murmured, Wu Tian's mood grew, slightly irritable. Could you remain quiet for a moment? Before he could finish, Wu Tian suddenly froze, sitting upright to snatch the jade dish from Qin Ming's hand, examining it closely. However, the more he observed, the more serious his expression became. This item, who bestowed it upon you? Wu Tian inquired, his gaze fixed earnestly on Qin Ming, his tone laced with astonishment. My master, Mu Qingfeng. This is the emblem of my identity as a disciple of Qingfeng Peak. With this token, I could traverse any corner of the Yunlan sect and freely select from all the tomes and techniques in the library. Qin Ming felt a sense of pride swelling within him, to the extent that a hint of satisfaction danced upon the corners of his lips as he spoke of the jade disk's significance. However, Wu Tian furrowed her brow in puzzlement and shook her head. I have seen the waste tokens of the disciples from Qingfeng Peak. They are merely ordinary plaques made of black cloudwood. Yet this jade disk, it possesses an extraordinary quality. What do you understand? Qin Ming retorted as he snatched the jade disk back into his possession, carefully wiping it with a cloth. I am the sole descendant of Qingfeng Peak, the only disciple under my master, Mu Qingfeng. My treatment, of course, cannot be compared to that of my elder brothers. This signifies that my master holds me in great esteem. Wu Tian propped her chin thoughtfully, and after a moment, a spark of inspiration flickered in her eyes. I have a bold idea. Why not take this jade disk and venture forth from the ethereal space to test whether it can withstand the frigid force? Qin Ming, taken aback, pointed to himself. Me? Am I to test the frigid force? Wu Tian nodded earnestly. You have reached the pinnacle of the initial profound realm. This should not pose much difficulty for you. If you truly sense the backlash from the frigid force, retreat at once. It should not be a significant problem. Qin Ming shook his head, deep in contemplation. I refuse. It could be fatal. Why don't you undertake this task? What if the backlash from the frigid force hampers the meridians I have painstakingly cultivated, rendering my path of cultivation utterly futile? According to your own words, this is a testament to the organization's trust in you. For the greater good, how can one not set aside personal losses? She countered. Moreover, it is certainly preferable to waiting here for death, is it not? After some deliberation, Qin Ming felt a twinge of uncertainty. Yet he acknowledged the validity of Wu Zhuotian's argument. Fine, I shall risk my life to venture forth and give it a try. For safety's sake. Wu Zhuotian handed Qin Ming a glowing red orb, known as the turbulent water pearl, which would allow him to breathe freely underwater and conserve his strength. Qin Ming accepted the pearl, cautiously placing it in his mouth, his heart racing with trepidation as he exited this realm and plunged into the depths of the abyss. Approximately half an hour later, Qin Ming returned with a face full of excitement, his eyes sparkling with an extraordinary light. This is truly miraculous. This jade disc can indeed shield against the frigid force. Really? Wu Zhuotian's excitement was palpable. May I attempt it? As she reached out to take the disc, Qin Ming hesitated, tightly closing his lips. You would run off, would you? I swear by the bloodline of the crimson flame dragon sparrow that I shall not betray or flee alone. Wu Zhuotian declared with utmost sincerity, seeing her unwavering conviction. Qin Ming relinquished the jade disc into her hands, waiting for the outcome. Trembling with exhilaration, Wu Zhuotian grasped the disc tightly and prepared to venture forth. However, as she took her first step out of the ethereal space, a vast and overwhelming frigid force enveloped her, instantly freezing her motion. The chilling, ice-blue malevolent force crept upon Wu Zhuotian at a visible pace, resembling a spider's web, causing him to tremble uncontrollably in no time. Observing this, Qin Ming swiftly pulled him back. Your current cultivation has barely recovered to half. With your present strength, venturing outside would surely lead to your demise. Once back in the spatial realm, Wu Zhuotian found his body rigid from the penetrating cold. Sighing inwardly, he lamented, had I known, I wouldn't have expended my cultivation to open this space. Now, even exiting proves to be such a formidable challenge. I have truly woven my own cocoon. Qin Ming shook his head in sympathy, again grasping the jade disc in his hand. Taking a deep breath, he sighed. The only course of action left is for me to exit first and then devise a means to rescue you. Upon hearing this, Wu Zhuotian snapped to attention, shaking his head vigorously as if it were a rattledrum. No, if you go out and are discovered by the master of Yunlan's sect, the seal will be reinforced, and I will have no chance at all. What do we do then? I can't possibly resign myself to a solitary existence here for eternity. Wu Zhuotian began to refine the icy power enveloping him, slowly exhaling a breath. His gaze turned serious as he looked at Qin Ming. At this point, if I wish to escape, it seems I have no choice but to utilize that method, though I am somewhat reluctant. If not, even after hundreds of years, I would have no opportunity to see the light of day again. Qin Ming frowned and cautiously inquired, what method? I shall bind our fates with a contract, using the blood of my demon kin. From this moment forth, we shall live and die together. Chapter 26. A bold idea. Stealing from a sect? Qin Ming was somewhat taken aback. Are you implying that a beast can recognize its master? Wu Zhuotian, with a hint of helplessness, contemplated the notion, and, as the realization of it being the sole means of escaping the abyssal depths dawned upon him, a flicker of determination sparkled in his eyes. As a fifth-tier superior demon beast, one of the Qi dragon sparrows of the Four Spirits tribe in the western regions, my method of forging a pact is far more advanced than mere recognition of a master. After all, if some lower-tier demon beasts were to truly recognize a master, they would lose their freedom entirely, living their lives like fools. Through my method of establishing a contract, not only can we remain independent and unaffected by one another, but we can also share a profound connection, which would aid in our cultivation as well. The only drawback is that if you were to perish, I would also be reduced to ashes. Qin Ming nodded in sudden comprehension. Demon races enjoy prolonged lifespans, often living for centuries. In contrast, Human lifespans are comparatively short. Even a formidable figure in the Junxian realm only lives up to 500 years. If such a contract were to be formed, it would indeed be you who suffers the loss. Alas, this is simply unavoidable. However, our pleasant discourse makes me willing to forge this pact with you. With a trace of a smile, Qin Ming slowly nodded. In that case, let us establish a rule. Once we exit, we shall not interfere with one another. If one encounters peril, the other must risk their life to save them. This could be considered the cost of sharing life and death. Wu Zhuetian agreed with a nod. It is settled then. For eternity, I shall uphold this vow. Half a day later, at Yunlan sect, on the back mountain of Longyan Peak. The night was tranquil, the cool breeze soft as water. A figure pierced through the mirror-like stillness of the deep pond, creating ripples that danced across its surface. With a sigh, Qin Ming expelled a breath of stagnant air, finally having escaped that wretched place. A purplish-red phantom burst forth from his body, eventually materializing into a tangible form. Ah! At last Wu Zhuetian was about to unleash a hearty laugh to relieve the pin-up frustration within, but was swiftly silenced by Qin Ming's hand. Keep your voice down. We are still within the bounds of Longyun Peak. Do you wish to be sealed away again? A flicker of panic flashed across Wu Zhuetian's eyes as he vigorously shook his head, promptly quieting himself. Qin Ming released his grip, exhaling deeply. What shall we do next? Should we flee back to the western regions? Wu Zhuetian shook his head once more, as if he had already formulated a plan in his mind. I urgently need to restore my cultivation. Otherwise, if Yunlan's sect discovers us, it would all be for naught. Qin Ming nodded in agreement. Our goals align closely. I too require advancement in my cultivation. Otherwise, I feel stifled, as if I possess strength that cannot be unleashed. Upon hearing this, Wu Zhuetian chuckled slyly, a glint of mischief in his expression. You seek resources, and I too am in need of resources. Tell me, in the vast Yunlan sect, where do you suppose the richest resources lie? Qin Ming cast a disapproving glance at Wu Zhuetian. That would undoubtedly be the resource treasury. However, it is guarded by 5 black-clad stewards. Their strength rivals that of the elders of Yunlan sect. Are you truly contemplating theft from there? Mu Zhuetian shot a glance at Qin Ming, exclaiming, If you wish to court death, I have no desire to accompany you. Use that clever little mind of yours to contemplate. Aside from the resource treasury, where else might one find abundant cultivation resources? Qin Ming rested his chin on his hand, furrowing his brow as he began to ponder slowly. However, given his previous experiences and status, the useful information available to him was exceedingly limited. Thus, he was left to rely on conjecture. I believe that aside from the resource treasury, the Yunlan sect's most resource-rich locations would be 3 mountain peaks. The first, of course, is Longyan Peak, where the sect leader resides. Su Yao's rise to prominence as the first divine son of Yunlan owes much to her grandfather, Su Yuan. The second peak belongs to the 3rd elder, Lu Juran, Atame Peak. Lin Feng is so formidable and influential that no one dares to provoke him, primarily due to the substantial resources supporting him. As for the final peak, it should be Goyan Peak where the Grand Elder Miao Zhuchun resides. Many disciples believe the 3rd peak belongs to the 4th elder, Ling Mo Han, at Suxiao Peak, but that is a misconception. Yining Shui's ascendance to the title of Divine Son of Yunlan has nothing to do with Suxiao Peak. Had it not been for my master saving her in the past, she would not be in such a position. After Qin Ming concluded his analysis, Mu Zhuetian seemed to fall into deep contemplation. Longyun Peak, under Su Yuan is akin to a forbidden zone for us. Until my strength is fully restored, I shall never willingly expose myself before him. Perhaps we should visit the 3rd elder at Atame Peak? Since he has nurtured the divine son of Yunlan, the resources there must be plentiful. However, Qin Ming immediately shook his head in dissent. I believe you're mistaken. If we were to go anywhere, it should be to the Grand Elder's Goyan Peak. Why? Over the years, whenever the sect leader enters seclusion, the Grand Elder assumes the role of acting leader, undoubtedly reaping significant benefits. Yet, regrettably, Goyan Peak has not produced any exceptionally gifted disciples for many years. The peak lords of those talented disciples have long since allocated or consumed their resources, it is improbable they would retain them without cultivating those prodigies. If anyone were to hoard resources, it would be her Goyen Peak, preserving everything until encountering another extraordinary talent, upon which she would invest all resources, thus allowing Goyen Peak to rise. That seems to hold some merit. Shall we then venture to Goyen Peak? Let's go. After all, those riches are ill-gotten. If we do not seize them, who will? The two quickly reached a consensus and, under the cover of moonlight, stealthily made their way toward Goyen Peak. At that moment, within the grand hall of Goyen Peak, in a particularly secretive corner, a man clad in deep green robes gazed upon a breathtakingly beautiful woman reclining on a bed. A smug smile graced his lips, more difficult to suppress than a coffin lid. He hummed a tune with satisfaction, relishing the sensation of his fingers gliding over the woman's body, leisurely beginning to loosen his garments. Not far behind, an elder wielding a whisk observed with darkened eyes, seemingly indifferent to the scene unfolding before him. Minger, she is undoubtedly the most gifted and beautiful disciple of our Yunlan sect. Should you engage in dual cultivation with her, your power will undoubtedly ascend to the 7th layer of the profound realm, and it is not beyond possibility for you to reach the 8th or even the 9th layer. Therefore, seize this opportunity. Take advantage of the Master's seclusion to diligently enhance your cultivation. In due time, the raw rice shall be cooked into ripe grains, and you will soar to become the most distinguished young disciple of our Yunlan sect. Even if the Master wishes to express anger upon discovering this, he will have no choice but to accept the reality. This opportunity is indeed a once-in-a-century chance. You must strive to elevate your stagnant 5th layer of the profound realm, thereby bringing honor to our solitary cloud peak. Do you understand? I shall diligently heed my stepmother's teachings. Rest assured, dear stepmother, I will strive to bring glory to you and Cloud Peak. Trampling upon the arrogant Lin Feng and the indifferent Su Yao, who has never regarded me with even a glance. Elder Fu Chun nodded with satisfaction. She has already fallen victim to my 7-soul severance spell. Within 3 hours, if she does not engage in dual cultivation, she shall remain in slumber. Even if she awakens after 3 hours, she will have no recollection of what has transpired. My dear Minger, indulge and cultivate well. Once these 3 hours have elapsed, you will emerge as the new generation's Yunlan divine son of our Yunlan sect. Chapter 27. A surprising turn of events. Can we share the spoils? Longyan Peak and Goyen Peak are separated by less than 50 miles, with magnificent and towering cliffs and unique peaks dotting the landscape between them. As Qin Ming and Wu Zhuotian reached the summit, less than half an hour had passed. Of course, their cautious movements to evade the disciples contributed to this delay. Under normal circumstances, given their cultivation levels, they could have arrived in merely the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Ahead lies the grand hall of Longyan Peak. How shall we proceed? Qin Ming inquired, albeit more out of formality, as a sly smile crept across Wu Zhuotian's lips. The grandeur of the Goyen Peak Hall is truly awe-inspiring, seemingly more magnificent than our sacred spirit hall. Within such a colossal structure, countless rare treasures and cultivation resources must abound. Wu Zhuotian licked his parched lips, her eyes gleaming with avarice. I propose we split up. This way, we can explore more areas to seek resources and treasures. What do you think? Qin Ming nodded in agreement, his interest solely piqued by the natural and earthly treasures. As for the treasures? Those can be left to fate. What could possibly surpass the value of what he already possesses? Thus, they resolved to part ways, agreeing to reconvene here in 2 hours. However, just as Wu Zhuotian departed, and Qin Ming prepared to set off, the long silent system in his mind finally broke its silence with a familiar tone. System, mission to eliminate the vial has been completed. Requirements, at any cost. Reward, Xiantian Dragon Pattern Ruler. Gray Divine. Characteristics, contains the might of the dragon's roar, sweeping across the realm. Qin Ming internally exclaimed in disbelief, wishing he could yank the troublesome system out of his mind and give it a good thrashing. You finally decide to show yourself. Do you realize I nearly perished in the depths of the underworld? System, sowing causes, reaping effects. Every future consequence is a result of a single thought. System, Because you have experienced death once, you shall not die again. What the heck? This explanation leaves me utterly speechless. Must I accept this? System, unless you genuinely have an extra 2 centimeters to spare for me. As for whether the host accepts, the system holds no authority to decide. With a resigned sigh, Qin Ming acquiesced. Fine, you needn't threaten me anymore. From now on, whatever tasks you present, even if they lead me through mountains of knives or seas of flames, I shall accept without hesitation. Is that agreeable? System, congratulations, host, for finally acknowledging the rebellious system. Additional reward, 1 spirit binding banner, limited to one-time use. Qin Ming was puzzled. A spirit binding banner? And only usable once? What does that even mean? System, the spirit binding banner, a high-grade item of the 3rd tier, is a consumable. Characteristics, can immobilize the soul of cultivators below the 9th level of true profound realm for 10 seconds. To immobilize the soul of cultivators beneath the 9th level of true profound realm for 10 seconds? This ability is rather extraordinary. Qin Ming cautiously stowed the spirit binding banner in his storage ring and then proceeded deeper into the hall. In the grand hall of the solitary cloud peak, only the esteemed elder Miaojue Chun and a few maidens typically resided, rendering the area less vigilant against intrusions. Naturally, it was improbable for any disciple, even the prodigious Yunlan 3 sons, to contemplate that anyone would dare to disrupt the tranquility of this sacred space. Thus, Qin Ming wandered through the vast, ebony hall as if it were an uninhabited realm. According to the system's directives, he was tasked with vanquishing a lecherous villain. Yet it seemed implausible that such a scoundrel would lurk in the presence of the elder. Pondering this, Qin Ming supported his chin in contemplation, perplexed. Could it be that the revered Master Extinction would engage in such indiscretions? A shiver coursed through him at the thought. Merely imagining such a scenario was enough to evoke a thrilling yet unsettling sensation. Aimlessly, he perused the surroundings but yielded no discoveries. As he meandered, he felt as though he were losing his way. Just as he contemplated retracing his steps, he abruptly caught a faint, triumphant hum emanating from a nearby chamber. Qin Ming's curiosity piqued. Could it be that the elder's abode concealed a rogue man? Holding his breath, he activated the first layer of the shadowy night phantom technique, moving silently towards the source of the sound. At that moment, Elder Miaojue Chun had long since departed. Within the concealed room remained her foster son, Li Tianming, and a captivating young woman of exquisite form. Li Tianming, with his bare torso, hummed a cheerful tune while applying a fragrant blue indigo essence to his skin. He had even lit a crimson candle, casting a serene and enchanting glow throughout the chamber. How do you find my arrangements, Sister Yi? Do you know how long I have awaited this day? If it weren't for that detestable Qin Ming, who nearly tarnished your grace, you would have remained the embodiment of perfection in my heart. Before we engage in our dual cultivation, no one should dare to touch you. This is a unique sentiment I hold dear. Li Tianming, robust and striking, bore a chiseled visage that could be deemed handsome. However, a shadowy cunning lurked within his gaze. With a lascivious grin playing upon his lips, he approached the bed, gently brushing aside the woman's dark tresses, inhaling her fragrance, while his restless hands prepared to unfasten her garments. At that moment, a chilling voice, laced with mockery, unexpectedly pierced the air from behind. Brother, your enthusiasm is quite commendable. I merely intended to speak without resorting to violence. Yet I see you are quite serious. As Qin Ming stepped into view, the task within his mind glimmered with an eerie light, indicating that the individual before him was indeed the nefarious villain the system had described. Li Tianming momentarily startled, wore an expression of shock and disarray, unable to fathom that someone would dare intrude upon the sanctity of the solitary cloud peak's grand hall. However, upon recognizing Qin Ming's visage, a sneer of disdain and mockery graced his lips. I initially mistook you for someone else. Turns out you are the wretch who nearly faced execution at the hands of the sect. After mocking, Li Tianming suddenly sensed an unsettling shift. His expression darkened, and his brows furrowed as he ominously inquired, "Weren't you condemned to the depths of the nether abyss to fend for yourself? How did you manage to escape? And what brings you here?" Qin Ming stretched languidly, a playful smile gracing his lips, yet a glimmer of unyielding malice flickered in his eyes. Of course, I am here to cheer on my senior's remarkable feat. Moreover, I wish to indulge my eyes. I too yearn to behold the unparalleled beauty of my sister. By the way, senior, since I find myself ranked just behind you, might I also partake in the spoils? Chapter 28. The Initiate and the Advanced. Are you courting death? Oomph. Do you even deserve it? I command you to vanish from my sight within 3 breaths, or else face the consequences. Li Tianming let out a cold snort. Such a splendid night had been tarnished by the presence of a worthless wretch, inciting his ire. Qin Ming cast a playful glance at the woman lying on the bed, relieved to see her intact attire. He never anticipated that Yi Ningxue, one of the 3 divine sons of Yunlan and the esteemed senior sister of the Suxia Peak, would be so careless. Even more astonishing was Li Tianming's audacity to consider using a divine son of Yunlan as a mere vessel. Senior brother, I truly admire senior sister. How about this? I can cheer you on from the sidelines. Hurry up, senior brother. Qin Ming's words were flippant, yet his heart was filled with trepidation. Although Li Tianming, the senior brother of the solitary cloud peak, lacked the renown of the divine sons of Yunlan, he was nonetheless a formidable figure at the 5th level of the Tongxin realm, his strength not to be underestimated. To him, Qin Ming's life was as insignificant as that of an ant. With your meager strength in the initial realm, do you dare to act recklessly here? Qin Ming, it seems you are courting death. As Li Tianming observed Qin Ming's obstinacy, a flicker of anger and a hint of murderous intent crossed his features. Since you have chosen this path, allow me to assist you in your demise, thus purging the sect of its filth. With that, he suddenly swung his right hand, launching 3 silver needles that glimmered with a sinister green light, aimed directly at Qin Ming's face. Li Tianming's strategy was straightforward. The confined space made it difficult to create a commotion, so he aimed to strike with surprise and lethality. However, Qin Ming was already on guard. The moment Li Tianming made his move, he summoned the shadows to their utmost potential. His figure vanished from sight, and amidst the cold air, a mocking laugh echoed. Ha ha, I never thought the senior brother of Solitary Cloud Peak would resort to using hidden weapons. How disgraceful for your master. Easily evading the 3 assailants, Qin Ming taunted. I dare say the elder must have a hand in the vile deeds you are committing today. Aren't you afraid of being exposed? Of the sect master and other elders discovering your misdeeds? Li Tianming, surprised by the failure of his attack, could hardly fathom how Qin Ming, an ordinary disciple of the Tongxin realm, could possess such swift and elusive movements akin to a phantom. He sneered, his expression twisted with arrogance. Do you think anyone would believe the words of a wretch condemned and despised by the sect? And do you truly believe you have a chance to escape from here? I'm not being arrogant. If I wish to kill you, a mere finger would suffice. Remembering his master's words before departing, Li Tianming realized he had but 3 hours. He could not afford to waste all his time on a worthless insect like Qin Ming. He donned a cloak, and before long, a green sword appeared in his hand. This 3rd-tier upper-grade sword, the Solitary Cloud Sword, does not strike at nameless individuals. Today, consider yourself fortunate. Allow me to present you with this parting gift before your demise. Upon witnessing this, Qin Ming's ethereal figure swiftly retreated, almost instantaneously bursting forth from the confines of the chamber. He was acutely aware of the formidable power wielded by a 3rd-grade sword. Should he be struck by such a weapon, he would undoubtedly be reduced to mere ashes. Li Tianming, observing Qin Ming's hasty retreat, let out a cold snort. Casting a glance at his beautiful senior sister resting upon the bed, his murderous intent intensifying, he unleashed all the profound energy within him, transforming it into a whirlwind as he darted after him. Beyond the concealed abode lay an expansive hall. Noticing Li Tianming in pursuit, Qin Ming chuckled softly and rather unexpectedly, chose to halt his flight. He clasped his hands behind his back, casually shaking his left leg. Brother, I find this place quite suitable for your burial. Had I killed you in that previous location, I would fear tainting my senior sister with your blood. Li Tianming, taken aback by Qin Ming's audacity to utter such grandiose words, erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! This is the most amusing boast I have ever heard. You, with your initial profound realm, dare to slay me, who resides in the profound realm. Such a thing has never occurred within the entirety of Yunlan's sect, or even in the eastern immortal domain. Qin Ming, I know you aim to stall for time. I shall not hesitate to inform you that our sect leader is currently in secluded cultivation, and within the Yunlan sect, my master commands the utmost respect. Even if you were to summon reinforcements, it would be futile to save your insignificant life, for I shall slay you in the blink of an eye." Upon uttering this final declaration, Li Tianming suddenly roared, "Solitary cloud, falling phoenix, slash." The hall reverberated with a thunderous sound. The very structure trembled, and clouds of dust were cast into the air. A mournful cry reminiscent of a phoenix erupted, unleashing a ferocious roar as the overwhelmingly powerful sword light cleaved toward Qin Ming. At that moment, the elder, Miao Chun, who had just entered a meditative state, was startled by the tremendous noise, her brow furrowing tightly. Her heart, usually as steadfast as a rock, inexplicably fluttered, prompting her to rise swiftly and hasten toward the source of the commotion. In the depths of the hall, the incisive solitary cloud, falling phoenix slash struck empty air again, while Qin Ming knelt upon the ground, panting heavily beside a massive sword scar. Although he had narrowly evaded the fatal blow with the aid of his shadowy companion, he was still swept away by the residual force of the slicing light, leaving him in a state of disarray, his entire body aching. "This is impossible." Li Qianming's brows knitted tightly, his eyes wide with disbelief, as an overwhelming wave of terror surged within him, tumultuous and relentless. That was close. Qin Ming gradually rose, his previously playful demeanor now transformed into earnestness. It was no longer a game. He needed to conclude this swiftly. Otherwise, he risked losing his own life in the process. Silently concealing the soul-determining banner in his hand, a cold smirk emerged at the corner of his lips. How could it be that the solitary cloud peak remained so obscure? Is this truly the extent of your abilities? How shameful it is that you, a master of the profound realm, cannot even handle your junior brother of the initial profound realm. I find myself blushing for you." Li Tianming was already overwhelmed with astonishment, and now, further provoked by Qin Ming's mocking words, his blood surged, flushing his jade-like complexion a deep crimson. "You wretch, you have thwarted my endeavors and dishonored my sect. I shall tear you to shreds this very moment." With that declaration, he prepared to strike once more. However, the previous attack had drained his spiritual energy significantly. As he raised his right arm, a sudden wave of pain coursed through it, causing him to stumble and kneel upon the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Ming brandished the soul-binding banner, which emitted a spectral sound akin to a wailing spirit, and aimed it directly at Li Tianming. "Be still." Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Li Tianming found himself frozen in place, a profound terror and unease flickering in his eyes. Yet, no matter how fervently he summoned his spiritual energy, his body remained utterly immobilized. Qin Ming, recognizing the moment, gripped his short sword tightly, moving like a phantom, and thrust it viciously toward Li Qianming's heart. Just then, a voice clad in gray robes, laced with fury, erupted from behind. "Stop! Do not harm my son." Chapter 29. The Execution of a Licentious Thief. Has my senior sister awakened? Alas, it is too late. A fierce glint flickered in Qin Ming's eyes, and a ruthless determination surged within him. He resembled a moth drawn to the flame. At this moment, his sole focus was to fulfill the system's task, completely disregarding the consequences. With a swift thrust, the short sword pierced flesh, plunging directly into the heart. Li Tianming expelled a jet of blood, his terrified gaze gradually losing its luster, before his body slumped lifelessly to the ground. "You dare to kill my Ming. I shall take your life." Bang! Almost simultaneously with Qin Ming's act of murder, the Grand Elder, Miao Juechen, unleashed a merciless palm strike toward his back. Qin Ming coughed up a mouthful of blood. His body transformed into a fleeting shadow, crashing through the wall behind him, creating a gaping hole. His tattered garments, soaked in blood, carried his battered form, smashing the bed within the room into splinters. After rolling several times, he finally came to a halt, succumbing to unconsciousness. Lying on the bed, Yin Ningxue was jolted from her stupor by the sudden commotion, letting out a muffled groan. Her body felt rigid and powerless, her eyelids heavy as if weighed down by 1,000 pounds. Summoning all her strength, she barely managed to open her eyes a fraction. However, as she caught a blurred glimpse of the bloodied figure on the ground, her chi surged violently, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth, and she fainted once more. Grand Elder Miao Juechen cradled Li Qinming's lifeless body in her arms, tears streaming down her cheeks, her body trembling uncontrollably. "My poor Minger," Miao Juechen sobbed, engulfed in profound despair, as if she had aged 100 years in an instant. Though Li Ming was her adopted son, he was like flesh and blood to her. All these years, she had devoted her entire being to him, only to face the heart-wrenching fate of burying her child. "Qin Ming, I shall tear you limb from limb. Avenge my son." Gently, Miao Juechen laid Li Tianming down, her eyes reddened like those of a beast, her heavy footsteps drawing closer to the bloodied figure that was once Qin Ming. She seemed to ponder how to unleash the anguish of losing her beloved child. She longed to shatter Qin Ming's bones and pull out his tendons. She wished to reduce him to ashes. However, as her slow figure crossed the shattered wall, a purplish-red silhouette suddenly appeared before her, resolutely blocking her path. "Grand Elder, it has been quite a while. Not long ago, Wu Zhuotian had been joyously plundering resources, laughing uncontrollably at his good fortune. At that moment, he sensed a weakening of Qin Ming's life force. Even his breath seemed to drift away, as if teetering on the brink of death. Urgently, he propelled himself forward to reach Miao Juechen in haste. Miao Juechen's brow furrowed, her eyes glistening with tears as she stood frozen at the sight of the unexpected figure. When she recognized his face, her expression of sorrow transformed into one of shock. "You are the fifth-level beast sealed within the depths of the underworld abyss. How did you escape from there? Could it be that the seal has weakened?" With a light laugh, Wu Zhuotian's merciless, beastly eyes gradually revealed a hint of crimson. He disregarded the Grand Elder Miao Juechen's inquiry and silently pointed at Qin Ming, stating, "You cannot kill this person." Grand Elder Miao Juechen scoffed, wiping away her tears, and retorted, "This child has just slain my son, and you dare say I cannot take his life? Do you believe that I, Miao Juechen, would fear a mere beast like you?" Wu Zhuotian shook his head, replying, as the esteemed Grand Elder of the Yunlan sect, "You certainly would not fear me. A mere beast. However, what if I insist on protecting him?" Grand Elder Miao Juechen pressed her lips together, her eyes icy and penetrating. She fixed her gaze on Wu Zhuotian, suppressing her fury, and took a deep breath. Her only desire now was revenge. She wished to avoid inciting further complications. "I do not care how you escape the abyss or how you break the seal. I will pretend not to have seen it. Depart quickly, and do not inquire about matters here. Let's part ways," she proposed. Wu Zhuotian, crossing his arms, chuckled coldly. "As the Grand Elder of the Yunlan sect, you truly have a keen understanding of the times. Is this your sense of duty as a Grand Elder? You would forsake even a sealed beast like me for the sake of avenging a disciple? It seems the Yunlan sect will inevitably perish at your hands." Grand Elder Miao Juechen felt a surge of urgency. Delays could lead to unforeseen changes. Furthermore, her deception involving Yin Ningxue had not yet been discovered by the fourth elder Ling Imohan. If she hesitated any longer, unexpected troubles might arise. Her immediate course of action was to eliminate Qin Ming, avenging her son while silencing him. Yet, at this critical moment, the beast's interference was igniting her pent-up rage. I offer you a chance, and you squander it. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Since you insist on protecting this disciple, then you shall remain as well." Without waiting for Wu Zhuotian's response, she launched an attack. Wu Zhuotian's heart sank as he cautiously countered while contemplating how to safeguard Qin Ming. Although he had not fully regained his powers, he had recently replenished his spirit stones and treasures, allowing his strength to return to at least 70%, comparable to a human cultivator in the Lingxian realm. preventing Grand Elder Miao Zhuchun from gaining any advantage. As the two engaged in combat, Wu Zhuotian suddenly recalled the jade disc on Qin Ming's person, and a thought sparked in his mind. He struck Grand Elder Miao Zhuchun back with a palm, then retrieved the jade disc from Qin Ming, gripping it tightly until it shattered into powder. Meanwhile, at Qingfeng Peak within the Grand Hall, Mu Qingfeng felt a shock as the jade token in his hand suddenly disintegrated. However, what astonished him most was that before its destruction, it had sensed the jade dislocation at Goyan Peak. Despite his astonishment, Mu Qingfeng did not hesitate, rising immediately to rush towards Goyan Peak. Moments later, just as the Grand Elder Miao Zhuchun was entangled in a fierce struggle with Wu Zhuotian, the figure of Mu Qingfeng suddenly appeared before them. Upon seeing Wu Zhuotian, Mu Qingfeng was momentarily taken aback, his heart a tumult of emotions. However, as he discerned the bloodied form of Qin Ming behind, his brow furrowed with growing concern, his heart a mixture of sorrow and joy. Grand Elder, what transpired here? My disciple Qin Ming and Yin Ningxue from Suxiao Peak, why are they here with you? The Grand Elder Miao Zhuchun, with a flicker of thought, resolved to shift all blame onto Wu Zhuotian. It is he. This fifth-level beast has wrought this calamity. For reasons unknown, he escaped from the depths of the abyss and not only killed my disciple Tian Ming, but also severely wounded Yin Ningxue and Qin Ming. 7 Junior Brother, let us unite and swiftly eliminate this beast. Avenge the disciples of Yunlan's sect. Chapter 30. The turmoil of Yunlan's sect. Is the truth significant? Mu Qingfeng feigned immense shock. He exchanged a glance with Wu Zhuotian, only to distinctly perceive the latter's subtle shake of the head. Yet, Elder, with our sect leader currently in seclusion, relying solely on our strength, it may be quite arduous to subdue this demon. Mu Qingfeng nonchalantly signaled Wu Zhuotian with his eyes, pretending to be enraged, and declared, "This demon is exceedingly cunning. Given that he could escape from the depths of the abyss, he must have reinforcements or allies. Elder, we must not act recklessly." Wu Zhuotian, discerning Mu Qingfeng's insinuations, surmised his intention to let him go, and disdainfully snorted. "Umph. Do you truly believe that the two of you can confine me? Such a delusion. Enough. I am weary and do not wish to involve myself further in your sect's affairs. However, my enmity with Yunlan's sect shall not be easily resolved. Tell that old man, Su Yune, to brace himself. I shall return to settle the score." With that, he transformed into a crimson light and fled into the depths of the night. Seeing Wu Zhuotian escape, Mu Qingfeng's anxious heart finally found solace. He hurriedly approached to assist Qin Ming, only to discover that the young man still possessed a faint breath of life, though for some unknown reason. The jade disc lay shattered. After a moment of contemplation, as he pieced together the preceding events, a slight smile unconsciously graced his lips. Who would have thought? This reckless individual had managed to employ some wit. Elder Miao Zhuotian, witnessing Wu Zhuotian's retreat, could only cast a helpless glare at Qin Ming. Suppressing the urge to eliminate him, and with a cold snort, turned to carry away the lifeless body of Tian Ming, heartbroken as he departed. Mu Qingfeng gazed at the bloodied and unrecognizable form of Qin Ming, alongside the deeply unconscious Yin Ningxue, shaking his head in resignation, and sighed heavily. Alas, it appears that a considerable tempest is about to engulf Yunlan's sect. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight broke through the clouds, illuminating the 8 main peaks of Yunlan's sect in radiant gold, 3 pieces of news that sent shockwaves throughout the sect spread like wildfire, igniting anxiety among the disciples. Even Su Yune, who had recently entered seclusion, was compelled to emerge prematurely. The 3 pieces of news were as follows. Firstly, the 5th-tier demonic beast, the Crimson Flame Dragon Sparrow, sealed for 30 years, inexplicably broke free from its confinement and fled in haste. Secondly, Tian Ming, the 5th-level disciple of the Tongxian realm from Gloomy Cloud Peak, tragically fell during a struggle with the demonic beast, passing away at a young age. Thirdly, Qin Ming, the punished disciple from Qingfeng Peak, astonishingly escaped from the abyss and attempted to violate Yin Ningxue once more. Fortunately, he was timely restrained by Elder Miao Zhuotian, thus narrowly avoiding calamity. However, Yi Ningshu remained in a coma, and it was feared that upon awakening, her cultivation would be adversely affected. Regarding the first two pieces of news, the elders and disciples expressed their sorrow, yet it was not of personal anguish. However, the final piece of news incited righteous indignation among all disciples, who lamented their failure to support the sect leader that day and eliminate Qin Ming. Certainly, the rumors had already begun circulating before Master Su Yuan emerged from seclusion. As for who spread them, it is unnecessary to ponder. The culprit is quite evident. Who else could it be but our esteemed elder? How do you know? Do you possess knowledge of the true circumstances? On Qingfeng Peak, Mu Qingfeng leisurely sipped his wine, reclining in a rocking chair, his gaze calm as he observed the bewildered third sister, Lu Juyan. Sister, contemplate yesterday's events and the peculiar behaviors exhibited by the elder prior to the Master's retreat. Why did they all occur during our Master's period of seclusion? Yi Ningsno is undoubtedly a prodigious talent among the younger generation, one of the three sons of Yunlan. How could such a formidable individual be abducted by Qin Ming, who had just escaped from the abyss and subsequently taken to Guoyin Peak for violation? Would she not resist? Furthermore, why was the elder's favored disciple, Li Tianming, fortuitously present at the scene and in disarray? Does this not raise suspicion? Realization dawned on Lu Juyan as she grasped the implications. Are you suggesting that the elder deliberately concealed the truth to obscure her unspeakable secrets? Mu Qingfeng cast a cold glance towards Qin Ming's residence, scoffing, "What is the truth? Is it of any significance?" What all disciples of the sect need to comprehend is that Qin Ming has not perished. He has narrowly escaped from the abyss and now brazenly seeks to violate our esteemed senior sister, Yi Ningsno. That is sufficient. As for the rest, no one cares, nor will anyone believe it. Lu Jian seemed lost in contemplation, slowly responding, if the elder has intentionally stated it this way. Does she wish for Qin Ming to perish once more? Your prized disciple, possessing such modest cultivation, has attracted so many who wish to end his life. Mu Qingfeng chuckled bitterly. It is indeed his fate. Yet I wonder how he will navigate this ordeal. Lu Jian smiled, two enticing dimples appearing on her exquisite face. I find myself increasingly intrigued by your disciple. Once he recovers, may I have the opportunity to guide him for a couple of days? Without hesitation, Mu Qingfeng nodded. Once he is well, if he still has breath in him, I shall ensure he personally visits Amei Peak. 3 days later, Qin Ming, swathed like a zongzi, once again awoke from his unconscious state. This time, Mu Qingfeng spared no expense, inundating Qin Ming with elixirs that healed injuries and reshaped broken bones as if they were free. Fortunately, Qin Ming's resilience prevailed. Despite the rigorous treatment, he did not succumb, but instead revived anew. However, just as he regained the ability to walk, the voice of the system echoed in his mind once more. System, congratulations, host, for completing the task of eliminating the scoundrel. Reward, superior grade treasure, Xiantian dragon pattern ruler. As Qin Ming beheld the pitch-black ruler adorned with golden dragon patterns, he barely had time to rejoice before another task from the system arrived. System, please complete the task of healing senior sister. Requirement, utilize all capabilities without damaging senior sister's Xian veins. Reward, spirit grade transmutation, Xian body pill. One can forge the body to be as resilient as the armor of a mystical beast. Usage level, any realm. Qin Ming felt a mix of exasperation and disbelief, as the wounds on his body inexplicably split open, oozing several crimson streaks. You wretched system, you now want me to rescue senior sister Yi? But who the hell is going to save me? Just as Qin Ming had barely accepted the task, 5 uninvited guests approached the front of the Qingfeng Peak Great Hall. There stood sect leader Su Yuan, accompanied by the Grand Elder Miao Juechen and 3 law enforcement elders, all striding towards Mu Qingfeng with an air of stern authority, clearly intent on seeking retribution. 7th Elder, has your precious disciple Qin Ming's condition improved at all? If he is able to speak, I have certain matters I wish to confront him about directly. Chapter 31. The Blurring of Truth and Falsehood. A battle of words with the Grand Elder. The sect leader and his companions approached with an imposing demeanor, leaving no room for Mu Qingfeng to maneuver. Qin Ming, his body enveloped in white bandages and limping on his feet, gradually made his way out of the grand hall. Upon witnessing Qin Ming's voluntary appearance, Mu Qingfeng chose not to elaborate further. Instead, he reclined leisurely in his rocking chair, observing the unfolding drama with a sense of nonchalance. Ah, he has emerged. Whatever the matter, confront him directly. Alas, I've been utterly exhausted these past few days. By the way, sect leader, there is no need to spare my feelings. This lad is simply deserving of a reprimand. With that, Mu Qingfeng delightfully raised a cup of fine wine to his lips, a rosy hue blooming on his slender cheeks. Qin Ming took a deep breath and carefully approached sect leader Su Yuani and the others, bowing slightly in a gesture of respect. Disciple Qin Ming pays his respects to the sect leader, the Grand Elder, and all esteemed elders. Sect leader Su Yuani nodded in acknowledgement. Through recent inquiries, his initial fury had subsided, replaced by a desire to uncover the truth of the matter. Qin Ming, I shall inquire, how did you manage to escape from the abyssal deep? Qin Ming's gaze was clear, devoid of any evasion. Disciple is unaware. On the day I awakened from the deep, I encountered a peculiar figure clad in red robes, adorned with dragon horns, scales, and armor, and with a pair of vermilion wings upon his back. Upon regaining consciousness, I was seized by him. Sect leader Su Yuani silently nodded. The figure Qin Ming described was indeed the manifestation of the vermilion flame dragon sparrow. Do you know the whereabouts of the abyssal deep? Why did that red-robed figure spare your life? What led to your escape? During the 3 days of recuperation, Qin Ming replayed the interrogation scene in his mind countless times. Yet no explanation seemed coherent, unless he entangled the grievances of his master into the narrative, weaving a tapestry of truth and deception. Perhaps he could obscure the reality. Most importantly, how could he convince the sect leader that the true aggressor against his senior sister was not him? Sect leader, it is all due to my own ignorance. After the judgment assembly, I had intended to atone with my life, yet I found myself awakening in the abyssal deep. I was aware that it was a forbidden place, which filled me with despair. However, when that red-robed figure sought to devour me, in a moment of desperation, I claimed to be a direct disciple of Mu Qingfeng, hoping for mercy. To my astonishment, the red-robed figure paused and indeed released me. At this point, Qin Ming cautiously glanced at Mu Qingfeng, only to find his master exhibiting no reaction whatsoever. The events of that time were well known to sect leader Su Yuani, who had witnessed them firsthand. Naturally, he understood the connection between the red-robed figure and Mu Qingfeng. After Qin Ming invoked his master's esteemed name, it was only reasonable that the red-robed figure would relent. And then, the abyssal deep is sealed with an icy power. How did you manage to escape? Qin Ming feigned contemplation for a moment, recalling how that peculiar figure had captured him and promised to spare his life, yet commanded him to act as a guide upon his release, claiming that the Holy Spirit Temple would send the Four-Spirit clan to rescue him. Seeking vengeance. Subsequently, I was overwhelmed by a strange force and fell unconscious. When I regained my senses, I found myself having escaped the abyss. The enigmatic man in the red robe insisted that I lead him to the sect leader. We journeyed to Longyun Peak, where we failed to locate the leader, and then he ordered me to seek out the Grand Elder, prompting another trek to Guyun Peak. Upon our arrival, we encountered senior brother Li Tianming, who was bullying Sister Yi, and then a confrontation ensued between senior brother and the red-robed stranger, after which I lost track of events. Qin Ming's fanciful storytelling not only plunged sect leader Su Yuani into deep thought, but also left Mu Qingfeng in a state of skepticism. If Qin Ming's words bore even a semblance of truth, then the scene at Guyun Peak would indeed align. However, Qin Ming was merely boasting, spinning tales at will. Mu Qingfeng scoffed inwardly, incredulous at the mention of the Holy Spirit Temple. Without my life-bound jade token, they would never breach the confines of the icy power within a millennium. In truth, after Qin Ming's teasing of Yi Ning Shuang and learning of the Judgment Conference, Mu Qingfeng had already begun to orchestrate the subsequent events. This included gifting a jade disc to Qin Ming and coercing him to confront his fate in the depths of the abyss. all unfolding precisely as Mu Qingfeng had envisioned. Although he had acknowledged and accepted Qin Ming as his disciple, in his quest to rescue Wu Yue's brother and resolve his long-standing emotional turmoil, Qin Ming remained unable to escape the role of a mere pawn. Though lamentable, the pawn was, fortunately, unharmed. Upon concluding Qin Ming's elaborate fabrication, sect leader Su Yuan's eyes gradually fell into contemplation, his demeanor becoming unexpectedly grave. Stroking his beard, he muttered to himself, "The Holy Spirit Temple, the Four-Spirit Clan." I had indeed heard whispers of recent occurrences, yet I did not anticipate their swift actions. It appears that much of the rumors regarding the events at the Holy Spirit Temple in the western regions may hold a kernel of truth. Seeing the sect leader entertain doubts about Qin Ming's tall tales, the Grand Elder Miao Juechen, driven by a thirst for vengeance, could no longer restrain her indignation. "Qin Ming, you are spouting nonsense. While I am unaware of how you escaped the abyss, it was you who killed my Ming-er." The moment these words escaped her lips, the Grand Elder fell silent, suddenly realizing she may have misspoken. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Ming cast a cold glance at Grand Elder Miao Juechen. "Are you implying that I am responsible for senior brother Li Tianming's demise? Yet the rumors state that he perished in a struggle against a beast. Could it be that I misheard? If I were indeed his murderer, what motive could I possibly have? Could it be that senior brother sought to violate Sister Yi, and in a moment of chivalry, I intervened and ended his life? Surely not. I, Qin Ming, am not one to indulge in such self-righteousness. Moreover, I harbor an old grudge against Sister Yi." Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Ming, in his retort, unveiled the concealed truth, inciting the Grand Elder Miao Juechen to tremble with indignation. "You are speaking nonsense. It was you who wished to engage in dual cultivation with Yi Ningxue, and it was my disciple Ming-er who discovered your intentions. In order to prevent Yi Ningxue from being sullied by you and that demon, he fought with the fiend. Qin Ming, do not think that having emerged from the depths of the abyss, you can evade punishment. According to our sect's rules, you are still deserving of death." The ever-silent Mu Qingfeng, upon hearing these words, abruptly sprang from his rocking chair. Staggering unsteadily, he slurred, "Grand Elder." The sect master himself promised that Qin Ming would be punished by being cast into the abyss to fend for himself, never to be questioned again or held accountable for anything. So, now that you see my disciple has emerged unscathed from the abyss, do you wish to renege on that promise? At this, sect master Su Yuan sighed heavily and said, "Grand Elder, the matters of judgment have become mere wisps of smoke. Let's not dwell on them any longer. Our immediate concern is to ascertain how the demon escaped and why Yi Ningxue remains in a state of unconsciousness. As for your claim that Qin Ming killed Li Tianming, not only do I disbelieve it, but not a single disciple in the entire sect would accept such a notion. What cultivation level does Qin Ming possess, and what level does your elder brother from Lonely Cloud Peak hold? It is evident that Qin Ming is the one who killed Ming-er. I witnessed it with my own eyes." The Grand Elder Miao Juechen attempted to persist in his argument, but was abruptly interrupted by Qin Ming. With a cold sneer, Qin Ming retorted, "Even if I had slain Li Tianming, why would I wish to violate the elder sister on Lonely Cloud Peak?" Before his words could fade, a sudden, chilling voice pierced through the air amidst a swift gust. "Indeed, Grand Elder, I too wish to inquire on behalf of my disciple Yi Ningxue why she found herself on Lonely Cloud Peak." Chapter 32. The Overbearing Fourth Elder. Interrogation. Clad in elegant, understated garments, the fourth elder, Ling Mohan, floated gracefully into the scene. She cast a fleeting glance at Qin Ming before turning her attention to the Grand Elder, Miao Juechen, her gaze profound and icy. The Grand Elder, well aware of Ling Mohan's preference for discretion and tranquility, intended to dismiss her with a few casual words. She looked directly at Ling Mohan and coldly retorted, "Why is your esteemed disciple at Gloomy Cloud Peak? You must inquire with Qin Ming of Clear Wind Peak. If he had not conspired with that demon to abduct her, would she have ventured there on her own?" Ling Mohan let out a cold laugh, asserting, "In that case, I shall take Qin Ming back for a personal interrogation. I am eager to discover how he intends to violate my disciple." The Grand Elder, Miao Juechen, dismissively raised her hand, her tone authoritative. The sect master is present, and you shall not act recklessly here. Fourth sister, I understand your concern for your beloved disciple. However, until the circumstances surrounding my disciple's death are clarified, no one is permitted to take Qin Ming away. With a chilling laugh, Ling Mohan replied, Grand Elder, are you attempting to suppress me with the sect master's authority? Or are you relying on your position as Grand Elder? Or perhaps you are merely frightened that I might take Qin Ming away. Huh, how ludicrous. I am not to be trifled with. Until I uncover the truth, no one shall take him without my consent. With a slight frown, Ling Mohan warned, do not presume that your title as Grand Elder grants you the liberty to act as you please. For all these years, my silence does not mean that the people of Suxia Peak are to be bullied. Having spoken, Ling Mohan suddenly unleashed her profound energy, revealing her peak cultivation at the 9th level of the spirit profound realm in an instant. What say you, Grand Elder? Shall we engage in a friendly duel? Only the victor shall have the right to speak. The Grand Elder, Miao Juechen, was taken aback, her heart racing. Yet, without time for further contemplation, she too released her profound energy, though her cultivation at the 8th level of the spirit profound realm paled in comparison to Ling Mohan's prowess. Mu Qingfeng, witnessing Ling Mohan's formidable strength, was taken aback, realizing she was nearing the June profound realm. He had languished for 30 years at Clearwind Peak, his cultivation stagnating at the 7th level of the spirit profound realm, while his usually unassuming four-senior sister had ascended to rival the sect master. It is worth noting that within the entire Yunlan sect, only the sect master had achieved the June profound realm. As the tension between the two escalated, sect master Su Yuan sighed once more, gently waving his sleeve to disperse their raging energies. Enough. There is no need for conflict. This matter concerns the reputation of the Yunlan Divine Son, and also pertains to Suxia Peak. Let her handle it. With a cold huff, Ling Mohan glanced at Mu Qingfeng, icily stating, 7 junior brother, I beg your pardon, before swiftly lifting Qin Ming and soaring towards Suxia Peak. Watching Ling Mohan and Qin Ming depart, the Grand Elder's eyes blazed with fury, a murderous intent surging within her. This grudge shall not go unavenged. I, Miao Juechen, swear it. Moments later, at the summit of Suxia Peak, deep within the Grand Hall, as Qin Ming was unceremoniously escorted like a rice dumpling to the innermost sanctum, he unexpectedly caught sight of 2 familiar figures. Junior Qin, it has been quite some time. I never imagined you would thrive so well. It seems I finally have the opportunity to avenge the humiliation you inflicted upon me, spoke the 3rd elder, Lu Juedan, with a glint of malice in his eyes. Qin Ming furrowed his brow, perplexed by the intentions of the 4th elder, Ling Mohan, who had summoned both Lu Juedan and his cherished disciple, Lin Feng. Was it truly a case of retribution for grievances and revenge for enmities? With a heavy heart, Qin Ming lamented his fate, sensing that this journey through the gates of the underworld would be fraught with peril. To his astonishment, 4th elder Ling Mohan abruptly shifted from her earlier demeanor of authority to one of grave urgency. Qin Ming, I require you to swear by your Tao heart that your forthcoming responses will contain not an ounce of falsehood. Should you fail, the heavens shall exact retribution, and your cultivation shall stagnate for eternity. Qin Ming, feeling somewhat numb, nodded solemnly, yet his eyes gleamed with sincerity as he affirmed, I swear by the integrity of my ancestors for 18 generations that my words will be devoid of deceit. If I stray from the truth, may the heavens smite me. Only then did the 4th elder let out a sigh of relief, urging him to recount the events of that fateful night on gloomy Cloud Peak. Taking a deep breath, Qin Ming began to wrestle with the burden of his ancestral legacy. How could he possibly convey the truth? Should he disclose that a system compelled him to slay the vile perpetrator? Or perhaps mention that he and Wu Zhuotian had escaped from the abyss and sought to pilfer cultivation resources from gloomy Cloud Peak? With a conflicted gaze, Qin Ming coughed lightly and, donning a sincere expression, gradually articulated, I was coerced by that demon to serve as a guide in pursuit of revenge against the sect leader and the 1st elder. When we found the sect leader absent from Longyan Peak, we had no choice but to proceed to gloomy Cloud Peak. Upon our arrival in the depths of the Grand Hall, we fortuitously discovered Senior Sister Yi unconscious on her bed, while Qin Ming, bare-chested, was preparing to undress her. Though I had once acted inappropriately towards Senior Sister Yi during a competition, that was out of compulsion. Upon witnessing her being so wronged, I intervened, leading to a scuffle with Qin Ming. Ultimately, he met his demise. Of course, Qin Ming refrained from mentioning that Qin Ming had fallen by his own hand. Nevertheless, those present would not entertain such thoughts. They instinctively assumed Qin Ming had been slain by the demon. So, you speak only the truth? The one who sought to violate Schwerer was indeed Qin Ming from Gloomy Cloud Peak? Fourth Elderling Mohan probed once more, seemingly seeking to solidify the conviction that had recently taken root in her heart. Rest assured, I have uttered not a single falsehood, Qin Ming asserted. Otherwise, the first elder would not be so eager to eliminate me. Upon his conclusion, the third elder, Lu Juedan, exchanged a significant glance with fourth elder Ling Mohan. Fortunately, you arrived in time, fourth sister. Otherwise, this lad, Qin Ming, could have very well faced the first elder's wrath and been silenced forever. In such a case, there would truly be no evidence left to contest his demise. The fourth elder, Ling Mohan, appeared contemplative. It seems that Lin Feng was indeed correct that day. It was none other than the Grand Elder himself who had taken Schwerer away from the bamboo grove. The third elder, Lu Juyan, nodded in agreement, expressing that he had sensed something peculiar about the Grand Elder's behavior in recent days, which prompted him to advise his disciples to remain vigilant. Who would have imagined that a calamity would ensue, and such despicable and sordid deeds would unfold? Seeing his observations validated, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. I have always held a deep admiration for Junior Sister Yi, hence my heightened concern for her whereabouts. However, on that particular evening, I indeed witnessed a figure resembling the Grand Elder escorting Junior Sister Yi away. Moreover, as they departed, she appeared unsteady on her feet. I initially presumed she had fallen ill and required the Grand Elder's personal care. In hindsight, it is likely that this was all orchestrated for the sake of his precious disciple, Qin Ming, engaging in unspeakable acts. Chapter 33. The Seven Souls Dispersed? I can alleviate this poison. The fourth elder, Ling Mohan, wore a complex expression, her gaze a blend of 3 parts tenderness and 7 parts icy coldness. She beheld the still unconscious Yi Ningxue, her eyes reflecting both affection and ire. She cherished Yi Ningxue for her tragic beauty, yet she was enraged by the Grand Elder's malevolent tactics. Yi Ningxue possessed an exceedingly rare ice-heart, profound vein. If they could cultivate together, not only would their bodies and minds benefit, but her cultivation would also soar to unprecedented heights. Indeed, it seemed that only the Grand Elder, Miao Jiuechen, coveted Yi Ningxue's prowess throughout the entire sect. The third elder, Lu Juyan, also sighed, lamenting that for the rise of their solitary cloud peak and the emergence of a divine child, countless resources had been surreptitiously seized. Now, to ensure that her treasured disciple could ascend to the ranks of the divine child, she was willing to obliterate Yi Ningxue's entire cultivation. Alas, how could our Yinlan sect be burdened with such a Grand Elder? Does she even deserve to be our senior sister? After listening, the fourth elder, Ling Mohan, shook her head and sighed. Moments later, her gaze, once filled with rage, now bore a hint of reason. While we have come close to uncovering the truth, I firmly believe the Grand Elder will never concede. At present, in order to seek vengeance for Yi Ningxue, the most effective approach may well be to wait for her to awaken. Once she regains consciousness, the truth will undoubtedly be revealed to the world. By then, even if our sect leader intends to shield her, according to the sect's regulations, the venomous Grand Elder, Miao Jiuechen, will assuredly meet a grim fate. Upon the conclusion of Lu Jian's words, an oppressive silence enveloped the group. They were utterly unaware of the nature of the poison afflicting Yi Ningxue. If they were to wait for her to awaken, it could be an eternity. Perhaps by then, the Grand Elder would have already fled the Yinlan sect. What shall we do? Are we to remain in anxious anticipation, waiting idly? Lin Feng felt a twinge of anxiety as well. He had initially believed that, relying on the strength of her master and the fourth elder, They could effortlessly resolve the poison afflicting Yi Ningxue. Yet the situation proved far more intricate than anticipated. Currently, they could only rely on the two of them to channel profound energy, barely sustaining her life. Hearing the conversation, Qin Ming found himself lost in thought. He distinctly remembered that when the Grand Elder struck him at the heart, just before losing consciousness, he seemed to have glimpsed Yi Ningxue opening her eyes and casting a glance in his direction. How could it be that 3 days had passed without her awakening? With a helpless shake of his head, he recalled the task in his mind. Now, he had no choice but to feign confidence. Could you allow me to take a look? Perhaps I possess a method to rouse Sister Yi. Before he could finish, Lin Feng impatiently interjected with a refusal. You should quickly take yourself away. Look at your pitiful state. You can barely safeguard yourself, let alone awaken Sister Yi. If you truly had the ability to revive her, I would kneel before you and pay my respects thrice. Lin Feng was already filled with urgency, and upon seeing Qin Ming, his frustration grew exponentially. Now, hearing him audaciously boast in front of his master and the fourth elder, his anger surged uncontrollably. The fourth elder, Ling Mohan, gazed into Qin Ming's clear eyes and sighed helplessly. Qin Ming, I recognize your good intentions. Although during the sect's grand competition, you spoke harshly to Schwerer and behaved frivolously, you indeed saved her life. The animosity between you can be forgiven. Now, with Schwerer deeply ensnared in a coma, both the third senior sister and I are at a loss. We have exhausted all antidotes and remedies. What can a mere novice in the initial profound realm do? Upon hearing this, the third elder, Lu Juyan, suddenly furrowed her brows, staring intently at Qin Ming. Her astonishment evident. Even the fourth elder, Ling Mohan, sensed something amiss. What? Third senior sister, did I say something wrong? Lu Juyan took a deep breath and shook her head slightly. She distinctly remembered that on the day of the judgment assembly, Qin Ming was merely at the first layer of the initial profound realm. She had tested him. How could he have progressed so rapidly after emerging from the abyssal depths? In just half a month's time, he advanced from the first layer to the peak of the initial profound realm. Such a prodigious pace of cultivation was beyond even the most gifted disciples of her Yunlan sect, let alone those from the Xinqing sect. Perhaps it would be prudent to let him try. Lu Juyan suppressed her surging emotions and spoke slowly. Yet, her desire to draw Qin Ming to a May peak for guidance and exploration intensified. Master, do not be deceived by him. Lin Feng, witnessing Lu Juyan's unexpected agreement, became even more unsettled. This rascal Qin Ming was merely skilled in flattery. If he were to delay Sister Ye's recovery, it would be a grave miscalculation. Qin Ming shot an irritated glance at Lin Feng. I am merely going to take a look, perhaps check her pulse. There will be no undue intimacy. Why are you so anxious? If you possess the skill, go heal Sister Yi. Stop whining and merely standing there. Lin Feng, incensed by Qin Ming's audacity to insult him, was about to retort when his master, Lu Juyan, intervened. Fenger, enough. I trust that Qin Ming would not speak recklessly. Qin Ming cast a deep glance at the fourth elder, Ling Mohan, and upon receiving her consent, he gradually approached Yi Ningxue. He slowly closed his eyes, gently placing his right hand upon her wrist to feel her pulse. The moment his fingers made contact with her arm, a surge of divine awareness ignited in his mind. Simultaneously, the Xian Yu Zizai bottle within his storage ring flickered with a dim, pulsating light, as if resonating with his thoughts. This is the seven souls dispersing poison. The afflicted must engage in dual cultivation with another within 3 hours, or else the toxic blood will invade the marrow. However, Sister Yi once forcibly suppressed this poison using the power of the ice heart profound vein, which granted her a brief moment of respite. This, in turn, led to the poison rebounding furiously, allowing the toxic blood to infiltrate the profound veins and assault the internal organs. Hence, after so many days, awakening has become impossible. After Qin Ming spoke in a calm tone, he slowly opened his eyes and gradually retracted his right hand. Lin Feng observed Qin Ming's composed demeanor, feeling as though he had swallowed a dead fly. He could hardly fathom that this young man had truly uncovered some insight. What is he to do now? Must he really bow to Qin Ming? Are you speaking nonsense? Do you know what it means to have the 7 souls severed and scattered? Surely you are not fabricating this. As Lin Feng voiced his doubts, he was promptly interrupted by his master, Lu Juran, who raised a hand. He is not fabricating it. I have heard of this poison. Moreover, the individual skilled in concocting this poison is an elder from the Zwanking sect. Upon hearing this, the expression of Elder Ling Mohan grew grave. Qin Ming, since you can articulate the name of this poison, then. Before he could finish his sentence, Qin Ming smiled and interjected, I can indeed resolve this poison. However, I require you, Elder, to agree to 2 conditions. Chapter 34. 3 conditions? Let the arrogance continue. What conditions, you ask? Let me speak plainly. The 4th elder, Ling Mohan, observed Qin Ming's fervent conviction, as if he had grasped the last strand of hope within his heart. If you can awaken Schwerer and dispel the poison within her, I shall concede to any terms you propose. Upon uttering these words, Qin Ming felt no sense of impropriety. Rather, it was Lin Feng who, captivated by Ling Mohan's serene and exquisite countenance, found himself momentarily entranced, swallowing hard against his better judgment. 4th elder, please do not agree to everything he says. This rogue, Qin Ming, is full of deceit. He even has no fear of the sect leader. Should you fall for his trickery, the consequences could be dire. Lin Feng fidgeted restlessly, his heart in turmoil, for he had never before experienced the disconcerting sensation of being overshadowed by another. Witnessing someone else's arrogance before him was profoundly unsettling. After speaking, he noticed that the 4th elder, Ling Mohan, appeared somewhat hesitant, prompting him to press further. Regarding that elusive 7 souls dispersing poison, given that it is crafted by a guest elder of the Xinqing sect, its potency must be considerable. Correct? What right does Qin Ming, a mere lowly disciple nearly stripped of his cultivation, have to flaunt his prowess here? Master, 4th elder, please do not let him deceive you. Qin Ming found himself momentarily dazed, struck by the familiarity of Lin Feng's tone and demeanor. He blinked, rummaging through fragments of memories from the Blue Star, ultimately pinpointing the source. Damn, foolish Lin Feng. You indeed are Tian Wenjing. Your entire family is Tian Wenjing. Although Ling Mohan harbored her own doubts, the urgency of the situation left her with no other recourse. She could only resort to desperate measures. Her voice tinged with apprehension. Where can we possibly find that exceedingly rare 4th-grade pharmacist now? Schwer has been unconscious for 3 days. If we delay any further, her life may be at stake. Moreover, according to Qin Ming's account, the poison has already infiltrated her meridians and organs. For now, we must trust that Qin Ming possesses a unique antidote capable of reviving Schwerer. With a hint of confidence gracing his smile, Qin Ming gazed steadily at the 4th elder. Ling Mohan. 4th elder, do you believe in me? Ling Mohan hesitated for a moment, yet before she could voice her thoughts, the 3rd elder, Lu Jian, interjected. I believe. Those 2 succinct words seemed to stifle Lin Feng's myriad doubts, leaving him flushed and speechless, unsure of how to counter his master. Could it be that Qin Ming intends to employ the dual cultivation method? In Lin Feng's mind, it was unfathomable for a nascent disciple to decipher a poison akin to a 4th-grade elixir. Brother Lin, could you perhaps clear your mind? What time is it? Yet you are still preoccupied with such frivolities? Do you think I am like you, seeking partners for dual cultivation at every turn? Qin Ming shot Lin Feng a frosty glare, nearly laughing in exasperation at his foolishness. Moreover, I am solely responsible for concocting the elixir that will dispel the poison afflicting Sister Yi, without ever coming into contact with her body. If you continue to harbor such baseless suspicions, I may just forego the treatment altogether. With that, Qin Ming feigned great indignation and limped away. The 3rd elder, Lu Juyan, swiftly grasped Qin Ming's arm, her tone gentle. Lin Feng has also been overly concerned. Please do not take offense. You mentioned that in order to save Yi Ningxue, you require 2 conditions to be met. Please, do share them openly. At this moment, the 4th elder, Ling Mohan, also regained her composure, casting aside her doubts. With sincerity, she said, Qin Ming, I trust you, and I have faith that Schwerer will undoubtedly overcome this tribulation. Speak. What conditions do you wish for me to agree to? Qin Ming, cocooned like a zongzi, was already hampered in movement, and now that he had achieved his goal of retreating to advance, he seized the opportunity to further his demands. I would like to add one more condition. Qin Ming raised his chin and cast a challenging glance at Lin Feng. Very well, I agree. Do not say just one additional condition. I would accept 10. The fourth elder, Ling Mohan, responded without hesitation, readily acquiescing. At this moment, even if it meant offering the entirety of Su Xia Peak in exchange, she would not falter. The first condition, should I successfully alleviate Sister Ye's poison, Brother Lin Feng must uphold his promise and bow to me 3 times. The second condition is quite simple. I require a secluded chamber for recuperation. And regardless of what rare herbs or treasures I may need, you must procure them without fail or excuse. After articulating these initial 2 conditions, Qin Ming cast a meaningful glance at Lu Juyin and Ling Mohan, seemingly awaiting their response. After a brief pause, the third elder, Lu Juyin, and the fourth elder, Ling Mohan, exchanged glances and replied in unison, agreed. Master, he is insulting me. We must not acquiesce to this despicable individual. Silence. You were the one who hastily agreed. I had no choice. Lin Feng's face darkened with anger as he glared at Qin Ming. You had better succeed in treating Sister Yi. I shall accept bowing if you do. Should you fail to resolve that accursed poison, then bowing will be the least of your concerns. Do you understand? The air was thick with an undercurrent of menace. Yet, Qin Ming merely chuckled nonchalantly. If I cannot cure Sister Yi, I shall bow to you and call you grandfather. Very well. It is settled. The fourth elder, Ling Mohan, sighed in relief, feeling both anxious and composed. Qin Ming, what is your final condition? According to conventional thinking, both Ling Mohan and Lu Jian braced themselves for Qin Ming to make an exorbitant demand, for such a rare opportunity would lead anyone to seize it fiercely. However, to their surprise, Qin Ming spoke in a calm tone, devoid of any emotion. The final condition, should Sister Yi awaken, you must not disclose that I was the one who healed her. Upon this declaration, the previously tense atmosphere crystallized instantaneously. The third elder, Lu Juyin, and the fourth elder, Ling Mohan, gaped in disbelief at one another, eyes wide with incredulity. Even Lin Feng shook his head in disbelief, as if he had misheard. Why? There is no reason. I simply do not wish to complicate matters. Consider this. If a person you have long despised, someone you would wish to see perish, were to save your life, how would you then reconcile your existence? I am a person of simplicity. My bond with Sister Yi is not profound, devoid of any entangled emotions. It is best that we remain as we were before. Having said that, Qin Ming turned on his heels and departed, leaving the 2 elders in a state of utter bewilderment, their accomplishments and names hidden away. Qin Ming felt a sense of pride within, for he had meticulously remembered the teachings of his master from that day. This act was executed flawlessly. Lin Feng gazed at Qin Ming's retreating figure, his fists clenched, trembling with rage. Qin Ming, oh Qin Ming, can you not act pretentiously for once? Just wait. If you fail to heal Sister Yi, I shall ensure you regret the day your parents brought you into this world. Chapter 35. What's wrong with seeking resources? The voice of the soul. At the secluded cliff of the back mountain of Su Xia Peak, within an exceedingly tranquil cave abode, the fourth elder, Ling Mohan, typically meditated in solitude. However, she had recently ordered the space to be tidied up, allowing Qin Ming to take residence there. Qin Ming, unceremoniously, upon entering the cave, presented a note densely filled with various rare materials and magical artifacts. Lin Feng, observing the list, scratched his head in bewilderment. Master, what kind of elixir requires a 3rd-grade defensive artifact? Those ghostly Xianyang herbs, purple dragon flowers, and earth-fire penetrating heart lotus are manageable. But why is there a need for a storage ring of 3rd grade or higher? Is this lad perhaps a bit too greedy? And so brazenly, isn't that a bit excessive? The third elder, Lu Juran, could only smile wryly, increasingly perplexed by the contents of Qin Ming's mind. Yet for the sake of her dear sister and her sister's promising disciple, she reluctantly accepted the situation. Though the list appeared somewhat chaotic and incomprehensible, it had to be fulfilled. Rest assured, if he truly manages to neutralize the poison afflicting Yining Shue, then these items are but worthless scraps in comparison. Should this lad dare to deceive our fourth junior sister, do not worry. I assure you, he will not see the light of another day. At that moment, within the cave, Qin Ming seemed to have anticipated their reactions upon reviewing the list and couldn't help but chuckle softly. I am merely engaged in physical labor, and under duress, what is wrong with seeking a few resources? Just as he basked in his moment of triumph, preparing to rest and await the delivery of resources, an elusive sensation suddenly emerged within his consciousness. It felt as if someone were speaking, whispering, yet more akin to a telepathic communion. Qin Ming, are you awake? This is the 52,000th call for you. Qin Ming furrowed his brow, springing up from the ground. Muzhuetian, is it truly you? Where are you? It seemed she had heard his response, her tone brimming with joy and excitement. You're all right? That is splendid. I am en route to the Holy Spirit Hall in the Western region, expected to arrive in a little over a month. I didn't have the chance to bid you farewell, my apologies. Don't be so formal with me. We are like family. She chuckled, unfazed by his brusqueness. I reached out to you through the soul to inform you that there were indeed some gains from that night as heist. To my surprise, that seemingly ascetic elder scavenged a significant amount of resources. I've saved a portion for you, hidden behind a waterfall at the back mountain of Qingfeng Peak. Be sure to retrieve it when you have the chance. Qin Ming felt a mix of surprise and elation. I didn't expect you to still think of me. But will those resources be sufficient for you to restore your cultivation? Rest assured, as I journeyed forth, I casually sought out additional resources, feeling confident that it would suffice. Very well, focus on your cultivation. Once I have resolved matters within my clan, I shall seek you out. Agreed, it is settled. I shall also strive to enhance my strength, ensuring I do not hinder your progress. After this declaration, Muzhuetian seemed to vanish in a thin air once more, leaving no trace of her presence. Qin Ming, unfazed, felt a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth at the thought of the treasures awaiting him behind the waterfall. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of Su Xia Peak, Ling Mo Han and Lu Ju Ran had just settled Qin Ming and were preparing to personally search for the elusive resources listed on their inventory. However, they were abruptly confronted by a gray figure blocking their path in the hall. This individual was none other than the esteemed Grand Elder of Yunlan sect, Miao Juchun, whom Qin Ming referred to as the formidable exterminator. Grand Elder, what brings you here in such haste? Is there a matter of urgency? Asked the fourth elder, Ling Mo Han, her expression stoic and her tone icy. With a cold snort, Grand Elder Miao Juchun demanded, Where is Qin Ming? Have you finished your inquiries? The fourth elder paused, contemplating her response, when the third elder, Lu Ju Ran, interjected. We merely asked a few simple questions, and once concluded, he descended the mountain. Grand Elder, did you not encounter him? Grand Elder Miao Ju Chun narrowed her eyes, a glint of menace flashing within their depths. Do not attempt to deceive me. Qin Ming has colluded with the demons, endangering my disciple's life. He is a traitor to Yunlan sect. Do not shield him. The fourth elder, Ling Mo Han, offered a gentle smile, exuding an air of calm to counter the tension. What a thing to say, Grand Elder. My sister, and I would never dare defy your authority. With a huff, Grand Elder Miao Juchen retorted, It is best that you do not. Otherwise, I will not hold back. Upon finishing her words, she turned to leave, but suddenly seemed to recall something, lowering her gaze to ask in a grave tone, How is Yining Shue's injury? Is she still unconscious? Thank you for your concern. Grand Elder, Shue Air is on the mend. When she recovers, I shall ensure she expresses her gratitude to you, replied the fourth elder, her words laced with subtle sarcasm. Her gaze as soft as flowing water, yet it felt as if it could freeze the very air around them. Very well. I, too, have inquiries for Yining Shue. Grand Elder Miao Ju Chen declared. I shall not take up more of your time. Should anyone learn of Qin Ming's whereabouts, please inform me promptly. With that, an unsettling sense of urgency and apprehension surged within her as she swiftly departed, a look of desperation flickering in her eyes. It seems we must hasten our preparations for the resources on the list. I have a foreboding feeling that significant events are on the horizon. The third elder, Lu Ju ran, felt an inexplicable twitch in her eyelids as she observed the Grand Elder's retreating figure, her expression betraying a hint of unease. Umph. I refuse to believe she can continue to wield such unchecked power. Once Shui air awakens, I shall see how she attempts to justify her actions. With that, the two women clasped hands and descended the mountain, soaring towards the direction of the sect's resource vault. 3 hours later, Qin Ming, still ensconced in slumber, was jolted awake by the sharp sound of an object colliding with stone. This is a third-grade storage ring, containing all the items you require. Please keep it safe. Qin Ming, I hope you act wisely. If you can truly awaken Shuer, you will be my benefactor, Ling Mohan. Should you dare to toy with me, even Mu Qinfeng would be unable to protect you. With that, the enchanting figure transformed into a beam of radiant light, gradually disappearing from sight. As Qin Ming donned the third-grade storage ring, his previously languid demeanor began to shift towards earnestness. With the Xian Yu's eye bottle in hand, concocting the elixir to resolve the 7 souls dispersing poison should be a mere trifle. My foremost priority is to swiftly elevate my cultivation and attain perfection in the third realm of the Great Desolation Infinite Art. I am genuinely curious to see how far my cultivation can ascend with the support of these resources. Upon uttering these words, Qin Ming meticulously placed all the necessary herbs for the elixir into the Xian Yu's eye bottle. After a surge of green light, dozens of second-grade elixirs, along with some third-grade ones, emerged, each essential for enhancing his cultivation. A subtle smile graced Qin Ming's lips, while his heart rejoiced in exhilaration. He carefully stored these elixirs and then began to study the rare materials required to counteract the 7 souls dispersing poison. It turns out that the antidote is named the Cold Jade Divine Soul Pill. Astonishingly, it also enhances the Xian veins and the soul. Moreover, it is of the 4th grade upper tier. Sister Yi, this time, you have truly turned misfortune into fortune. Chapter 36. 3 drops of essence blood as the catalyst? A breakthrough to the transcendent realm. With the Xian Yu Zai bottle in hand, Qin Ming felt as though the world was at his feet. Just as he reveled in his triumph, he suddenly noticed a line of red characters inexplicably appearing on the resplendent azure surface of the bottle. To concoct the Han Yu Shan Han Dan, 3 drops of pure essence blood from an individual of the transcendent realm are required. At present, Qin Ming had already bound his consciousness to the Han Yu Shan Han Dan. Whenever he wished to refine a particular elixir, he merely needed to close his eyes, and the necessary ingredients would materialize in his mind. Yet, why had such strange words manifested on the bottle? Could it be that the Han Yu Shan Han Dan possessed undisclosed functions? Qin Ming shook his head with a sigh, not dwelling too long on it. However, given that the elixir required 3 drops of essence blood from someone of the transcendent realm, he found himself with no alternative but to elevate his own cultivation to that level. He consumed a pill and sat cross-legged, closing his eyes. Moments later, a sound akin to thunder erupted in his mind. Subsequently, an unceasing torrent of mystical energy surged forth, rushing through his body's meridians and limbs. Though Qin Ming suppressed his inner excitement, he remained prudent, meticulously controlling his cultivation at the first layer of the transcendent realm. He was aware that such a transformation had already aroused the suspicions of certain individuals. If he were to elevate his cultivation to the true transcendent realm at this moment, those with ulterior motives would surely seek to extract his secrets by any means necessary. This was not a risk he was willing to take, unless absolutely unavoidable. He would never expose his secrets to the public eye. With a delicate motion, Qin Ming pricked his forehead, allowing 3 drops of pure essence blood to be drawn forth. Hovering before him, the 3 crimson droplets resembled the purest flames, gently pulsating with spiritual light, joyously dancing in the air. Following the guidance, Qin Ming first deposited the 3 drops of essence blood into the Xian Yu Zai bottle. He then proceeded to add various heavenly materials, including the Zilong flower, Dihua Chuan Xen lotus, Gui Su Yang grass, Xian Yao Qing Ming fruit, and Hanpa Bian flower, among dozens of others. With a slight closure of his eyes, Qin Ming began to sense the changes within the bottle. Approximately an hour later, the Xianyu Zai bottle suddenly erupted with a vibrant green light, and a fragrant aura of the elixir wafted towards him. Slowly opening his eyes, Qin Ming beheld a white elixir, enveloped in a hint of icy blue aura, gracefully floating at the mouth of the bottle. Taking a deep breath, he retrieved a medicinal box and placed a fourth-grade Han Yu Shan Hundan inside. However, he did not rush to leave. Instead, he once more sat cross-legged, closing his eyes to revisit the understanding of the Qian Kun Zai Gong technique. Concurrently, he began to slowly envision in his mind those exquisite martial arts techniques he had previously observed or imagined. A figure, half real and half illusory, gradually materialized within the cave, gracefully shifting through various martial arts forms before the meditative Qin Ming. At this moment, unbeknownst to him, Qin Ming's strength began to genuinely transcend to a new level. As the night passed, as the distant horizon began to shimmer with a veil of hazy dawn, Qin Ming stretched lazily and sauntered out of his cave dwelling. Behind him lay a tattered layer of white gauze and discarded garments. He donned the azure and white robe emblematic of the disciples of Qin Feng Peak and leisurely made his way towards the Grand Hall of Suxia Peak. Inside the Grand Hall of Suxia Peak, the third elder, Lu Juidian, the fourth elder, Ling Mohan, the divine son of Yunlan, Lin Feng, and numerous disciples were anxiously awaiting. Among them, some disciples remained skeptical and incredulous about whether Qin Ming could concoct the antidote to the poison afflicting Sister Yi. Do you think that boy Qin Ming might intentionally take revenge on Sister Yi and abscond with those resources? They speculated. It's hard to say. Sister Yi was quite intent on punishing him. Had it not been for the seventh elder risking his life to protect him, Sister Yi would never have relented and let that boy go. Now, the tides have turned. Who knows what mischief that lad might contemplate? Alas, Sister Yi truly has a wretched fate. Not only burdened by a sea of blood debts, but now she almost faced the loss of her cultivation. If it weren't for her desperate pleas at the mountain gate for an entire month, the master would never have softened and accepted her. In retrospect, it all feels like a dream. Indeed, back then, Sister Yi was merely an ordinary disciple. Had it not been for the fortuitous discovery by the seventh elder of her possessing the supreme ice heart Xian vein, our Suxiao Peak would not have been graced with such a radiant divine son of Yunlan. Oh, let us fervently hope that none of this is ruined by that boy Qin Ming. The disciples of Suxia Peak whispered amongst themselves. The visage of the fourth elder, Ling Mohan, whose beauty resembled, was tinged with a hint of melancholy. The third elder, Lu Juidian, also harbored a trace of anxiety. Though her demeanor was less overt than Ling Mohan's, a flicker of concern surfaced in her gentle, alluring gaze. However, to Lin Feng, this scene appeared somewhat smug and self-satisfied. He snorted dismissively, shattering the silence, and began to mutter to himself. I have long said that Qin Ming is unreliable. I truly do not understand what Master and you, fourth uncle, are waiting for. If Qin Ming can effortlessly decipher this poison, wouldn't that be a significant blow to the reputation of our Yunlan sect? From elders to disciples? If he can resolve the poison, what does that make us, the young prodigies of this generation? In my opinion, we should hastily dispatch someone to seek assistance from the Xianqing sect. If the Xianqing sect is willing to intervene, this matter can be resolved in the blink of an eye. Upon hearing Lin Feng mention the Xianqing sect, Lu Juidian could only sigh in resignation. She truly did not understand the relationship between the Yunlan sect and the Xianqing sect. If they could indeed summon the elders of the Xianqing sect, they would not have been anxious for so many days. Was the root of all this trouble her misplaced trust in Qin Ming? How audacious to wager the life of a divine son of Yunlan. Yet now that matters have reached this point, they could only place their faith in miracles. Perhaps, in her eyes, she had indeed witnessed many miraculous occurrences in Qin Ming during this time. Wind, do not speak recklessly and disturb the hearts of the people. Elder Lu Jian shot a glare at Lin Feng. Sensing the tension, simply shrugged and sealed his lips. Yet, internally, he was elated. Lin Feng was an unwavering admirer of Yi Ningxue, and he earnestly wished for her swift recovery. However, he did not wish for that savior to be Qin Ming. His concern for Yi Ningxue's life was genuine, But he firmly believed that, with the prowess of his master and the fourth elder, they would not allow her to become a mere shell of her former self. As Lin Feng basked in his pride, a subtle smile gracing his lips, a distant figure suddenly emerged before the grand hall. This figure moved leisurely, exuding an air of tranquility, as if appreciating the scenery around him, akin to a celestial being strolling and refining his state of mind. Strikingly, the confidence that only the formidable could possess was prominently displayed on Qin Ming's face. To his astonishment, Lin Feng thought, "I can't believe this fellow actually dares to show himself." He even found the time to don a clean robe. But what of his injuries? Wait, where are they? Lin Feng's brow furrowed deeply as his gaze fixated on Qin Ming, a spark of disbelief flickering in his eyes. Good heavens, how has this fellow healed so rapidly? Chapter 37. Brother Lin, I have taken my seat. Let us bow. As Qin Ming's figure appeared in the grand hall, Lin Feng finally discerned the transformation. Qin Ming now emanated an aura as if he were an entirely different person. Not only was his attire new, but it seemed as though his very essence had been renewed. Qin Ming, you have finally emerged. How do you fare? The fourth elder, Ling Mohan, expressed a glimmer of joy and urgency, being the first to inquire. Qin Ming offered a gentle smile, refraining from answering directly. Instead, he gracefully raised his arm, revealing his open palm. In the next moment, a dark, exquisite medicinal box materialized in his grasp. Is it complete? The third elder, Lu Juyan, expressed disbelief, her eyes wide with astonishment. Rest assured, my esteemed elders, that this cold jade spirit soul pill is meant for Sister Yi. I shall remain here, and if I fail to dispel the poison afflicting her, I willingly accept any punishment. Quickly, the fourth elder, Ling Mohan, seized the medicinal box, and, as she opened it, an enchanting fragrance of the elixir filled the entire grand hall. Remarkably, it is a superior grade 4 pill. The third elder, Lu Juyan, exclaimed instinctively, gazing at the smiling, low-ranking disciple before her delicate brows knitted with concern. A flicker of doubt crossed her mind. What is this young man's origin? How could he concoct a superior grade 4 pill, a feat not even accomplished by seasoned alchemists? As she scrutinized Qin Ming, she was taken aback to discover that he had indeed ascended to the Xian realm. Qin Ming, you have broken through to the Xian realm? With a light chuckle, Qin Ming nodded, attributing his progress to the resources provided by the two elders. At this moment, despite the multitude of questions swirling in the fourth elder's mind, the urgency of the elixir in her possession compelled her to act swiftly to rescue Yi Ningxue, leaving no room for idle chatter. Without waiting for the third elder to continue her inquiries, the fourth elder grasped her arm and swiftly darted deeper into the hall. Lin Feng, witnessing Qin Ming indeed produce the antidote, felt a mix of shock and skepticism. He chuckled softly, observing the departing figures of his master and the fourth elder, then turned to Qin Ming, his voice low and laden with doubt. I never imagined you truly possessed the antidote. Speak, from whence did you acquire it? It cannot possibly be the work of your master, can it? Qin Ming scoffed softly, his gaze steady and composed as he regarded Lin Feng. My master is indeed capable of many things. As for the origins of this pill, there is no need for you to pry. I owe you no explanations. All that matters is that this elixir can rid Sister Yi of her poison and restore her to consciousness. Lin Feng, sensing Qin Ming's evasion, grew increasingly convinced of his suspicions. Shameless wretch, flaunting your master's accomplishments as your own. I truly feel embarrassed for the seventh elder. How is it that Qin Feng Peak produces such morally reprehensible disciples? At this moment, other disciples from Su Xia Peak, witnessing Lin Feng's scornful demeanor, were equally incredulous, and they began to murmur in agreement. Brother Lin speaks the truth. From a very first disciple of Qin Feng Peak, each has been frivolous and lacking in merit. Indeed, how could a mere low-ranking disciple possibly concoct a fourth-grade upper-tier elixir? If he possessed such extraordinary capabilities, why would he have languished under his master's neglect for a decade? I suspect there is something amiss. To casually obtain a pill from his master and attempt to claim credit for healing Sister Yi is utterly repulsive. A disgraceful opportunist. Qin Ming furrowed his brow, astonished that such petty grievances could exist in the world. I say, dear senior brothers and sisters, setting aside the immense effort I have exerted for Sister Yi, even if the elixir I procured through my connections with my master is indeed mine by right, what business do you have barking at me? What have you done for Sister Yi? You narrow-minded individuals, what qualifications do you possess to criticize me here? It is shameful that you call yourselves disciples of Su Xia Peak. Upon hearing these words, the disciples of Su Xia Peak turned crimson with indignation, but dared not continue their accusations. Some contemplated confronting Qin Ming, yet were restrained by the more rational among them. After all, he is currently in high spirits. It would be unwise to provoke their master's ire. Regardless, what matters most is that Sister Yi awakens. After Qin Ming had finished admonishing the backbiting disciples, he noticed their fervor waning and let out a cold snort, shifting his focus toward Lin Feng. I say, Brother Lin, the wager we made yesterday still stands, does it not? At this, Lin Feng visibly faltered, his gaze darting nervously. Who knows if the elixir you have is effective? Sister Yi has yet to awaken. Lin Feng maintained his defiance, lifting his chin in rebuttal. However, as soon as he spoke, a chorus of astonished and joyful exclamations erupted from deep within the hall. Sister Yi has awakened. She truly has awakened. Upon hearing this, the other disciples were filled with astonished delight and hurried toward the depths of the hall, leaving only Qin Ming and Lin Feng in confrontation. What now, Brother Lin? Do the words you spoke yesterday still hold weight? Lin Feng, seething with rage, felt his pristine complexion flush with indignation. He glared fiercely at Qin Ming, his fists clenched so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh, the sound of cracking bones resonating throughout his body. It was evident that Lin Feng was on the brink of fury. Yet, as the son of Yunlan, certain words once spoken cannot be taken back. Besides, his master and the fourth elder were present at the time. He could not escape the consequences of their wager. Seeing Lin Feng grappling with his thoughts, Qin Ming casually pulled over a chair and reclined lazily, arms crossed and legs spread, resembling a lord. Brother Lin, what occupies your mind? I am seated comfortably. It is your turn to bow. Lin Feng trembled with rage, his eyes blazing. Just as he was about to falter, a critical realization struck him. The furious aura emanating from Lin Feng dissipated in an instant. His gaze upon Qin Ming bore a hint of amusement and mockery. A subtle smile graced his lips as he leisurely remarked, "Prostration is indeed permissible. However, I never specified that it must occur at this very moment. Our wager does not stipulate when you must bow, does it? It appears there is no time constraint. Perhaps I could bow a decade later, or even a century hence. Or shall I wait until you have departed this world to bow at your grave? Would that not also be considered compliant with our agreement?" Qin Ming was momentarily taken aback. He was aware of Lin Feng's penchant for trickery, yet he did not anticipate it to manifest in such a manner. Resting his chin upon his hand, he let out a long sigh and nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, it was Lin Shixiao. His words were marked by precision. Our wager indeed lacks a specified time for the bowing. It was my oversight. Lin Shixiao, I comprehend your stance. After all, you are the divine son of Yunlan. How about we consider an alternative approach? What do you think? Lin Feng slightly furrowed his brow. What alternative? With a playful grin, Qin Ming replied, "You simply need to call me grandfather, and I shall regard it as if you have already bowed." How does that sound? Chapter 38. Do you know that in this world, power reigns supreme? Curse it all! Lin Feng exclaimed in a fit of rage, his eyes blazing with fury, flecks of blood visible within, resembling a frenzied beast. Qin Ming, you cause me great distress. You've even led me to utter foul language. Do you wish for me to call you grandfather? You may as well wait for the next lifetime. With that, Lin Feng unleashed a powerful strike aimed squarely at Qin Ming's chest, the force akin to that of 1,000 pounds, roaring towards him. As he exerted his strength, a shimmering light manifested between his palms, revealing his mastery of the seventh realm of the profound realm. Bang! Qin Ming felt an overwhelming wave of suffocation, his breath halting abruptly. His body was flung backward like a broken marionette, a crimson arrow of blood erupting from his mouth as he crashed into the distant plaza. creating a deep crater. The thunderous noise left the disciples within the hall, who had just moments ago been jubilant, utterly bewildered. What was that sound? Could it be that someone has come seeking revenge? The fourth elderling Mohan exchanged a glance with the third elder Lu Jian, a flicker of unease appearing in their brilliant eyes. Could it be that Lin Feng and Qin Ming? Realization dawning upon her. Lu Jian rose swiftly and flew towards the hall's exit. At that moment, Qin Ming, his garments tattered and bloodied, bore a visible indentation on his chest. His once pristine attire lay in ruins. Blood seeped from his mouth as he lay in a sprawling position, having created a half-meter deep pit in the plaza amidst the rising dust. Lin Feng emerged from the hall, hands clasped behind his back, his countenance dark and his gaze icy and ruthless. He regarded Qin Ming as one would a low-tier be slain during a trial, devoid of any compassion. Qin Ming, all of this is of your own making. Do you understand that in this world, strength is paramount? Your lack of power and your audacious words are your folly. To insult me is to invite your own demise. As he uttered these words, a glint of murderous intent flickered in Lin Feng's cold eyes. Just as he raised his hand, aiming for Qin Ming's heart, a commanding voice rang out in his ears. Stop it, Feng! A striking figure in a crimson dress appeared before him. The third elder Lu Jian wore an expression of anger as she observed the injured Qin Ming. Shaking her head in exasperation, she turned to Lin Feng, a mix of ire and disappointment in her gaze. Fenger, Qin Ming has just awakened Yi Ningxue from her slumber, and the poison within her is gradually dissipating. It would be one thing if you showed no gratitude, but to lay hands on the savior of Shuer? What is the reasoning behind your actions? Lin Feng remained unperturbed, showing no remorse for his actions, his eyes reflecting a hint of grievance. Master, Qin Ming has humiliated me, demanding that I bow before him. Yet he dares to ask me to call him grandfather. I accept my defeat in our wager, but this humiliation, this bullying, is a slap in my face. A slap in the face of the cloud, Lawn Divine Sun, an affront to my MA peak. Even if my disciple chooses to forsake the reputation of the cloud, Mist Divine Sun, he must avenge the humiliation I have suffered. The third elder, Lu Jiudan, sighed internally, well aware of Lin Feng's character, proud and vengeful to the core. Furthermore, since he ascended to the status of the cloud, Mist Divine Sun, he had never before endured such indignity. It was entirely understandable that he could not restrain himself from striking Qin Ming. Gently, the third elder leaned down, using her profound energy to safeguard Qin Ming's heart pulse, preserving his life. Simultaneously, she sought to uncover any hidden secrets within his body. However, after probing for quite some time with her divine sense, she discerned nothing amiss. With a sense of resignation, Lu Jiudan sighed again, gazing into Qin Ming's expressionless eyes, and spoke softly. Qin Ming, this matter is indeed my Fenger's fault. I shall compensate you with some resources from the Amei Peak, and I hope you will not take offense. In Qin Ming's eyes, there was no trace of animosity. Instead, he coughed up blood and chuckled lightly, devoid of any grievances. Ah, thank you, third elder, for your generosity in bestowing upon me some resources. I am profoundly grateful. However, Lin Feng, I also thank you for striking me, for it has awakened me completely. You were right. In this world, strength reigns supreme. I hope that when one day you find yourself in a similar situation, you will remember these words. Having spoken, Qin Ming clutched his chest, suppressing the agony of his fractured bones, and with heavy footsteps, he began his slow descent towards the foot of the mountain. The third elder, Lu Jiudan, watched his retreating figure and recalled the emotionless gaze he bore. For reasons unknown, an inexplicable flutter surged within her heart. Feng, I know you have always been proud, but today you should not have acted. Lin Feng snorted lightly. Master, are you overthinking this? Qin Ming is merely a... Before he could finish, Lu Jiudan interrupted him. He had indeed been an inconspicuous low-level disciple in the past, but now he was no longer the same. I hope you will act with more caution in the future and leave yourself an escape route. The third elder shook her head in resignation and sighed deeply. Your junior sister, Yi, has awakened. You should go see her, but remember, do not reveal that it was Qin Ming who saved her. 3 hours later, When Qin Ming, burdened and disheveled, arrived at the waterfall behind Qingfeng Peak, the entire cloud mist sect erupted in commotion upon hearing the news of Yi Ningxue's awakening. Many speculated on the potential actions of the Suxia Peak. Would the fourth elder, Ling Mohan, disclose the entire truth? Would Yi Ningxue seek out trouble with Qin Ming? Or would she, as she had before, demand that the sect conduct a trial? Regrettably, it seemed as though nothing had occurred, for the Suxia Peak remained eerily silent. Upon hearing the news, the Grand Elder, Miao Juechen, felt a wave of unease wash over her. Frowning, she paced back and forth within the grand hall of gloomy Cloud Peak, contemplating for a long while without arriving at a definitive course of action. Should I take that final step? If I do, there may be no turning back. However, the vengeance for the murder of Minger must be avenged. I shall rend that wretched Qin Ming into 1,000 pieces to assuage my heart's hatred. Whether Yi Ningxue awakens or not is of little consequence. I have faith in Elder Lu's formidable power to sever the 7 souls. She cannot possibly remember the events of that night. Minger, do not worry. I will devise a foolproof plan to exact your revenge. At the summit of Suhua, within the Grand Hall, Yi Ningxue, pale and exceedingly weak, listened intently as her master recounted the sequence of events. In her sorrowful and resentful gaze, a flicker of malevolence gradually ignited. Yet, despite her efforts to recollect, she could not recall who had sought to violate her that night, or who aimed to cultivate with her and seize her powers. Master, I truly cannot remember, she lamented. However, I do recall that the Grand Elder came to the Purple Bamboo Forest to seek me out. What transpired afterward is beyond my knowledge. Yi Ningxue felt a splitting headache and shook her head in profound distress. The fourth elder, Ling Mohan, witnessing her plight, hurried to comfort her, advising her to rest and not to overthink the matter. Schwerer, focus on recuperating and regaining your strength. We can discuss this further once you are well. This time, it seems the Grand Elder has gained an advantage. Although we are aware she abducted you to the solitary Cloud Peak, we lack any evidence to prove that Li Tianming intended to violate you. Furthermore, Li Tianming is deceased, leaving no witness to corroborate. Currently, relying solely on Qin Ming's word may prove insufficient to compel the Grand Elder to confess. Moreover, what Qin Ming asserts may not necessarily reflect the truth. Upon hearing this, a tremor flickered in Yi Ningxue's starry eyes. Her brows furrowed tightly as she bit her lip, and a hazy crimson figure began to materialize in her mind, gradually becoming clearer. It was Qin Ming. After speaking, she could not suppress a series of light coughs, expelling a few mouthfuls of dark blood. The fourth elder's expression changed instantly, his gaze sharpening with urgency. Schwer, are you implying that Qin Ming sought to violate you? Yi Ningxue shook her head while lightly coughing, gesturing with her hands, her cheeks flushed with anxiety. No, I feel as though Qin Ming saved me. Chapter 39, Another Conspiracy? That night, you were the one who rescued me? 5 days later, the scandal surrounding the violation of the divine child, Yi Ningxue, gradually faded into obscurity, with no one daring to mention it again. This incident had become akin to a taboo among the Grand Elder and the Suxia Peak, concluding in a baffling silence. Moreover, it was rumored that Qin Ming, who had sinister designs against Sister Yi, faced no repercussions whatsoever. The notorious sinner managed to evade yet another disaster right under the noses of the Grand Elder and Suxia Peak. At this moment, on the back mountain of Qingfeng Peak, Qin Ming concealed himself within a cave behind a waterfall, utilizing the Xian Yuzizai bottle and various cultivation resources. He not only restored his physical condition, but also stabilized his cultivation at the pinnacle of the Tongxian realm. However, this time he acted with prudence, refraining from hastily breaking through to the Zhanxian realm. Instead, he meticulously crafted all the elixirs required for the breakthrough and stored them within his spatial ring for future use. Simultaneously, due to his enhanced strength and cultivation, he swiftly mastered the second stage of the spirit grade technique, Dark Night Phantom, achieving the skill of invisibility in an instant. Compared to the first stage, where shadows followed, the invisibility technique not only doubled his speed, but also extended his concealment duration. What delighted Qin Ming the most was that this technique could perfectly mask his true cultivation level, unless a practitioner above the Ling Xian realm actively sought him out. Most individuals would be unable to discern his actual prowess. Nevertheless, to err on the side of caution, he deliberately projected his cultivation at the first layer of the Tong Xian realm, thereby avoiding unnecessary complications. Qin Ming had exhausted all the resources acquired from Suxia Peak and those left by Wuzhou Tian. Now, his spatial ring contained only a collection of low-tier spirit swords and a third-grade defensive artifact, the Ling Long armor. However, these items now appeared as mere refuse to him, especially the third-grade low-tier defensive artifact, which paled in comparison to the spirit-grade Qin Ming Xian Dan in his possession, an item that could forge his body to be as resilient as a demon beastess armor. As his cultivation level progressed, the defensive capabilities of his body would also enhance. With sufficient cultivation, he could even transform his physique into that of a demon king. Contemplating the information contained within the spirit-grade Qin Ming Xian Dan, Qin Ming pondered for a moment before deciding against consuming it immediately, carefully stowing it back into his ring. In this world of cultivation, one must always guard against deceit. As he stepped out from behind the waterfall, a self-deprecating smile crossed his face. Had he donned that third-grade low-tier defensive artifact, the Ling Long armor, earlier, perhaps he wouldn't have suffered such a disgraceful defeat at the hands of Lin Feng. Brother Lin, I will undoubtedly reclaim that punch, along with interest. Just as Qin Ming emerged from the waterfall, a tipsy voice echoed from above, ethereally calling out to him. Qin Ming, return to the main hall of Qinfeng Peak at once. Someone is looking for you. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of Longyan Peak, the esteemed sect leader Su Yuanyi and the venerable Elder Miao Juechen appear to be engaged in a serious discussion. Elder Miao Juechen spoke eloquently, while the sect leader's deep, weathered eyes seemed lost in contemplation. Sect leader, in just 3 days, Su Yao will return to the sect. At the tender age of 18, she will become the foremost among the younger generation of Yunlan's sect. Moreover, she has successfully completed this mission alongside her senior brothers, who were several years her elder. This is indeed a cause for celebration. I have also heard that the 5th and 6th elders have sung her praises. This time, if she can lead some disciples of Yunlan's sect to the Nanlu mountain range for training, seeking opportunities, and honing their experiences, it will not only aid those lower-ranked disciples in enhancing their cultivation, but also silence the murmurs of discontent. We must remember that during the last Judgment Conference, due to the ruckus caused by that lad Qin Ming, many lower-ranking disciples expressed their dissatisfaction, voicing grievances that the sect disregarded their well-being. If this training mission is accomplished successfully, I believe it will not only earn the disciples' respect, but also greatly bolster the prestige of supporting Su Yao as the next sect leader. Once Elder Miao Juechen concluded, sect leader Su Yuanyi seemed to have finally made up his mind, particularly at the mention of the benefits to Su Yao's potential ascension as the next sect leader, dispelling the earlier concerns etched upon his face. Elder, the Nanlu mountain range is less than 300 miles from the Xinqing sect. If we were to intrude upon that territory, might there be repercussions from the Xinqing sect? Would they suspect Yunlan's sect of plotting something untoward? Perhaps we should consider the Beilu mountain range instead, allowing those disciples to train there. This statement signified that sect leader Su Yuanyi had indeed been persuaded, albeit with lingering concerns regarding the training location. Elder Miao Juechen felt a sense of relief wash over him and smiled gently. Sect leader, the Beilu mountain range is far more perilous than the Nanlu mountain range. I fear the younger disciples may struggle to cope. However, the Hanke Valley in the Nanlu mountain range is quite different. The beasts there are not only devoid of intelligence, but also of a lower grade, making it the most suitable environment for these less experienced disciples to train. As for the Xinqing sect leader, you need not worry. I have some connections with Elder Liu from the Xinqing sect. When the time comes, I shall present them with some resources, ensuring that everything proceeds smoothly, without involving the Xinqing sect. Sect leader Su Yuanyi stroked his beard in contemplation and nodded. Very well. I shall entrust this matter entirely to you, Elder. Inform those disciples eager for training that if they can enhance their cultivation, the sect shall reward them upon their return. Elder Miao Juechen bowed respectfully, a flicker of shadow passing through his eyes. Rest assured, sect leader, I will carefully select the disciples for this training, ensuring that Su Yao can once again fulfill the sect's mission splendidly. On Qin Feng Peak, in the front hall, as Qin Ming hummed a cheerful tune, he stepped into the grand hall and was momentarily taken aback upon seeing a familiar face. Senior Sister Yi? Qin Ming appeared somewhat dazed, unable to fathom that the first person to seek him out after his recovery was none other than Yi Ningxue. Yi Ningxue se sikin ressemblait délicatement, and her once pale visage had regained a hint of its former cool elegance. Qin Ming, there are matters I wish to inquire about, she stated. Qin Ming offered a composed smile, his demeanor slightly more relaxed. Senior Sister Yi, this marks our first truly formal conversation since the sect competition. It feels rather surreal, he remarked, deliberately evoking memories of the sect tournament, which instantly drew Yi Ningxue back to the distressing events of that time. However, she did not respond with the anger of the past. Instead, her gaze was as tranquil as autumn waters, devoid of any turbulence. The past is behind us. You have endured the punishment that was due. There is no need to revisit bygone events. I have come to you today to inquire about matters relating to that night at Guyan Peak. I hope you can speak truthfully. Qin Ming nodded solemnly. Please, ask away. I shall speak freely of what I know. Yi Ningxue stepped closer, and the refreshing fragrance that enveloped her momentarily bewildered Qin Ming. Qin Ming, that night. Were you the one who saved me? Chapter 40. The Money-Making Recluse? One wave has yet to settle before another rises. Qin Ming was initially taken aback, but soon burst into laughter. Sister Yi, are you jesting with me? Me, Qin Ming? At the first level of the Transcendence Realm. Rescuing you, the divine son of Yanlan? His voice boomed, and his expression was somewhat exaggerated. As he spoke, he laughed heartily, to the point where tears nearly streamed down his face. Yi Ningxue bit her lip lightly, her starry eyes radiant and clear. Yet she was not swayed by Qin Ming's antics. She distinctly recalled seeing a bloodied figure resembling Qin Ming. Yi Ningxue was confident in her observation. If it weren't for your intervention that night, would I have been saved by the treacherous Senior Brother Li instead? If it was indeed Senior Brother Li who saved me, then it must be you who harbors ulterior motives towards me, seeking a dual cultivation partnership. Yi Ningxue pressed forward step by step, her expression stern yet tinged with a hint of allure. Her icy gaze resembled a blade of cold steel, seemingly capable of piercing through Qin Ming's very soul in an instant. In a fluster, Qin Ming hurriedly shook his head, a flicker of indignation in his eyes, and retorted without a moment's thought, "Humph, that lecher would save you? I believe he would rather devour you whole." Upon hearing this, Yi Ningxue's heart quivered, further solidifying her suspicions. Why would you save me? Qin Ming scoffed, regaining his previous nonchalant demeanor. Sister, one may eat recklessly, but one must not speak carelessly. While I, Qin Ming, may not be a paragon of virtue, I certainly have no intention of engaging in dual cultivation with you. Moreover, I was beaten beyond recognition that night. As for who saved you, I truly do not know. However, he continued, my master has indicated that you are aware. Qin Ming faltered momentarily, chuckling lightly, and added, at that time, the Grand Elder sought my life, and your master was relentless. I had to choose a side, did I not? Do not trust your master's words. After saying this, Qin Ming scratched his head in confusion, realizing his own contradictions. After a brief pause, he reiterated emphatically, let me say this once more. I absolutely did not intend to infringe upon you. Seeing the slight panic in Qin Ming's eyes, Yi Ningxue solemnly nodded, I understand. Thank you. Qin Ming exhaled in relief. Sister, no need for pleasantries. Although Yi Ningxue did not receive a definitive answer, she had found a response her heart sought. As she exited the main hall, she cast a meaningful glance back at Qin Ming, asking, Qin Ming, what color is your blood? Qin Ming felt a moment of bewilderment, as if his mind had short-circuited. My blood is red, a fiery, scorching red. A glimmer of tenderness and gratitude flickered in Yi Ningxue's starry eyes as she smiled faintly, like a fleeting ray of light and without a hint of hesitation. Soared towards the direction of Suxia Peak. Qin Ming was drenched in cold sweat, inwardly cursing himself. Damn it, I was merely trying to do a good deed. Why do I feel so guilty, as though I were a thief? Just as his heart raced, a stunning figure clad in a red dress descended before the grand hall once more. Mu Qingfeng appeared unfazed, seated in the rocking chair before the hall, casting a glance at Yi Ningxue's departing figure, then turning his gaze towards Lu Juedan, shaking his head helplessly. With a light chuckle, he remarked, "You, my young friend, are indeed fated to encounter romantic entanglements. How is it that they seek you out?" The third elder, Lu Juedan, unceremoniously took a seat before Mu Qingfeng, seizing the gourd of wine from his hands and boldly taking a generous swig. "Seventh junior brother, how can you so confidently assert that I am here to find that lad Qin Ming?" Mu Qingfeng withdrew his gaze, snorting dismissively. "During your previous visits, did you not inquire about him on each occasion?" Lu Juedan nodded in ambiguous agreement. "You have a point. It hardly matters what conversation I could have with a drunken fool like you. So, when will you part with your disciple, allowing him to spend a few days with me?" At this, a glimmer ignited in Mu Qingfeng's eyes, his demeanor brightening. With an air of pride, he extended 5 fingers towards Lu Juedan, exclaiming meaningfully, 5,000 spirit stones. Otherwise, our discussion is moot." Feigning indignation, Lu Juedan placed his hands on his finely shaped waist, glaring intently at Mu Qingfeng. "Seventh junior brother, this is somewhat excessive, is it not? I merely wish to properly instruct him for a few days, to prevent him from causing further trouble. Why do you lack gratitude?" Mu Qingfeng's expression froze, his demeanor turning serious. "Gratitude? Do you not realize that Qin Ming is my cherished disciple, a friend across the ages, a brother, a beloved kin? Knowing this, what of it? The price must increase. 1,000 spirit stones. Mu Qingfeng, you are taking advantage of me." Half an hour later, at a May peak before the Grand Hall, upon discovering the spirit stone pouch in his hand to be utterly empty, Lu Juedan's eyelids twitched in distress. "I knew it. My left eye twitches for wealth." Qin Ming stood with hands clasped behind his back, observing the more imposing Amei peak compared to Qingfeng Peak, unable to suppress his curiosity regarding the third elder's intentions. "Elder, may I inquire why you have brought me here?" With a charming smile, Lu Juedan's originally tender eyes suddenly glimmered with an ominous undertone. "Qin Ming, have you forgotten the day at the library when you accused me of engaging in dual cultivation with my disciple? I have warned you before. Your life is forfeit at my discretion." Lu Juedan approached gracefully, her delicate hand resting lightly upon Qin Ming's shoulder, her affectionate gaze instilling a sense of dread within him. "You, young man, have miraculously escaped the depths of the abyss. Moreover, within the span of less than a month, you have advanced from a waste to the first layer of the profound realm. Furthermore, how did you concoct that 4th-grade elixir? If you divulge all, I may spare your life. Perhaps I might even accept you as a registered disciple. What say you?" Qin Ming's countenance darkened, his brows knitted tightly, an icy fear enveloping his heart, yet he forced himself to maintain composure. "And what if I choose not to speak?" Lu Juedan smiled softly, gently lifting Qin Ming's chin with her delicate hand, a glimmer of ruthless coldness flickering in her eyes. "If you choose not to speak, that would indeed be splendid. I have heard that you possess a penchant for dual cultivation." Upon saying this, she cast a meaningful glance at Qin Ming. Instantly, he felt as though he were under the gaze of a venomous serpent, as if no matter how he struggled, escape was futile. He instinctively swallowed hard, realizing that his survival from the abyss was due to that enigmatic figure. His rapid advancement in cultivation was attributed to the fact that that mysterious individual had bestowed upon him a unique technique. Lu Jian's expression shifted slightly. "What technique?" "The Grand Wilderness Supreme Technique." "And how did you manage to concoct a 4th-grade elixir then?" Qin Ming's heart raced, his thoughts in disarray. With a steely resolve, he decided to maintain his bravado. "In truth, it is not merely a 4th-grade elixir, but rather a 5th-grade demon pill." "A 5th-grade demon pill?" Lu Jian's face revealed perplexity, and her previously beguiling demeanor returned to its original state. "Why did I not perceive any flaws? Can a 5th-grade demon pill counteract poison?" Qin Ming offered an awkward smile. Ah, using poison to combat poison. I employed a slight ruse, as the third and fourth elders were eager to save a life. Thus I managed to deceive them. Lu Jian's understanding dawned. Although her heart held lingering doubts, Qin Ming's forceful explanation made a degree of sense. Moreover, and most crucially, she had personally utilized her spiritual sense to probe within Qin Ming, discovering no hidden secrets. Thus it seems, you possess a profound depth of character, she remarked, dispersing the enchanting pressure that had been imposed upon Qin Ming, who felt a sense of relief wash over him. However, Lin Feng, who had been silently observing from the sidelines, felt a resurgence of humiliation and anger upon hearing these words. Qin Ming, how dare you deceive me? How dare you demand that I kneel and bow before you? You have tarnished my reputation and slandered my master. All these grievances shall be settled today. Chapter 41, Astonishing. Brother Lin dares to challenge that worthless fool? Lin Feng was seething with rage. The third elder, Lu Jian, did not intervene upon witnessing this. In truth, during the judgment conference, when Qin Ming boldly confronted the sect leader, her perception of him had already shifted. Coupled with subsequent events, the desire to eliminate Qin Ming had long since dissipated from Lu Jian's mind. Now, she intentionally lured Qin Ming here, merely to ascertain the source of his remarkable feats and the cards he held close to his chest. Although Qin Ming's responses left her in a state of doubt, she lacked better methods to continue her probing. However, Lin Feng's sudden appearance seemed to present Lu Jian with a potential turning point. Lu Jian understood that Qin Ming was exceptionally clever and enjoyed defying conventions. Thus, no matter how she intimidated him, he would remain unmoved, at most feeling a sense of unease and panic. Furthermore, since she had invited Qin Ming in front of Mu Qin Feng, he was unlikely to be in any real danger. Therefore, it would be more prudent to allow Lin Feng to test him further. After all, a person is most likely to reveal their hidden cards when confronted with the gravest threat to their life. As Qin Ming observed Lin Feng, whose face was ashen and filled with fury, approaching him slowly, he merely raised an eyebrow. Third elder, it appears your precious disciple is rather adamant about not letting me off the hook. Are you truly going to stand by and watch as he attempts to harm me here on your May Peak? Lu Jian let out a cold laugh. My Yunlan sect boasts a multitude of disciples. Injuries from competitions are commonplace. If Feng is intent on sparring with you, what reason do I have to intervene? Competing with a strong opponent could indeed enhance your cultivation, no? Qin Ming nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging that this was a rather sound justification. I see Brother Lin's brazen behavior in the Yunlan sect is likely the result of your indulgence as a protective master. Has he never faced any repercussions because of it? Lu Jian's expression darkened. She had witnessed Qin Ming's tenacity firsthand, and now, seeing him speak so boldly to her, a flicker of anger crossed her gaze. Though she refrained from responding immediately, Lin Feng, sensing his master's indifference, stepped forward and seized Qin Ming's collar, sneering, if I had ever faced defeat, could I still hold the title of the Yunlan Divine Son? Qin Ming, in front of my master, I offer you a formal challenge. If you dare not accept, kneel and bow 3 times, calling me grandfather thrice, and we shall consider our past grievances settled. Upon hearing this, Lu Jian regarded Qin Ming with a hint of amusement, her expression clearly indicating that she would not partake in their feud, but instead was eager to see how it would unfold. What if I were to agree? Would Brother Lin then bow to me? Qin Ming replied with a smirk, his gaze a blend of coldness and playful irreverence. You think you can command me to bow? You must first earn that right. Qin Ming scoffed. Is Brother Lin attempting to seize this opportunity for revenge? If you truly wish to challenge me, I shall not show you any mercy. I hope you ponder this carefully, Senior Brother Lin, before making your decision. Qin Ming's tone was remarkably calm, yet it resonated in Lin Feng's ears as blatant arrogance and disdain. Rest assured, I too will not hold back. Although our sect prohibits grievous harm during competitions, I will ensure that you are left devoid of any desire to pursue immortality for the rest of your life. Qin Ming nodded noncommittally, asserting that he would not be as cruel as Senior Brother Lin, nor would he take Lin Feng's life. Should I emerge victorious, you will perform your promise before all the disciples of the sect and bow to me 3 times. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng suddenly burst into laughter. His eyes filled with derision. The third elder, Lu Juran, couldn't help but chuckle softly. Shaking her head in disbelief, she distinctly recalled that just 5 days prior, on Suxian Peak, Lin Feng had nearly killed Qin Ming with a single strike. How utterly foolish this boy is. Like a cooked duck that cannot keep its mouth shut. What audacity does he possess? Very well, very well. Lin Feng, seeing Qin Ming's continued pretense, repeated his affirmation thrice, and his initial anger dissipated entirely, replaced by amusement at Qin Ming's reckless bravado. Qin Ming, I offer you one final piece of advice. Did you not request a third-grade defensive artifact, the Linglong armor? I suggest you don it now to spare yourself the accusation of me bullying you. There is no need for you to worry about that, Senior Brother Lin. In the presence of a son of Yunlan, a mere third-grade Linglong armor is hardly sufficient. Qin Ming replied, his expression suddenly turning earnest. When shall we compete? Let it be today. 1 hour hence. We shall meet at the arena, Lin Feng declared, turning on his heel to depart, but not before casting a final glance at Qin Ming, one laden with shadows and resolve. Qin Ming took a deep breath, his expression betraying no emotion. Third elder, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave down the mountain. I will inform my master that you have instructed me well, elder. Lu Juran smirked slightly, emitting a soft huff, before tossing a gray storage bag that landed heavily upon the ground. This is the compensation I promised you last time. Along with this one, take it with you down the mountain. Watching the duo depart, Qin Ming felt a tumult of emotions within. He bent to retrieve the storage bag and slowly placed it into his storage ring. This world is indeed remarkable. Power is paramount, yet it is somewhat unreasonable. 1 hour later, when all the disciples of Yunlan's sect learned that Lin Feng, one of the 3 sons of Yunlan, intended to challenge that worthless Qin Ming, disbelief and confusion painted their faces. What? Did I mishear? The son challenges a nobody? Is this not akin to a needless display? Perhaps Senior Brother Lin seeks to justifiably thrash that fool in retaliation for Sister Yi? Let us not forget, in the scripture pavilion, that fool openly insulted Senior Brother Lin before everyone. Indeed, furthermore, it is rumored that this fool attempted to violate Sister Yi. How could Senior Brother Lin possibly feel at ease? He does not expel the filth from Qin Ming's stomach. It would be considered as if he has kept it clean. That Qin Ming, always so carefree, embodies an air of recklessness. It is high time someone taught him a lesson. I say we must depart swiftly. If we delay, we shall miss the prime viewing spots. At this moment, within the grand hall of Suxia Peak, upon hearing the news, Yi Ningxue could not help but furrow her brows, and a hint of concern flickered in her bright, starry eyes. She truly could not comprehend why, despite Qin Ming having saved her life, Senior Brother Lin would still target him and seek to exact revenge. Senior sister, should we go and take a look? Inquired a younger disciple, observing Yi Ningxue's troubled expression. With a soft sigh, Yi Ningxue replied, it would be prudent to see for ourselves. Just as she rose, a thought crossed her mind, and she instructed the aforementioned disciple, Qin, please fetch some heart protection pills and blood coagulation pills, just in case we need them. Chapter 42. Devouring the Elixir? Who taught him such a method of cultivation? At the Yunlan sect, the arena was alive with excitement. Just over a month prior, a grand sect competition had taken place here, but now the atmosphere was markedly different. Compared to the previous solemnity and tension, the disciples gathered outside the arena were in high spirits, their faces adorned with mockery and their eyes glinting with disdain, their banter laced with sarcasm. Yet, these were mere appetizers for the spectacle. The true catalyst igniting the fervor within the arena was the cheerleading squad composed entirely of young female disciples. Lin Feng, one of the revered sons of Yunlan, though rarely seen in public, had garnered a multitude of devoted admirers among his junior sisters. Now that he had chosen to make an appearance, they were not about to let this opportunity slip away. Qin Ming stood at the center of the arena, hands clasped behind his back, surveying the surroundings with a tumult of emotions swirling within him. It was here, during a competition, that he had suddenly found himself soul-transplanted, bewildered and nearly meeting his demise at the hands of Senior Sister Yi. Standing here again felt akin to experiencing a cycle of reincarnation. This time, however, it was not senior sister Yi who sought to eliminate him, but rather her admirer, Brother Lin. After waiting for the incense to burn for half a stick, Lin Feng's ethereal figure finally emerged into view. Clad in a flowing white robe adorned with silver clouds and lotus patterns, a symbol of his status as a son of Yunlan, he was one of only 3 individuals permitted to wear such attire within the sect. As Lin Feng made his entrance, a thunderous cheer erupted from the crowd. Brother Lin, you are simply magnificent. I am Li Shuang, from Xian Peak. Please remember me. Brother Lin, go for it. Defeat that trash within 3 moves. Show him the might of the sons of Yunlan. Brother Lin, teach that scoundrel a lesson. But do be careful not to dirty your hands. I will cheer for you. On the stands, the young female disciples' eyes sparkled, their hands waving in excitement. Their voices hoarse from cheering, completely swept up in the fervor. Lin Feng smiled slightly, waving in the direction of the adoring voices, which incited another thunderous roar from the crowd. Qin Ming let out a soft snort, his gaze filled with irreverence and disdain. The reputation of Brother Lin was indeed formidable. Even a mere competition could attract such fervent support from the disciples. It seemed he was but a discordant note in this symphony. Lin Feng withdrew his gaze, fixing his indifferent eyes upon Qin Ming. Qin Ming, in my time at the Yunlan sect, you are the first person who has compelled me to participate in such a contest, which can be deemed your honor. However, such an opportunity will only grace you once in your lifetime. Qin Ming, it is not too late for you to kneel and beg for mercy. With your first-level Xian realm prowess, even if I grant you both hands, you still stand no chance of victory. To avoid others claiming I'm bullying you, I can allow you 3 moves to unleash your full strength. Remember, you have only 3 chances. Aren't you skilled at attacking others in underhanded ways? Gulme, draw forth those sword from your storage ring. You may attack with the intent to kill me. I shall make you concede wholeheartedly. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming clapped his hands and let out a light chuckle, his tone imbued with a hint of gratitude. Indeed, a senior brother is magnanimous. In that case, might I, a junior disciple, first enhance my abilities? Lin Feng furrowed his brows, uncertain of Qin Ming's intentions, and replied coldly, What? Only now do you think of improving your strength? Isn't it a tad too late? Had I known it would come to this, I would have acted differently. The disciples outside the arena felt perplexed, utterly at a loss. Why was his attempt to elevate his cultivation not as simple as ascending to the first level of the profound realm? Was he only considering sharpening his sword at the last moment, just when death loomed near? Was his mind dulled? Qin Ming let out a soft huff, disregarding the disparaging remarks and doubts emanating from the crowd. In the midst of Lin Feng's astonishment, he suddenly produced 10 pills and hastily swallowed them. This audacious act stirred a chuckle from the 3rd elder, Lu Juran, who observed from a distant pavilion. The Qingfeng Peak truly harbors a plethora of oddities. Does he not fear the catastrophic consequences of forcibly elevating his cultivation with such an abundance of pills? Which misguided mentor taught him such reckless practices in the art of cultivation? It is well understood that while medicinal pills possess their benefits, excessive consumption is perilous. The pills designed to enhance cultivation are often refined from rare celestial materials, containing a terrifying amount of energy. If one's strength is insufficient, forcibly ingesting them may lead to the destruction of one's meridians or, in severe cases, explosive death. Thus, for these young disciples, who have only just embarked on the path of cultivation, it is essential to develop their powers gradually through techniques, martial skills, personal insights, and the aid of medicinal pills. Rushing the process, even if it yields a temporary boost in strength, could result in indelible consequences, potentially halting their cultivation journey altogether. Alas, Qin Ming is but a fool. How could senior brother Lin challenge such a person? It is truly a disgrace to his reputation. Who would stoop to the level of a fool? Senior brother Lin has acted impulsively. Among the spectators, 2 young disciples shook their heads in dismay, feeling deeply sympathetic toward Lin Feng. However, at that moment, Qin Ming had already swallowed all 10 pills. The cacophony outside transformed into an eerie silence, as everyone held their breath, seemingly awaiting the moment of Qin Ming's imminent explosion. Some female disciples, unable to bear the sight, covered their eyes, peering through narrow slits between their fingers to witness the unfolding drama. Qin Ming feigned mystery, gently closing his eyes as if awaiting a surge of energy. Yet, all of this was merely a ruse. In truth, his cultivation had already reached the pinnacle of the profound realm. The pills he consumed were perfectly timed to draw him closer to the true profound realm. He felt as if the energy within him resembled an expansive sea of stars, infinite and boundless, as if he merely needed to pierce through a thin veil to leap into the realm of true profound strength. However, to dispel the doubts of Lu Ju Ran and others who questioned him, Qin Ming resolved to take a daring risk once more. Gradually, shimmering lights began to flow around him. He seemed to be enveloped in a halo of ethereal light, causing the very air around him to ripple. As Qin Ming stealthily employed the second stage of the shadow of the dark night technique, his cultivation began to unfold before the astonished gazes of the onlookers. He ascended through the realms of the profound understanding. The second layer, the third layer, the fourth layer, the seventh layer. Qin Ming's cultivation surged visibly, transcending 6 minor realms in rapid succession, ultimately stabilizing at the 7th layer of the profound understanding. At this moment, his cultivation was at the very least equivalent to Lin Feng's in terms of theoretical strength. This astonishing spectacle was witnessed in its entirety by the newly arrived Yi Ningxue, who stood dumbfounded, her expression one of profound shock. She covered her agape mouth with her hand, her brilliant starry eyes shimmering with tremors of disbelief. Meanwhile, the third elder, Lu Juyan, watching from the pavilion, was equally taken aback. It is worth noting that the last individual to exhibit such rapid advancement was Yi Ningxue herself, who had ascended from the 1st to the 7th layer of the profound understanding in a remarkably short span of time. However, this was made possible only after Mu Qingfeng had reshaped her ice heart profound vein, and she had devoted an entire month to this transformation, followed by 3 years of gradual consolidation. Yet here was Qin Ming, a mere disciple of humble origins. What right did he have to achieve such a feat? Gulp! The onlookers, who had gathered to witness a spectacle, found themselves involuntarily swallowing hard. Even the female disciples who had previously cheered him on stood frozen in disbelief, rooted in place. The silence and stillness outside the arena were deafening. This was truly unfathomable. Could it be that our Yunlan sect has produced yet another unparalleled genius? Coincidentally, the second elder, Xiao Hongling, happened to pass by the competition area. Upon witnessing this scene, her heart surged with astonishment like a towering wave. Qin Ming exhaled a breath of turbid air, paying no heed to the reactions of the crowd. With a smile playing on his lips, he gazed at Lin Feng, his eyes glinting with a hint of provocation and mockery. Brother Lin, you just mentioned allowing me 3 moves. Does that still hold true? Chapter 43, A Ruthless Strike. The supreme pressure of that single finger. Lin Feng's brows knitted tightly, his handsome face, as exquisite as jade, now bore an unprecedented expression of shock. Just moments ago, he had consumed 10 elixirs, and in an instant, he had ascended to the formidable 7th level of the Transcendence Realm. Lin Feng's throat quivered as he swallowed repeatedly. If his demeanor had previously been one of arrogance, it now transformed into astonishment, confusion, and doubt. In essence, it was a profoundly complex expression that had never graced his typically self-assured countenance. Humph. Regaining his composure, Lin Feng emitted a cold snort. No matter the circumstances, he would not allow himself to lose his momentum. What I, Lin Feng, have declared will always hold true. Exhaling a breath of pent-up air, he silently channeled his entire essence into his limbs and bones. I have said I would give you 3 moves, and I shall not go back on my word. Do not think that your petty tricks and illusions can intimidate me. I, Lin Feng, am not one to be easily frightened. Upon hearing this declaration, the disciples who had been enveloped in astonishment suddenly breathed a collective sigh of relief, feeling a notable lightness in their bodies. Everyone felt reassured. Everything is under Senior Brother Lin's control. Senior Brother has said that Qin Ming is merely employing a trick of distraction. Indeed, what we just witnessed must have been an illusion. I have heard that some practitioners possess the art of illusion. Let us not be deceived by Qin Ming. Indeed, if cultivation were as simple as consuming vast quantities of elixirs, then why would we toil so relentlessly in our pursuit of immortality? The chatter outside surged once more, becoming quite raucous. However, those disciples who had originally derided Qin Ming as worthless found themselves unconsciously altering their terms of address upon witnessing his newfound prowess. Qin Ming chuckled inwardly. This world truly reveres strength above all. There are indeed many opportunists who know how to shift allegiances. Lin Feng assumed a defensive stance, simultaneously donning the third-grade upper-tier defensive artifact, the golden silk Xuanwu armor, gifted by his master. Although he did not genuinely acknowledge Qin Ming's strength or his ostentatious display, he felt compelled to prepare for any eventuality. Should Qin Ming's power prove authentic and he failed to take precautions, if he were to be unfortunately defeated, would he not become a subject of ridicule? Qin Ming, sensing Lin Feng's continued underestimation of him, could not help but chuckle once more. The failures of the strong have never stemmed from a lack of skill, but rather from an inherent disdain reflected in their eyes. During his time in the Blue Star, Qin Ming had witnessed countless films and novels. Some antagonists, despite having the ability to eliminate the protagonist with a single shot or strike, would instead engage in lengthy monologues, ultimately allowing the protagonist to seize an opportunity or reinforcements, leading to their downfall. He, Qin Ming, would never be that kind of person. Even less would he wish to embody such a foolish antagonist. With this thought, Qin Ming suddenly unleashed all of his essence, his mind racing with visions of the formidable martial technique he had once encountered, the great wilderness prison sky finger. In the depths of the abyssal chasm, he had attempted to employ it, but due to his insufficient strength, it had proven to be nothing more than a useless endeavor. In the present moment, he discreetly unleashed his formidable prowess at the pinnacle of the transcendence realm, executing a domineering martial technique that summoned an overwhelming pressure, which instantly coalesced above the arena. Thunder rumbled ominously. The once clear sky suddenly gathered ominous clouds, crackling with lightning. Simultaneously, a massive, semi-transparent finger, akin to the hand of the celestial order, descended from above with a gentle yet devastating force. Senior Brother Lin, prepare to receive my first strike. Qin Ming's voice resonated deeply, filled with authority. His entire demeanor transformed into something terrifyingly formidable. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, his complexion flushed, veins prominently visible upon his neck. I shall see what prowess you possess to harm me. With all his strength, Lin Feng braced himself, the golden-threaded Xuanwu robe upon his skin flickering with a faint golden glow, as if it too was channeling immense defensive power. In an instant, the colossal finger descended with a deafening roar. A streak of light surged from the heavens directly to the arena below. That finger, imbued with the weight of 1,000 mountains, pressed down upon Lin Feng's head amidst the gasps of the onlookers. Lin Feng bellowed, his form quaking violently, beginning to blur before their very eyes. Break for me. The enormous finger, laden with immense force, met the robust defense of the golden-threaded Xuanwu robe, beginning to shatter piece by piece like a broken sword, ultimately dispersing into countless scintillating sparks, vanishing into the ether. As the gigantic finger dissipated, the dark clouds above were swiftly swept away, restoring the sky to its former clarity. Although Lin Feng had managed to withstand Qin Ming's initial assault thanks to the golden-threaded Xuanwu robe, the tremors of fear coursed through his soul. His once unassailable pride appeared to fracture in that moment of destruction. Qin Ming exhaled lightly, his expression remarkably relaxed. As expected of Senior Brother Lin, your strength is indeed formidable. It seems I underestimated you. With a wicked smile, a glint of cunning flickered in his eyes. Had I known, I would have exerted my full strength. The intent to conquer the heart and spirit was evident. Just moments ago, Qin Ming had likely exerted all his might, yet he found himself unable to breach Lin Feng's defenses. While he feigned joviality, His heart was filled with astonishment. It must be noted that he had just unleashed his inaugural strike with the full might of the Transcendence Realm's pinnacle. How could Lin Feng, at merely the 7th layer of the Transcendence Realm, so effortlessly counter it? Could it be that he concealed some high-tier defensive artifact? Lin Feng's face paled, his previous arrogance evaporating as unease gripped his heart. Has he not yet revealed his full power? At that moment, in a distant pavilion, the third elder Lu Jian watched the unfolding battle, her brilliant star-like eyes beginning to tremble. She could hardly fathom that Qin Ming possessed such a terrifying martial technique. Moreover, it was a technique she had never witnessed before. Could it be that it was imparted to him by that 5th-tier demon beast? What extraordinary fortune had Qin Ming encountered? Originally facing a perilous situation, he had somehow forged a path of brilliance. Among the spectators, Yi Ningxue's complexion also paled in shock. The healing elixirs she had meticulously prepared, believing that Qin Ming would find them useful, now seemed somewhat superfluous in light of the astonishing transformation before her. Initially, Yi Ningxue harbored a flicker of doubt regarding Qin Ming's ability to dispel the poison within him. However, upon witnessing such a spectacle, she found herself rendered speechless, her last shred of skepticism evaporating entirely. Thus, it is truly you, is it not? Outside the arena, the youthful disciples, who had been poised to cheer for senior brother Lin Feng, fell into a profound silence. They now found themselves hesitant to meet Qin Ming's gaze. Although Lin Feng appeared somewhat disheveled, the air of nobility that surrounded him remained intact. At this moment, he inwardly exhaled a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had the foresight. Otherwise, that recent blow would have left him bloodied and unconscious, relying solely on his own strength. The 3rd-tier upper-grade artifact, the golden silk Xuanwu armor, could withstand even the onslaught of those in the true Xian realm. What could a mere 7th-layer practitioner of the Tongxian realm, with an unsteady foundation, hope to sustain? What could you possibly wield against me? Contemplating this, Lin Feng felt a surge of reassurance. He cast a cool, somewhat haughty glance at Qin Ming and remarked icily, "Your attack is truly feeble. Reveal all your abilities, for if I counter, you shall have no opportunity left." Chapter 44. What to equip? What use is a broken ruler? In Lin Feng's eyes, a trace of arrogance returned. Although he was unaware of the secret method Qin Ming employed to forcefully elevate his cultivation to the 7th level of the profound realm, he believed that even such a technique would have its limitations and severe backlash. Just moments ago, Qin Ming's imposing thunderous strike had inflicted no harm upon him, which gradually restored Lin Feng's confidence. What could a mediocre disciple who had languished for 10 years possibly threaten? I am one of the 3 divine sons of the Yunlan sect. How could I possibly lose? Lin Feng fell into deep contemplation, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Qin Ming, come forth. Let me witness what other abilities you possess. Qin Ming, lips tightly pressed and brow furrowed in thought, was deeply engrossed in contemplation. If even the might of the great desolation prisoning heaven finger proved ineffective against Lin Feng, then he truly had no cards left to play, unless he recalled the divine artifact, the Xiantian dragon pattern ruler. However, should he reveal it before the 3rd elder? Qin Ming began to weigh the pros and cons. If he did not seize the next 3 opportunities, it would indeed become troublesome once Lin Feng counterattacked. The mere thought of Lin Feng wielding the 4th-grade sword, the Qishao sword, gave him a headache. Yet to the onlooking disciples outside, Qin Ming's indecisiveness appeared to signal the end of his road. Look, Qin Ming is faltering. His previous attack, though seemingly terrifying, inflicted no damage whatsoever on Senior Brother Lin. Senior Brother Lin is truly composed. He looks so impressive. I admit, for a fleeting moment, Qin Ming truly amazed me, but alas. Even with his elevation to the 7th level of the profound realm, it is futile. How can he possibly compete with Senior Brother Lin, who has solidified his foundation for so long? Indeed, the outcome of this match is already decided. Qin Ming has 2 more opportunities to strike, and soon it will be Senior Brother Lin's turn to perform. After a moment of deliberation, Qin Ming finally resolved to employ the Xiantian dragon pattern ruler for a test. Lin Feng had granted him 3 chances to attack, If he could defeat Lin Feng in just 2 moves, why wait for the third? As for everything else, let it be as it may. At this moment, Qin Ming's thoughts were solely focused on avenging that slap and compelling Lin Feng to kneel and bow in submission. Slowly, he opened his eyes, his clear gaze now infused with a steely determination and a touch of composure. Since senior brother Lin was so eager, let this be settled with a single move. With that, Qin Ming gently waved his sleeve, and in his right hand materialized a jet-black ruler. This ruler, 7 feet in length and about 3 inches wide, appeared rather ordinary at first glance. The golden dragon patterns, which had manifested for a brief moment, inexplicably vanished. Now, as Qin Ming held it, to the other disciples, it resembled nothing more than an elongated firewood stick. As a medium-sized cultivation sect in the eastern immortal domain, the disciples of the Yunlan sect predominantly wielded spirit swords as their primary artifacts, with very few opting for treasured blades or spears. However, Qin Ming was the first to utilize a ruler. Look, Qin Ming seems to have once again produced something peculiar. That black ruler, it resembles the teaching rulers wielded by the stewards in Zaiwenyuan, albeit slightly larger in size. I can only conclude that he is merely posturing. What use could a mere broken ruler serve? Is he intending to vent his frustrations by striking palms with it? Upon this remark, a wave of laughter erupted from the audience, dispelling the previously tense and astonished atmosphere. However, the third elder, Lu Jian, observing from a distant pavilion, maintained a serious demeanor, devoid of any inclination to mock. Although she was unaware of the origins of this enigmatic black ruler, she could not recall any high-grade magical artifact that bore such a form, leaving her momentarily perplexed. Yi Ningsno, noticing that Qin Ming had exhausted his options and resorted to producing a broken ruler, could not help but frown. Her junior sister, Qing Yi, wore a look of confusion on her youthful face as well. Where could he have found such a broken ruler? Surely it couldn't be discarded by the gentlemen of Zaiwenyuan? Do they not provide their disciples with spiritual swords at Qingfeng Peak? Yi Ningsno shook her head gently, equally bewildered. Though she had not anticipated Qin Ming would triumph, she also did not wish for him to suffer a humiliating defeat. While his recent attempt to forcibly elevate his cultivation was unexpected, she believed he would ultimately be unable to best Lin Shixiao. Alas, had he not squandered the past decade? Perhaps even senior sister Su Yao could not overshadow his brilliance. Yi Ningsno felt a genuine sense of regret for Qin Ming, not merely because he had once saved her, but due to her sympathy for those who waste their innate talents, reminiscent of her former self. Lin Feng prepared himself, awaiting Qin Ming's next strike. Upon catching sight of the entirely black ruler, his expression darkened instantly. Qin Ming, are you attempting to insult me? Please exchange it for another artifact. Qin Ming smirked, dismissively responding, I shall not change it. Lin Feng seethed, wishing he could unearth the graves of Qin Ming's ancestors. Gritting his teeth, as he declared, you must exchange it. Just the sight of that ruler disgusts me. It was evident that Lin Feng had suffered plenty from this ruler in his childhood. To his dismay, he now faced a similar fate in adulthood. I shall not change it. Your disgust does not affect me. I take pleasure in using this. Qin Ming, if you lack a spiritual sword, I can lend you one. By presenting such a worthless item, are you sincerely trying to humiliate me? Humiliate you? Do not flatter yourself. Qin Ming retorted with a cold laugh. First, endure my strike. With that, Qin Ming leaped lightly, his movements simple and clear, as he casually swung the ruler toward Lin Feng. There was no fluctuation of spiritual light, no release of mystical energy, nor any disturbance in the surrounding space. Truly a decorative fade of no practical use. With such a display, you dare to before he could finish his sentence. Lin Feng suddenly felt a tightening at his brow, his expression shifting dramatically. He sensed an invisible, primal force sweeping toward him from midair, although there was no spatial disturbance. The immense power contained within was overwhelming, leaving him with the sensation of a mayfly trying to shake a mighty tree. A sudden, thunderous explosion reverberated without warning, crashing directly against Lin Feng's chest, propelling him backward in an instant. The third-grade upper-tier defensive artifact, the golden thread Xuanwu garment, offered no resistance whatsoever, shattering like fragile parchment. In mere moments, it was reduced to mere dust. Yet, curiously, Lin Feng's garments remained unscathed, not a single scratch marring their surface. His eyes widened in shock as he coughed up a mouthful of blood, trembling uncontrollably, lying on the ground in disbelief as he gazed at Qin Ming. Qin Ming slowly descended from midair, his expression devoid of any emotion. He merely uttered a cold phrase, which resonated like a thunderclap, stirring the very souls of all who heard it. Lin, is there still a need for a third strike? Chapter 45. Bowing to the Divine Sun? Do you believe yourself worthy? Outside the arena, silence reigned. This time, everyone clearly witnessed as Qin Ming effortlessly sent Lin Feng flying without employing any extravagant martial techniques. Could it be that his current cultivation level of the 7th layer of the profound realm is genuine? A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. What manner of prodigy is Qin Ming? In less than 3 exchanges, he had directly propelled the Cloud Lawn Divine Sun into a state of vomiting blood. Among the disciples of Cloud Lawn's sect, how many could achieve such a feat, even if Lin Feng refrained from retaliating? The number of young disciples capable of such an accomplishment would scarcely exceed 5 fingers. Qin Ming's words were cold and indifferent, his authoritative presence instilling a tremor of awe in the hearts of all the onlooking disciples. Lin Feng, clutching his chest, slowly rose to his feet. Though he was loath to admit it, should Qin Ming employ that black profound ruler once more, without the protection of the golden silk Xuanwu garb, he would undoubtedly suffer severe injuries, perhaps even render his meridians irreparably damaged. This unforeseen outcome stemmed solely from his own prior arrogance and disdain before the duel. Lowering his head, Lin Feng's eyes were bloodshot, his blood seemingly congealed, and his expression was one of profound anguish. Despite his unwillingness to concede, he had no choice but to bow before such overwhelming power. At that moment, the 3rd elder, Lu Ju Ran, observing from a distance, was utterly astonished. Her heart in turmoil. She had envisioned 1,000 ways for Qin Ming to falter, yet never did she anticipate that Lin Feng would be the one to face defeat. While reality proved to be harsh, Lu Ju Ran was resolute in one conviction. There was something undeniably peculiar about Qin Ming. However, she had yet to uncover that secret. Qin Ming, oh Qin Ming, as long as you willingly reveal your truth, rest assured, one day I shall personally unearth that secret. Yining Shui gazed at Qin Ming in a daze, her clear, starry eyes trembling with disbelief. How could she reconcile the fact that the person she had grievously injured a month prior was now the same individual who had effortlessly vanquished senior brother Lin? Was it possible that I am hallucinating? Qin Ming regarded Lin Feng with an air of indifference, suddenly recalling a remark made when he was injured on Su Xia Peak. Senior brother Lin, I remember someone once told me that in this world, strength reigns supreme. As long as one possesses overwhelming power, one may act as they wish, even to the point of shamelessly humiliating others. Is that not so? Lin Feng bit down hard on his lip, a trickle of blood seeping from between his teeth, rendering his visage exceedingly fierce. Yet his gaze wavered. The words of surrender lodged in his throat like a piercing sword, refusing to escape his lips. What now, senior brother Lin? Do you wish to receive another strike from your junior? As these words fell, a collective tension gripped the hearts of all present, especially Lu Ju Ran, whose eyes flashed with a cold glint, her brow furrowing with barely contained fury. Qin Ming, you truly possess audacity. I refuse to believe you would dare harm my Feng. Noticing Lin Feng still bowed in silence, Qin Ming cast a languid, provocative glance towards Lu Ju Ran. His gaze, calm and devoid of emotion, sent a shiver through her heart. The young man, Feng, I am aware of your dissatisfaction. However, failure is an indispensable lesson on the path of cultivation. Qin Ming snorted coldly, just as he raised his hand to launch another attack. The voice that had long been absent in his mind echoed once more. System. Task to avenge senior brother completed. Requirement. Inflict severe injury and render him unconscious. Reward. Evil demon 10,000 tribulation seal. Characteristics. A relic of the demon clan, lost to the mortal realm. Level ominous. Qin Ming felt a surge of astonishment. Such a timely task. This seems rather effortless, does it not? Inwardly delighted, he thought, I had no intention of letting him off the hook. Indeed, fortune favors me this time. Just as Qin Ming basked in his hidden triumph, Lin Feng slowly lifted his head and, closing his eyes, took a deep breath. Qin Ming, I concede. You need not deliver a third strike. Although his tone was calm and frigid, to Qin Ming's ears, these were the very words he least wished to hear. Cursing under his breath, he exclaimed, Damn it! He concedes voluntarily, so how can I attack? Elder Lu Jian, upon hearing Lin Feng's decision, also sighed in relief, gazing at Lin Feng with tender eyes as he murmured, Feng, this is the right choice. A true man knows when to yield and when to stand firm. A gentleman's revenge is best served after a decade. Feng, this setback will undoubtedly benefit your future path of cultivation. The disciples, observing from outside, upon hearing these words, were momentarily taken aback. Then, seemingly inspired by Lin Feng's graceful and adaptable demeanor, they began to applaud uncontrollably. Some had tears in their eyes, while others felt a deep resonance. Senior Brother Lin, you are commendable, truly worthy of being the son of Yunlan. Senior Brother Lin, with your ability to rise and fall gracefully, you remain our role model. Senior Brother Lin, rise from where you have fallen. I believe you will one day triumph over Qin Ming once more. Hearing these voices, Qin Ming could only shake his head helplessly, letting out a soft sigh. Senior Brother Lin certainly has a way with people. Who would have thought that by conceding voluntarily, he could still attract a throng of disciples and earn such acclaim? Senior Brother Lin's magnanimity is something I, as a junior brother, can aspire to for a lifetime. However, Qin Ming paused deliberately, his gaze turning icy as he fixed his eyes on Lin Feng. Now that I have emerged victorious, does your earlier promise still hold? Since you are capable of yielding, will you also bow 3 times to your junior brother as agreed? At this proclamation, a commotion erupted once again outside the arena. What sort of wager is this? Why were we unaware of it? Qin Ming was truly pushing his advantage. Senior Brother Lin has conceded, yet he still demands more? Surely, asking the son of Yunlan to bow would tarnish both Yunlan's sect and the reputation of its divine son. The murmurs grew louder, and Elder Lu Jian felt a tumult of emotions within. Qin Ming, you are indeed crossing the line. Qin Ming let out a cold laugh, as if he had anticipated the whispers of the disciples outside the arena. His voice grew louder, filled with indignation. On that day, when he lost to Lin Feng at Su Xia Peak and even went so far as to injure me, why did none of you speak of him as a bully? Now that this incident has befallen me, I am the one accused of being unreasonable. Is the moral compass within your hearts truly so variable? Had it been Lin Shixiang who defeated me today and I had lost this contest, would you still wear this same expression if he demanded that I bow before him? After Qin Ming's fervent proclamation, he surveyed the crowd, his gaze sweeping across the disciples who, realizing their own guilt, lowered their heads in silence. In this world, power reigns supreme. I recall when Lin Shixiang first uttered those words, he stood in a position of superiority. Lin Shixiang, today you find yourself in the very circumstance I faced then, and you cannot accept it, can you? As silence enveloped the gathering, suddenly, a graceful and captivating figure appeared in the arena, descending gently before Lin Feng. Do you think you have the standing to make the cloud mist divine sun bow? Chapter 46. Do you comprehend the consequences of disrespecting the divine progeny? That voice, light and ethereal, though laced with indignation, was nonetheless sweet and melodious. When the crowd beheld her distinctive white robe, they could not contain their exclamations of astonishment. It is the senior sister. Senior sister Su Yao has returned. Her arrival is truly timely. Indeed, who possesses the audacity to compel the divine progeny of Yunlan to bow? Senior sister Su Yao is formidable. With the senior sister's backing, I wonder how Qin Ming dares to be so aggressive. Elder Xiao Hongling was equally perplexed. Was it not said she would return to the sect in 3 days? How could she be back so soon? As she gazed upon the graceful silhouette, a hint of satisfaction crept onto her face. Although Qin Ming had indeed surprised her earlier, His cultivation and tactics paled in comparison to Su Yao's prowess at the ninth level of the profound realm. Having foreseen the outcome, Xiao Hongling felt no desire to linger further and promptly turned to depart. Qin Ming, upon hearing the crowd's fervent calls, was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of doubt crossing his features. He was well aware of senior sister Su Yao's esteemed reputation, yet he had never laid eyes on her true form. Now, as she stood clearly before him, he found it difficult to discern authenticity. "Are you truly Su Yao?" Qin Ming asked, furrowing his brow and casting a sidelong glance, his heart involuntarily marveling at her breathtaking beauty. If Yi Ningxue was a frost-laden beauty to be admired from afar, then Su Yao was a lotus emerging from the water, standing tall and elegant, a sight to behold. "Humph, do you, a mere low-ranking disciple, dare to utter the name Su Yao? Such disrespect is utterly disgraceful." After rebuking him, Su Yao continued, her demeanor alluring yet commanding. "Are you the infamous Qin Ming, the one who disrespected the sect master and sought to compel the divine progeny of Yunlan to kneel?" Qin Ming nodded, neither confirming nor denying, aware that while the rumors may have been exaggerated, there was a kernel of truth to them. "Senior sister, you might be unaware of the circumstances. Would you like me to elucidate?" With Yi Ningxue included, he had already entangled himself with two divine progenies of Yunlan, and he was reluctant to provoke a third, especially the most formidable one. Thus, he maintained a humble demeanor, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he inquired. Su Yao let out a cold snort, clearly unwilling to grant Qin Ming the opportunity for defense, her eyes betraying a mix of disdain and aloofness. "Though I have been absent from a sect, I am well aware of your deeds. As a mere errant disciple of Qin Feng Peak, you have failed to uphold the principles of decorum, first daring to flirt with Yi Ningxue, then spreading rumors about the third elder engaging in dual cultivation with disciples. Not only did you audaciously confront the sect master, but I have also heard you held your ground against the elder in a verbal duel. Now, having employed despicable tactics to narrowly defeat junior brother Lin Feng, you even have the gall to make the divine progeny Lin kneel before you? Qin Ming, what do you consider yourself to be? Do you truly believe that no one in Yunlan sect dares to discipline you?" As Su Yao spoke, her ire intensified, to the point that her originally pristine complexion flushed with a hint of crimson. The disciples outside, initially filled with disdain and vitriol towards Qin Ming's actions, began to murmur anew upon witnessing the support of the senior sister. They chattered incessantly from the stands, wishing they could drown Qin Ming in their spittle. Qin Ming shook his head with a light chuckle, lamenting, "Some matters truly become more convoluted the more they are elaborated upon. However, senior sister, I must admit that I did indeed engage in those actions. But what relevance do they bear to bowing to Brother Lin?" This wager involving bowing was explicitly acknowledged by Brother Lin himself before the contest. So, is it permissible for the Cloud Lawn Divine Son to disregard the agreement simply because he lost the bet and to arbitrarily alter the rules of the game? Some things cannot be elucidated, and thus need not be. Let them unfold naturally. After all, I, Qin Ming, am inherently rebellious. Moreover, I have no intention of earning the affection of all. I only seek to live comfortably. After speaking, Qin Ming summoned all his profound energy. Although his true cultivation level was at the pinnacle of the profound realm, the recent strike with the Xiantian dragon pattern ruler had nearly exhausted half of his strength. Even so, he felt he had unleashed barely 1/10 of the divine artifact's power. That wretched system failed to mention how taxing the use of a divine artifact could be. Seeing Qin Ming audaciously counter his claims, Su Yao's gaze turned icy as she smiled coldly. This world is inherently unjust. Winning is winning. What is there to be proud of? I, the Cloud, Lawn Divine Son, represent the future of our sect. There must be no tarnishing of our reputation. I care not whether your wager is true or false. To insult the Cloud, Lawn Divine Son carries consequences. Qin Ming, do you comprehend the repercussions of disrespecting the Divine Son? Forcing Lin Feng to bow to you in public humiliates the dignity of the Cloud, Lawn Divine Son. I advise you not to push your luck. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Upon concluding her statement, An aura of chilling violence erupted from Su Yao's nearly flawless figure. It was an aggression born from years of battling beasts and engaging in conflicts with others. Qin Ming regarded her calmly, a smirk playing on his lips, unfazed by her imposing presence. It seems, senior sister, that you intend to intervene forcefully? Oomph. Your contest with Lin Feng is of no concern to me. However, your insult to the name of the Divine Sun is a matter I shall pursue relentlessly. Qin Ming chuckled coldly, a glimmer of mockery in his eyes as he turned to Lin Feng, who stood behind Su Yao. Brother Lin, do not stand there like a fool poking your head out. I have but one question. Does our wager still hold? Lin Feng had already bowed his head in acknowledgement of defeat. That was his limit. Yet, to bow before Qin Ming in front of the entire sect? That struck at his very core. It would be preferable for him to face death. Trembling with rage, Lin Feng's arms bulged with veins, but he remained silent. Upon witnessing such an expression, Qin Ming suddenly understood and nodded, refraining from responding. It appears that this is indeed your answer. It seems you intend to renege on our wager, do you not? Senior brother Lin, since you show no mercy, do not blame me for being ungrateful. If you refuse to bow your head, then let your flesh serve as recompense. With that, an overwhelming aura suddenly emanated from Qin Ming. He raised the Xuantian Glongwen in his hand, preparing to strike once more. Oof. As long as I am here, let us see who dares to be reckless. Qin Ming. Junior brother Lin has upheld his promise, refraining from retaliating and allowing you 3 moves. You show no gratitude, and yet you wish to launch another attack after junior brother Lin concedes? A disciple of your ilk is one we, Yunlan's sect, would gladly dismiss. With those words, Su Yao abruptly brandished a purple-green 4th-grade treasure sword, the Zixian sword, and without hesitation, she directed her blade towards Qin Ming. A glimmer of frost appeared in Qin Ming's eyes, and his fury surged. The son of Yunlan can act with impunity. Can he? Senior sister, is Su Yao it? Today, before your very eyes, I shall teach this audacious son of Yunlan a lesson, and we shall see what you could do about it. Chapter 47. Mutual Destruction? The ingenious scheme of Brother Lin. As Qin Ming spoke, his figure transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from sight in an instant. Su Yao, having missed her strike, momentarily froze, appearing somewhat dazed. The 3rd elder, Lu Juyan, observed this with a complex expression, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features. Such agility! Even some of the elder deacons might not be capable of such feats. Yining Shuang was equally struck speechless, utterly unaware of the multitude of hidden cards Qin Ming still possessed. Ever since she learned that it was Qin Ming who had saved her, it seemed that every encounter left her soul profoundly shaken. Sweat beaded on Qin Ming's forehead as he focused all his mystical energy, feeling as though his arm bore the weight of mountains. Gritting his teeth, he let out a low roar and forcefully wielded the Xiantian dragon pattern ruler, delivering a blow aimed at Lin Feng's chest. To this, Lin Feng did not flinch. Instead, a hint of madness glimmered in his crimson eyes. Qin Ming, do you dare to kill me? It was as if Qin Ming had pierced through Lin Feng's psyche, and a surge of resolve ignited within his gaze. He was uncertain of the outcome following this strike, yet at that moment, he could not afford to ponder any further. Damn it, at worst, we perish together. I wish to see what makes the cloud mist divine sun so formidable. Seeing Qin Ming recklessly prepare to strike, Su Yao's enchanting eyes suddenly flared with fury. Qin Ming, how dare you? She shouted, her figure resembling a streak of white light as she lunged towards him, aiming a sword at his back just as he delivered his final blow. Lin Feng, with a smile playing on his lips and madness gleaming in his eyes, as if enchanted, shockingly shed all defenses at the moment Qin Ming struck. He allowed the invisible force of primordial might to crash against his chest unimpeded. With a soft thud, Lin Feng spat out a mouthful of blood, tracing a perfect arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, unconscious. Yet, many disciples clearly witnessed the sinister smile that surfaced at the corner of Lin Feng's mouth as he flew backward. Qin Ming, you are finished. This was the last sentence he uttered before losing consciousness, carefully calculated and delivered with intent. Qin Ming had sent Lin Feng flying with tremendous force, but he himself was left utterly depleted of mystical energy, devoid of any defense. Su Yao's sharp sword pierced through his back, the bloodied tip emerging from his chest. With a thud, Qin Ming's eyes glazed over. Upon hearing the system's voice in his mind declaring the completion of the task, he knelt, his body leaning forward, and succumbed to unconsciousness. Su Yao, taken aback by Qin Ming's lack of evasion, furrowed her brow, disbelief flickering in her eyes as she gradually loosened her grip. Staring at the tragic scene before her, she found herself at a loss. She had not anticipated Lin Feng would not retaliate, nor that Qin Ming would not defend himself. Were they both insane? At that moment, a figure appeared on a distant balcony, swaying drunkenly. The scene was indeed tragic. Mu Qingfeng inexplicably appeared beside Lu Juren. Letting out a sigh. What? Aren't you going to take a look? Lu Juren retorted with a slight scoff, casting a sidelong glance at Mu Qingfeng. It's fine. Someone will go to see. After this remark, it was not the law elder who first appeared in the arena, but rather the fourth elder, Ling Mohan. Yin Ningsno followed closely, her eyes reflecting a complex expression as she nervously inquired, "How is it, master? Is he all right?" Ling Mohan cast a meaningful glance at Su Yao. Just a few strands of hair away, and Qin Ming would surely meet his demise. Fortunately, the heart-protecting pill and blood-condensing pill could temporarily preserve his life. However, whether he would retain his life upon awakening remained uncertain. At this moment, in a distant pavilion, Lu Juren coldly queried, "Since you have been here for some time, why did you not intervene? Did you not intend to intervene, either?" Mu Qingfeng took a sip of wine, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. "Your disciple is quite remarkable. He seems to harbor many secrets. What? Are you interested, third senior sister? Shall we dissect him to unveil what lies beneath?" Seventh junior brother, I know you are intentionally speaking in contradiction. Your disciple seems to practice a technique that is not of our Yunlan sect. It is certainly not our Yunlan sect's technique. Otherwise, how could he progress so rapidly? Lu Juren noted Mu Qingfeng's apparent defense with a light laugh. What a pity. He has still violated sect rules. During a contest, he actually attempted to kill a fellow disciple, seeking to put Lin Feng to death. Does he not realize this is a grave offense? Mu Qingfeng merely chuckled nonchalantly, his previously dazed expression suddenly turning profound. Those who have violated sect rules, those who have committed grave offenses. Are there not more than just that wretched lad? Without waiting for Lu Juren's response, he stepped forward, instantly vanishing without a trace. Lu Juren suddenly realized, gazing at Su Yao's graceful silhouette, unsure whether to feel gratitude or resentment. Alas, my poor Feng. I never expected such a clever scheme would likely fall through because of Su Yao. At this moment on Longyan Peak, all 7 elders of the Yunlan sect sat solemnly in the grand hall, silent and brooding. This is unprecedented. The sect leader, Su Yuan, appeared extremely agitated, his beard bristling with ire. In over 1,000 years since the establishment of our Yunlan sect, such a thing has never occurred. How dare one strike against a fellow disciple? According to sect rules, Qin Ming must be expelled from the sect. Su Yuan glared at Mu Yingning. This is your esteemed disciple. Not only does he dare to tease a fellow senior sister, but now he even attempts to kill his fellow brother. Our Yunlan sect's divine child. This is utterly outrageous. Mu Qingfeng indifferently nodded. It is indeed rather excessive. So, according to the sect leader's wishes, how shall we punish Qin Ming and Su Yao? Expulsion from a sect? Upon hearing this, Su Yuan visibly froze. Su Yao? What does this matter have to do with Su Yao? She will not return until the later stages. Clearly, no one has disclosed the full circumstances of the competition to the sect leader. The fourth elder, Ling Mohan, exchanged a glance with Mu Qingfeng and seized the opportunity to speak. Sect leader, it is true that Su Yao returned prematurely to the competition ground. Furthermore, she nearly took Qin Ming's life with a single strike. If we adhere to the sect rules, both she and Qin Ming may face the same consequences. Sect leader Su Yuan, he had not anticipated that this matter would implicate his precious granddaughter, and his expression grew troubled. The grand elder, Miao Jiuechen, sensing the tension, quickly intervened, saying, "In the trials of our young disciples, one cannot always measure the severity of their strikes. I see no grave threat to their lives, so it may not be of great concern. Perhaps it would be best to penalize both Su Yao and Qin Ming by sending them for joint training. Upon hearing this, sect leader Su Yuan, he suddenly recalled the matter the Grand Elder had mentioned regarding the training in the southern Lush Mountains. Originally intended as a means to bolster Su Yao's prestige, what was once a positive endeavor now seemed to take a turn for the worse. With this thought, sect leader Su Yuan deliberately cast a glance at Grand Elder Miao Juechen and inquired, "Grand Elder, what is your intention? Please speak freely." Chapter 48. Punishment through Trial? The hidden dangers of the Flame Prison Mountain. Perhaps it would be best to send the two of them to the southern mountain range for their training. They must not return to the sect without acquiring 100 third-tier demon beast cores. This shall serve as their punishment. The Grand Elder, Miao Juechen, spoke of punishment, yet her heart harbored ulterior motives. Initially, she intended to use Qin Ming's low cultivation as an excuse to send Su Yao and her fellow disciples to the Cold Cliff Valley, facilitating her clandestine endeavors. Little did she expect that Qin Ming would unwittingly place himself in the line of fire. Training in the southern mountain range? Is this truly a punishment? It sounds more like a reward. The third elder, Lu Juyan, chuckled lightly, her voice tinged with indignation as she defended her cherished disciple. What else could be done? Su Yao is the chosen successor to become the next sect leader. As for Qin Ming, although his behavior is somewhat eccentric and reckless, he is now a genuine 7th-level disciple of the Profound Realm. His current cultivation and strength are comparable to the 3 divine sons of Yunlan. This should indeed be a cause for celebration. Must we truly adhere to sect rules to the letter, imposing reckless penalties upon these promising young talents? Upon concluding her words, the Grand Elder's eyes revealed a hint of regret. The loss to our Yunlan sect would indeed be substantial. This sentiment carried some weight. It felt amiss coming from the Grand Elder. Mu Qingfeng bit his finger, pondering for a long while, but failing to devise a more compelling rebuttal. Helplessly, he glanced at the 4th elder, Ling Mohan, who merely shook her head in resignation. After a prolonged silence, the 2nd elder, Xiao Hongling, contemplated quietly, ultimately lending her support to the Grand Elder's perspective. She spoke solemnly, though this matter does not align with sect regulations. Master Su, as the leader of our sect, may exercise discretion. The southern mountain range is a treacherous place, and considering their abilities, acquiring 100 third-tier demon beast cores would be akin to courting death. Furthermore, a moment's carelessness could lead to severe injuries or even death. The Grand Elder's suggestion would also silence the murmurs of dissent. However, the outcome of their training would be left to fate, and they must accept whatever destiny befalls them. Once the 2nd elder finished speaking, the sect leader, Su Yuan, sighed in resignation. If that is the case, then let them proceed to the southern mountain range. But as for the location, before he could finish, the Grand Elder interjected, to obtain 3rd-tier demon beast cores, they will likely have to venture to the Flame Prison Mountain. Flame Prison Mountain? Upon hearing these words, Su Yuan's voice involuntarily rose, his eyes wide with astonishment. Mu Qingfeng, too, shook his head in confusion, believing the Cold Cliff Valley posed fewer risks. The Grand Elder, Miao Juechen, snorted disdainfully. The Cold Cliff Valley may be less perilous, but there are even fewer 3rd-tier demon beasts. When do you expect them to return? Weighing the matter in his heart, sect leader Su Yuan sighed in resignation once more, ultimately yielding, very well, let us proceed as the Grand Elder suggests. They shall be sent to the Flame Prison Mountain for training. They must not return until their task is completed. 10 days later, as the tumult surrounding this contest gradually subsided at the gates of Yunlan's sect, 2 figures, one clad in white and the other in black, stepped into the soft embrace of dawn's light, heading southward. Throughout their journey, silence enveloped them. One ahead and the other behind, they appeared to be companions, yet their averted gazes betrayed a palpable estrangement, thick with animosity. Senior sister, do you regret not killing me? Silence. I do not wish to hear your voice. If you had slain me, we wouldn't be entangled in this mess now. To put it plainly, I'm merely a worthless, low-ranking disciple. Scoundrel, can't you refrain from speaking? Such cautious travel would require at least half a month. Is it not suffocating to remain silent? Umph. Once we reach Yinyu Mountain, we shall act independently. Do not expect my assistance. Are you confident in your ability to confront a third-tier beast alone? That would be preferable to dragging along a burden like you. Let us draw a clear line and not interfere with one another. Qin Ming glanced at the graceful yet cold figure before him, a wry smile creeping onto his lips. Realizing how fate has a knack for playing tricks, he had managed to offend all three divine sons of Yunlan's sect, and even if he survived to return, there would likely be no refuge for him within its walls. Rather than endure this, he contemplated seeking opportunities in the western regions. After all, he had forged a contract with Wu Tian, perhaps within the Holy Spirit Palace of the West, a place for his survival awaited him. Yet, this fleeting thought dissipated quickly. For now, he must first resolve the troubles at hand. With that resolve, Qin Ming quickened his pace, trailing closely behind the white-clad figure. 12 days later, deep within the southern foothills, at the edge of Hell Valley, two men dressed in dark blue sat upon a smooth stone, seemingly awaiting something. Brother Ding, do you think we can accomplish the task assigned by Elder Lu? I find myself somewhat apprehensive. Junior Su, there is no need for concern. It is merely a lowly disciple from an insignificant sect. Elder Lu has assured us that upon completion, each of us shall receive 5,000 spirit stones and an upper-tier third-grade pulse refining pill. Brother Ding's eyes sparkled with excitement. If we secure that upper-tier third-grade pill, you will break through to the third layer of the true profound realm, and I will ascend to the fifth layer in no time. A glimmer of desire flickered in Junior Su's eyes, but soon doubt clouded his thoughts. Brother Ding, if that sect wishes to eliminate its own disciple, isn't it easy to fabricate a reason? Why would they involve our Xinqing sect? Could there be an underlying issue? What issue could there possibly be? The Grand Elder of that sect is merely methodical in his actions and lacks a suitable opportunity to strike. Now, as brothers, we must seize this chance. You must understand, even within our Xinqing sect, acquiring a third-grade upper-tier pill is no trivial matter. Very well, I shall heed your commands, Brother Ding. By the way, what is that disciple's cultivation level? Well, I heard recently that his cultivation has risen, yet he remains only at the 7th layer of the Tongxian realm. Rest assured, it shall be far easier for us to extinguish him than to crush an ant. With that, Brother Ding's eyes suddenly gleamed with a chilling light as he solemnly declared, when the time comes, we shall feign that he fell victim to a ferocious beast. However, the Grand Elder has stipulated that to ascertain the authenticity of our actions, we must employ this illusion stone to record the moment of his demise. As he spoke, Brother Ding cautiously tossed a blue-hued stone to Brother Su. Su received the illusion stone with care, and his previously anxious gaze gradually transformed into a semblance of calm. Brother Ding, how much longer until they arrive? Let me calculate. Approximately 3 more days, he replied. By the way, there is also a lady accompanying them. She holds a distinguished status, and we must not make any moves against her. Otherwise, we could attract considerable trouble. Once they part ways, we shall act swiftly and decisively, then return to the sect to report. Chapter 49. Each to their own fate? The roar of 10,000 beasts echoing through the mountains. 3 days later, at the edge of the Flame Prison Mountain, this location stands as one of the most enigmatic places in the southern foothills, where the air is perpetually infused with the scent of ferocious flames. However, at the heart of the Flame Prison Mountain, a perpetual spring reigns, with crystal-clear lakes and an atmosphere steeped in tranquility. Yet, the path to the mountain's interior is fraught with challenges. It is not only teeming with feral third-grade beasts, but also contains a mysterious space rumored to be torn apart by raging winds. One misstep could lead to being drawn in, instantly shattered, leaving no trace behind. As Qin Ming gazed upon this desolate landscape, the pride within him was swiftly doused, with flames and molten lava surrounding him. How could one possibly hunt third-grade beasts? He wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, feeling the oppressive heat without summoning his energy to combat the external conditions. Curse it! Even Flame Mountain pales in comparison to this place. Qin Ming muttered under his breath, his expression darkening. Observing him, Su Yao merely scoffed, her gaze filled with a mixture of pride and pity. In response to Qin Ming's astonished look, she elegantly retrieved a third-grade upper-tier pill, the soul-emptying jade pill, from her storage ring and gracefully consumed it. Qin Ming, I have been lurking at the 9th layer of the profound realm for quite some time. Now, with the aid of this pill, I can effortlessly break through to the 2nd layer of the true profound realm. Although this level of strength may still be inadequate, it is more than sufficient for slaying some inferior 3rd-grade beasts. After speaking, she cast a disdainful glance at Qin Ming. This place is not like the sect. I advise you to find a place to survive quickly and fend for yourself. With your meager cultivation, you likely won't last a day here. Qin Ming nodded, acknowledging her insight. Indeed, his current strength was barely enough to be of any consequence to the beasts. However, from Su Yao's words, it seemed she intended to confront the 3rd-grade beasts alone. Are you certain you do not require your junior's assistance? With a cold laugh, Su Yao expressed her deep disdain for those disciples whose actions tarnished the sect's reputation. To her, Qin Ming's behavior was nothing short of treasonous, deserving of dire consequences. There was a truth in Qin Ming's words. He should not have shown mercy. He ought to have eliminated that individual at once. As this thought crossed her mind, a hint of scorn flickered in Su Yao's eyes. Qin Ming, the Yunlan sect, is small-minded and truly cannot accommodate someone of your caliber. This trial today serves as a test to sever your ties with the Yunlan sect, whether you live or die. I fear you will never return to the Yunlan sect in this lifetime. Oh, I almost forgot to mention, before departing, the Grand Elder specifically instructed me to keep my distance from you and let you fend for yourself. She remarked that the Yunlan sect would not crumble due to the loss of a single moderately qualified disciple. Do you remember when I told you? To offend the son of Yunlan comes at a terrible cost. Lastly, I advise you once more, repent sincerely and take care of yourself. From this moment onward, let us each find solace in our fates. With that, Su Yao, her ethereal and delicate figure, soared into the depths of the tumultuous flame prison mountain, leaving Qin Ming in a state of bewilderment. Indeed, in the eyes of the sect leader and the elder, what they termed as training might very well be my death warrant. However, for senior sister Su Yao, this might be yet another opportunity to amplify her renown. Qin Ming chuckled self-deprecatingly, feeling as if he were merely a speck of dust in the grand tapestry of Yunlan's sect. He recalled the triumphant expression on Su Yao's face when she consumed the elixir, and could not help but chuckle softly. Senior sister, do you believe that you alone can transcend to the true profound realm? It is merely a lowly elixir, as if no one else had access to such things. Qin Ming took out the pale, golden spirit-grade elixir, the Ming Xian body pill, and held it in his hand, just as he was about to swallow it whole when a sudden burst of laughter erupted behind him. Ha ha ha! It appears that fortune favors the bold. Young friend, might you be Qin Ming, a disciple of the inner sect from the Clearwind Peak of Yunlan sect? Qin Ming furrowed his brow, turning around to face two unfamiliar men, a flicker of surprise and doubt igniting within him. Brothers, do we know each other? The burly brother Ding laughed heartily, stating, Our paths have crossed by chance. It is fate. Since fate has brought us together, we might as well be acquainted. With that, he gently lifted the hem of his dark blue robe and introduced himself with a courteous gesture. I am Ding Yushan, a 3rd-grade disciple from the Spirit Her Pavilion of the Xianqing sect. The other lean gentleman chimed in, his eyes twinkling with amusement. I am Su Yunyan, also a 3rd-grade disciple from the Spirit Her Pavilion of the Xianqing sect. Qin Ming suddenly understood, though he had only recently fused with the memories of the original host. The illustrious name of the Xianqing sect was indeed well known to him. So, these are two brothers from the Xianqing sect. What a pleasure it is to meet you. Qin Ming suppressed his nonchalance and returned the greeting respectfully. Are you both here for training as well? Ding Yushan replied with a relaxed smile. We are not here for training. Our purpose is to end your life. Su Yunyan playfully echoed. Indeed, to kill you. Young friend Qin Ming, are you prepared? A weight settled in Qin Ming's heart as his eyes sharpened with intensity. He stealthily took a few steps back and cautiously probed. Brothers, please do not jest. We harbor no grievances from the past, nor do we have enmity in the present. I truly do not understand why you two wish to take my life. Seeing that Qin Ming was indeed at the 7th level of the profound realm, Ding Yushan became even more audacious. To speak candidly, we are merely mercenaries, paid to bring you misfortune. I see you are quite a fine individual, so I shall enlighten you. With a knowing glance at Su Yunyan, the latter understood and carefully retrieved a blue phantom stone, wiping it clean. Young friend Qin Ming, do you have a vendetta against the elder of our sect? Su Yunyan teased, and after speaking, he suddenly hurled the phantom stone into the air, which emitted a soft blue glow, capturing the 3 figures within. Qin Ming, today marks the day of your demise. Words are futile. Prepare to forfeit your life. Ding Yushan's expression shifted to one of seriousness as the phantom stone began recording their moment. His hands transformed into claws, and his eyes glimmered with a fierce malevolence as he unleashed his formidable technique, the ghostly medicine spirit constraining hand, achieving an almost transcendental mastery. Even more bizarrely, a faint, eerie green light emanated from between his hands, resembling a ghostly apparition that instilled a sense of dread. Su Yunyan summoned the dragon's saliva, soul-chasing sword, wielding it with such precision that it seemed to split into 3, slicing through the air with a chilling ferocity. Qin Ming, taken aback, silently exclaimed in disbelief. Before his mind could fully comprehend the situation, he hastily activated the 2nd stage of the Night's Shadow concealment technique, vanishing without a trace, and began to evade with fervor. This technique, the Night's Shadow concealment, was exceptionally peculiar. As he maneuvered, it appeared as though he left behind numerous afterimages in this space, yet none were his true form. Furthermore, after Ding Yushan and Su Yunyan had consecutively missed their targets, Qin Ming's figure astonishingly vanished without a trace. Ding Yushan voiced his confusion, sensing that this young man possessed some extraordinary ability. Junior brother, we must not underestimate him. Su Yunyan chuckled lightly, assuring his senior, rest assured, brother, under the blade of my soul-chasing sword, no spirit has ever managed to escape. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming ceased his hesitation, and while concealed, gently swallowed the fate-transforming profound body pill. A soft sound echoed in his ears, akin to the roar of a king among demons reverberating through the mountains. Suddenly, Ding Yushan and Su Yunyan felt as though an immensely powerful beast was meticulously watching them, its predatory gaze sending chills down their spines. The sensation of their souls being locked on left their hairs standing on end. What is happening? How can there be such a high-grade beast in the Flame Prison Mountain? Chapter 50. As solid as a rock. The 1st level of the Demon King's dominance. Ding Yushan and Su Yunyan, both disciples of the 3rd rank from the Swanking sect, had seen their fair share of the world. However, the terrifying aura they now experienced, coupled with the bizarre and unfamiliar realm before them, instilled a profound sense of dread in their hearts. No, this is not the aura of a beast. It is Qin Ming. Junior brother, be cautious. Ding Yushan exclaimed, his hair standing on end, his eyes wide with terror, as if he had encountered a ghost. Bang! With a resounding crash, Qin Ming boldly clashed against the dragon-scented, soul-chasing sword using his formidable physique. Yet, what struck Ding Yushan with fear was the fact that Qin Ming's body remained unpierced. Instead, the soul-chasing sword shattered into multiple fragments. Su Yunyan, his life-bound artifact destroyed, felt an unseen, overwhelming force rebound upon him, causing his internal organs to shift violently. He coughed up blood, his eyes filled with shock as he gazed at Qin Ming. Qin Ming exhaled softly, extending his right arm to clench his fist. His body, hard and smooth, exuded a resilient strength akin to rock. A profound sense of confidence surged through him. Is this the might of the 1st level of the Demon King's dominance? At that moment, Ding Yushan finally regained his composure. Witnessing Su Yunyan's grievous injuries ignited a fierce wrath within him. How dare you harm my junior brother? I shall kill you. Ghostly medicine binding spear hand. Divine binding of the celestial. Bind a soul. Ding Yushan bellowed, his hands swelling to multiple times their size, weaving what appeared to be a vast black net in midair. However, as this black net made contact with Qin Ming's body, he suddenly perceived an irate and commanding crimson flame dragon sparrow, flapping its fiery wings and glaring fiercely at him from within his soul. The strange purple beastly eyes sent a shockwave through Ding Yushan's very essence, overwhelming him with an unimaginable pressure that filled his entire being. Under the gaze of those bizarre, beastly eyes, Ding Yushan felt his body go limp, collapsing weakly to the ground. This is impossible. How could I lose to a disciple of the profound realm? Ding Yushan muttered, his gaze vacant and unfocused, as if he had suffered a great shock, staring incredulously at Qin Ming. Qin Ming let out a light scoff. A disciple of the profound realm? Brother Ding, perhaps you should take a closer look? With that, Qin Ming unleashed his full cultivation power, revealing his true essence at the third level of the true profound realm in an instant. This cannot be. It must be an illusion, Ding Yushan exclaimed in disbelief, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. Qin Ming chuckled softly, the corners of his lips curling upward. He had not anticipated that this spirit-grade pill would possess such extraordinary power. Not only did it allow him to transform into the Demon King's dominance, but it also elevated his cultivation, enabling him to effortlessly break through to the third level of the true profound realm. In that moment of transcending the true profound realm, the might of the third stage of the great desolate infinite art manifested instantaneously. Initially, he had thought that consuming the transforming life profound body pill would merely enhance his defensive capabilities, but to his astonishment, with the assistance of the great desolate infinite art, he directly awakened the first level of the Demon King's dominance. In the present moment, Qin Ming, with his formidable physique, could withstand all opponents beneath the true profound mirror. Moreover, this represents merely the initial stage of his power. As his cultivation ascends, the Demon King's body will continuously evolve, potentially reaching a form that rivals that of the Demon King himself, a prospect not beyond imagination. Furthermore, upon Qin Ming's first entry into the true profound mirror, the extraordinary techniques within him seemed to cheer with exuberance. The Dark Night Profound Shadow Technique, the Boundless Freedom Technique, the Profound Jade Freedom Bottle, the Profound Heaven Dragon Pattern Ruler, all radiated a gentle glow. Even the ominous artifact he had recently acquired, the Evil Demon's 10,000 Calamities Seal, shimmered with a faint purple luminescence. The surge in power bestowed upon him an overwhelming sense of confidence. At present, in Qin Ming's eyes, Ding Yushan and Su Yonyan appeared no more significant than ants, perhaps even less than that. Exhaling softly, Qin Ming regarded them with a hint of pity, casting a glance imbued with the gravitas of an emperor. Give me a reason not to slay you. Though Ding Yushan remained feeble and paralyzed, the intangible aura of death loomed over him, inciting a surge of anger and self-reproach as he struck the ground with his fist. We were deceived by your esteemed elder. Had we known Brother Qin's cultivation was so formidable, we would not have dared to confront you, even with the courage of a bear and the audacity of a leopard. As disciples of the Su Nqing sect, we beseech you to spare our lives. Seeing Ding Yushan's capitulation and his own bloodied state, Su Yonyan crawled before Qin Ming, slapping himself vigorously. Brother Qin, you are magnanimous. Please consider us inconsequential and let us go. Moreover, it is your sect's elder who seeks your life. We merely wielded the dagger, and now that dagger rests upon an iron plate. We vow to amend our ways and never repeat such folly. We implore you, esteemed Brother Qin, grant us this mercy. Yet, witnessing their abject humility, Qin Ming felt no compassion, but rather an intense aversion. The elder indeed deserved death. However, your self-justification is still insufficient. I care not if you are from the Su Nqing sect or the Shanshin sect. As long as you cannot kill me, I shall ensure your demise. Such is the essence of both cultivation and humanity. Having spoken these words, a glint of cold light flickered in Qin Ming's eyes as he forcefully waved his right hand, summoning the profound Heaven Dragon Pattern Ruler to materialize in his palm. The moment Ding Yushan and Su Yunyan beheld the ruler, an overwhelming sense of peril and unease surged within them. Brother Qin, please temper your wrath. Show mercy! Show mercy! Should you dare to slay us, the Qin sect will not let you escape. I advise you to be wise, or else. Before the words could fully escape their lips, Qin Ming emitted a disdainful snort, tightening his grip, and the once wholly dark ruler suddenly emanated a faint golden light. Like a flash of lightning, he moved with such grace that with a single sweep, two bloodied and blurred heads fell to the ground in despair. In their eyes, there lingered a trace of terror and disbelief. Just as Qin Ming had slain both Ding Yushan and Su Yunyan, the phantom stone hovering in the air suddenly emitted a brilliant blue light, and before Qin Ming could strike it down, it mysteriously vanished. A sense of foreboding gripped Qin Ming's heart, but it was too late. Meanwhile, less than 300 miles away from the Nanlu Mountains, at the Qin sect's Spirit Herb Pavilion, a flash of blue light darted past. An elder clad in a yellow Dao robe stared blankly at this fleeting illumination. After a moment, he erupted with a roar so powerful that it caused the entire Spirit Herb Pavilion to tremble. Yunlan sect, Miaojuetshun, how dare you deceive me? I, Lu Huanzhan, swear to avenge the fallen disciples of my sect. The disciples of my Xinshan sect's Spirit Herb Pavilion shall not die in vain. At this moment, within the Yin prison mountain of the Nanlu Mountains, Qin Ming felt an instinctive dread. The inexplicable disappearance of the blue phantom stone would undoubtedly herald a great calamity. However, he found himself already ensnared in disaster, with no other course of action available. For now, he could only confront the challenges as they arose, taking each step as it came. Just as he prepared to utilize his instantaneous comprehension ability to revisit all his martial arts techniques, the cold, emotionless voice of the system resounded in his mind once more. System, task of slaying beasts across the mountains completed. Requirement, hunt down all third-tier demon beasts. Reward, 1 fragment of the Great Tao Soul Cleansing. Characteristics, a lost artifact of the Tianxian continent. Collect all fragments to obtain the Great Tao Soul Cleansing Mirror. Chapter 51, The Enigmatic Robed Figure. Third-grade demon pills scatter across the mountain. The soul-washing mirror of the Great Tao. What manner of contraption is this? Qin Ming felt a flicker of surprise and sought to inquire further with the system, only to find it unresponsive. With a resigned shake of his head, he gazed upon the two lifeless bodies and their garments, then glanced at his own dark robe. An idea sparked within him, prompting him to engage in a ruse. He meticulously blended the dark blue robe with his own black attire, ultimately crafting a garment that resembled that of a beggar. While the ensemble lacked aesthetic appeal, it served well to conceal his identity. After all, within the infernal peaks of Yinyu Mountain, there lay a captivating beauty whom he wished to avoid. With a sigh that carried both indifference and a hint of mockery, he mused about the slaughter of all third-grade demon beasts. Ah, my esteemed senior sister, how fortunate you are this time. Qin Ming resolved not only to hunt the demon beasts that roamed the mountain, but also to gather the rare treasures of heaven and earth that lay scattered about. As a practitioner of the third level of true Xian realm, he required an abundance of resources to facilitate his breakthrough into the spirit Xian realm. Otherwise, he would be left to gaze blankly at the skills and techniques he had comprehended. At present, Qin Ming's body resembled a well-constructed highway, with all passageways and stations firmly established. Through the application of instantaneous comprehension of skills, he had grasped the essence of all the formidable techniques. However, advancing through each station to reach the next would demand a considerable expenditure of energy. This was a far cry from the simpler times of initial Xian and intermediate Xian realms. Hence, Qin Ming aspired to swiftly attain the 9th level of true Xian realm and achieve a state of consummate perfection, or perhaps even directly transcend into the spirit Xian realm. The resources required for such endeavors were indeed vast, and it seemed that this solitary mountain might not suffice. He could only attempt to see what fortune might bestow upon him. May the heavens align with his desires. With this thought, Qin Ming ensconced himself within his makeshift disguise and swiftly vanished into the darkened woods. Day 1. Yinyu Mountain, southern side, blazing flame valley. Su Yao, clad in white, faced off against 2 third-grade lower-tier demon beasts, the fiery molten python. Her pristine robe bore stains of crimson, and her hair fell into disarray as she fought valiantly. Just as exhaustion threatened to overwhelm her, a mysterious robed figure emerged from the shadows, enveloped in fragments of dark blue and black fabric. His visage obscured beneath a wide-brimmed hood. Only two clear and profound eyes were visible, hinting at his formidable presence. With a mere flick of his fists, he dispatched the fiery molten python, leaving its remains scattered. "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your timely assistance. I am Su Yao, a disciple of Yunlan's sect. Deeply grateful for your aid." The robed figure merely acknowledged her with a nonchalant grunt, his expression inscrutable. He cast a fleeting glance at Su Yao with his enigmatic eyes before vanishing into the forest, indifferent to the third-grade demon pill that had just been released. Day 5. Yinyu Mountain, northern side, Molten River. On this occasion, Su Yao stumbled upon a soul star spirit jade fruit, but it was fortuitously guarded by a third-tier superior beast, the furious Fire Lin Lion. She racked her brains, attempting to devise a strategy to lure the beast away. However, she was taken aback when the enigmatic figure in the tattered robe appeared once more. Without hesitation, he wielded his hand like a blade, delivering a series of strikes that sent the furious Fire Lin Lion fleeing in disarray. Yet, this mysterious figure seemed to harbor a particular vendetta against the beasts. The lion, believing it had narrowly escaped, was relentlessly pursued until its head was severed, at which point he slowly withdrew. After vanquishing the furious Fire Lin Lion, the figure claimed the Soul Star Spirit Jade Fruit for himself. Observing this, Su Yao expressed her discontent. "Senior, I was the one who discovered this Soul Star Spirit Jade Fruit first. It seems rather inappropriate for you to seize it so brazenly, does it not?" The robed figure cast a glance at Su Yao, and a cold, gravelly voice emerged from beneath his expansive hood. "Oh, is that so? If you saw it first, why did you not take it?" With a huff, Su Yao retorted, "I was preparing to outsmart it, but you were quicker on your feet. Senior, this Soul Star Spirit Jade Fruit holds great significance for me. Might you consider returning it? I would be immensely grateful." The robed figure chuckled derisively, teasing, "Grateful, you say? How would you express your gratitude? Are you willing to offer yourself?" Su Yao's brow furrowed, a flicker of anger igniting within her. If you desire the Soul Star Spirit Jade Fruit, take it. There is no need for such lewd insinuations. I dare say, no one in this world would be foolish enough to entertain your proposition." With that, she furiously flicked her sleeve and transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the distance. The robed figure laughed heartily, remarking, "Ah, the youth indeed. Such fervor." On the 10th day, in the eastern side of the Inferno Mountain, within the Crimson Fire Forest, Su Yao's cultivation had stabilized at the second layer of the true profound realm after a period of rigorous training. Furthermore, through her recent encounters in slaying beasts, her state of mind and martial skills had seen notable advancements. However, one matter perplexed her. The number of third-tier beasts in this mountain had seemingly dwindled. Moreover, during her forays, she had even stumbled upon several beast core treasures, which struck her as quite peculiar. Initially, Su Yao presumed that other disciples from different sects were also training in this area. Yet, despite her search, she found no unfamiliar faces apart from the mysterious figure in the tattered robe. Could it be that he was behind all this? But how could such a profoundly skilled senior overlook even the first-tier beasts? Su Yao was taken aback, but soon dismissed the thought. Her primary focus was to swiftly complete her sect's punitive task of acquiring 100 third-tier beast cores to expedite her return to the sect. However, as time passed, she began to sense that matters were not as straightforward as they seemed. Eventually, the situation took on an almost uncanny quality. She roamed the vicinity of Inferno Mountain daily, noticing a decreasing number of beasts to hunt. Yet, to her astonishment, without having to exert herself too much, she managed to collect 8 to 10 third-tier beast cores each day. Calculating in this manner, does it not imply that she will soon depart from this place? In 20 days, when the fiery Inferno Mountain ceases to harbor any ferocious beasts, Su Yao will finally acquire 100 beast inner cores. However, the landscape, littered with first and second-grade demon cores resembling refuse, leaves her somewhat bewildered. What on earth is happening here? Is it possible that demon cores are now falling from heavens? Meanwhile, within the depths of Inferno Mountain, on a tranquil island amidst a serene lake, Qin Ming shed his tattered robe and gazed at the nearly 1,000 third-grade demon cores contained within his storage ring, a smile inevitably gracing his lips. System, congratulations, host, on completing the task. Reward, one fragment of the soul, washing Dao. Qin Ming carefully stored the fragment and lazily stretched. With these demon cores, combined with nearly 100 varieties of rare materials, he should have ample resources to break through to the spirit profound realm. I wonder how things are faring with Senior Sister. The items I deliberately left behind should suffice, shouldn't they? Qin Ming and Su Yao discreetly fulfilled their sect's mission, oblivious to the grave crisis looming over Yunlan's sect. 10 days later, at Yunlan's sect, located thousands of miles away, the Dragon Cloud Peak Great Hall was shrouded in an atmosphere of despair. Elder Lu, do you truly assert that our disciple Qin Ming has slain your disciples Ding Yushan and Su Yonyan in Inferno Mountain? This seems rather implausible, does it not? Sect Master Su Yuan's expression bore uncertainty and gravity as he spoke, while the other elders exchanged glances filled with apprehension. Elder Lu Huanzhan, exuding an air of authority, with his distinctive mustache adding to his formidable presence, sat composedly at the center of the hall. His demeanor rendered the dragon coiling upon his yellow robe exceptionally imposing. Su Yuan, do not attempt to feign ignorance with me. Today, should you fail to surrender that disciple, I shall ensure that your Yunlan sect vanishes forever from the Eastern Immortal Domain. Chapter 52. A Resurgence of Turmoil? Should the exquisite Senior Sister engage in dual cultivation with him? Lu Huanzhan, one of the esteemed elders of the Xinqing sect, naturally possesses his own pride and confidence. Moreover, as a formidable figure at the 6th level of the Junxian realm, he could effortlessly obliterate a sect like the Yunlan sect with just a casual gesture. It is worth noting that even Su Yuani, the leader of the Yunlan sect, has only just reached the 2nd level of the Junxian realm. There are at least 10 individuals of Lu Huanzhan's caliber within the Xinqing sect. Thus, the Xinqing sect's significant position in the Eastern Immortal Domain is backed by profound heritage and strength. Furthermore, Lu Huanzhan's visit to the Yunlan sect carries a rather subtle ulterior motive. As a seasoned cultivator with decades of experience, he understands the irrevocable nature of death and recognizes that even the demise of a junior like Qin Ming would yield little benefit. Therefore, his purpose in visiting the Yunlan sect is to leverage intimidation to extract the greatest advantage and resources possible. If he could secure the female disciple of the Ice Heart mystical vein, as previously mentioned by Elder Myojuchin, to engage in dual cultivation with his own direct disciple, then this endeavor would be deemed fruitful. Su Yuani had long been aware of Lu Huanzhan's character, knowing him to be a man who would stop at nothing to achieve his aims. Such a volatile and narrow-minded individual, should he truly act against the Yunlan sect, would pose a formidable threat, making victory elusive even if he and all the other elders banded together. The most prudent course of action is to initially acquiesce to his demands, offering some reassurance before devising further plans. Standing below, Su Yuani respectfully clasped his hands and said, Elder Lu, you may be unaware, but that wayward disciple of mine has been sent to the Yin Prison Mountain for training and is currently not within the sect. Please, Elder Lu, remain calm. I will dispatch someone to the Yin Prison Mountain to retrieve him and seek justice for your disciple. He implored Lu Huanzhan to remain composed and not to take offense, asserting that the Yunlan sect would never dare to oppose the Xinqing sect. Lu Huanzhan snorted softly, seemingly satisfied with this response. However, he harbored doubts regarding the authenticity of Su Yuani's words. After all, across the Eastern Immortal Domain, no sect would easily relinquish its disciples, even if said disciple had committed grave mistakes. Surrendering a disciple would not only tarnish the sect's reputation and dignity, but also adversely affect future recruitment efforts. Who would wish to join a sect incapable of safeguarding its own members? Moreover, the path of cultivation fundamentally prioritizes strength. If one is outmatched and either loses or perishes, then to shamelessly demand justice would render the pursuit of cultivation pointless. one might as well seek out a powerful patron from a prominent sect and engage in frivolous disputes. However, it was evident that Su Yuanyi had overestimated Lu Huanzhan's moral boundaries, while Lu Huanzhan had similarly overestimated Qin Ming's standing within the Yunlan sect. With a gaze filled with affection and pride, Lu Huanzhan glanced at his disciple, Xiao Wuyin, who accompanied him, clad in a moon-white robe, with striking features and a radiant smile, while he proudly stroked his sparse beard. Master Su, your words instill confidence in me that you will deliver justice for the deceased disciple of Lu. However, Lu Huanshan deliberately paused, a hint of a devilish smile playing upon his lips. Should Master Su find it challenging to surrender the disciple of the instigator, alternatives for negotiation may be considered. Upon realizing that there was a possibility for negotiation, Su Yuan's heart leaped with joy. His foremost desire was to swiftly eliminate the troublesome presence of Elder Lu and the Xianin sect, even if it meant relinquishing some invaluable resources. All he sought was for Elder Lu to spare the Yunlan sect. As for Qin Ming, that troublemaking and unruly disciple, he would show no mercy once this matter was settled. To Su's dismay, he found himself perplexed by Elder Lu's suggestion of alternative exchanges. He could not fathom what resources the Xianin sect could possibly covet from the relatively humble Yunlan sect. Lu Huanshan chuckled softly, his gaze laden with meaning as it swept over Miaojia Chun, before he spoke in a leisurely tone. I have heard that your Yunlan sect boasts an extraordinary female disciple, not only breathtakingly beautiful, but also possessing the ice-heart mystic vein. If you, Master Su, would allow that disciple to engage in dual cultivation with my disciple Wuyin, then there exists room for discussion on this matter. Moreover, should our sect's disciples become dual cultivation partners, it would forge a connection between us. In the future, if the Yunlan sect requires assistance from me, I would be obliged to respond. Upon hearing this, the previously taciturn fourth elderling Mohan could no longer contain her agitation. Her brows knitted tightly, and her expression darkened to one of utter displeasure. She cast a glance at the charmingly sinister Lu Huanshan, then shot an angry look at Su Yuan, retorting vehemently, I absolutely oppose this. When disciples of the sect err, there are established rules for addressing their misdeeds. Why must we jeopardize Shue's future? Yining Xue is not only a direct disciple of my Suoxia Peak, but also one of the three divine sons of Yunlan. She is not merely a pawn to compensate for the resources of other sects, nor should she be a bargaining chip for dual cultivation as an apology. Qin Ming's mistakes stem from the inadequacies of your Xianin sect disciples. What does that have to do with Shui? Why must she bear the brunt of all consequences? The fourth elder, Ling Mohan, spoke her mind with unwavering resolve, but suddenly recalled something. She cast a fleeting glance at Mu Qingfeng, feeling a twinge of guilt towards her junior disciple. Though Qin Ming had previously saved Yi Ningshue's life, she would not yield an inch on the matter of Shui becoming a means of atonement through dual cultivation with another. Mu Qingfeng appeared to understand Ling Mohan's sentiments. Resting his chin thoughtfully in silence, his expression neutral. How dare you disagree? A flicker of anger ignited in Lu Huanshan's eyes. Is it possible that a direct disciple of the Spirit Her Pavilion of Xianin sect is inferior to a mere divine son of your Yunlan sect? This is utterly ridiculous. With a cold snort, Lu Huanshan spoke with a tone laced with menace, fixing his gaze directly upon Master Su Yuan. Master Su, is this the stance of your Yunlan sect? Su Yuan hastily gestured to clarify, while Elder Lu, suppressing his anger, responded, Allow me to confer with the other elders on this matter. Before he could finish, the silent disciple of Xianqing's sect, Xiao Wuyin, let out a disdainful smile, his eyes brimming with arrogance and contempt. Master, there is no need to waste words on them. I merely request the surrender of that Qin Ming, to apologize to Brother Ding and Brother Su. As for the so-called Yunlan Divine Son and the Ice Heart Profound Vein, I assure you, I hold them in no regard. Before his words could fade, a figure, graceful and ethereal, suddenly appeared within the Grand Hall. This individual was Yi Ningshue, a disciple of Su Xiafeng and one of the three divine sons of Yunlan. Master, esteemed elders, Sister Su Yao has returned. Xiao Wuyin, who had just moments ago displayed haughty disdain, found himself momentarily entranced by the breathtaking figure before him. His mouth agape, he swallowed hard, his gaze fixated on Yining Xue. Master, is the female disciple you just mentioned, perhaps her? Chapter 53. Something's amiss? Sister Su Yao's inner doubts. Lu Huanzhan pressed his lips together, remaining silent yet smiling subtly, affirming Xiao Wu Yan's inquiry with a nod. However, this profound expression undoubtedly conveyed his tacit approval. Xiao Wu Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement, ready to speak, when he suddenly caught sight of a slender figure gracefully approaching from a distance outside the grand hall. His gaze, filled with avarice, revealed a flicker of uncontainable joy as he thought to himself, who would have imagined that such exquisite beauty could be found in this modest Yunlan sect? Her elegance is truly exceptional. If I could possess both of them, would that not be the ultimate pleasure of the heavens? Upon seeing Su Yao stride towards him, Sect Master Su Yuan's heart was a tumult of emotions. He stepped forward anxiously, exclaiming, Yaoer, how have you returned so soon? Could it be that you have completed your mission? Noticing unfamiliar faces in the hall, Su Yao merely nodded with a hint of delight. And what of Qin Ming? Did he return with you? Seeing the gravity in Su Yuan's eyes, and recalling the imposing figure of the man in the yellow robe seated above, Su Yao began to suspect that something unfortunate had transpired. I do not know. I parted ways with him as soon as I arrived at Yinyu Mountain. I'm unaware of his fate. Perhaps he has already fallen prey to a ferocious beast. Su Yao was acutely aware of Qin Ming's capabilities. With his cultivation at the 7th level of the profound realm, merely surviving in Yinyu Mountain would be miraculous. If he recklessly sought trouble with a 3rd-tier beast, he might have already met his demise. Grandfather, what has transpired? Why do you inquire about Qin Ming's return? Has he caused trouble again? Su Yuan nodded gravely, confirming Su Yao's suspicions. After a moment of contemplation, he pressed on with urgency. Are you aware that Qin Ming has killed a disciple of the Xinqing sect? Su Yao was momentarily taken aback, her starry eyes trembling with disbelief. What kind of question was this? With Qin Ming's cultivation, could he truly have slain a disciple of the Xinqing sect? In terms of strength, it seemed utterly impossible. Yet, in terms of audacity, perhaps there was a slight chance. What is the matter, grandfather? Could it be that Qin Ming truly did kill a disciple of the Xinqing sect? With a heavy sigh, Su Yuan met Su Yao's gaze with affirmation, leaving her in a state of profound shock. Meanwhile, seated above in the grand hall, Lu Huanzhan overheard the conversation between the grandfather and granddaughter. He snorted dismissively, his previously smiling expression now marred by a hint of coldness and anger. What? Do you imply that I, an elder of the esteemed Xinqing sect's spiritual her pavilion, would resort to deceit? Recognizing Lu Huanzhan's authoritative stature, Su Yao stepped forward and bowed respectfully. I dare not presume. However, I possess a question. Speak. Lu Huanzhan replied succinctly, his tone edged with a touch of harshness. I am unaware of the cultivation level of the senior brother that Qin Ming purportedly killed. The moment this question escaped her lips, Su Yuan smacked his forehead in realization. He had forgotten to inquire about this crucial detail. When Lu Huanzhan had stormed in, Su Yuan had been so flustered that he neglected to ask for information regarding the 2 slain disciples. In theory, the disciples under Elder Lu should possess cultivation levels that are not inferior to that of Qin Ming, correct? If this is indeed the case, then what could possibly allow Qin Ming to vanquish those 2 disciples? Lu Huanzhan narrowed his eyes, feeling a surge of anger at Su Yao's skepticism. He remained silent, merely casting a cold glare in her direction. Seeing this, Xiao Wuyan, aware of his master's displeasure, responded without hesitation. Senior Brother Ding has attained the 4th level of True Xian Realm, while Senior Brother Su is at the 2nd level. What of it? Upon hearing this, Su Yao let out a light laugh, her previous burden of concern lifted. This senior brother, are you aware of Qin Ming's cultivation level? To easily slay both my senior brothers, that scoundrel Qin Ming must possess a cultivation level of at least the 5th level of True Xian Realm. At this declaration, all present from Yunlan's sect wore expressions of astonishment. Even Mu Qingfeng, Qin Ming's master, showed a flicker of doubt, contemplating. Qin Ming at the 5th level of True Xian Realm? What ist? I, his master, have only just reached the 7th level of spiritual Qian realm. How can I, as his master, be only one major realm above my disciple? Afterward, Su Yao smiled once more. This senior brother, there must be some misunderstanding. The Qin Ming you speak of has merely attained the 7th level of Tong Xian realm. Pray tell, how could a disciple at the 7th level of Tong Xian realm possibly slay 2 disciples of true Xian realm? At that moment, Su Yuan suddenly grasped the situation. He gazed coldly at Lu Huanzhan, his ire evident, yet his tone remained courteous. Elder Lu, is there perhaps a misunderstanding in this matter? Our disciple Qin Ming, though he may be unruly and somewhat annoying, his cultivation level is too low to leap across a major realm and consecutively slay 2 individuals, is it not? Lu Huanzhan had witnessed the events through the illusion stone, and that individual had personally acknowledged himself as Qin Ming. How could it be that the master of Yunlan's sect and that disciple would assert that Xianxing's sect was mistaken? Is there truly such unreasonable individuals in this world? With a cold sneer, Lu Huanzhan's eyes flickered with a glint of frost. His voice, filled with authority and iciness, interrogated, "Are you suggesting that Xianxing's sect is in error? Our 2 disciples met a tragic end at the hands of your disciple Qin Ming. This matter is indisputable. Now, not only do you refuse to surrender the culprit, but you also question our integrity? Master Su, I once believed you to be a person of responsibility. Yet it appears that you utterly disregard both Xianxing's sect and myself, Lu Huanzhan. Since that is the case, why must we waste our breath here?" With that, Lu Huanzhan unleashed a formidable wave of pressure, an invisible force sweeping through the hall with the resonance of thunder. The space around them began to warp, the air oscillating rapidly as if caught in a flow of light. An overwhelming and intangible pressure bore down upon everyone, leaving even Master Su Yuan struggling to catch his breath. However, after a brief moment of reflection, Su Yuan's expression suddenly darkened, and he spewed forth a mouthful of blood, hurtling out of the grand hall. At the same time, Lu Huanzhan flicked his sleeve and coldly snorted, exuding an air of dominance. This sound sent shivers down the spines of all present, as if their very organs were being contorted. Even the 7 elders of the Yunlan sect turned ashen, summoning all their strength to withstand the pressure. Fortunately, it seemed that Lu Huanzhan's wrath was directed solely at the sect master Su, leaving the others relatively unscathed. He cast a disdainful glance at the pitiful expressions of the crowd and scoffed once more, causing the overwhelming aura to vanish without a trace. "If I wish to annihilate your Yunlan sect, it would be a mere trifle. Would I be so bored as to travel 1,000 miles just to tarnish the reputation of a mere disciple?" After regaining her composure, the fair-skinned Su Yao displayed a hint of crimson on her cheeks, yet her gaze remained steadfast and unyielding. "Senior Lu, it is not that we doubt your words. Rather, the matter at hand is simply too extraordinary. As a member of the younger generation of Yunlan sect, I have only just broken through to the true mysterious realm. Furthermore, my fellow disciple, Sister Yi, is but at the 7th level of the profound realm. I truly do not comprehend how our sect, as Qin Ming, whose cultivation and strength are inferior to Sister Ye's, could possibly slay 2 brothers from the Xianxing sect who are at the true mysterious realm. I kindly ask for your elucidation, Senior Lu." Su Yao's reasoning was sound, which further endeared her to Xiao Wuyan, one as a vessel for cultivation, the other as a beauty in the boudoir. Ha! It is truly marvelous. At this moment, Xiao Wuyan no longer dwelled on how Qin Ming had committed the murders. He only knew that his 2 senior brothers had met a tragic end at the hands of a disciple from Yunlan's sect. "Master, I believe this junior sister makes a compelling argument. In that case, shall we first discuss matters of compensation? As for that Qin Ming, allow me to handle it." Chapter 54. Dare to Quibble? The Truth Within the Phantom Stone. As soon as the words fell, a slender yet robust figure abruptly manifested within the grand hall. This appearance was so uncanny, without any prior indication, and astonishingly devoid of any trace of presence. Xiao Wuyan was momentarily startled, yet his heart swelled with trepidation and fear. It is worth noting that he had achieved the esteemed position of the foremost figure in the Spirit Pavilion of the Qianqing sect at the tender age of less than 20, with his cultivation reaching the 8th layer of the true Qian realm. Even so, he could not fathom how this person had materialized so suddenly. Was it not bizarre? Lu Huanzhan furrowed his brow as well. He had just directed all his attention towards Su Yuanyi and had not paid heed to others. However, the instant the figure appeared, there was not the slightest fluctuation in the surrounding space, which ignited a flicker of doubt within him. Could it be that he had overlooked something? Shaking his head gently, he stood up abruptly upon recognizing the familiar silhouette against the light. Qin Ming. It is you, Qin Ming. At this moment, everyone else also discerned that the newcomer was none other than Qin Ming, a disciple from the Qingfeng Peak. Yet, their bewilderment matched that of Xiao Wuyan's. Nevertheless, the sect leader, Su Yuanyi, did not dwell on these concerns. Upon recognizing Qin Ming, the anxiety that gripped his heart regarding the impending calamity befalling the sect instantly eased. As long as Qin Ming was present, matters would become manageable. Wiping the blood from the corner of his lips, Su Yuanyi no longer cared whether Qin Ming had completed his trial, but cast a wary glance at Lu Huanzhan and cautiously spoke. Indeed, this person is my Yunlan sect disciple, Qin Ming. Elder Lu, please discern carefully whether he is the one who has slain your Qianqing sect disciples. Lu Huanzhan snorted coldly, his eyes brimming with fury as he icily declared, "It is indeed this person. Even in ashes, I would recognize him." Upon seeing Qin Ming, Su Yao was initially taken aback and shocked, yet her heart was filled more with confusion. When she returned to the sect, after completing her trial, she had exerted every ounce of her strength to rush back. Qin Ming, merely at the 7th layer of the Qian realm. How could he have returned just a short while after her? Did he sneak back while they parted ways on Flame Prison Mountain? That despicable, cowardly disciple. Standing silently to the side of the Grand Hall, Yining Shuang's eyes sparkled with an unusual light upon seeing Qin Ming appear. Reminiscent of the moment she had encountered her 7th master uncle, it was a gaze filled with astonishment and joy, tinged with a complex mix of emotions. However, after the events of that night on Gloomy Cloud Peak, she was somewhat convinced that her feelings towards her 7th master uncle were purely admiration, while her sentiments towards Qin Ming, who had rescued her twice, were more intricate, inexplicable in nature. Yining Shuang had originally been tasked with accompanying several senior brothers to search for Qin Ming's whereabouts on Flame Prison Mountain. However, just as she stepped out of the mountain gate, she caught sight of Su Yao and hastily returned to report, only to find that Qin Ming had also returned. Could it be that Qin Ming's strength had grown? Did he truly slay the disciples of the Qianqing sect? Yining Xue, filled with a hint of perplexity, cast a furtive glance at Qin Ming. Yet, there lingered an inexplicable aura that seemed impenetrable. Qin Ming, perceiving the hostile gaze of Lu Huanzhan, found himself perplexed about the unfolding events. With serene composure, he stepped forward and politely addressed, "Esteemed senior, I am Qin Ming. May I inquire what brings you to seek me?" Mu Qingfeng, witnessing Qin Ming's somewhat slow-witted demeanor and eager for his disciple's safety, attempted to pull him aside. "Qin Ming, the matters here are rather intricate. You should return to Qingfeng Peak for now. I will summon you when needed." However, this action was abruptly interrupted by the sect leader, Su Yuanyi, who declared, "Qin Ming shall not go anywhere. We must clarify the situation first." Lu Huanzhan, observing Qin Ming's arrival, directed a sardonic gaze towards Su Yuanyi and remarked, "Su sect leader, your calculations are truly astute. Is this disciple not within the sect? How can you explain his presence at Yinyu Mountain? Could he be a Luo, true immortal, capable of teleporting from the distant Yinyu Mountain to here?" Su Yuanyi opened his mouth, his countenance resembling that of a liver, yet he found himself at a loss for words, redirecting his ire towards Qin Ming. "You ungrateful disciple. Speak clearly. Did you not murder 2 disciples of a Qianqing sect?" Qin Ming, taken aback, blinked innocently, his expression devoid of any pretense, radiating sincerity. "Respected leader, I have been diligently training at Yinyu Mountain from the very beginning. Moreover, with my current cultivation, how could I possibly slay disciples of Qianqing sect?" Lu Huanzhan, incensed by Qin Ming's continued denial, let out a derisive laugh, though the malice in his gaze only intensified. "You audacious youth, do you dare to argue? It seems you will not shed tears until you see the coffin." With that proclamation, Lu Huanzhan forcefully waved his sleeve, and a brilliant blue light illuminated the grand hall of Longyun Peak in an instant. Qin Ming furrowed his brow, an ominous premonition stirring within him. In the next moment, amidst the azure radiance, 3 figures materialized. It was none other than Ding Yushan and Su Yunyan, who had attempted to ambush Qin Ming at the periphery of Yinyu Mountain. The images captured by the illusory stone recorded all that transpired at that time. The revelation of whether there existed a vendetta against the sect's Grand Elder suddenly dawned upon everyone present. Yet, Qin Ming employed an even more ruthless and decisive method, causing all onlookers to gasp in astonishment. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have believed that Qin Ming had indeed slaughtered 2 disciples of the Xianqing sect with his own hands. Realizing that his actions had been exposed, Qin Ming abandoned his facade of innocence, his eyes now reflecting defiance and stubbornness. "Indeed, I did kill those 2 brothers from Xianqing sect. Does this world permit only the disciples of the Xianqing sect to obstruct and kill, while others are forbidden to resist?" Upon uttering this, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. It appeared that such reasoning did not exist in this world. The Grand Elder, her face darkened, cast a venomous glare at Lu Huanzhan, shocked that he could be so treacherous and insidious as to betray even her. She never anticipated that her initial request to record Qin Ming's tragic demise using the illusion stone, merely to ascertain his fate, would ultimately rebound upon herself. "Elder," she exclaimed, "what on earth is happening? Why have you conspired with the Xianqing sect to harm our own disciples?" At this moment, the bewildered sect master, Su Yuani, found himself even more perplexed. Just as he began to grasp the situation regarding Qin Ming's actions against the Xianqing sect as disciples, he was drawn into the scandal involving the Grand Elder of Yunlan's sect, who had commissioned the assassination of their own disciples. It was utterly despicable and disgraceful. The Grand Elder Miao Juechen let out a cold snort, her gaze icy as she fixed it upon Su Yuani. "Master brother, did you not witness and hear it all? Qin Ming and I share a deep-seated enmity. This vendetta is one that cannot coexist." Unable to find an opportune moment to eliminate him within Yunlan's sect, I had no choice but to enlist the Xianqing sect to address this matter for me. Who would have thought that such a prestigious sect would prove so inept, failing even to dispatch a single disciple at the Tongxian realm? Lu Huanzhan, I truly misjudged you. Had I known of your incompetence, I would never have sought your assistance. Lu Huanzhan, seemingly unfazed by Miao Juechen's entanglement, regarded her with a hint of amusement, retorting coldly, "Were it not for the Master's orders, would I have bestowed upon you that 7 souls dispersal? If you had not harbored malicious intent, would you have jeopardized the life of your own cherished disciple and found yourself in such dire straits? Miao Juechen, do not presume that your reliance on the Master's authority grants you the liberty to issue commands to me at will. This predicament is solely your fault. Had you not made one wrong step after another, I would not have lost the lives of 2 disciples." Chapter 55. The Truth Revealed. The grievance of the Great Elder Miao Juechen. Lu Huanzhan showed no mercy, directly confronting the Great Elder Miao Juechen, whose face shifted through shades of green and purple. I once held you in such high regard, addressing you respectfully as Elder Lu. Yet, it appears that all members of the Xianqing sect are devoid of compassion and loyalty. You, Lu Huanzhan, are nothing but a despicable scoundrel, and your leader of the Spirit Medicine Pavilion is equally vile and shameless. Upon realizing her machinations had been unveiled, Miao Juechen unleashed her fury, wishing to curse all who had betrayed her. However, the 4th Elder Ling Mohan's countenance also shifted upon hearing the mention of the severed souls. She had long known that it was the eldest disciple of Guiyun Peak, Li Tianming, who sought to cultivate with Yin Ningsno that fateful night, but had refrained from action due to lack of evidence. Now, as she heard Lu Huanzhan had gifted Miao Juechen the very poison, all the clues fell into place. Great Elder, how could I have esteemed you so highly? To think that the instigator behind the plot to harm my Schwerer and force her into dual cultivation is indeed you, Miao Juechen. Your treachery is so insidious that you can still hold the title of Great Elder in my Yunlan sect. It is utterly disgraceful. As Qin Ming rightly said, when the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. The reputation and integrity of my Yunlan sect have been tarnished by individuals like you. With her fury escalating, Ling Mohan was about to take action in the Grand Hall, where she was firmly restrained by the third elder, Lu Jian. Fourth junior sister, do not act in haste. I believe our sect leader will handle this matter fairly. Moreover, with the elders of Xinjiang sect present, we must not allow outsiders to mock us. The fifth elder Mo Wangchen and the sixth elders Wu Jigong, as discrete figures within the Yunlan sect, understood well that one should never meddle in the affairs of women, especially those of cunning disposition. With the chaos erupting within the Yunlan sect, they found themselves powerless, choosing instead to remain silent observers. The second elder, Xiao Hongling, observed the seemingly deranged great elder Miao Juechen, a flicker of inscrutable depth in her eyes. She possessed some knowledge of this senior sister's past, but rather than pity, she felt empathy. At this moment, within the Grand Hall of Longyan Peak, the atmosphere had spiraled out of control due to the revelation of the great elder's heinous act of hiring assassins to kill her own disciples. The accused murderer, Qin Ming, had become somewhat overlooked amidst the turmoil. Master, could that Qin Ming slip away amidst the chaos? Should I eliminate him now? Xiao Weiyan felt bewildered by the sudden turn of events. However, he had no intention of involving himself in the internal matters of the Yunlan sect. His focus was solely on dealing with Qin Ming, using him as leverage to abduct Yi Ningsno and Su Yao back to his sect. Lu Huanzhan cast a glance at his precious disciple, well aware of his thoughts. With a soft chuckle, he stroked his distinctive mustache and spoke with an air of calm. Disciple, do not rush. This spectacle has only just begun. Rest assured, I have firmly locked on a Qin Ming's aura. He shall not escape this grand hall. Do you not wish to uncover the secrets that lie between the esteemed elder of the Yunlan sect and the master of the spirit medicine pavilion, Ling Yintian? What emboldens her to address us with such audacity? As Xiao Weiyan recalled the imposing figure of the pavilion master, clad in black with long hair cascading over her shoulders. Her countenance stern and unyielding, a shiver ran down his spine, prompting him to shake his head in trepidation. Yet, in the next breath, his eyes sparkled with hopeful anticipation. As he fervently nodded, was there perhaps a tale woven between them? Lu Huanzhan let out a derisive chuckle, his tone laced with intrigue. Just look at the face of that ruthless matriarch. It is replete with stories. At that moment, Qin Ming, who found himself at the eye of the storm, had braced for a tumultuous and vehement denunciation, followed by a series of judgments culminating in his execution. However, to his astonishment, the attention of all present shifted from him to the elder following the emergence of the illusion stone. During this tumult, only two senior sisters, Yi Ningxue and Su Yao, glanced his way, yet their expressions bore distinct variations. Qin Ming exhaled deeply, finding a measure of calm within himself as he resolved, since this is the hand of fate, I shall accept my lot. Fortunately, the previous slanders accusing him of wanting to infringe upon Sister Yi and engage in dual cultivation had been effortlessly dispelled. Yet, he pondered how the sect leader would choose to deal with him this time. Perhaps, he thought, this time I am truly doomed. As Qin Ming wallowed in his despondency, the sect leader's eyes blazed with intensity as he strode furiously past Qin Ming to confront the elder, Miao Juechen. His voice trembled with ire. Elder sister, what is the meaning of this? Miao Juechen cast a cold glare at sect leader Su, then suddenly burst into a raucous laugh, her voice echoing hauntingly throughout the vast hall, both mournful and desolate. So you still remember that I am your elder sister. But why? I too wish to inquire why. 30 years ago, following the war with the demon clan, I was to become the next sect leader of Yunlan sect. Yet, due to my absence while attending to matters in the eastern immortal domain's Minggu Abyss, I vanished for 5 years. And upon my return, the position had been usurped by you? I demand to know why. Miao Juechen's voice was hoarse with rage and sorrow, yet her eyes reflected a sense of helplessness. Su Yuan sighed deeply, a hint of melancholy gracing his weathered features. At that time, when our master suddenly perished, you, elder sister, vanished without a trace. To safeguard the foundation of our sect, I had no choice but to assume the role of sect leader. We all believed you had met with a tragic fate. Yet upon your return, you have remained silent about the events of those lost 5 years. Was there perhaps an untold truth during that period? As Su Yuan's words resonated, all gazes turned towards Miao Juechen, eager to uncover the mysteries of the past. Miao Juechen offered a sorrowful smile, her gaze sharp as she directed it towards Lu Huanzhan above them, her voice imbued with an icy ferocity. You ought to pose this inquiry to your esteemed pavilion master, Ling Yintian, who, when he was gravely injured in the Minggu abyss, was it that pulled him back from the brink of death. After he recovered, he vowed to me that we would share our lives together. Yet, what has become of that promise? Why did he choose to abandon me? Is it truly possible for him to forsake us, his mother and child, merely to ascend to that wretched position of sect leader? If I am to be deemed despicable and malevolent, then the true architect of this calamity is none other than you, the leader of the Qin Ming sect, Ling Yintian. Is all ruined, utterly chaotic. Miao Juechen spoke in one breath, leaving Lu Huanzhan utterly bewildered. The leader abandoned his wife? Moreover, he has a child? He had intended to uncover some secret about the leader to leverage for future benefits, to serve as a bargaining chip. However, the secret that Miao Juechen revealed was monumental. So monumental that it could lead Ling Yintian to resort to murder to silence it. Xiao Wuyan was also struck speechless, feeling a dryness in his throat, repeatedly swallowing hard. Are you suggesting that the leader of the Spirit Medicine Pavilion has a child? Lu Huanzhan asked, his eyes trembling as he grasped the essence of the story, then cautiously inquired further. The child you mentioned. Could it possibly be? Miao Juechen let out a cold laugh, her eyes suddenly ablaze with a fierce determination. Indeed, the child who was murdered by Qin Ming, my Ming, is the biological offspring of your sect leader. Chapter 56. Shall we repay the debt with 2 beauties? Quite reasonable, isn't it? The Grand Elder, Miao Juechen, spoke with fury, and the hall immediately fell into a profound silence. Even Lu Huanzhan, who had been so arrogant moments before, sensed that the situation had become rather precarious. What he regretted most was that he could have avoided entangling himself in such trivial matters and focused solely on demanding an explanation. However, he now found himself ensnared in these complications, unable to extricate himself. Even if he wished to feign ignorance, that seemed unfeasible now. Xiao Wuyan noticed his master's discomfort and, with a glint of inspiration, whispered, Master, ponder this well. This could be a fortuitous opportunity for us. Lu Huanzhan furrowed his brow and inquired solemnly, how could this be a fortuitous opportunity? How can it be transformed into something beneficial? Xiao Wuyan replied with a sly smile, Master, why have we come to the Yunlan sect? Lu Huanzhan, somewhat enlightened yet still puzzled, responded, was it not to avenge your senior brother by eliminating Qin Ming, and to negotiate some compensation resources? Indeed, our original intent was to eliminate that scoundrel Qin Ming. Now, according to the Grand Elder of the Yunlan sect, this Qin Ming has even slain the biological son of our Spirit Herb Pavilion's leader. Thus, by eradicating Qin Ming, we would not only avenge our leader, but also achieve 2 goals with 1 strike. Upon hearing this, Lu Huanzhan suddenly grasped the implication, internally marveling at the ingenuity of youth. Let me calculate this carefully. Perhaps we could accomplish 3 objectives with a single action. Looking at his cherished disciple, Lu Huanzhan revealed a wicked smile. This time, I shall not only deplete the precious resources of the Yunlan sect, but also compel them to offer those 2 exquisite beauties as compensation. My dear disciple, you are indeed fortunate. After the master and disciple had conspired, their expressions abruptly shifted, becoming grave and stern. Su Yuani, the sect leader of Yunlan, listened to Miao Juechen's almost hysterical accusations, his heart a tumult of emotions. Senior sister, though you have your grievances, That cannot justify your desire to harm your own sect's disciples. I have long felt remorse towards you. Hence, I have turned a blind eye to certain matters over the years. But I never anticipated that for Li Tianming, you would resort to using Yin Ningxue as a vessel, and even use the Seven Souls dispersal to incapacitate her. Do you understand what that means? That is a substance of utmost toxicity. A moment's carelessness could obliterate the meridians and foundation of our sect. Senior sister, do you realize that you nearly destroyed the very foundation and future of our Yaman sect? After venting her pent-up fury, Miao Juechen's gaze turned cold and merciless. With a chilling smile, she declared, "The Yunlan sect has long since lost its future. At least it ceased to have a future the moment my Ming-er perished." With that, she abruptly turned, casting a venomous glare at Qin Ming. "Today, even if I must perish in this hall, I will personally slay you to avenge my Ming-er." No sooner had she spoken than an overwhelming aura erupted from her. Her eyes fixed intently on Qin Ming, and in the next instant, she prepared to strike with her sword. However, at the very moment she was about to act, two figures appeared before Qin Ming like streaks of light, moving with astonishing speed. "Great Elder, the calamity wrought by your own misdeeds has not instilled a sense of contrition within you, yet you still seek to take the lives of others?" Mu Qinfeng spoke with an air of detachment, his gaze remarkably clear, devoid of any trace of intoxication or lethargy. Ling Mohan interposed, her eyes filled with fury as she fixed her stare upon Miao Juechen. "Your disciples are indeed disciples. Yet why must my disciples from Suoxia Peak be deemed otherwise? What concern is it of yours to enhance Li Tianming's cultivation at the expense of my Shuer? What fault does she bear? Is it merely because she possesses the ice heart mystic vein that it justifies your bullying?" That night, had it not been for Qin Ming's timely intervention, my Shuer's foundation and cultivation would surely have been utterly destroyed by your despicable disciple. Qin Ming merely acted as a disciple of Yunlan sect ought to, yet does that warrant your intent to slay him? The fourth elder, Ling Mohan, brimming with indignation, found her sentiments echoed in the hushed disapproval of the other elders. The truth of that evening has since emerged, casting a more complex and fervent light upon Yi Ningxing's regard for Qin Ming. It is crucial to note that at that time, Qin Ming's cultivation was merely at the initial stage of the profound realm, while Li Tianming's prowess was undeniably at the fifth layer of the profound realm. The chasm between them was staggering. Yet, even so, did Qin Ming not risk everything, even his life, to protect himself? Yi Ningxing beat Hadip, her heart swelling with empathy as she beheld the solitary yet resolute figure of Qin Ming, who, in a bid to awaken her, had sacrificed 3 drops of his pure blood imbued with his very soul essence. For the first time, she felt a pang of heartache. Although previously, she had not known Qin Ming well and even bore grievances against him, he had still gambled his own life and cultivation journey to fight for her sake. Would other disciples, even Lin Feng, be capable of such sacrifice? Yi Ningxing's enchanting eyes suddenly shimmered with emotion, recalling the tragic night when the Yi family in Qingyun town was annihilated. She remembered her mother's resolute and proud expression as she pushed her away, accompanied by the words that would forever echo in her heart. "Shuer, do not fear. In this life, I have been fortunate to meet your father, and I die without regret. Remember, Shuer, when you grow up, seek out someone who will risk everything for you, even their life. Do you understand?" As Yi Ningxing bit her lip, lost in a tempest of memories, she was abruptly interrupted by a mocking applause. "Well, well, well, truly splendid," Lu Huanzhan exclaimed, descending leisurely from the hall, his gaze sharp and his smile devious. "What an exquisite performance! Even the head of the Spirit Herd Pavilion of my Xianqing sect has been drawn into this affair." With hands clasped behind his back, Lu Huanzhan surveyed the assembly with an air of superiority. "Yet what of it? This is merely the disgrace of your Yunlan sect. It bears no relevance to my Xianqing sect. My disciple and I are here today for but 3 words: justice, justice, and for the love of all that is sacred, justice. Have you all forgotten what transpired on the illusion stone just moments ago? You, Qin Ming, a disciple of the Yunlan sect, have personally slain 2 disciples of the Zhuangqing sect. Do you intend to disregard this matter entirely? The voice of reprimand left the sect master, Su Yuan, in a state of disarray. The issue with the Grand Elder had already left him in turmoil, and now, with Lu Huanshan's relentless pressure, it felt as though he were trapped in a living hell. Elder Lu, please quell your anger. The matter of Qin Ming's actions against the disciples of the Zhuangqing sect requires no further elaboration. The Yunlan sect shall undoubtedly offer full restitution. Elder Lu, if you have any demands, please do not hesitate to express them. As long as it is within my capabilities, I, Su, shall certainly meet your expectations. Lu Huanshan nodded with a subtle smile, his gaze infused with an undeniable authority and pride. I require but 3 conditions from the Yunlan sect, and I shall extinguish my wrath. First, you must surrender Qin Ming to me for judgment. Whether he lives or dies shall be of no concern to the Yunlan sect. Second, compensate my disciple with 100,000 spirit stones, in addition to 100 varieties of exquisite medicinal herbs, along with no fewer than 10 4th-grade magical artifacts. As for the third condition, Ding Yushan and Su Yunyan were the closest senior brothers to my disciple Wu Yan. Their demise has plunged him into profound sorrow. To compensate for his emotional distress, the debt shall be repaid with those 2 stunning beauties. Does this not seem reasonable? Chapter 57. Caught in a dilemma, the situation was quite challenging, wasn't it? Upon the articulation of the conditions, not only did the sect leader freeze in disbelief, but even the esteemed elder, Miao Juechen, was momentarily taken aback. The other elders exchanged glances, their expressions laden with complexity. If the Yunlan sect were to be utterly consumed, what then? Sect leader Su Yuan's countenance darkened as he found himself ensnared in a predicament. To surrender Qin Ming for the Xianqing sect to deal with was straightforward, a decision devoid of hesitation. Offering 100,000 spirit stones and 10 artifacts of 4th grade or higher could be reluctantly accepted. Yet, Su Yao and Yining Xue were among the 3 prodigies of Yunlan. They represented the sect's future and were vital to its resurgence in the eastern immortal domain. Elder Lu, with a mere utterance, sought to have them surrendered entirely. However, should they remain unyielded and Lu Huanshan choose to annihilate the Yunlan sect, would not Su Yuan be branded a traitor throughout history? For a millennium, the Yunlan sect had endured the trials of numerous sect leaders and faced great calamities. Yet this time, Su Yuan felt an almost suffocating weight of indecision upon his heart. Qin Ming stood in the center of the grand hall, observing the sect leader's turmoil with a cold smirk. This moment did not escape Lu Huanshan's notice, and his expression shifted abruptly as he coldly demanded, "What are you laughing at, boy?" With a dismissive snort, Qin Ming replied with an air of nonchalance, "I find it amusing that our esteemed leader must even ponder such matters." His gaze swept around the room, finally resting with solemnity upon Su Yuan's face. Is this truly such a challenging choice, so fraught with difficulty? Su Yuan's face turned a shade of iron as he seethed with anger, his disdain for this troublemaking disciple evident. What do you know? Had it not been for your reckless actions, the Yunlan sect would not be pressed to this extent. The other elders regarded Qin Ming's obliviousness with complex emotions, sighing and shaking their heads. Clearly, he was a naive newcomer, unafraid of the dangers that loomed, exhibiting an audacity that was both astonishing and regrettable. His reckless behavior not only jeopardized the Yunlan sect, but also placed his 2 senior sisters in grave peril. Elder Mo Wangqin and Elder Zhuo Zhigong, witnessing the sect leader's plight, felt an empathetic sorrow welling within them. Yet, Qin Ming appeared entirely unfazed by their sentiments. His gaze fixed coldly on Su Yuan, a resolute determination gleaming in his eyes. The disciples of the Xianqing sect reaped the benefits, seeking to ambush me. Ultimately, I had slain those 2 senior brothers. Regardless of the circumstances, I must bear this responsibility. As for how the Xianqing sect and Elder Lu choose to punish me, whether by execution or otherwise, I will submit without protest. However, Elder Lu's proposition to offer my 2 senior sisters as compensation is utterly out of the question. Upon hearing this, Su Yao's eyes flashed with a fierce disdain. She never anticipated that Qin Ming could be so heartless and ungrateful, allowing himself to evade responsibility for his misdeeds while leaving her and Yin Ningxue to bear the consequences. Was he truly willing to offer us as sacrifices to alleviate his own guilt? His decision came so swiftly, without a moment's hesitation. It was utterly detestable. Su Yao trembled with rage, ready to unleash a torrent of invectives against Qin Ming for his ingratitude. When she heard Qin Ming continuing, "Master, there is no need for prolonged deliberation on this matter. To send the two enchanting disciples of Yunlan's sect as compensation for that. What was his name? Brother? I need not even contemplate it. I refuse outright. Does the master still require time to ponder?" After his emphatic rejection, Qin Ming cast a provocative glance at Xiao Wuyan, seemingly intent on inciting him further. Upon hearing this, the sect leader Su Yuan, who had been troubled, was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of unexpected approval crossing his stern countenance as he regarded this despicable disciple. Mu Qinfeng, initially serious, suddenly displayed a hint of approval on his face, a sly smile creeping into his sharp gaze as he thought, "This impudent boy has finally upheld the reputation of Qinfeng Peak." Nevertheless, the Xianqing sect's desire for his life will not be easily quenched. Mu Qingfeng shall wager everything to secure him a glimmer of hope. Lu Huanzhan had anticipated that a mere disciple like Qin Ming would cower beneath his formidable presence, perhaps even beg for mercy. Yet he was astonished by his audacity. How dare he reject the conditions Elder Lu, proposed? Who does he think he is? It is not his place to speak here. Lu Huanzhan snorted with indignation. You simply declare a refusal? What about the honor of the Xianqing sect? He then turned his serious gaze towards Su Yuan, coldly inquiring, "Sect leader Su, do the words of this disciple reflect the stance of your Yunlan sect?" Su Yuan found himself momentarily speechless. The thought of offering Su Yao and Yin Ningxue as compensation to the Xianqing sect was unbearable. Yet, as the leader of Yunlan's sect, he had to consider the greater picture. Even at the cost of great sacrifice, he could not allow the sect to face annihilation. Su Yuan began, and the hearts of all the elders rose to their throats. Even the eldest elder, Miao Juecha, seemed to forget his desire for vengeance. His gaze fixed anxiously on Su Yuan. Unexpectedly, before Su Yuan could continue, he was ruthlessly interrupted by Qin Ming. "What do you mean I have made my stance clear. I refuse. I will only accept the first condition proposed by Elder Lu. I, Qin Ming, am responsible for my own actions and will not burden the sect or my esteemed sisters. Besides, were you scheming by suggesting my sisters serve as compensation? Do you think I am unaware of your intentions? You wish to use their cultivation as a vessel for your disciple, do you not? Is he even worthy?" The provocative glint in Qin Ming's eyes, coupled with his unabashed tone laced with mockery, utterly infuriated Lu Huanzhan. With a violent sweep of his sleeve, he exclaimed, "Foolish brat, I shall end your life." However, before he could unleash his fury, his disciple, Xiao Wuyan, swiftly intervened to stop him. "Master, such trivial matters do not require your esteemed intervention." Xiao Wuyan glared at Qin Ming with a fierce gaze, a sinister smile creeping upon his lips. "Are you suggesting that I am unworthy?" Qin Ming scoffed disdainfully, retorting, "Do you truly believe yourself deserving of the two enchanting senior sisters of Yunlan sect? The disciples of your Xianqing sect are all self-righteous, merely boasting grandly. But what is the final outcome? Did you not fall victim to my counterstrike?" A glimmer of coldness flashed in Xiao Wuyan's profound eyes as he strolled closer to Qin Ming, his gaze menacing. "What are your so-called Yunlan divine son and those worthless senior sisters to me? In my eyes, they are nothing but useless trash. A mere disciple at the 7th level of the Tongxian realm, relying on some despicable means to fortuitously slay my two senior brothers, dares to act so arrogantly and recklessly. You should feel fortunate and honored that a disciple from your insignificant sect has caught my eye. This is your blessing. However, one thing you spoke is indeed correct. I intend to use them as furnace cauldrons for my cultivation. And what can you do about it? You think that by fortuitously slaying my two senior brothers, you have the right to speak to me in such a manner? Crushing you would be simpler than squashing a mere insect. Oh, is that so? Qin Ming met Xiao Wuyan's gaze unflinchingly, a playful smile gracing his lips. It seems, Xiao brother, that you're eager to test this for yourself? Xiao Wuyan sneered, stating that killing you would sully his hands. Do you believe you are worthy? Qin Ming laughed heartily, continuing to provoke. I am more than capable of ensuring your demise. Are you afraid, Xiao brother? How about this? Let us compete before the sect master and Elder Lu. If I win, you Xinqing sect shall spare my 2 senior sisters. If I lose, we 3 shall be at your mercy. Do you dare accept? Chapter 58, Challenging Xiao Wuyan. Sister, do you dare to believe in me? Ha ha! Xiao Wuyan chuckled, even shedding tears from laughter. As a direct disciple of Lu Huanshan, one of the 3 esteemed elders of the Xinqing sect's Spirit Her Pavilion, and possessing an 8th layer cultivation in the true profound realm, his strength, though not the mightiest, was certainly sufficient to place him among the top 5 of the Spirit Her Pavilion. Qin Ming, a mere insignificant disciple of the Yunlan sect, with only a 7th layer cultivation in the profound realm, how could he be so audacious? As Xiao Wuyan laughed and wiped away his tears, his gaze towards Qin Ming was akin to that directed at a simpleton. It was reminiscent of a 3-year-old wielding a large knife, challenging a robust warrior while brazenly questioning, "Do you dare?" Qin Ming, from where did you muster such courage to utter these words? Xiao Wuyan cast a disdainful glance at Qin Ming, his curiosity piqued. Yet he had no intention of engaging further. Qin Ming sneered and continued to mock. I had thought that a senior brother from the Xinqing sect, daring to come to the Yunlan sect demanding an explanation, would possess great prowess. Yet, it seems you are but a cowardly wretch. Since you lack the courage to accept my challenge, how dare you demand my sister from the Yunlan sect as compensation? How about this? You hastily bind me and take me back to your sect, and I shall submit to whatever fate you deem fit. As for my 2 sisters, do not even think about them. It is not that you are unworthy. Rather, you simply lack the courage to be worthy. With a face full of provocation, Qin Ming's mocking expression ignited an unquenchable fury within Xiao Wuyan. Qin Ming, since you wish for death so eagerly, I shall grant it to you. Xiao Wuyan's face was ablaze with anger. He was determined to see what strength you possessed to make such grandiose claims. Just as his words fell, a voice filled with ire resonated from outside the grand hall. Humph! Qin Ming, how dare you treat the lives of the senior sister and Shuer as a jest? Were you even? You dare challenge a senior brother of the Xinqing sect? Within the Yunlan sect, it is unlikely that you qualify to represent the disciples in challenging Brother Xiao. A gust of wind swept through, lifting Lin Feng's garments slightly. His eyes sparkled with intensity as he cast a fleeting glance at Qin Ming before fixing a serious gaze upon Xiao Wuyan. Upon seeing this figure, Qin Ming's eyes flashed with disdain, but in the next moment, he was filled with astonishment. Lin Feng had actually broken through to the 9th layer of the profound realm. No wonder he dared to be so arrogant. Yet, who had bestowed upon him such confidence? Xiao Wuyan was momentarily taken aback by Lin Feng's sudden appearance, his expression darkening as he furrowed his brow and remarked, "Do you think this is a marketplace or a performance? Anyone could just waltz in?" Qin Ming, feeling helpless, replied, "Brother Lin, do not act impulsively. You cannot bear the consequences of this matter." Lin Feng snorted coldly, retorting, "Whether you live or die is of no concern to me. However, if this matter involves Sister Su Yao and Junior Sister Yi, then I must intervene." After speaking, Lin Feng glanced back at Yining Shuang and Su Yao, revealing a hint of calmness in his expression. Yining Xue and Su Yao exchanged bewildered glances, each perceiving a hint of confusion and inexplicability in the other's eyes. At that moment, Mu Qingfeng seemed to discern some underlying truth, and he leaned closer to the 3rd elder, Lu Juedan, with a playful tone, "Senior sister, you truly are a paragon of audacity. To think you have imparted the profound skill of one sleeve, Red Lotus Fury, to your disciple. I have heard that the inheritance of one sleeve, Red Lotus Fury, requires absolute sincerity. Surely, you haven't engaged in any transgressions?" The 3rd elder, Lu Juedan, let out a soft huff, her alluring crimson lips curling into a faintly frosty smile. As for ethical boundaries, I am quite capable of discerning them. This was all compelled by your precious disciple, Qin Ming. I must retain some trump cards for Feng, after all. Mu Qin Feng remained non-committal, yet expressed disdain. While one's sleeve, red lotus fury, can temporarily elevate one's cultivation, it is exceedingly detrimental to one's foundation. The crimson veins akin to the red lotus are not something the average person can endure. A moment's carelessness could lead to irrevocable regret. A flicker of gravity and concern appeared in Lu Judan's eyes, yet after casting a glance at Qin Ming's silhouette, her worries dissipated. Your disciple is capable of enduring it. I have faith that Fenger will also withstand it. If he can triumph over Xiao Wuyin of the Xiankong sect with one sleeve red lotus fury, his fame will undoubtedly soar. Every sacrifice will be worth it. Sighing, Mu Qin Feng remarked softly, "It is well known that the master is mad, yet it seems the disciple is equally so." He fell silent thereafter. At that moment, within the grand hall, Lin Feng left Qin Ming aside, a glimmer of confidence and arrogance dancing in his eyes. "Brother Xiao, I recognize you as a paragon among the disciples of the Xiankong sect, yet the disciples of Yunlan sect are far from trivial. Today, let me demonstrate that it is not only your Xiankong sect disciples who can attain the true profound realm." With that, Lin Feng suddenly roared, his white robes fluttering without wind, his jade-like visage gradually enveloped in a crimson hue. Strangely, at the instant the red appeared, it seemed as if his very blood boiled, causing his cultivation to surge dramatically. True profound realm, first layer. True profound realm, second layer. True profound realm, fifth layer. To everyone's astonishment, Lin Feng, who had just been at the ninth layer of the profound realm, found his strength skyrocketing to the fifth layer of the true profound realm, enveloped in a radiant crimson glow. The swiftness of this enhancement was even more terrifying than Qin Ming during their competition. A fierce aura erupted from Lin Feng, and a hint of crimson fury glimmered in his gaze. The sect master and the assembled elders, initially astonished, were suddenly engulfed in sheer shock. The second elder, Xiao Hongling, could not help but swallow hard, her eyes trembling with joy at the prospect. At last, our Yunlan sect has birthed a divine prodigy. It seems we need only bide our time, and our sect shall reclaim the glory of our ancestors. Just as everyone was secretly rejoicing, Xiao Wuyin suddenly flickered, his form shifting with no hint of profound energy leaking, and with a gentle yet seemingly sluggish palm strike, he effortlessly sent Lin Feng flying through the air. Just moments ago, Lin Feng, who had exuded an air of invincibility, was unceremoniously cast out of the grand hall, resembling a defeated dog. The atmosphere within the hall turned eerily silent. All present widened their eyes in astonishment at the astonishing prowess displayed by the young man before them. An overestimation of one's abilities. Xiao Wen nonchalantly wiped his hands, addressing Qin Ming with a hint of disdain. Was there still a need for further competition? Qin Ming offered no reply, instead turning his gaze towards Yi Ningshuang and Su Yao beside him. After a moment of contemplation, he directed his earnest attention solely upon Yi Ningshuang. "Senior sister, do you trust me?" Yi Ningshuang gazed at Qin Ming with a dazed expression, seemingly caught in a dilemma, uncertain of how to respond. Su Yao, however, was filled with indignation. She glared at Qin Ming and urgently implored, "Qin Ming, do not act recklessly. You witnessed Lin Feng's cultivation level. Even he is not your match. I advise you to accept reality. If you truly care for the sect and for both me and Shuer, I hope you will think carefully before taking action next time." In the face of Su Yao's admonishment, Qin Ming remained steadfast, his demeanor unshaken, as he continued to gaze at Yi Ningshuang with an expression devoid of joy or sorrow. "Senior sister, I shall ask you once more, do you trust me?" As Yi Ningshuang met Qin Ming's profoundly sincere gaze, she felt an unprecedented wave of trust emanating from the depths of her heart, gradually enveloping her. "Qin Ming, I believe in you." Chapter 59. Playing the fool to catch the tiger? Have you ever tasted defeat? Shuer, have you lost your mind? How could you place your trust in that scoundrel? Qin Ming, have you forgotten how he treated you before? Were it not for the troubles he stirred, we would not find ourselves in this predicament, Su Yao remarked, her expression a mixture of suspicion and disbelief as she gazed at Yi Ningxue, utterly perplexed by the enchantment that seemed to have captivated her. Senior sister, if I cannot even trust him, then I fear there would be no one left in this world to believe in, Yi Ningxue replied with an air of nonchalance. Although her understanding of Qin Ming was limited, her intuition and judgment led her to believe that he would not boast without assurance of his capabilities. Yet, she remained uncertain of the methods he might employ to achieve victory. Thank you, Senior Sister Yi. Qin Ming exhaled softly, a whimsical smile gracing his lips as he regarded Xiao Wuyin with an enigmatic expression. This venue is rather cramped. It may hinder your ability to showcase your prowess. Shall we step outside for our contest? Xiao Wuyin scrutinized Qin Ming with a dismissive glance, a hint of contempt and disdain flickering in his eyes. Very well. I shall see what grounds you stand upon. With that, the two of them proceeded forward, disregarding the curious stares of onlookers as they made their way towards the exit. The sect leader, Su Yuan, furrowed his brow, taken aback by Qin Ming's actions. However, he found himself with no alternative. He could only seize the opportunity presented by the duel between Qin Ming and Xiao Wuyin to devise a solution. He cast a resigned glance at the Grand Elder, Miao Juechen, and sighed, Senior Sister, I am aware of the grievances that weigh upon your heart. But could you possibly set them aside for now? Our sect is facing a grave crisis. You cannot simply stand by and witness the downfall of Yunlan's sect, can you? The current situation left Su Yuan in a state of distress. Were it not for the presence of Xianqing's sect, he would have imposed severe punishment on Miao Juechen. Although her offenses did not warrant death, she certainly deserved appropriate retribution. Yet, as the Grand Elder of Yunlan's sect, her formidable strength and cultivation were invaluable. Should conflict arise, her absence would be a tremendous loss for the sect. Thus, Su Yuan had no choice but to adopt a pragmatic approach, temporarily setting aside Miao Juechen's schemes against Yi Ningxue and Qin Ming, hoping that the sect might find a glimmer of hope. Elder Ling Mohan pondered for a moment, unable to concur with the sect leader's decision. Just as she intended to voice her dissent, she was interrupted by Elder Lu Juyan, fourth junior sister. The matter concerning the Grand Elder pertains to internal sect disputes. However, Xianqing's sect concerns our very survival. After speaking, Lu Juyan glanced at Lin Feng, who had just been thrown out of the hall. Noticing that he was merely injured and not in mortal peril, she sighed softly, her eyes filled with regret and helplessness. Watching Xiao Wuyin and Lu Huanzhan, who had exited the hall earlier, she felt a flicker of apprehension for the first time. But third senior sister, if this matter truly leaves no room for resolution, what shall we do? Do you genuinely believe that Qin Ming's meager abilities can triumph over Xiao Wuyin? Lu Juedan gently shook her head, pondering that even the wind could not forcibly elevate one's cultivation to the fifth layer of the true mysterious realm. Qin Ming's current actions were akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. At best, he could merely buy us a moment of contemplation. After their exchange, both heaved a sigh in unison and continued towards the palace exit. Presently, among the three great disciples of the Yunlan sect, one lay grievously injured while the other two were to be treated as compensation. Could it be that fate truly sought to extinguish our Yunlan sect? The second elder, Xiao Hongling, gazed at the composed Qin Ming, her heart stirring with emotion. After a moment of reflection, she resolved that rather than lose core disciples of the sect, it might be more gratifying to engage in a fierce confrontation with the Xianqing sect. Lu Huanzhan, with his arms crossed, scrutinized Qin Ming with sharp eyes, filled with curiosity. The illusory stone revealed nothing of the tricks Qin Ming employed to secure victory, though for a fleeting moment. He believed he detected a hint of true mysterious realm aura emanating from him, which he later dismissed. The energies displayed by Qin Ming in the illusory stone were all at the seventh layer of the profound realm, leading him to suspect a malfunction with the stone itself. Nevertheless, Qin Ming's overwhelming defeat of Ding Yushan and Su Yonyan indicated he possessed formidable hidden strengths. With this thought in mind, he discreetly transmitted a message to Xiao Wuyin. Iner, this Qin Ming is exceedingly peculiar. Do not underestimate him, lest you fall victim to his schemes. Xiao Wuyin responded with a cold laugh, assuring, Rest easy, master. He is but a mere disciple of the profound realm. Even if he were of the great perfection stage, how formidable could he truly be? This time, I shall personally avenge my senior brother. Having spoken, Xiao Wuyin turned to the composed Qin Ming and coldly declared, "Let us duel without rules, determining both victor and fate. Should you fear now, kneel and bow 10 times, and I shall spare your life. If I am to lose, I vow by the honor of the Xianqing sect and my own resolve that I shall not harm your 2 senior sisters." Upon hearing this, Qin Ming nodded with satisfaction, recognizing the solemnity of the oath taken by a disciple of the Xianqing sect, one that heaven could witness and one he fully trusted. He understood that his actions might not alter the outcome. Yet, pardon my arrogance, I still wish to pose a question to you. Brother Xiao, have you ever tasted the bitterness of defeat? Qin Ming spoke with an air of nonchalance, as if he genuinely believed he could triumph over Xiao Wuyin. Xiao Wuyin laughed heartily, his voice resonant and clear. In my lifetime, I have only lost to one person, my most esteemed senior brother, and I accepted that defeat wholeheartedly. Aside from that, I have never tasted failure. I hope you do not disappoint me and can offer me a surprise. Suddenly, Xiao Wuyin's expression shifted, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. In an instant, he moved like lightning, striking out with a punch aimed squarely at Qin Ming's head. Qin Ming's countenance darkened, a fierce glint igniting in his eyes. Anticipating the attack, he revealed his true cultivation, unleashing all his profound energy and executing his stealth technique to its utmost perfection. Bang! Xiao Wuyin's strike missed its mark, and a flicker of astonishment appeared in his eyes. Truly at the second layer of the true profound realm, Qin Ming moved like a phantom, effortlessly evading the ruthless attack before reappearing, his tone nonchalant as he declared, "One move." At that moment, all present wore expressions of shock. Even Lin Feng, who had just risen, stared dumbfounded at Qin Ming, as if his fragile resolve had shattered entirely in that instant. I have struggled to reach the 9th layer of the profound realm. How did he ascend to the true profound realm? Damn it, could it be this lad harbors undisclosed trump cards? Su Yao gazed at Qin Ming's suddenly augmented cultivation, her pride evidently pricked and jealousy ignited within her. To think he feigned weakness to outsmart others. Qin Ming, you truly are a master of concealment. Have you hidden your true prowess just to spare my dignity? Su Yao, require no such considerations. Xiao Wuyin, witnessing the same forceful punch that had crushed Lin Feng effortlessly allow Qin Ming to evade, felt a stir of surprise and confusion within. This young man was indeed not to be underestimated. However, relying solely on the second layer of the true profound realm was insufficient. 9 swords of the heavy mountains. A grave expression settled in Xiao Wuyin's eyes as he unleashed his most formidable technique. With a thunderous roar, 9 chilling spiritual swords suddenly manifested outside the Dragon Cloud Peak's Great Hall. They hovered midair, emitting a faint sound of sword chimes, interweaving to radiate 9 beams of golden light, as if they were orchestrating a grand formation. This move could determine life or death. Lu Huanshan, observing Xiao Wuyin's seriousness as he executed his strongest technique, straightened his mustache with a sense of pride. Yet, Qin Ming remained unruffled, brandishing a pitch-black mystic ruler, ready to counter. Humph, does he think a mere broken ruler can shatter the 9 swords of the heavy mountains? How naive. Chapter 60. A single footstep breaks the 9 swords. Can 3 moves defeat the divine profound disciples? Lu Huanzhan wore a subtle smile at the corners of his lips, yet his eyes sparkled with pride and admiration. As the most esteemed disciple of Lu Huanzhan, Xiao Wuyin had garnered all his mentor's efforts. Now, at the tender age of 20, he stood among the top 5 of the Spirit Her Pavilion, earning the esteemed title of one of the 10 divine profound disciples of the entire sect, an achievement that Lu Huanzhan had significantly contributed to. In his pursuit of Xiao Wuyin's rapid advancement, Lu Huanzhan had been unyielding in his support, undertaking many unconventional actions. Even though Pavilion Master Ling Yintian had repeatedly cautioned him, Lu Huanzhan remained steadfast in his ways, inevitably offending numerous individuals. Now, witnessing Xiao Huiyin flawlessly execute the 9 swords of the 10,000 mountains. Lu Huanzhan felt a profound sense of relief. All the resources he had devoted to Xiao Huiyin had finally borne fruit. If only he could use the female disciple of the Yunlan sect, who possessed the ice heart profound vein, as a furnace for Yinner. I firmly believe that within 6 months, Yinner will achieve the pinnacle of the true profound realm, or even directly break through to the spirit profound realm. A 20-year-old disciple in the spirit profound realm. That would undoubtedly make him the youngest and most gifted disciple in the history of the Xianjing sect. As he reveled in his aspirations, Lu Huanzhan envisioned the grandeur of his ascension to the position of pavilion master of the Spirit Her Pavilion. Meanwhile, among the Yunlan sect, an ominous cloud loomed over everyone's hearts. Although the sudden revelation of Qin Ming's cultivation at the 2nd level of the true, profound realm had indeed brought them surprise and awe, the formidable techniques comparable to the 9th level of the true, profound realm instilled a deep sense of dread in all. Elder Xiao Hongling's eyes reflected a glimmer of despair. It seemed that their fleeting moment of hope was indeed ephemeral. Was this truly the end? The sect leader, Su Yuanyi, bore a pained expression, acutely aware of the tremendous pressure emanating from the 9 golden swords suspended in the air. If all of these attacks were to land on Qin Ming, he would be torn to shreds in an instant. We must devise a foolproof plan. Perhaps we should let Su Yao, Yi Ningxue, and Lin Feng escape first? Preserve our strength? As long as there are still green mountains, we need not worry about firewood. Surely, we can hold Lu Huanzhan off for an hour. As Su Yuanyi was lost in his frantic thoughts, grappling with the final decisions, his gaze began to falter. The other elders also appeared grim, their hearts sinking into despair as they contemplated the aftermath of Qin Ming's potential failure. Yet, amidst the turmoil, one individual remained remarkably composed, his gaze serene and profound, devoid of any hint of panic. Though this move is perilous, it should not be beyond your capabilities, right? Mu Qingfeng stood with his hands clasped behind him, a flicker of resilience in his eyes as he regarded Qin Ming with unwavering trust. I may not comprehend the secrets that lie within you, but I know you will not perish easily. Su Yao, witnessing Xiao Huiyin's formidable martial prowess, felt her once radiant visage pale, her eyes filled with turmoil, and her starry gaze trembled with anger and curses directed at Qin Ming, flowing forth in a relentless torrent. Incompetent fool, despicable wretch, attention-seeking rodent, let us see how you handle this. Your demise alone is not enough. You will drag me and Shuer down with you. Qin Ming, I harbor a deep-seated loathing for you. I shall never forgive you in this life, nor in the next. Yi Ningxue gazed at Qin Ming, her expression somewhat dazed, her heart a tumult of apprehension and calmness, as she inexplicably believed that Qin Ming, wielding the black mystical ruler, could withstand this merciless strike. The mere thought of it left her incredulous. Qin Ming's countenance was grave. He gently swung the black mystical ruler, resolutely facing the myriad swords raining down upon him, showing no inclination to retreat. Instead, he boldly surged into the air, seemingly intent on breaching the sword formation before it fully materialized. Xiao Huiyin, observing Qin Ming's audacity, let out a cold snort, yet a flicker of admiration ignited within him. How brave to confront the onslaught head-on. I shall concede you are indeed a man. Very well. I shall grant you a complete corpse. 9 swords of the 10,000 heavy mountains. 10,000 arrows piercing the heart. Xiao Huiyin roared, and the 9 golden swords trembled violently, weaving a luminous arc in the air. Within this grand formation, the 9 golden rays transformed into thousands, then tens of thousands, all resonating with the sound of swords slicing through the air, aimed directly at Qin Ming's heart. Qin Ming let out a cold huff, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. My martial prowess relies solely on imagination. Since you invoke the 9 swords of the 10,000 heavy mountains, I shall name my technique the mystical sky's boundless waves. With a soft exclamation, Qin Ming closed his eyes, envisioning a colossal tidal wave in his mind. Atop this wave surged a massive dragon, its scales as dark as the void, eyes glimmering with a faint golden light. unleashing a thunderous roar that carried the weight of 1,000 dragons, accompanied by countless mystical rulers, surging towards the golden swords with unbridled ferocity. Boom! In the air, the dark and golden streams clashed violently, seemingly evenly matched. Yet, after a brief moment, Qin Ming suddenly coughed up blood, acutely aware of his waning mystical energy. After all, despite being at the second level of the true mystical realm, he could not rival the impact brought forth by an 8th-level opponent. However, in that fleeting instant, all members of the Yunlan sect seemed to glimpse a vision of victory. Lin Feng clutched his chest, trembling uncontrollably. The hatred and resentment swelling within him made his gaze upon Qin Ming almost bleed with fury. Even Xiao Wuyan, witnessing the colossal wave, began to feel a sense of reverence. For the first time, respect flickered in his eyes as he regarded Qin Ming. Qin Ming, in the name of the 10 supreme disciples of the Xinqing sect, I acknowledge your strength. You indeed possess the qualifications to slay my 2 senior brothers. However, your moment of glory shall come to an end here. A grave expression emerged in Xiao Wuyan's eyes, his demeanor turning serious. 9 swords of the 10,000 heavy mountains. The 10,000 swords unite. As these words left his lips, the golden swords above suddenly converged, forming an unparalleled sword stretching 10 yards long, radiating a gentle golden glow. The sword's intent and pressure exceeded even that of the previous onslaught. In Qin Ming's eyes shone a clarity akin to one unafraid of death. Upon sighting this titanic sword, he swiftly transformed the ruler into a sword, grounding his imagination in absolute connection with the heavens, and with a resolute shout declared, "Absolute connection with the heavens ruler." A black mystic ruler, approximately 10 zhang in length, wielded a force that seemed to distort the very fabric of space, effectively halting the colossal sword mid-air. Qin Ming felt his mystical energy deplete instantaneously. Yet, driven by a flicker of determination, he unleashed a roar akin to a dragon's cry. "Break for me!" Bang! In the midst of the air, radiant light surged forth, and the space around them twisted uncontrollably. The 10-foot giant sword began to emit glimmers of golden light before ultimately disintegrating into nothingness. Simultaneously, the black mystic ruler spun gracefully several times before emanating a final glow and vanishing from sight. Xiao Wuyan was struck by an overwhelming and desolate force, causing him to spew forth a jet of blood as he staggered back a few steps, finally regaining his composure. His heart was engulfed in shock, the first tumultuous waves of emotion crashing within him. However, as he lifted his gaze to locate Qin Ming, he found the latter had once again disappeared. With the first layer of the Demon King's body enhancement activated, Qin Ming moved with the swiftness of lightning, his form resembling that of a phantom. In the instant Xiao Wuyan's face contorted in panic, a powerful punch landed squarely on his back. Bang! Xiao Wuyan's body flew through the air like a lifeless dog, instantly battered and bloodied, succumbing to unconsciousness. Witnessing this, Lu Huanzhan's fury soared to the heavens. "You wretched little creature, how dare you harm my disciple? I shall take your life this very moment." Chapter 61, Death, the Peril of Annihilation. Elder Lu's fury. In a moment of unbridled rage, Lu Huanzhan's wrath brought forth an immediate darkness that enveloped the entire realm. The sky above crackled with lightning and thunder, dark clouds roiling ominously. A ferocious aura, reminiscent of apocalyptic fury, surged violently from Lu Huanzhan's being. With a countenance twisted in rage, he bellowed, his form darting forth with the swiftness of lightning. In the blink of an eye, he materialized before Qin Ming, delivering a merciless strike that landed squarely upon Qin Ming's forehead. With a resounding thud, Qin Ming was engulfed in dizziness, the faces of those around him fracturing into a multitude of shifting phantoms. His mind was a tumultuous sea, a cacophony of nausea and pain, each sensation intertwining grotesquely. The excruciating agony surged from the crown of his head, radiating swiftly throughout his entire being, a torment that felt as if it were tearing him asunder, piercing to the very marrow of his bones. He felt as though he might shatter entirely. Yet, in the span of but a fleeting moment, he was sent hurtling backward like a feral dog, his fate uncertain. Upon witnessing Lu Huanzhan's breach of promise, as he lashed out in anger despite Qin Ming's clear victory, Su Yuan, the leader of Yunlan's sect, could no longer contain the tempest of indignation swelling within him. With a thunderous roar, he declared, "Old scoundrel, dare you harm a disciple of Yunlan's sect? I shall not let this pass." Simultaneously, Mu Qingfeng, Ling Mohan, and Lu Juyan, upon seeing their leader spring into action, hesitated no longer. Like three radiant stars, they swiftly joined Su Yuan's side, encircling Lu Huanzhan with fervent determination. Lu Huanzhan, witnessing this alliance, let out a piercing howl, his visage contorted by overwhelming fury. "Dare you lay a hand on my cherished disciple? Today, I shall ensure that your Yunlan sect vanishes forever from the eastern immortal domain." With a thunderous proclamation, he unleashed the full extent of his formidable prowess, revealing his cultivation at the 6th level of the Junxian realm. Elder Miao Juechen, witnessing Lu Huanzhan's readiness for confrontation, hesitated briefly, yet ultimately resolved to set aside personal grievances. He unsheathed his treasured sword, joining Su Yuan and the others to encircle Lu Huanzhan. Meanwhile, Xiao Hongling and Mo Wanchen and Zui Jigong, realizing that the time for negotiation had passed, acted without hesitation. They ascended into the fray, joining the other 5 to form a formidable circular formation, ensnaring Lu Huanzhan at its core. As Lu Huanzhan beheld the 8 strongest members of Yunlan sect mobilizing against him, a mocking smile crept upon his lips. "Do you truly believe that the combined strength of 8 can contain me? Absurd. I, Lu Huanzhan, swear to the heavens that if I do not eradicate the entirety of your Yunlan sect today, I shall not live as a man." At that moment, a deep and resonant bell tolled from the grand hall of Yunlan sect. This was a somber warning, struck by Su Yuan's will and conviction. A bell that had remained silent for centuries. Even during the last incursion of the demon clan, it had not rung. Yet now it was compelled to sound by an elder of the esteemed Xinxing sect. The entire mountain gate was on high alert, all black-clad and gray-clad stewards, along with disciples of the true Xian realm and above, surged forth like a torrent, hastening toward Longyan Peak. As the disciples of lower cultivation levels were engulfed in terror and chaos, their eyes filled with sorrow as they gazed towards the direction of the Dragon Cloud Peak's main hall. Reluctantly, they dashed towards the secretive precipice of the sect. Everything was in disarray, yet it appeared to unfold with a peculiar order. The sect leader, Su Yuan, silently recited a spell, and the semicircular formation erupted with radiant runes, pulsating with spiritual light. Moments later, a beam of golden light shot forth, piercing the dark clouds above and creating a luminous circular void. A grave expression settled on the faces of all members of the Yunlan sect. Their thoughts unified as they intently focused on Lu Huanzhan within the formation, daring not to show the slightest hint of relaxation. Although Lu Huanzhan felt an overwhelming force bearing down on him, causing his legs to tremble, his expression remained one of arrogance and pride. I have long heard of the Yunlan sect's ancient protective formation, and witnessing it today, it is indeed as formidable as the legend suggests. However, do you truly believe this will imprison me? Ha ha ha, utterly delusional. Just wait. The day I, Lu Huanzhan, break free from this formation will be the day of your Yunlan sect's demise. The threatening words echoed in their ears, prompting a heartfelt sigh from Su Yuan. Given the circumstances, there was no need for further contemplation. Su Yao, today, in the name of the 8th generation sect leader, I declare that the leadership of the Yunlan sect shall be passed on to you. Upon receiving the token, you shall become the 9th generation leader of the Yunlan sect. Swiftly take Lin Feng, Yining Xue, and Qin Ming away from the sect. Remember, as long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. The future and legacy of our Yunlan sect shall rest in your hands. With that, before Su Yao could voice any objections, he gently raised his hand, conjuring a soft stream of light that enveloped the 4 of them, instantly transporting them beyond the hall. Upon witnessing this, Lu Huanzhan's eyes glimmered with disdain, and he mockingly remarked, "Old man Su Yuan, Do you think that by sending away your core disciples, I will not be able to find them? Rest assured, I shall ensure that your Yunlan sect remains whole and intact. I will not let a single one escape. The fleeting stream of light vanished in an instant. When Su Yao and Yi Ningxue opened their eyes, they found themselves on the mountainside of Qingfeng Peak, the closest location to the sect's exit. However, with Qin Ming unconscious and Lin Feng injured, Su Yao and Yi Ningxue, relying solely on their own cultivation, could hardly escape the sect, let alone evade Lu Huanzhan's impending pursuit. Tears welled in Su Yao's eyes as she bit her lip and bowed towards the direction of Dragon Cloud Peak, her expression grave. Yi Ningxue, witnessing this, felt a tumult of emotions within her. She had not anticipated that events would take such a bizarre turn. Although Qin Ming had emerged victorious, it had led to an even greater calamity. After rising, the sorrow in Su Yao's eyes transformed into a fierce indignation as she fixed her gaze upon Qin Ming's ashen face, a murderous intent suddenly igniting within her. It is all your fault, you harbinger of doom. Had you not provoked the Xinqing sect, how would our Yunlan sect have fallen to such a fate? I shall kill you now, avenging our sect and our esteemed ancestors. Upon finishing her words, Su Yao abruptly drew her precious sword, aiming it directly at Qin Ming's throat. Fortunately, Yi Ningxue, swift of hand and keen of eye, seized the sword from her grasp. Gazing into Su Yao's resolute eyes, she admonished, "Senior sister, if you insist on labeling Qin Ming as a harbinger of doom, then you might as well consider me the true culprit. Had it not been for his efforts to save me, Qin Ming would never have inadvertently slain Li Tianming, nor would he have incurred the wrath of the Grand Elder. Now, having bravely triumphed over Xiao Wuyan, he has already rescued us from the clutches of the Xinqing sect. How can you still harbor resentment towards him? If you seek someone to blame, direct your ire towards the Xinqing sect. If you must hate, let it be Elder Lu. We are now feeble and outnumbered. And if you were to take Qin Ming's life, would we not lose another who stands on par with the Son of God? Senior sister, you are now the 9th-generation leader of the Yunlan sect. Do not act out of impulse. If you truly desire revenge, you must endure humiliation and hardship, enduring the greatest of sufferings until you possess the strength to retaliate. Do you understand? Yi Ningxue's gaze flickered with emotion. She had encountered such moments in her youth. She understood that acting on emotion would yield no benefit. Only through self-discipline and relentless cultivation could one ultimately achieve their goals. After receiving Yi Ningxue's scolding, Su Yao suddenly slumped, her face once again etched with sorrow as she leaned against a stone, unable to suppress her sobs. Lin Feng, witnessing this, felt the hopeful expression that had illuminated his face fade as Su Yao relinquished her murderous intent. Yi Ningxue seeked deeply, intending to assist Qin Ming and continue their escape from the sect, when she suddenly sensed the life force within Qin Ming slowly ebbing away. It was as if he were struggling on the precipice of death. A wave of panic surged within her, and just as she felt lost, a clear voice resonated in her mind. Her master, Ling Mohan, was reaching out to her. Schwerer, Qin Ming's injuries have reached his soul and organs. If we do not act swiftly, there may be no hope of recovery. There is but one method to save him. Administer the fatal cold soul pill to him, merging your consciousness with his, and complete the dual cultivation. Are you willing? Chapter 62. The Power of the Ice Heart Meridian. I am willing to cultivate together with him. This posed a question that can make one blush and experience a rapid heartbeat. It was a dilemma that left Yi Ningxue troubled, her brow furrowed in concern. Had it been in the past, even if her closest junior sister, Qingyi, had jested in such a manner, Yi Ningxue would have responded with fierce indignation. Yet now, she found herself hesitating. Gazing tenderly at the pale-faced Qin Ming before her, thoughts of her master's words surfaced in her mind, and her cheeks, pure as jade, suddenly flushed a delicate crimson. If our positions were reversed, I believe you would not hesitate to agree. Yi Ningxue mused, and then gently closed her eyes. Taking a deep breath, since she had met Qin Ming, the myriad moments they had shared replayed in her mind like scattered fragments of memory, flashing vividly. Ultimately, her thoughts settled on the blurred figure of that blood-stained person. rather than allow that lecherous disciple of the Qianqing sect to take advantage. It would be far better to entrust herself to someone she truly cherished. With such reflections, the last remnants of her reluctance faded away. When she opened her eyes again and scrutinized Qin Ming's handsome, carefree visage, she was surprised to find that there was no longer a shred of disdain or aversion. Instead, she felt an indescribable flutter in her heart, mingled with a hint of shyness. "Master, I am willing to become a dual cultivation partner with Qin Ming." Having made her decision, Yi Ningxue had displayed no hesitation in her eyes. Supporting Qin Ming, she swiftly ascended towards the peak of Qingfeng Mountain. "Senior sister, I will stabilize Qin Ming's life. Please protect me." No one is to approach the summit by even a step. Su Yao and Lin Feng exchanged glances, both somewhat astonished that Xue would save the one who had once teased her. Lin Feng let out a light snort, loosening his muscles slightly, feeling a tingling pain in his bones and flesh that made him grimace. "Senior sister, you may not be aware. Ever since the sect competition, it seems everything has changed. Xue is no longer the innocent girl she once was, and Qin Ming is no longer the trash disciple that people spoke of. From this moment on, our Yunlan sect shall undergo a profound transformation." Meanwhile, outside the Great Hall of Longyan Peak, Su Yuan and 7 elders joined forces to activate the sect's protective formation, forcing Lu Huanshan into a desperate situation. Although they had reached a stalemate, everyone understood that the spiritual energy on the Yunlan sect's side was nearly exhausted and could not be sustained for long. Once Lu Huanshan broke free from his confinement, the Yunlan sect would undoubtedly descend into chaos, with rivers of blood flowing. The hurriedly assembled disciples and stewards surrounded the great hall, their expressions grave, anxiety gnawing at their hearts, yet powerless to intervene with no room for action. "Senior brother, what should we do now? As disciples of the Yunlan sect, we vow to stand with our sect through thick and thin. Indeed, even if it costs us our lives, we shall never bow down to that despicable elder of the Qianqing sect. Today, I await my demise, resolute in leaving no regrets. Should any of you miraculously survive, remember to bear the humiliation and burden, avenging our brotherhood and the Yunlan sect." Trapped within the grand formation, Lu Huanshan's tattered garments and the traces of blood upon his skin attested to a recent brutal encounter. However, through relentless probing, he had cultivated a 6/10 certainty in his heart that he could break free from this protective array. Yet, a lingering worry remained. What if Su Yuan and these elders fought to a standstill, resulting in mutual destruction? Contemplating this, Lu Huanshan's tone softened considerably. "I have long proclaimed that even if all of you from the Yunlan sect banded together, you could not contend with me. Su Yuan, if you possess any sense, and agree to the 3 conditions I previously proposed, I can assure you that I will not strike at your Yunlan sect again. Let today's battle be deemed a misunderstanding. Should you persist in your folly, I, in the name of the elder of the Spirit Herb Pavilion of the Qianqing sect, vow to bloodily cleanse your Yunlan sect." A hint of weariness flickered in Su Yuan's profound gaze. Having depleted much of his spiritual power, he had forced himself into a path of certain death, leaving no room for trust in Lu Huanshan. "Elder Lu, do you believe I would still fall for your deceit? My disciple, Qin Ming, had an agreement with your apprentice prior to their contest, to determine life and death, and to establish superiority. Yet, though your apprentice was clearly defeated, you resort to such dishonorable tactics, not only refuting the pre-battle agreement, but also coveting my 2 disciples. Elder Lu, I truly feel ashamed for the Qianqing sect to have an elder as shameless as you. I have now passed the position of sect leader to my grandson, Su Yao. The fate of the Yunlan sect is now sealed. However, even if I, Su, were to perish and my Yunlan sect were to be extinguished, I shall ensure you share my fate. Rest assured, today will see either your demise or mine. There exists no room for retreat between us." With that, Su Yuan bellowed, calling upon the remaining elders, channeling the last of his spiritual energy into the protective formation. Faced with the myriad of shining flying swords within the array, Lu Huanshan's eyelids involuntarily twitched and his hands began to tremble uncontrollably. A glance outside the formation at the bloodied and unconscious Xiao Wuyan ignited a surge of ferocity within him. Damn it, Su Yuanyi, once I break free from this formation, I shall ensure your bones are ground to dust and your corpse shattered into fragments. On Long Yun Peak, the atmosphere was fraught with blood and chaos. While on Qingfeng Peak, the springtime light burst forth. At this moment, within a translucent white veil, two figures resembled pristine white lotuses, harmoniously intertwining. Qin Ming found himself in a gray space, calling out to the heavens with no response, and to the earth with no answer. Even the system within his mind remained silent, offering no guidance. Uncertain of whether he was alive or dead, he wandered aimlessly like a soulless being, until suddenly he spotted a peculiar glimmer in the dim sky. It was a radiant blue, icy crystal light. Though it appeared utterly frigid, it radiated an alluring luminescence. Qin Ming reached out to touch it, and an indescribable sensation of comfort washed over him, akin to a warm current that instantly enveloped his entire being. Within him, the profound meridians began to undergo a gradual transformation beneath the embrace of the azure ice crystal. He sensed a vast and ethereal force, seemingly originating from the primordial depths of antiquity, gradually merging with his own meridians with an overwhelming and ancient vigor. In a hazy reverie, Qin Ming felt that the cultivation he had recently attained was undergoing a remarkable metamorphosis, surging forth with astonishing rapidity. True Profound Realm, 4th layer. True Profound Realm, 5th layer. True Profound Realm, 9th layer. Buzz, Spirit Profound Realm, 1st layer. As his cultivation ascended, the Demon King's dominance within him also began to undergo a substantial transformation. His skin shimmered with a faint golden glow, and his veins appeared as if enveloped in strands of gold and silver. A surge of joy blossomed within Qin Ming. Unable to contain himself, he let out a jubilant cheer. This is the second tier of the Demon King's dominance. Just as he reveled in this newfound exhilaration, the system in his mind, which had been silent for a long time, emitted a familiar voice once more. System. Task of slaying the elder of the Xianqing sect completed. Requirement. Without regard for any consequences, seize all of their resources. Reward. Xiantian Extermination Array. Feature. Can imprison a cultivator below the 7th layer of the Junxian realm. Completing the kill. Usage level. Above 5th layer of the Spirit Profound Realm, consuming all profound energy. Upon reading this, Qin Ming inhaled sharply. He cursed inwardly. The child is gone, and now you come to offer assistance. I ask you, system, what on earth do you expect me to wield in order to slay Elder Lu? Chapter 63. Grasping the Vital Vein? I am truly threatening you. Qin Ming accepted the task and gradually regained consciousness. However, to his astonishment, he found himself lying completely naked on his bed, with a faint fragrance lingering by his pillow. Yet, within the confines of the bed curtains, he was utterly alone. What baffled him even more was the fact that he had narrowly escaped death at the hands of Elder Lu, and now, not only was he devoid of any injuries, but his internal organs had also healed perfectly. Moreover, he felt as if he had merely indulged in a restful slumber, and astonishingly, his cultivation had even advanced to the 1st layer of the Spirit Profound Realm. This path of cultivation seemed exceedingly effortless. Could it be that simply sleeping would suffice for a breakthrough? Was anyone capable of such feats? Qin Ming chuckled softly, shaking his head, dismissing any further contemplation. He swiftly donned his garments and hurriedly soared towards Longyan Peak. At that moment, Yining Xue had just reunited with Su Yao and Lin Feng. A lingering blush adorned her cheeks, prompting a sense of curiosity in Su Yao and Lin Feng. Swear, where's Qin Ming? Did you not say you would stabilize his life? Yining Xue bit her lip and gently nodded, yet a hint of embarrassment flickered in her eyes. Lin Feng, intrigued, inquired, Junior Sister Yi, what have you done to him? You haven't killed him, have you? Yining Xue quickly shook her head, appearing flustered as if their penetrating gazes had unearthed her hidden worries. No. Qin Ming should be recovering soon. Let us descend the mountain first. Su Yao's eyes clouded with doubt. If we descend the mountain, Will Qin Ming know where we are going? Yi Ningxue bit her lip, pondering how to respond, when her gaze suddenly landed on a familiar figure soaring swiftly from the mountain's peak. Is that not Qin Ming? Lin Feng's brow furrowed, his expression deepening with confusion and surprise. Upon seeing Qin Ming, Yi Ningxue felt an initial surge of anxiety, swiftly followed by an unsettling premonition. This is bad. Qin Ming is heading to Longyan Peak. Upon hearing this, Su Yao exchanged a glance with Yi Ningxue, and without hesitation, the three figures darted towards Longyan Peak at a rapid pace. At Longyan Peak, outside the Grand Hall, as Qin Ming's figure hovered in midair, he suddenly beheld a brilliant burst of light erupting from the hall above. Following that, a deafening roar reverberated, shaking the heavens and the earth as if they were on the verge of splitting apart. A formidable wave of energy surged forth from the hall, swiftly radiating outward. The disciples who had previously surrounded the grand hall appeared as fragile vessels tossed about by a tempest, helplessly swept away in the torrent. A thick cloud of dust enveloped the square, ensnaring several figures within, rendering them in a state of disarray. Cough! Su Yuan coughed lightly, struggling to rise, only to feel a chill at his neck, as a dark green sword pressed firmly against him. Master Su, I warned you. As long as I can emerge, you all shall perish. Lu Huanchan, bloodied and fierce, resembled a frenzied beast from a distance. Lu Huanchan, cease this at once. Should you dare to harm the master of Yunlan's sect, I will ensure your existence is filled with torment and despair. The Grand Elder, Miao Juechen, appeared utterly dejected, her frailty palpable, as she beheld Su Yini firmly restrained by Lu Huanzhan. An unexpected surge of anger welled up within her. Lu Huanzhan cast a disdainful glance at Miao Juechen, scoffing derisively. Miao Juechen, do you truly believe I fear you? Do not presume that your affiliation with the sect leader renders you invulnerable. To be frank, I have long grown weary of your blustering arrogance. Let me be clear, not only would I slay Su Yuani, but I would also not hesitate to eliminate you as well. What could your sect leader possibly do to me? Following this, Lu Huanzhan erupted into a fit of maniacal laughter, his gaze radiating a regal contempt as he surveyed the surroundings. What a pity, to sacrifice an entire sect for the sake of a few insignificant disciples. Su Yuani, I cannot discern whether you are stubborn or simply obstinate. That question you may ponder in the depths of the underworld, where you can explain it to the ancestors of your Yunlan sect. Hiv. A flicker of coldness glimmered in Lu Huanzhan's eyes as he prepared to eliminate Su Yuani, only to be interrupted by a faint voice from behind, calm, yet laced with menace. Elder Lu, I advise you not to act impulsively. Are you truly willing to disregard the fate of your beloved disciple? Qin Ming, a faint smile gracing his lips, regarded Lu Huanzhan with an unyielding demeanor, devoid of any hint of anxiety. Qin Ming, both Lu Huanzhan and Su Yuani exclaimed in unison, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. Mu Qingfeng, disheveled and somewhat disheartened, felt all weariness dissipate at the sight of Qin Ming's arrival. A smile crept upon his lips, as if a tremendous weight had been lifted from his heart. This audacious young man always managed to deliver surprises at critical moments. Ling Mohan, witnessing Qin Ming not only awake but also fully restored, felt a flicker of relief, albeit tinged with concern over his reckless appearance. Lu Jiren, her disordered locks dancing in a breeze, bore a hint of joy in her captivating gaze as she observed Qin Ming's solitary figure. A sense of understanding washed over her. She yearned to uncover the secrets hidden within Qin Ming, yet at this moment, it seemed unnecessary. What more could be questioned of a disciple willing to risk his own life to save the sect from peril? For now, belief was all that mattered. She trusted that Qin Ming's presence would herald a miracle, just as he had done in the past during dire circumstances. The Grand Elder, Miao Juechen, regarded Qin Ming's somewhat solitary figure, a notion of doubt creeping in her mind for the first time. Had she erred in her judgments? Now, with the sect on the brink of catastrophe and all disciples struggling for survival, why did Qin Ming choose to throw himself into the flames? Was it possible that she had truly been mistaken? A complex emotion flickered in Miao Juechen's eyes, but moments later, her demeanor hardened once more, cold and indifferent. I'm not wrong. He has slain my child. I shall take his life. There is nothing erroneous about that. The thoughts of others were of little interest to Qin Ming. All he desired was to swiftly fulfill the task assigned by the system. Otherwise, one might find themselves shortening the host's capabilities. Elder Liu, I trust you are well. Qin Ming chuckled softly, a hint of provocation glimmering in his eyes. If I were to exchange the life of your precious disciple for that of our sect's leader, what do you think, Elder Liu? With his right hand, Qin Ming hoisted Xiao Wuyin as one would a lifeless dog, while his left hand, claw-like, firmly grasped the young man's throat. His words were nonchalant, yet his gaze betrayed a ruthless determination. Elder Liu Huanshan was clearly taken aback, his body involuntarily trembling. He had believed that by breaking through the protective formation of the sect, he had seized control of the situation, only to realize that his prideful disciple had ultimately become his Achilles' heel. Qin Ming, should you dare to harm Yenner, I shall ensure your dismemberment. A flicker of panic crossed Liu Huanshan's eyes. Although his tone remained cold and domineering, his imposing presence had evidently diminished. Qin Ming laughed heartily, applying a gentle pressure with his left hand, causing Xiao Wuyin's face to flush a deep crimson. Elder Liu, do you still dare to converse with me in such a manner? I have a firm grip on your lifeline. I am sincerely and earnestly threatening you. Chapter 64. A secret agreement? You truly have guts to extort me? Liu Huanzhen glared at Qin Ming with a face ashen with fury. He was utterly perplexed about how this young man had managed to appear here. Doubt began to creep into his mind. Had he truly exerted all his strength in that last strike? Otherwise, how could this insufferable disciple stand before him unscathed? Maintaining an air of composure, Liu Huanzhen's eyes betrayed a flicker of panic that Qin Ming observed with keen clarity. Qin Ming, if you dare to harm my disciple again, the entirety of Yunlan's sect shall accompany him to the grave. Qin Ming grinned nonchalantly. Elder Liu, your bravado is indeed remarkable. Do you really think I am afraid of your threats? If it comes to that, I, a man near death, would gladly take your precious disciple down with me. Yet, in such a scenario, it seems I would have the upper hand, Wun Ti. Upon hearing this, Liu Huanzhen fell into deep contemplation. Given Xiao Wuyin's esteemed position in the Lingyao Pavilion of Xinqing sect, even 1,000 Qin Mings could not compare, especially in a one-for-one exchange. A sense of unease stirred within him. His eager gaze seemed to convey to Qin Ming that this deal was exceedingly advantageous. However, Qin Ming appeared to have anticipated Liu Huanzhen's thoughts, a wicked smile suddenly gracing his lips. But now I have changed my mind. If I were to release your precious disciple just like that, and you were to retract your agreement later, would I not have made a futile effort? Moreover, I would find myself in a perilous position. Here's the deal. You must first release Master Su, allowing me to gauge your sincerity. Then we can have a thorough discussion regarding your disciple. At these words, Master Su Yuan's gaze fixed upon Qin Ming, momentarily stunned. He could hardly believe that the reckless and unruly young man he had in his mind, upon appearing here, would prioritize saving his own life. Was this truly the same Qin Ming who had so defiantly opposed him at the sect conference a few months prior? Moreover, was he not supposed to flee the sect alongside Su Yao and the others? Hadn't he been gravely injured and unconscious? How could he have awakened so swiftly? Was it possible that Qin Ming was indeed the once-in-a-millennium prodigy of Yunlan's sect? A cascade of questions flooded Su Yuan's mind. He was utterly bewildered by the enigma of Qin Ming. Every action he took radiated an air of rebellion and unpredictability, yet somehow felt precisely right. Lost in thought, it was as though a bolt of lightning struck Su Yuan's mind. In that moment, he seemed to grasp what he must do next to uphold the honor of being the master of Yunlan's sect. Meanwhile, Qin Ming's eyes sparkled with amusement, seemingly calm as he awaited Liu Huanzhen's decision. Yet his thoughts raced chaotically. How on earth could he eliminate Elder Liu? Damn that ruler. Why must he pose such challenges? Both Qin Ming and Su Yuan harbored their own concerns, but Liu Huanzhen was evidently taken aback by Qin Ming's nonchalant demeanor. He truly feared that Qin Ming, in a fit of rage, would take his beloved disciple down with him. In such a case, no matter how many times he might slay Qin Ming, it would all be in vain. Although he held the esteemed position of the foremost elder of the Spirit Medicine Pavilion, and his alchemical skills were unparalleled, he could not concoct a potion of regret. Lu Huanzhan stifled his anger, his visage darkening as he inhaled deeply, his voice hoarse as he gazed at Qin Ming, asking, "What do you truly desire? Do not play games with me." Qin Ming, with his left hand gripping Xiao Wuyan just firmly enough to allow him to breathe slowly in his unconscious state, preventing immediate suffocation, smirked playfully. How could I dare to toy with Elder Lu? Yet, in an instant, his demeanor shifted to one of ferocity. Your precious disciple is worth a fortune. If you suspect treachery or fear that I might not honor my word, shall I raise the stakes and conditions? Lu Huanzhan's complexion darkened to a shade of iron, his body trembling with barely contained fury. You had best be clear at once. If you dare to breach your promise, I will wager my disciple's life to flay you all alive, turn you to ashes, and bury you with him. Qin Ming chuckled nonchalantly. I am well aware of your methods, Elder Lu, hence my sincere negotiation. As an elder of the Xianqing sect, you must possess resources as plentiful as the stars. Consider the worth of your beloved disciple and offer resources accordingly, shall we? Of course, this is contingent upon your release of sect leader Su. I, Qin Ming, swear by the heavens that I shall honor my word, and I shall deliver on my promises. At this declaration, Lu Huanzhan's wrath reached its zenith. Qin Ming, you despicable scoundrel, you dare to extort me. In that case, you and your Yunlan sect, along with all the young disciples, shall accompany my disciple to the grave. As he uttered these words, a terrifying aura erupted from Lu Huanzhan. Seeing this, Su Yuan seized the opportunity and shouted to Qin Ming, now, strike quickly. It turned out that the moment Qin Ming proposed the exchange, Su Yuan had an epiphany. In that instant, he understood why previous sect leaders had willingly sacrificed their lives in dire situations, striving to protect those exceptionally gifted disciples. In truth, they safeguarded the foundation and future of Yunlan's sect. It was at this moment that Su Yuan made a bold decision. He communicated secretly with Qin Ming through their minds. Qin Ming feigned haggling, deceiving Elder Lu, while they awaited the opportunity, a moment to strike down Lu Huanzhan. The price for this opportunity would be Su Yuan's very own life. Sect leader, do you not regret this decision? For the continuation and legacy of our sect, I have no complaints. Would senior sister Su Yao understand your actions? As the next generation leader of Yunlan's sect, he understood the burdens of leadership. This is my destiny, and hers as well. However, we may yet have other means. The opportunity is but a fleeting moment. Should we let this chance slip away, our Yunlan sect shall inevitably plunge into an abyss of despair. Qin Ming, I previously misjudged you. I, Su Yuan, was blind to your talents, nearly losing one of the most exceptional disciples of Yunlan's sect. Master, Qin Ming, continue to divert Lu Huanzhan's attention. I shall signal you. Remember, when I call your name, you must exert every ounce of strength to protect yourself. The future of Yunlan's sect rests in your and Su Yao's hands. With a heart heavy with conflicting emotions, Qin Ming made this pact with the master and then sought an opportunity. Upon hearing Su Master's call, he instantly propelled Xiao Wuyan towards Lu Huanzhan with a forceful strike. Taken aback by this sudden turn of events, Lu Huanzhan momentarily froze. At that moment, he could no longer afford to strike at Su Yuan or Qin Ming, quickly shielding Xiao Wuyan with his own body. Simultaneously, he dissipated all his oppressive aura and malevolence to spare his precious disciple even the slightest harm. In this critical juncture, a resolute glint ignited in Su Yuan's eyes, embodying the spirit of one facing death. He charged towards Lu Huanzhan, clutching him tightly, and before the latter could react, he detonated himself. Boom! As a cultivator at the first level of Junxian realm, Su Master's unexpected self-detonation rendered the very heavens and earth dim. A tremendous roar surged, reaching the skies. At this moment, outside the grand hall of Longyun Peak, radiance burst forth, the heavens shattered, and the earth trembled. Lu Huanzhan, determined to protect his cherished disciple from harm, bore this seemingly world-ending force entirely on his own. However, This scene was fortuitously witnessed by the hastily arriving Su Yao. She clearly saw that it was Qin Ming's inexplicable actions that led her grandfather to self-detonate before her very eyes. The true culprit behind all this chaos must surely be that harbinger of misfortune. A frenzy of emotions surged within Su Yao, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. Qin Ming, I shall take your life with my own hands. Chapter 65. A complete break? The mysterious evil demon S 10,000 calamities seal. Su Yao's misunderstandings towards Qin Ming continue to deepen. She has long since formed a preconceived notion, believing that Qin Ming is the harbinger of doom for Yunlan sect. Otherwise, why would her grandfather self-destruct the moment he appeared? Although her grandfather's cultivation and power are inferior to Lu Huanzhen, if he truly wished to protect himself, Lu Huanzhen could not easily take his life, could he? Blinded by hatred, Su Yao views Qin Ming as the root cause of Su Yuan's self-destruction. Her eyes, filled with fury, fixate on the distant, slender figure of Qin Ming, even revealing a trace of vengeful bloodlust. In the next moment, she brandishes her treasured sword and lunges towards Qin Ming's solitary back, striking with the swiftness of flowing light. Outside the great hall, dust and smoke linger, refusing to dissipate. The tremendous force from the self-detonation of sect leader Su directly devastates much of the grand hall before her. The square before the hall is now a deep pit several meters wide, billowing with thick smoke. Once a magnificent structure, the Longyan Peak Grand Hall now lies in ruins, its walls shattered and stones flying, presenting a scene of utter desolation. At first glance, this spectacle resembles a celestial fire meteor crashing into the mortal realm, an overwhelming force capable of annihilating all, akin to the apocalypse. The moment Su Yuan chose self-destruction, the 7 elders of Yunlan sect seem to have foreseen this outcome. Witnessing Su Yuan's self-sacrificial figure, they were filled with respect, their hearts heavy with sorrow, yet utterly helpless. They could only hope that sect leader Su Yuan's desperate strike would bring a glimmer of hope to Yunlan sect. In the center of the pit, smoke still billows. Lu Huanzhen and Xiao Wuyan, caught at the epicenter of the explosion, remain in a state of uncertainty regarding their fates, causing all to refrain from making any rash movements. However, Su Yao's sudden appearance shatters the calm like a pebble disrupting still water, instantly inciting concern and vigilance among the onlookers. When Mo Wangchen and Zui Jigong see Su Yao thrusting her sword towards Qin Ming, they are momentarily stunned, just as sect leader Su Yuan has perished. The next generation leader is about to sever ties with the most gifted disciple of Yunlan sect, Qin Ming. What on earth is happening? It is utterly bewildering. From the moment Su Yao appeared, Mu Qingfeng began to observe her every move. He had sensed something amiss in her aura and gaze. Suddenly realizing the gravity of the situation, in a flash, he lunges forward, appearing right before Su Yao in an instant. He swiftly slaps down on her right wrist, deftly disarming her of the sword. Su Yao, what are you doing? I want to kill Qin Ming and avenge my grandfather. Su Yao's eyes blaze with fury. Her teeth gritted in rage. Despite losing her sword, she disregards everything and attempts to charge forward, only to be intercepted once again by the quick-witted Ling Mohan. Su Yao, do not act impulsively. There must be more to this. With both Mu Qingfeng and Ling Mohan restraining her, Su Yao finds herself unable to move, her body frozen in place as she glares at Qin Ming with the most venomous of looks from a distance. At this moment, the smoke begins to dissipate slowly. Within the pit, a figure gradually emerges, appearing exceedingly disheveled and weak. His yellow robe lay tattered and in disarray, the once magnificent azure dragon on his chest largely absent, leaving only a solitary dragon's head that bore the marks of time. The lower half of his body was shrouded in a darkness of charred flesh, oozing black blood in a sibilant manner. Lu Huanzhan cast a glance at the still unconscious Xiao Wuyan beneath him and gradually rose to his feet. Though his body was frail, the oppressive aura and might befitting a master of the Junxian realm remained undiminished. His gaze, filled with venom, fixed upon the heights above, his icy eyes radiating an insatiable murderous intent as if poised to annihilate all in their path. What a masterful display by Su, who would resort to self-detonation in a bid to perish alongside me. Yet, how naive you are. Do you truly believe that your self-explosion, born of a second-tier Junxian cultivation, could obliterate a formidable being of the sixth tier? Clad in tattered garments stained with blood, his hair billowing as if caught in an unseen wind, Lu Huanzhan began to levitate slowly, an overwhelming pressure instantly rendering all present breathless. At that moment, despite his disheveled appearance and nearly depleted energy, he was confident that, armed with his prodigious capabilities, vanquishing the elders of the Lingxian realm before him would remain an effortless task. The Grand Elder Miaojuchen, eyes brimming with indignation, recognized the precariousness of their situation. Instead of retreating, he boldly positioned himself in front of Lu Huanzhan, speaking with an authoritative tone. Lu Huanzhan, our Yunlan sect has already lost a leader. This enmity should reach its conclusion. If you withdraw now, there may be room for reconciliation. However, should you persist in your obstinacy, I will undoubtedly hold your esteemed Master Ling Yintian accountable. At that juncture, even your status as an elder may not spare you from dire consequences. Upon hearing this, Lu Huanzhan scoffed disdainfully, his eyes alight with derision. Do you think invoking the name of your master will instill fear in me? I have long sought to usurp his position. With Su Yuanyi, your sect's sole combatant, now deceased, I wonder who else could possibly obstruct my path. No sooner had he spoken than Lu Huanzhan furrowed his brow, sensing an exceedingly perilous aura approaching from behind. This formidable force rivaled that of a ninth-tier Lingxian practitioner. With a dismissive snort, he nonchalantly evaded, his figure vanishing from sight in an instant. Qin Ming's premeditated strike was effortlessly neutralized, tightening his chest with anxiety. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he attempted to retreat, only to find himself ensnared by an overwhelming power that rendered him immobile, no matter how he struggled. Humph! I truly underestimated you. I never anticipated your physique to be so robust. No wonder my two disciples fell before you so easily. It appears you possess such remarkable skills. Lu Huanzhan's lips curled into a sinister smile as his cold gaze fixated on Qin Ming. If this body were nurtured properly and crafted into a puppet, I am confident that with my prowess, I could forge it into a fifth-grade spiritual puppet. A glimmer of joy and pride flickered in Lu Huanzhan's eyes, as if he had stumbled upon a treasure gem. His malevolent gaze fell upon Qin Ming, yet it softened with unexpected tenderness. Upon witnessing this, Mu Qingfeng felt a sudden tightening in his heart. He exchanged a glance with Ling Mohan before calling out to Lu Juyan, exclaiming, Senior Sister San, Senior Sister Si, help me rescue Qin Ming. I am willing to trade everything for this. This sentiment shall never be forgotten. Without a hint of hesitation, Ling Mohan and Lu Juyan responded with a resounding very well. Seventh junior brother, your words are more than sufficient. With that, the three figures transformed into streaks of luminous light, charging towards Lu Huanzhan. Although the Grand Elder Miao Juechen was singularly focused on eliminating Qin Ming, an inexplicable voice echoed in her mind, urging her, first save Qin Ming, then kill him with your own hands to avenge Ming-er. Contemplating this, a brilliant light burst forth from Miao Juechen's eyes as she roared, Second Elder, Fifth Elder, Sixth Elder, let's strike together for the vengeance of our sect leader. 7 radiant figures, akin to a vibrant rainbow, unleashed their most formidable techniques, encircling Lu Huanzhan. In the air above, waves of energy surged violently. Light radiated in abundance, and even the very fabric of space began to warp. Qin Ming remained trapped in midair, utterly unable to move. Witnessing the 7 elders sustain injuries and fall one by one from the sky, he felt utterly powerless. Though Lu Huanzhan had the upper hand, his injuries began to worsen, and his mystical energy was nearly depleted. He gasped for breath, a hint of wariness surfacing in his gaze as he cautiously eyed the scene below. Just as Qin Ming found himself at a loss, a peculiar call resonated within his soul. The ominous artifact, the evil demon 10,000 Calamities seal, suddenly erupted with a crimson light. To his astonishment, it inexplicably appeared in his grasp. Moreover, The instant the evil demon 10,000 calamities seal manifested, Qin Ming felt all constraints vanish without a trace. Elation surged within him, a glint of madness igniting in his eyes. He pushed his stealth to its utmost limits, gripping the evil demon 10,000 calamities seal tightly. Even as he sensed his mystical energy was nearly exhausted, he unleashed a strike upon Lu Huanzhan's back. Boom! A bizarre crimson light instantaneously transformed the sky into a surreal expanse of red. Lu Huanzhan's expression shifted to one of terror as he turned to look back, only to see his own body, centered around his chest, rapidly vanishing in a most peculiar manner. Ultimately, he was reduced to mere powder, merging into the vast crimson realm above. Chapter 66. The Emergence of the Master? What an exquisite demon king's dominance. Lu Huanzhan has perished silently, without a trace. All the elders, including the disciples observing from a distance, involuntarily gulped. They could not discern what Qin Ming held in his hand. Yet they distinctly saw a flash of crimson light that obliterated Lu Huanzhan. Was it truly the case that Elder Lu had succumbed? Had he grown too weak? Or was Qin Ming simply too formidable? Yet he was but at the third level of true profound realm. The disciples of Yunlan's sect whispered among themselves, their eyes alight with awe and excitement. They could hardly fathom that the once scorned and humiliated low-tier disciple had now ascended to a status they revered. The vast expanse of red gradually faded away, and the tranquility and harmony of Yunlan's sect re-emerged as it once was. Elder Xiao Hongling found it hard to believe. She exchanged a glance with Elder Miao Juechen, whose eyes also reflected astonishment. However, although Lu Huanzhan had been annihilated, Qin Ming, having overexerted his spiritual energy, succumbed and fell from midair. The suddenness of these events was overwhelming, as Qin Ming's body plummeted into a deep pit, raising a cloud of dust. The onlookers finally regained their senses. Su Yao stared at Qin Ming with trembling eyes, her emotions a tumultuous mix. At that moment, she was uncertain whether to thank him or seize the opportunity to eliminate him amidst the chaos. Yi Ningxue stood at a distance, gazing with shimmering eyes at the figure with whom she had just shared an intimate moment, recalling the enchanting scene that had transpired, a blush rising upon her jade-like cheeks. Lin Feng's eyes brimmed with rage, his cold gaze swirling with jealousy and fury. That damn Qin Ming! How long would he continue to spiral into madness? Would I, for the entirety of my life, be unable to catch up to him? Infuriating. Consumed by his wrath, Lin Feng trembled uncontrollably, a sight that was fortuitously witnessed by his master, Lu Juedan, who could only lower her head in resignation and let out a long sigh. Ling Mohan reflected on Qin Ming's astonishing feat of slaying Lu Huanzhan and glanced back at her beloved disciple, Yi Ningxue, her weary eyes revealing a hint of relief and gratitude. Thankfully, Xue understands a greater good. Otherwise, the fate of Yunlan's sect would have been truly unpredictable. Mu Qingfeng swiftly approached, using his spiritual sense to probe Qin Ming's condition. Upon finding him merely drained of spiritual energy and physically unharmed, his anxious heart gradually settled. Yunlan's sect had weathered this fierce battle. Although they had lost a sect leader, they had narrowly escaped devastation, a consequence that was still bearable. Most importantly, despite the sacrifice of Master Su, all 7 great elders and the 3 divine sons of Yunlan's sect had survived, and they had even discovered disciples surpassing the Yunlan divine sons. Mu Qingfeng gently lifted Qin Ming and cast a fleeting glance at the still unconscious Xiao Wuyan, shaking his head in resignation. He was aware that he had temporarily surpassed this hurdle, yet the future implications regarding the Xianxing sect remained uncertain. Would they continue to hold Yunlan sect accountable? All of this was still shrouded in ambiguity. He gradually floated above the deep pit, gently placing Qin Ming down, and then exchanged glances with several other elders. It was as if they shared an unspoken understanding, each nodding solemnly in agreement. In the next moment, all the elders, including Mu Qingfeng, unexpectedly bowed in reverence to Su Yao's frail and helpless figure, proclaiming, "The elders of Yunlan's sect pay their respects to the new sect master." Su Yao's expression froze, a mixture of sorrow and indignation still lingering in her eyes, leaving her momentarily stunned. It was then that she finally recalled that she had become the 9th sect master of Yunlan's sect. Elders, please rise. Given my current qualifications, I fear I may not be suited for this role. Before her words could fully escape, a dark figure suddenly appeared beyond the mountain gate. He stood tall, hands clasped behind his back, his long black hair cascading down, and his handsome, resolute visage belied an ageless depth in his profound eyes, hinting at an unspeakable weariness. This figure strolled through the void, seemingly slow, yet in the blink of an eye, he stood atop the deep pit. What a tragic outcome. I never anticipated this would be your fate. Elder Lu, all of this is due to your insatiable greed. You have brought this upon yourself. The sorrowful lament echoed throughout the sky, instilling a sense of impending dread among the elders of Yunlan's sect. The cultivation level of this cloaked figure was unfathomable, far surpassing the recently deceased Lu Huanzhan by several tiers. Mu Qingfeng merely attempted to probe with his spiritual sense and immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes wide with terror as he gazed into the sky. Seventh junior brother, what is wrong? Who is this person? Ling Mohan asked with furrowed brows, concern etched on her face. Upon witnessing Mu Qingfeng's agony, she was about to angrily confront the stranger, but was swiftly stopped by Mu Qingfeng's shaking head and raised hand. Fourth sister, do not. For the first time, Ling Mohan perceived a flicker of caution and fear in Mu Qingfeng's gaze, prompting her to look up with cold scrutiny. Awaiting the unfolding scene, all present held their breath, treating the situation with utmost care, fearful of any hint of negligence or anger. However, the demeanor and transformation of the Grand Elder left everyone perplexed. From the moment she laid eyes on this figure, she stood frozen, immobile. Her gaze was a tumult of surprise, fury, resentment, longing, and an indescribable despair. This was the first time since departing from the Minggu Abyss that Miao Juechen had beheld the figure she had dreamt of countless times. Even during her previous visits to Xianshang's sect seeking his counsel, she had only communicated through a close disciple, never glimpsing his true countenance. Now, as he stood before her, it felt as though she were ensnared in a dream. Observing Miao Juechen's rapt attention, the figure smiled softly, his tone gentle. Sister Miao, I trust you have been well. This simple address of Sister Miao transported Miao Juechen back 30 years in an instant. At that time, she was youthful and beautiful, possessing extraordinary cultivation. How unlike her present self, who bears the marks of toil and worry, her face lined with wrinkles, and her temperament increasingly eccentric. Miao Juechen's eyes glistened with tears of grievance as her voice turned cold and indifferent. Ling Yin Tian, you heartless and ungrateful wretch. After all these years, you finally choose to show yourself? Ling Yin Tian sighed, a trace of sorrow flickering in his gaze. The past is best left unexamined. It only burdens the spirit. As cultivators, we ought to cultivate our hearts. Since the past is but a wisp of smoke, irretrievable, it is wiser to let it go. Miao Juechun let out a cold snort, her momentary hope and surprise instantly replaced by bitterness and hatred. You speak so lightly. While you revel in the comforts of Xianqing's sect, you remain indifferent to the plight of our lives. Now your own flesh and blood lies dead. This is the retribution from heaven for you. At these words, Ling Yin Tian, who had just moments ago donned an expression of calm, suddenly furrowed his brow, shock and disbelief flashing in his eyes. What did you say? I have a child? From where did such a child come? Miao Juechen's smile turned tragic. Ling Yin Tian, you were able to swiftly return to the sect and assume the position of the head of the Spirit Her Pavilion. Whereas I, after 5 years, could only return to the sect, and I brought back a disciple. Can you guess who that disciple is? Ling Yin Tian was momentarily dazed, but after a moment, his face ignited with fury, darkening the very heavens. Who is it? Who killed my own child? Miao Juechen's gaze wavered, as if grappling with a momentous decision. After a brief pause, she finally steeled herself, pointing a finger at the figure lying on the ground. Qin Ming. It is all because of him. He is the one who has slain your child. Ling Yin Tian's face blazed with anger, his eyes fierce and authoritative. With hands clasped behind his back, he descended from the air. However, as he approached within 5 meters of Qin Ming, his furious gaze suddenly flickered with astonishment. Who on earth is he? What an exquisite embodiment of a demon king. Chapter 67. The Closed-Door Disciple. He is now your senior brother. Upon catching sight of Qin Ming, Ling Yintian's eyes exhibited a notable change, causing Miao Juchun to furrow her brows and feel a tremor in her heart. From her understanding of Ling Yintian, such a demeanor would only arise in the presence of something he genuinely cherished. Mu Qingfeng, observing that Ling Yintian bore no ill will towards Qin Ming, gradually relaxed his previously taut nerves. However, a graver mystery inexplicably emerged in his mind. The tyrannical demon king. Wasn't that merely a legend among the demon race? Why would it manifest in Qin Ming? Ling Yintian gently assisted Qin Ming to his feet, his right index finger lightly brushing against his brow, and in an instant, a warm white light surged into Qin Ming's being. As the light entered, Qin Ming let out a slight cough and awoke. The moment he opened his eyes, he was met with the imposing figure of a man reminiscent of the formidable Wu Tian from the tales of the journey to the west. Causing his heart to leap in alarm, he quickly sprang up and retreated, his eyes fixated on Ling Yintian, fear mingling with caution as he inquired, "Who are you?" Ling Yintian offered a gentle smile, his profound gaze devoid of any turbulence or anger. "Who I am is of little consequence. What truly matters is your identity." Ling Yintian's voice was deliberate as he continued, "Are you a disciple of the Yunlan sect?" Qin Ming's brow tightened, uncertain of how to respond. When Miao Juchun interjected, "He is not only a disciple of the Yunlan sect, but also the foe who took the life of your own child. Do you intend to let him go?" Ling Yintian shook his head lightly, a flicker of cunning dancing in his bright eyes. "The past is like smoke, ungraspable. My child, whom I have never met, has already perished. Such is his fate. Yet the living must still toil for destiny. When will the cycle of vengeance cease? This matter can end here." With that said, Ling Yintian surveyed the surroundings, shaking his head in resignation. "Elder Liu has concealed so many deceitful actions from me, inciting the wrath of heaven and the scorn of humanity. He even conspired with you behind my back, nearly committing an irreparable mistake. Now, I have lost an elder in the spirit medicine pavilion, while your Yunlan sect has fallen a leader. This enmity may be considered settled." Having concluded his words, Ling Yintian gently raised his hand, lifting Xiao Wuyin from the pit with a remarkably gentle force. He then placed a silver pill, emanating a faint medicinal fragrance and spiritual glow, into his mouth. At the moment the pill entered his body, Xiao Wuyin's injuries began to heal at a visibly remarkable pace. The pallor of his face gradually restored to vitality as he slowly opened his eyes. And upon seeing Ling Yintian, he promptly bowed in reverence. Disciple Xiao Wuyin pays respects to the pavilion master. Ling Yintian nodded in satisfaction. Yet his gaze returned to Qin Ming. Witnessing this scene, Mu Qingfeng was left utterly astonished. This is the power of a fifth-rank alchemist? In the eastern immortal domain, Mu Qingfeng had heard tales of fifth-rank alchemists, beings capable of seizing the creation of heaven and earth, determining fates, and shaking the very essence of life and death. Yet, he had never witnessed it with his own eyes. In this moment, such a formidable pharmacist stands before them. How could they not be astounded? Yet, in the next instant, Ling Yintian's unfathomable action left everyone present feeling a blend of absurdity and fantasy, even disbelief. Ling Yintian, with a serious gaze fixed upon Qin Ming, earnestly inquired, "Would you be willing to become my closed-door disciple?" Upon hearing these words, Mu Qingfeng felt a sudden buzzing in his head, plunging him into a state of utter bewilderment. Even the recently awakened Xiao Wuyin wore a dazed expression, his eyes wide with shock as he beheld the esteemed master before him. The head of the Spirit Medicine Pavilion is a figure second only to the leader of the Xianxing sect, and he had not taken a disciple in decades. Now, after merely meeting Qin Ming for the first time, he wished to accept him as a disciple, and a closed-door disciple at that. Xiao Wuyin shook his head, convinced he must be imagining things. However, Ling Yintian reiterated his previous statement, and this time, The words resonated clearly, sending a chill through him as if he had plunged into an ancient ice cavern. Master, this Qin Ming is the very adversary who has slain my two brothers. Master, please do not be deceived by him. Xiao Wuyan's heart raced with urgency. Having just suffered defeat at Qin Ming's hands, his resentment and fury surged within him. If the master were to take him as a closed-door disciple, would that not mean his chance for vengeance would be forever lost? Noticing Xiao Wuyan's tone of dissent, Ling Yintian's expression darkened. He cast a cold glare at Xiao Wuyan, his voice imbued with an unassailable authority as he spoke slowly. Wuyan, from this moment forth, do not act disrespectfully. He is no longer your enemy. He is now the senior disciple of the Spirit Medicine Pavilion. With that, without allowing anyone time to react, he swept his black robe and, enveloping both Qin Ming and Xiao Wuyan, ascended gracefully into the air, gliding away in an ethereal manner. Miao Juechen, witnessing Ling Yintian's unfeeling demeanor, felt the last remnants of hope within her shatter instantly. Despair filled her gaze as she sorrowfully lamented, "Since my Ming'er has passed, and you, Ling Yintian, are so heartless, what meaning is there for me to continue existing in this world? Allow me to join my master in the afterlife." With that, before anyone could react, she resolutely drew her treasured sword and, with a swift motion, severed her own heart vein, ending her life. She gazed at the receding figure, a final tear escaping her eye as she succumbed to the depths of despair and anguish, collapsing slowly to the ground. Senior sister, Grand Elder. The elders hurried forward to render aid, yet Miao Juechen, resolute in her desire for death, quickly exhausted her final breath. Su Yao stared blankly at the unfolding scene, her expression growing increasingly vacant. Upon witnessing Qin Ming become a disciple of the Xianqing sect, the hatred within her heart was suddenly magnified by fear and concern. Second Elder, I have no desire to assume the position of sect leader. I shall journey to the immortal sect. No matter the trials I must endure, I shall cultivate the path to avenge my grandfather. From now on, I entrust you with the leadership of the sect. With that, she cast the sect leader's token into Xiao Hongling's hands and swiftly turned to leave. Mu Qingfeng, taken aback by the abrupt upheaval before him, stood frozen, at a loss for what to do. My disciple, has the Su Inquing sect truly stripped you of your position? Has the leadership of the Yunlan sect been so callously discarded? Mu Qingfeng, with a vacant gaze, sighed deeply, contemplating his next course of action when suddenly, a hurried voice from Qin Ming echoed in his mind. Master, there is something I neglected to inform you. If I do not speak now, I fear I shall never have the chance again. Years ago, my master's wife was in fact with child. You have a biological son amidst the demons of the western regions. I have also heard that after losing her status as a saintess, she may face calamity. Just as the words were about to unfold further, Qin Ming's voice abruptly ceased. Mu Qingfeng was momentarily taken aback, as an overwhelming sense of unease and trepidation surged within him. There was no time for farewells. He rose swiftly and soared towards the mountain gate. I have urgent matters to attend to at the Holy Spirit Palace in the western regions. Fellow brothers and sisters, pay me no mind. Once my affairs are settled, I shall return to the sect. Thus, I bid you farewell. Yining Shuang stared vacantly at the Grand Elder, at Qin Ming, and at Mu Qingfeng as they hurriedly departed in succession. A sudden wave of indifference washed over her regarding the Yunlan sect. Master, I bear a deep vendetta. Remaining within the sect serves no purpose. I wish to follow my senior sister's footsteps to the immortal sect in search of fortune. Rest assured, should I, Yining Shuang, attain the great way in the future, I shall restore the former glory of the Yunlan sect. Chapter 68. The Daily Medicinal Bath? The Mysterious Apothecary of the Xianqing sect. A turmoil at the Yunlan sect. The esteemed senior sister Su Yao has departed, and so has Yining Xue. Even Mu Qingfeng, who has never set foot beyond the mountain gates in 30 years, has suddenly vanished. The strength of the Yunlan sect has plummeted drastically. On the Amei Peak, the disciple Lin Feng sits forlornly outside the Grand Hall, perplexed about the direction his future should take, especially as he recalls Qin Ming's astonishing feats. A hint of jealousy and resentment gradually surfaces in his bright eyes. He forcefully strikes his fist against the stone steps, his gaze brimming with an indelible hatred, causing his resolve to waver. Qin Ming, just you wait. I, Lin Feng, vow that when we meet again, I shall trample you underfoot. 10 days later, at the Xianqing sect, in the spiritual herb pavilion. Here, the mountains and flowing waters create a lush and verdant landscape, with the expansive herb garden nestled against the hills, resembling a paradise. However, the sudden appearance of a diminutive apothecary disrupts the usual tranquility of this place. Have you heard? He is the direct disciple brought back by the pavilion master himself. It is said he hails from a lesser sect. Is that truly the case? I find this lad rather unremarkable. Why would the pavilion master take him as a direct disciple? In my view, only senior brother Xiao is deserving of such an honor. What can an ordinary disciple at the third level of true Xian realm possibly compare to senior brother Xiao, who is at the 8th level? Could it be that the pavilion master has lost his senses? Or perhaps this boy possesses some extraordinary talent? Shoo, lower your voice. If the pavilion master hears you gossiping behind his back, you will face dire consequences. Alas, we must all tread carefully from now on. That leisurely young master, we must now address him as senior brother. A few disciples of the spiritual herb pavilion, while whispering amongst themselves, approached the disciple who lounged with a blade of grass in his mouth, his legs crossed nonchalantly. They spoke with respect, saying, "Greetings, senior brother." Yet, their eyes were filled with disdain and scorn. The lounging disciple paid them no mind, merely nodding slightly as he lazily took the jade tokens from their hands, inspecting them one by one. "What, are you off to the herb garden again? You disciples of the Earth Xian Hall have been visiting the herb garden rather frequently lately." One of the disciples, hearing this, grinned mischievously and leaned closer, whispering, "Senior brother, we do not wish to disturb your tranquility, but it is Elder Wan's request. He is currently refining a 4th-grade upper-tier elixir, and we dare not defy him. You see, the Elder One referred to by this disciple is Wan Mubai, one of the 3 esteemed elders of the spiritual herb pavilion, holding a position of great significance. With Elder Lu now deceased, Elder Wan seems poised to ascend as the foremost elder of the pavilion. Very well, since it is Elder Wan's need, you may proceed, but do exercise caution. Every single spiritual herb and celestial fruit here is the result of our esteemed master's diligent efforts. Take only what you require and waste not. Do you understand?" The disciples nodded eagerly, their faces adorned with smiles as they swiftly slipped into the medicinal garden, vanishing without a trace. Life here is indeed both leisurely and lonely. Yet, I find myself reminiscing about the days spent on Qingfeng Peak. The disciple, lounging with his legs crossed, is none other than Qin Ming, who had been forcibly abducted. He stretched lazily, nonchalantly spitting out the roots he had been chewing, feeling quite contemplative. He pondered the tumultuous path of his cultivation, which seemed to be fraught with challenges yet curiously familiar. His initial entry into Yunlan's sect was due to Mu Qingfeng's abduction, followed by a decade of languishing, nearly leading to his ruin. Now, he finds himself once again captured by the same method, this time brought to Xianqing's sect, where his master, Lingnin Tian, has chosen to neglect him, yet insists he must soak in medicinal baths daily. Each session lasts no less than 2 hours, tightening his skin to such an extent that he feels he is almost rivaling Lin Feng. However, it is not without its benefits. At the very least, it seems that aspect of him is growing more prominent. Qin Ming smirked, a hint of pride swelling within him. "Just wait until I can wrap my waist 3 times. Let us see how you, my dear master, threaten me then." With that thought, a wave of satisfaction washed over him. Noticing the absence of others, he picked up the mysterious storage bracelet from his storage ring, originally belonging to Elder Lu. It had inexplicably been absorbed in a Qin Ming's storage ring at the moment of his demise, startling him when he later inspected the rewards for his tasks, particularly the Xiantian killing array. He had spent 3 days studying this storage bracelet, but no matter what method he employed, he could not unlock it. Could it be that my cultivation is simply too low? Although Qin Ming's true cultivation has reached the first layer of Lingxian realm, Due to the presence of the Anya technique, he appears to outsiders as merely a third layer of Jinchuan realm. Otherwise, the disdainful expressions on the faces of those disciples from the earthly hall would not have been so evident. Nevertheless, he found himself at a loss with this storage bracelet. Let us set it aside for now. I'll inquire if my master has any solutions later. With that thought, Qin Ming felt a sense of calm wash over him. He had just risen to fulfill his daily obligation of soaking in the medicinal bath when he suddenly detected a furtive figure deep within the medicinal garden. Is there someone daring enough to pilfer spiritual fruits and herbs right under my nose? Clearly, they do not regard me as the senior brother I am. Qin Ming's expression darkened slightly as he stepped into the garden, only to hear a long-forgotten voice echo in his mind. System, please complete the task of thrashing the herbal thief. Requirements: a bruised face, do not show mercy. Reward: 1 Shintian Spirit Purifying Stone, Grade, Spirit. Characteristics: can purify all unclaimed items, returning them to their rightful owner. Upon seeing the glowing golden text, Qin Ming's heart surged with joy. Oh my goodness! Master, you truly are like a worm in my belly. This task must be tailor-made for me. System, please maintain your dignity. With utmost dedication, one must complete the system's tasks. Otherwise, the penalty shall be doubled. Are you trying to diminish my manhood once more? Do you believe I still fear you? Qin Ming felt a surge of pride as he recalled the results of his recent medicinal baths, and an involuntary smirk crept upon his lips. The system, however, paid no heed to his bravado and suddenly emitted a flash of light, seemingly mocking and defying him. System, a reminder to the host. This thief of medicinal herbs possesses a remarkable identity. If you feel trepidation, you may refuse. The system will then reduce the host's cultivation level by a significant realm. A tremor coursed through Qin Ming's heart as he envisioned the system grinning mischievously in his mind. After a moment of contemplation, he snorted disdainfully. I am a man of defiance. The more you claim their noble status, the more I shall unleash my wrath. A glint of determination shone in Qin Ming's eyes as his ethereal form glided through the medicinal garden like a specter. In but an instant, he found himself before the figure of the herb thief. Who dares to pilfer celestial herbs from the spirit herb pavilion? What audacity you possess! Watch as I do not obliterate you. Bam! Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Ming delivered a fierce punch directly to the side of the thief's face. A faint groan reached his ears, causing Qin Ming's brows to furrow in concern. What the? A woman? Qin Ming's eyes widened in shock as he gasped. To his astonishment, she was a lowly. Chapter 69. The mysterious girl in colorful garb and 100 ways to apologize. The young girl donned a colorful inner garment, enveloped by a voluminous white robe. At first glance, her true identity was utterly indiscernible. Qin Ming struck with a punch, sending the girl flying. The robe that clung to her voluptuous figure fell away in the process. Her face was flushed with anger, her lips pouted, and her eyes sparkled like those of a fairy, glimmering with a fierce light as she glared at Qin Ming with unbridled wrath. How dare you strike me? Do you even know who I am? Her voice, reminiscent of a silver bell, rang in Qin Ming's ears. Though laced with fury, it possessed an oddly childish tone. Qin Ming chuckled, a hint of mockery appearing in his icy gaze. I care not for your identity, daring to invade the medicinal garden to pilfer herbs by the rules. I am well within my rights to leave you half destroyed. Upon hearing this, the girl stomped her foot in frustration, with a fierce finger pointed at Qin Ming's nose. She shouted, You ungrateful gatekeeper! How can you not know who I am? This is infuriating. You dare strike me? Just wait until I tell my father, and he shall punish you. Tell your father? The girl assumed that invoking her father's name would instill fear in the bold disciple before her, compelling him to beg for mercy. However, to her astonishment, this audacious disciple responded with a sinister grin. That remains to be seen. We shall see if he can escape my grasp first. Resolute in his defiance, Qin Ming steeled himself, realizing he had already provoked this enigmatic girl. Even if her father were a deity, he had to fulfill the task assigned by his superior first. With this thought, Qin Ming's expression darkened, and an overwhelming surge of energy coursed through him. A faint golden light flickered across his robust and resilient muscles as he activated the formidable second level of the Demon King's body. Oomph! I'll thoroughly thrash this herb thief. I am justified. I fear nothing. With an ethereal grace, Qin Ming dashed forward, propelled by a powerful gust of wind, reappearing before the girl in an instant. His expression was playful as he grinned widely, revealing a row of pristine teeth. In the midst of the girl's astonished gaze, he unleashed another powerful punch, striking her left cheek. Yet, just as Qin Ming's fist made contact with her porcelain-like face, he suddenly noticed a faint purple hue shimmering in her bright, clear eyes. It was as if he glimpsed a trace of cunning lurking within the depths of her gaze. A chill of foreboding surged through Qin Ming's heart, and an unsettling premonition gripped him. In the next moment, his punch indeed met with emptiness. The girl transformed into a wisp of pale purple energy, evading his blow as if she were but an apparition. Qin Ming's eyelids twitched, an inexplicable dread sweeping over him. His current true cultivation was at the first level of the spirit profound realm. Though he had not exerted his full strength, he was confident that anyone beneath the fifth level of the spirit profound realm would be left in tatters by a strike. Yet, this young girl had effortlessly evaded his attack. Qin Ming blinked in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the situation. The young girl regarded Qin Ming with a dismissive expression and lifted her chin, letting out a haughty huff. That was merely a lapse in my attention. You caught me off guard with that sneak attack. Do you truly believe that, with your humble status as a mere gatekeeper of the medicine garden, you could ever best me? Oomph. Allow me to demonstrate my prowess. With those words, the little girl's demeanor shifted to one of solemnity. She gracefully floated in the air, resembling an ethereal sprite, and suddenly crossed her hands, striking a peculiar pose. In the next instant, a faint purple aura surged forth from her palms like a swift and sinuous serpent. This spectral serpent darted through the air with a strange and erratic grace, ensnaring Qin Ming before he could react, binding him tightly from behind. Qin Ming found himself suspended in midair, his body contorted into a large letter, as the lilac energy coiled around his limbs and torso, tightening its grip with each passing moment. Oomph! You dare to lay a hand on me? I shall flay your skin and pull out your tendons. Let's see if you can still talk back. The girl, brimming with pride, tilted her head back with a smirk, her expression radiating a blend of arrogance and disdain, as if the stars in her eyes were slowly unfurling. She floated closer, halting just half a meter from Qin Ming. With her large, sparkling eyes fixed intently on his, she scrutinized him with a mixture of seriousness and playful charm. The lively glimmer in her gaze was both earnest and adorably mischievous. Qin Ming could even feel the faint warmth and subtle fragrance of her breath washing over his rigid face. Suddenly, his cheeks flushed crimson, and his voice quivered with an awkward tremor. Please, release me, or else the ensuing embarrassment will not be mine alone. For the first time, he found himself so near a breathtaking girl, with rosy lips and pearly teeth, causing his heart to race and certain parts of his body to react involuntarily. The girl, however, remained unfazed, and a flicker of curiosity danced in her bright eyes. You seem so ordinary, yet your audacity is remarkable. Do you realize that in the past 20 years, you were the first to dare strike me? She blinked innocently before playfully exhaling a puff of breath onto his cheek, her expression suddenly serious. Tell me, would it not be far more entertaining if I turned you into a puppet? This way, I could strike you at will. It would certainly be more amusing than flaying your skin. Qin Ming's eyelids twitched again, and he felt a shiver run through him. He had thought that the trouble he was embroiled in was merely due to a petty thief of herbs. Yet here he stood before a living embodiment of torment. As the saying goes, those who know how to adapt are the true heroes. With desperation, Qin Ming began to plead and apologize profusely. My lady, esteemed ancestor, I was wrong. I was merely performing my duties, which led to this unfortunate incident. You may punish me in any manner you choose, but I beg you, do not turn me into a puppet. Seeing Qin Ming capitulate, the little girl's spirits lifted. That will depend on my mood. For now, you must apologize to me in 100 different ways, so I may witness your sincerity. Should you offer an apology, my lady may consider overlooking past grievances." Qin Ming promptly nodded, a smile spreading across his face as he swallowed hard, racking his brain to speak at length. The young girl sat languidly, eyes closed and legs crossed, seemingly relishing the moment. Just as her complacency set in, Qin Ming suddenly recalled the ominous evil demon 10,000 Calamities seal within his storage ring. If it could subdue Elder Lu, might it not prove effective against this enigmatic young girl before him? With a gentle closure of his eyes, Qin Ming summoned the evil demon 10,000 Calamities seal from his storage ring, quietly grasping it in his hand. In the next instant, he felt an unexpected lightness in his body. The faint, entwining purple aura upon his grasping the seal seemed to sense a lurking terror, transforming into a wisp of pale lavender mist that dissipated into thin air. The young girl, sensing the disappearance of the purple aura, abruptly opened her eyes, only to find Qin Ming grinning wickedly at her, his expression both sinister and menacing. "I must say, dear lady, the performance is just beginning." Chapter 70. Dual Personalities? "I sense that you are attempting to bribe me." A wicked smile crept across Qin Ming's face as he once again gathered his mystical energy, activating the Demon King's body without a moment's hesitation. With a thunderous punch, he struck the girl squarely in the face. Strangely this time, when the girl attempted to employ her previous trick, using her ethereal transformation, she failed miserably. All she could do was widen her eyes in horror, watching helplessly as that iron fist came crashing down upon her porcelain-like cheek. Bang! The girl's delicate figure fell like a meteor, creating a significant crater in the earth below. The impact devastated numerous spiritual herbs and fruits, reducing them to mere fragments. Qin Ming felt a pang of sorrow as he noticed the damage. These dozens of 100-flower spirit jade fruits were mere months away from ripening, and now they lay in ruin, igniting a fury within him that he directed entirely at the girl. "How dare you destroy the 100-flower spirit jade fruits, painstakingly cultivated by my spirit medicine pavilion? Let me show you the consequences." Qin Ming roared, straightening his posture as he descended. He was also puzzled as to why, with the evil demon 10,000 Tribulation seal in his grasp, he was not subjected to confinement or control. Could it be that this ominous artifact was already comparable to divine quality? While Qin Ming contemplated this, the girl's eyes were filled with astonishment. She began to feel a mix of anger and panic. How could her seemingly monstrous ethereal technique fail before such an unremarkable disciple? Furthermore, how could this oblivious disciple dare to strike at her once again? Is there truly someone in this world who fears nothing? In a state of disarray, the girl found herself utterly immobilized under Qin Ming's complete suppression of her aura. She could only watch in horror as he unleashed his ruthless fists upon her frail form. Heavenly Horse Meteor Fist. With every punch landing, a vivid scene from an animation flashed in Qin Ming's mind, prompting him to involuntarily shout. Unexpectedly, the terrifying and intangible barrage of fists descended upon the girl's voluptuous body like meteors. Moments later, Qin Ming finally ceased his assault. He gazed at the message in his mind, indicating that the task had been completed, a subtle smile forming at the corners of his mouth. He casually collected the reward, the Xintian Breaking Spirit Stone, feeling a profound sense of reflection. Such a violent method of beating was indeed somewhat exhausting. After all, I am earning my keep through sheer strength. However, just as he finished his task, he suddenly felt a pair of eerie purple eyes watching him intently from the depths of the crater. The sensation of being enveloped by the aura of death sent chills down his spine, causing his hair to stand on end. With her head lowered, the girl gradually rose from the pit, exuding an invisible yet ferocious pressure. Her colorful attire was utterly stained with dirt, yet her snow-white skin and exquisite face remained untouched. Miraculously, the hundreds of heavy punches Qin Ming had delivered left not a single mark on her flawless visage or icy, delicate skin. Qin Ming furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding rising within him as he swiftly retreated. Who, or rather what, was this petite girl? How could she withstand such force? Astonishment enveloped Qin Ming's mind. Yet his caution compelled him to grip the evil demon 10,000 calamities seal with unwavering determination. Oomph. Truly an ignorant little brat. The girl let out a cold laugh. Her previously soft voice suddenly ignited with intensity, now laced with a commanding allure. Qin Ming's eyes widened in shock, trembling as he gazed upon this enigmatic and mysterious maiden, feeling an unfamiliar wave of panic wash over him. What sort of bizarre creature was this? A split personality? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Qin Ming was at a loss when suddenly an elderly man clad in a grayish-white robe flitted into view from beyond the medicinal garden. Upon seeing the girl in such a state, the elder's brow furrowed tightly, and he swiftly gathered his mystical energy, sending forth a gentle light from his fingertips that entered the girl's brow. His tone was soft and deliberate. Kai, do not be angry. Calm your wrath quickly, and do not allow her to encroach upon your consciousness. The moment the soft light permeated her being, the girl momentarily appeared dazed. After a brief interval, her strange eyes regained their original state. She cast a cold glance at Qin Ming, her expression devoid of joy or sorrow, and with a dismissive snort, she waved her sleeve and vanished without a trace. Thank you, Elder Yuanqing, for your assistance. Qin Ming silently sighed in relief. Who exactly was this girl? Elder Yuanqing, one of the 3 esteemed law elders of the Xianjing sect, held a status comparable to the 10 great pavilion masters, his prestige surpassing that of the 10 elders. Even the late first elder of the Spirit Herb Pavilion, Lu Huanchan, showed the utmost respect in his presence. In recent days, Elder Yuanqing had visited the Spirit Herb Pavilion daily in search of Ling Yintian, seemingly requesting the concoction of an extraordinary elixir. However, despite several attempts, he had yet to meet the pavilion master and had instead grown familiar with Qin Ming. Sigh, I advise you, it is perhaps better not to know. Elder Yuanqing shook his head in resignation, his profound gaze filled with a sense of weariness. The spirit pavilion master has still not returned. Has he? Qin Ming nodded gently. Ever since his master entrusted him with a prescription on the first day, instructing him to bathe according to its method and guard the medicinal garden, he had not seen him again. What urgent matter weighs upon Elder Yuanqing? If you trust me, I could assist. Qin Ming's clear eyes radiated respect, his tone imbued with caution. Elder Yuanqing sighed deeply. Perhaps it is best to refrain. Even Elder Wan from the Earth Profound Hall and Elder Zhou from the Yellow Profound Hall are at a loss. What could a mere novice like you possibly accomplish? Yet Qin Ming remained undeterred, standing tall with an earnest gaze. Elder, do share. What if I could be of assistance? If I cannot help, I can at least inform Master upon his return, can I? Elder Yuanqing pondered for a moment, feeling a semblance of understanding. He stroked his beard and nodded slightly, saying, If your master returns, please inform him that I urgently require a 5th-grade upper-tier Hunyuan pill to stabilize my lifespan. Should he be willing to assist, I shall surely repay him tenfold. Having spoken, he vanished from sight before Qin Ming could respond. A 5th-grade upper-tier Hunyuan pill. It indeed seems rather challenging. Qin Ming murmured to himself, repeating the thought, then pursed his lips and nodded gently as he walked towards the garden beyond. In the dead of night, just as Qin Ming washed away the day's mundane concerns and prepared to rest, a familiar yet uncanny figure suddenly appeared before his bed. Oomph. Did you think I couldn't find you while you were here hiding in leisure? The moment the girl appeared, she nearly startled Qin Ming into a cold sweat. Little ancestor, how'd you find this place? You dare to wander freely even in the Spirit Herb Pavilion's main hall. Qin Ming was somewhat taken aback. It is known that even common disciples, like Xiao Wuyan, must announce their presence beforehand to enter this place. Yet this girl strode in with such audacity. This only deepened Qin Ming's unease. He seemed to have guessed the girl's true identity, a being he could not afford to provoke. With a cold huff, the girl offered no response, but suddenly seized Qin Ming's wrist at a vital point, the location of a critical meridian in his body. A slight miscalculation could lead to harm. Oomph, you dare to provoke this young lady. Speak, how do you wish to meet your demise? The girl's authoritative glare, combined with her childlike voice, left Qin Ming uncertain whether he was being threatened or coddled. Qin Ming's thoughts raced, and in an instant, clarity dawned upon him. This little ancestor must have been pilfering herbs from the garden, for a specific need. Why not try to negotiate from this angle? Steadying his nerves, he exhaled slowly and said, "Little ancestor, I am not quite ready to meet my end. How about this? Whatever elixir or remedy you desire, please voice your needs, and I shall fulfill every one of them. What say you?" Upon hearing this, the girl visibly paused for a moment. After a brief silence, the anger that had briefly flashed in her clear eyes was replaced by a glimmer of joy and curiosity. "Anything at all? Why do I get the feeling you are attempting to bribe me? If you fail to meet my desires, your demise will be 100-fold worse than it is now." Chapter 71. The Supreme Void Divine Water? The true intent of the sect master. The young girl's lively eyes concealed a hint of cunning. With a playful smile, she uttered what appeared to be an innocuous remark, yet it caused Qin Ming's eyelids to twitch involuntarily, a visceral reaction born from an instinctive sense of dread and unease. Possessing the rebellious system, Qin Ming could be deemed the chosen one in this realm, which allowed him to adopt a nonchalant attitude towards every danger he navigated. This sense of invulnerability, however, began to wane with his increasing cultivation and deeper understanding of this world. As he gradually perceived its reality with an uncanny familiarity akin to his original world, fear intertwined with joy, anxiety with exhilaration. Each emotion was distinct yet profound. As he faced the looming specter of death, the exhilarating surge of adrenaline became somewhat addictive, prompting him to cherish his life even more. Particularly after encountering the maiden named Kai Yi, Qin Ming began to grasp the insignificance and helplessness of his existence, a realization tinged with trepidation towards the unknown forces at play. Yunlan's sect was merely a mediocre sect, yet its atmosphere made him tread lightly. Now, the status and prestige of this Shuqing sect rivaled that of numerous Yunlan sects. What was Qin Ming but a mere feather in this grand scheme? His demeanor shifted to one of solemnity as he donned his garments, assuming a dignified posture with a grave expression. "I have heard Elder Su Qing refer to you as Kai Yi. Thus, I shall respectfully address you as Miss Kai. I vow to you that as long as your requests do not tread upon the boundaries of my knowledge, I shall exert every effort to fulfill your wishes." Kai Yi pursed her lips, nodding in satisfaction. She keenly noted Qin Ming's earnestness, finding it quite gratifying. "Indeed, your recent conduct surpasses that of those insufferable disciples and elders from the Spirit Her Pavilion. I harbor no lofty aspirations. I merely wish to concoct a pill that can enhance one's divine soul. I once came across a record in an ancient tome, The Inquiry of the Wilderness, which mentioned the extreme divine essence pill, reputed to possess such capabilities. However, I believe it must reach a grade above 6 to unlock its full potential. Hence, your foolish sect master and those inept elders often avoid me. Intentionally or not, lacking other viable methods, I have resorted to studying those celestial herbs and spiritual fruits in a medicinal garden. Little did I know I would encounter a bumbling disciple like you. Fortunately, my physical constitution is slightly superior to yours. Otherwise, would I not have been beaten into an unrecognizable form?" As Kai Yi finished her words with a smile, Qin Ming felt a shiver course through him. His celestial meteor fist was indeed delivered with great force, yet it had inflicted no harm upon Kai Yi. Doubt began to creep into his mind. Had the legends deceived him? Was it not said that the demon king's body possessed unparalleled resilience? Why then did he seem so feeble in the presence of Kai Yi, utterly ineffective? Qin Ming instinctively swallowed, cautiously inquiring, "Miss Tsai, so your request and desire is to concoct an ancient elixir of extraordinary 6th grade, the extreme divine origin pill. Is that correct?" Tsai's lively gaze was exceedingly earnest, as she looked into Qin Ming's eyes, even revealing a hint of anticipation. "Yes. How simple it is, right? You promise to fulfill any wish of mine. You must not deceive me. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire." Qin Ming forced a wry smile, scratching his head absently, uncertain whether Tsai's ominous consequences referred to her or himself. Nevertheless, it seemed he had successfully navigated this initial obstacle. As for the true nature of the extreme divine origin pill, he would need to consult the Xian Yuzizai bottle first. The Xian Yuzizai bottle was a 7th grade alchemical artifact, and as long as Qin Ming could acquire the necessary materials, crafting an extraordinary 6th-grade pill should not pose a challenge. With this thought, Qin Ming exhaled deeply. The worry that had briefly lingered in his heart began to dissipate. "All right, Miss Tsai, it's settled then. If you grant me some time, I shall surely fulfill your wish." Qin Ming spoke with such sincerity that Tsai did not pause to consider Qin Ming's capabilities in achieving this task. She simply accepted his words. However, a flicker of concern passed through her radiant starry eyes. "I can place my trust in you, but time is rather short. You must deliver the extreme Tao divine origin pill within 3 months. Otherwise, you might never see me again." With that, Tsai smiled sweetly, suddenly transforming into a wisp of faint purple mist, vanishing mysteriously before Qin Ming's eyes. Furrowing his brow, Qin Ming scratched his head again, gently closing his eyes as he began to infuse the 5 characters of extreme Tao divine origin pill into the Xian Yu's eye bottle. Moments later, a series of golden characters emerged upon the azure bottle surface. Extreme Tao divine origin pill, an ancient 7th-grade pill that condenses the soul, requires an immense quantity of materials for its concoction. Among them, the 3 primary ingredients are exceedingly rare in this world: dragon-patterned turtle shell, Bodhi blood tear flower, and divine essence void grass. Only with these 3 heavenly treasures can the extreme Tao divine origin pill be refined. Upon reading the names of these 3 extraordinary materials, Qin Ming felt as though a thunderbolt had struck his mind, leaving him utterly stunned. Each of these treasures, if presented alone, could incite fierce conflict among sects akin to the Xinqing sect. The fact that crafting an extreme Tao divine origin pill required gathering all 3 of these prodigious items was simply unfathomable. Suddenly, Qin Ming understood why his current master, the sect leader Ling Yintian, had been elusive, intentionally hiding away. Beyond his insufficient 5th-grade alchemist prowess, it was likely the materials for pill concoction that were of paramount importance. Meanwhile, in the Xinqing sect's great wilderness secret realm, the origin of the Xinqing sect and its most concealed location, a man in a black robe with long flowing hair sat cross-legged opposite an elderly man with striking white hair and piercing gaze. The elder's face bore a grave expression, and within his deep-set eyes flickered traces of anxiety and unease. "Only 3 months remain. Do you have confidence in acquiring the supreme void divine water?" The white-haired elder inquired solemnly, his eyes betraying a profound sadness and concern. In stark contrast, the long-haired man clad in black emanated an aura of brilliance, his bright eyes brimming with self-assurance. "Rest assured, Sect Master, once I refine that disciple possessing the Demon King's physique into a 5th-grade spiritual puppet, he will undoubtedly emerge victorious in the trials of the supreme immortal sect's void secret realm. At that moment, the vial of supreme void divine water will certainly belong to our Su Inquing sect." Upon hearing this, the elder's gaze softened slightly. He stroked his beard thoughtfully and spoke slowly. "That would be most excellent. With 2 months remaining until the opening of the void secret realm, if you can indeed transform that disciple you found into a 5th-grade spiritual puppet, he should find few rivals beneath the Junxian realm. I cannot believe there exists a young disciple within the supreme immortal sect capable of attaining the 9th level of the Junxian realm. It seems that Tsai may yet be saved. Otherwise, should that ancient malevolent spirit seize her soul, not only will Tsai be in grave danger, but our Su Inquing sect will also face a catastrophic calamity. Yintin, you're the only 5th-grade alchemist of our Su Inquing sect. This scheme must be executed with utmost secrecy, and we cannot afford any missteps." The long-haired man responded with a respectful demeanor, nodding earnestly. "Please rest assured, Sect Master. I have already begun administering medicinal baths to that disciple daily. Once the effects of the medicine permeate his meridians and internal organs, I am 90% confident that I can successfully refine a 5th-grade spiritual puppet. Please, Sect Master, be patient. Within a month's time, I will surely present the 5th-grade spiritual puppet before you." Chapter 72. A Timeless Great Man? My master is indeed my foster father. The following morning, as Qin Ming stirred from his slumber, a faint wisp of purple aura unexpectedly manifested before him. Kai Yi, her vibrant attire shimmering, fluttered her enchanting eyes with palpable excitement. How are your preparations coming along? When do you intend to commence alchemy? Qin Ming, momentarily taken aback, managed a strained smile and replied, Lady Kai, it has only been a single night. I have yet to even wash my face. Surely, you cannot be this impatient? Seeing the exasperation in Qin Ming's expression, Kai stifled a giggle. Well, I'm a bit anxious. You did promise me after all. Regardless, you must procure the extreme Tao divine origin pill for me. If necessary, I can assist you in acquiring anything you might need. A wave of disbelief washed over Qin Ming, as a few dark lines etched themselves across his face. Lady, one would assume your status is quite esteemed. If you desire something, must it truly be through thievery? Kai Yi sighed, revealing two adorable dimples upon her porcelain cheeks. I would rather not. But my father is exceedingly strict. He keeps a tight watch over me. You know, it is only during this time, while he is away, that I can sneak out for a little leisure. You cannot fathom how dull my days can be. Qin Ming shook his head, unable to comprehend how someone of such noble and mysterious lineage could ever feel loneliness or boredom. I must say, Lady Kai, as he lifted the covers to rise from the bed, his attempt to soothe her was abruptly interrupted by Kai Yi's sudden gasp. She stared, wide-eyed and puzzled, at a certain part of Qin Ming's anatomy, a mixture of bewilderment and curiosity crossing her face. What is that? Why is it standing up? In an instant, Qin Ming recalled the natural reaction one experiences upon waking, and he felt an overwhelming wave of embarrassment wash over him. He hastily dove back under the covers, his face burning with heat, stammering, that is, my virtue. Go away, stop staring. Kai Yi, seemingly understanding yet still perplexed, nodded with a glimmer of mischief in her lively eyes. How very strange. With a sudden, swift movement, she leaped into the bed beside him, exclaiming, Let me have a look, and began to playfully poke and prod. Qin Ming, consumed by awkwardness, wished he could simply sink into the floor. As he pushed Kai away, he shouted in exasperation, If you persist in this folly, I will not be responsible for the extreme Tao divine origin pill. Pouting, Kai huffed dismissively, then with a secretive smile, declared, I know this is your secret. I have secrets too. If you wish to know, we could trade. Completely at a loss for words, Qin Ming hastily grabbed his clothing and dashed out of the hall. Kai tilted her head back, huffing. What is so impressive about that? Just wait until I find a chance to take a closer look. Outside the grand hall, a group of disciples, engaged in their morning exercises, had already gathered. These were the ordinary disciples of the Spirit Medicine Pavilion, who diligently performed their daily routines at dawn. Upon witnessing Qin Ming's disheveled and hasty escape from the hall, a hint of mockery and amusement flickered in their previously disdainful gazes, their tone laced with a touch of sarcasm. Truly, our pavilion's esteemed senior brother is remarkable. His morning practice is unlike any other. Indeed, with such commitment to his duties, one might mistakenly believe he is secretly indulging in some romantic escapade. Qin Ming glared at these disciples who clearly held him in contempt, his anger bubbling to the surface. Yet, just as he was about to unleash his fury, a familiar mechanical voice resonated in his mind. System, tasked to win the hearts of the people completed. Requirement, ensure these disciples are thoroughly convinced. Qin Ming's expression froze. He had been on the brink of asserting his authority when the system instructed him to win the disciples' favor instead. Truly, it was a rebellious twist of fate, diverging from the conventional path. System, I sense you are deliberately toying with me. Previously, you urged me to deal harshly with the thief, and now I find myself embroiled in a predicament as troublesome as a stubborn plaster. Now, when I wish to teach these contemptuous disciples a lesson, you command me to win their hearts? Irritation simmered within Qin Ming as he found the task perplexing. To his surprise, the system remained indifferent, glowing faintly, seemingly awaiting the culmination of his frustrations before issuing further tasks. System, this task's reward is the Divine Soul Fatal Pill. Great Divine. Features. Permanently protects the host Divine Soul in profound veins from external harm. Impervious to all poisons, water, and fire. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming's interest peaked instantly. Is this not an enhanced version of the Demon King's indomitable body? With the divine soul fatal pill combined with the Demon King's prowess, it would create an unparalleled defense. Of course, such protection would depend on Qin Ming's cultivation level. The higher his realm, the stronger the defense. Excited, Qin Ming promptly pressed the acceptance button, only to be struck by uncertainty regarding how to win the disciples' favor. As he hesitated, the previous task's reward, the Xiantian spirit-breaking stone, suddenly emitted a dazzling light from his storage ring. Like a shooting star, it cast a kaleidoscope of colors within the mysterious storage bracelet. In the next moment, this once formidable storage bracelet released a consciousness that intertwined with Qin Ming's own. Dumbfounded, Qin Ming instinctively opened the bracelet, revealing a treasure trove of various magical artifacts, spirit stones, and an abundance of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, rendering him momentarily speechless. As he surveyed the 4th and 5th grade artifacts, along with numerous 3rd and 4th grade pills, a sudden wave of ecstasy washed over his previously troubled expression. Is this a 4th grade meridian refining pill? Though it is only of low quality, it is more than enough to incite a frenzy among these disciples at the 1st to 5th levels of the true profound realm. It is worth noting that at that time, the disciples of the Spirit Medicine Pavilion, Ding Yushan and Su Yunyan, were willing to resort to murder for a mere 3rd grade pulse refining pill. Now, before them lie pills of the 4th grade, which would undoubtedly drive them to madness. Contemplating this, a trace of pride and arrogance surfaced on Qin Ming's visage. With a graceful flick of his sleeve, a milky white jade vial brimming with 4th grade pulse refining pills materialized in his palm. A subtle smile graced his lips, revealing a hint of enigmatic delight. Though my tenure at the Spirit Medicine Pavilion has been brief since you address me as senior brother, it is only fitting that you receive the care befitting such a title. Consider this a reward for the daily respect you bestow upon me. Qin Ming's words carried an air of hubris as he slowly uncapped the vial, releasing an intoxicating fragrance of the pills that swiftly permeated the grand hall. Just moments ago, those disciples who had been mocking and belittling Qin Ming now stood frozen, their expressions awash with astonishment, their hearts trembling with anticipation. Did you hear that? It seems senior brother has mentioned a reward for us. Could it be the vial of pills he holds? There must be over 100 within. I just confirmed it. These pills are the coveted pulse refining pills that all disciples yearn for. Moreover, judging by the aroma, their grade is likely to exceed the 4th. What? 4th grade pulse refining pills? You previously claimed senior brother was somewhat abstract. It now appears he is truly a figure of great historical significance. What utter nonsense! What great historical figure! Senior brother is, without a doubt, my own esteemed foster father. Chapter 73. The Art of Deception? The Schemes of Xiao Wuyan. Qin Ming cast a sweeping glance at the fervent gazes of the disciples below, a sardonic smile creeping upon his lips. He mused, regardless of the realm one inhabits. The adage milk is mother holds ever-increasing weight. With modest cultivation and lacking any notable achievements, Qin Ming was perceived by the disciples as utterly unremarkable, if not scorned. Yet, in a remarkable turn of fortune, he lavishly squandered riches to bestow upon them the rare 4th grade pulse refinement, a privilege unattainable for the ordinary disciples, earning him the accolades of a great historical figure and a beloved paternal figure. This stark contrast in perception deeply imbued Qin Ming with the realization of the fickleness of human sentiment and the harshness of societal realities. It appears that in this world, strength reigns supreme, truly. Ultimately, the path of cultivation boils down to the intricacies of human relationships. Having effortlessly accomplished his task and obtained the soul-devouring pill, Qin Ming felt a surge of elation, his visage radiating pride. However, from a distance, within a cool pavilion, a pair of malevolent eyes watched him intently. This figure was none other than Xiao Wuyan, the chief disciple of Tianxian Hall, who had gone into hiding since returning to the sect. The Spiritual Herb Pavilion, as one of the 10 esteemed pavilions of Xuanzong, is divided into 3 main halls: Tianxian Hall, Dixuan Hall, and Huangxian Hall. The presiding elder of Tianxian Hall is Lu Huanchan, while Wan Mubai oversees Dixuan Hall. As for Huangshan Hall, the weakest of the three, its elder is Zhou Bowling. With Liu Huanshan now deceased, the status of Tianxian Hall has declined significantly. Wan Mubai, as the elder of Dishuan Hall, no longer conceals his ambitions. Poised to devour Tianxian Hall and usurp its position, Xiao Yin was acutely aware of Wan Mubai's predatory instincts and recognized the dire straits in which Tianxian Hall found itself. He urgently needed to stabilize the Hall's position while simultaneously exposing Wan Mubai's ambitions. Such a strategy could achieve multiple objectives with one stroke. Upon witnessing Qin Ming's audacious display of generosity with the numerous pills, devoid of any regret, a cunning scheme began to take root within Xiao Wuyin's mind, a plan to use another's weapon to eliminate a foe. Currently, as the cherished disciple of the Pavilion Master, Qin Ming's standing had dramatically changed. Yet, there was one who dared to challenge this precarious position, particularly with the myriad secrets and treasures that Qin Ming possessed. Xiao Yin could bide his time, watching the ensuing conflict unfold between the clam and the snipe, poised to reap the benefits. With his thoughts swirling in his mind, Xiao Yin glared at Qin Ming with a sinister intensity, a wicked smile playing upon his lips before vanishing without a trace. Meanwhile, Qin Ming basked in the flattery and adoration of those around him, content and ready to return to the main hall for a medicinal bath. Suddenly, he sensed a chill emanating from the distant pavilion. Yet, when he looked up, the space was devoid of any presence. What was that? What was he observing? Unbeknownst to him, the elusive figure of Kai Yi appeared before Qin Ming, her curious gaze fixed upon him as if trying to decipher the thoughts swirling within his mind. And nothing. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. Qin Ming shook his head, intending to dismiss Kai when he caught sight of a familiar figure rushing toward him from afar. Elder Yuan Qing approached with an expression of urgency, his weathered eyes revealing a trace of anxiety and helplessness. Has the Spirit Pavilion Master not returned yet? Qin Ming nodded vacantly. Not yet. Elder Yuan, have you not sought elsewhere? Yuan Qing sighed heavily, disappointment flickering in his gaze alongside a hint of unwillingness. I have searched every conceivable place within the sect, yet the Spirit Pavilion Master's figure remains elusive. Alas, our only recourse now is to seek fortune with Elder Wan. With that, he transformed into a streak of light, swiftly heading towards the earthly profound hall. Kai Yi, unfazed by the hurried Elder Yuan, fixed her gaze entirely upon Qin Ming. Humph! I did not expect such extravagance from you. It seems I have indeed found the right person this time. She had witnessed Qin Ming's grand display, leaving even her, accustomed to grand spectacles, momentarily speechless. Although she did not grasp the intent behind Qin Ming's actions, she understood that anyone who could so nonchalantly disregard over 100 fourth-grade elixirs possessed capabilities and insights that should not be underestimated. Qin Ming smiled indifferently. In this moment, he felt an urge to show off. After all, as disciples of the Spirit Medicine Pavilion, the loss of some elixirs was of little consequence to him, merely a trifling matter. Upon hearing this, Kai Yi's heart quivered, her brilliant starry eyes fixated on Qin Ming's resolute visage, sparkling with a celestial glow. Truly, he is worthy of being the senior brother. His magnanimity far surpasses that of those detestable elders. Meanwhile, within the Spirit Medicine Pavilion at the Earthly Profound Hall, just as Xiao Wuyin departed, Elder Yuan Qing's figure materialized within the Grand Hall. Hey now! Elder Wan, it has been a long time. I hope you are well. As one of the 3 law-enforcing elders of the Xinqing sect, Yuan Qing held considerable stature. His courteous demeanor upon entering the hall caused Wan Mubai to tense. Hastily approaching with quickened steps, bowing respectfully, I am honored by your concern. Elder Yuan. Yuan Qing waved his hand, a gentle light flickering in his deep-set eyes as he stepped forward to assist Wan Mubai in rising. Elder Wan, you are far too courteous. You flatter me. Despite his lofty status, Yuan Qing recognized the necessity of humility when in need. Elder Wan, do you know the whereabouts of your pavilion master? Wan Mubai seemed to lapse in a deep thought, and after a brief pause, he shook his head. I'm unaware. The pavilion master is elusive. A presence we elders cannot hope to track. Yuan Qing, sensing the urgency in his quest for the pavilion master, nodded gravely. The once soft light in his gaze suddenly transformed, revealing a trace of weariness and sorrow. Alas, I fear I may not attain the King Xin realm. My lifespan offers little hope for further advancement. Now, I am in urgent need of a 5th-grade mixed Yuan divine body pill to stabilize my longevity. However, the figure of the esteemed sect master remains elusive. I wonder if Elder Wan possesses any methods to guide me in this matter? Wan Mubai is indeed a cunning individual, his thoughts and schemes rivaling those of Lu Huanzhan. After listening, he could only manage a wry smile, lamenting, alas. My cultivation in the apothecary art has only just broken through to the 4th rank. I fear I may be of little assistance. Yet, Yuan Qing was undeterred by Wan Mubai's polite refusal. Instead, he produced a 5th-rank supreme Lingxiao Imperial Cloud Sword from his sleeve. With eyes gleaming with fervor, he addressed Wan Mubai with measured words. Elder Wan, with the master absent and the Grand Elder Lu Huanzhan now deceased, the only one within the Spirit Medicine Pavilion who possesses the capability to save me is, I fear, none other than you, Elder Wan. If you would be so kind as to forge a primordial divine body pill for me, even if it is merely of the mid-4th rank. This 5th-rank supreme Lingxiao Imperial Cloud Sword shall belong to you. What say you? The moment Wan Mubai laid eyes on the sword, his gaze sparkled with interest. Realizing the profitability of this transaction, his previously distant demeanor transformed into one of warmth and amiability. Rest assured, Elder Yuan, I shall exert every effort to provide you with a satisfactory answer. However, I have a small request of you, Elder Yuan. Might you be willing to assist me in this endeavor? Yuan Qing was taken aback for a moment, reflecting inwardly. Indeed, this old fox Wan Mubai waits for the right moment to strike. Nevertheless, he maintained an appearance of humility and sincerity, replying, Elder Wan, you are being too modest. I'm already immensely grateful for your willingness to assist me in refining the elixir. As for your request for aid, I would willingly part with half my life for it. Wan Mubai grinned slyly. No need for such extremes. To concoct the primordial divine body pill, there are 2 rare herbs that our sect's herb garden lacks. We must journey to Qin Mountain to procure them. Might I ask if Elder Yuan could send the newly recruited disciple, Qin Ming, to accompany me on this quest? Chapter 74. The Sin of Possessing a Treasure? The enormous trap of seeking medicine outside the clan. Yuan Qing's face revealed a hint of difficulty as he pondered for a considerable time, caught in a dilemma. Although he had some acquaintance with Lingyin Tian, his connection with Qin Ming was merely superficial, having only met a handful of times. Furthermore, with his master currently absent from the Spirit Herb Pavilion, was it not somewhat presumptuous to request someone to accompany him to Qin Mountain in search of medicinal herbs? Old Master Wan, if you could kindly disclose the specific celestial herbs you require, I would be more than willing to seek them out myself. Why must that newly arrived disciple accompany us? Yuan Qing inquired, voicing his doubts. However, Wan Mubai merely smiled nonchalantly, unfazed by the question. This old man perceives no remarkable qualities in the newly appointed disciple of the pavilion master. Even among the ordinary disciples, he would swiftly be submerged in the sea of mediocrity. I merely wish to take this opportunity, while the pavilion master is away, to personally assess whether this disciple possesses any extraordinary attributes. Elder Yuan, you must surely understand the significance of the pavilion master's closed-door disciple, do you not? It is quite possible that he is the next successor to our Spirit Herb Pavilion. My intentions are merely prudent. I seek to explore this matter a little further. Surely, Elder Yuan would not oppose this? Wan Mubai concluded, his gaze lingering on Yuan Qing, filled with a subtle amusement. Yet his tone bore an undeniable hardness that left no room for rebuttal. Now, with Elder Yuan in need, he had no choice but to acquiesce. With a deep sigh, he conceded, very well. I shall go and test this matter, and hopefully fulfill old Master Wan's request. Wan Mubai fixed his gaze on Yuan Qing's retreating figure as he exited the grand hall of the Earth Profound Hall. The mirth in his eyes vanished instantaneously, replaced by a glint of coldness. Xiao Wu Yan spoke wisely. A common man is innocent, yet possessing a treasure brings guilt. After all, he was but a minor disciple. Yet he dared to disdain even the 4th-grade meridian refining pill. I find myself quite curious as to what treasures and secrets he possesses that have garnered the Pavilion Master's favor to such an extent. Inside the Spirit Herb Pavilion's Grand Hall, Qin Ming had just placed the celestial herbs required for the day into a wooden barrel when he noticed Elder Yuan Qin appearing hurriedly in the hall, his countenance marked by evident difficulty. Curious, Qin Ming approached him, having just sent away Kai Yi, unaware of the reason behind Elder Yuan Qin's sudden visit. Elder Yuan, is there something you require? With a heavy sigh, Yuan Qin seated himself upon a chair, his expression marked by resignation and melancholy. Qin Ming, I have a matter to request, though I am uncertain how to articulate it. Qin Ming offered a generous smile, encouraging Elder Yuan to speak freely. Yuan Qin scrutinized Qin Ming intently, his eyes brimming with earnestness and entreaty. The Pavilion Master is currently in seclusion, and the Spirit Pavilion Master has vanished without a trace. I find myself with no choice but to place my hopes upon Old Master Wan. Qin Ming nodded, understanding that Elder Yuan was referring to the matter of seeking medicine as his lifespan drew to a close. Elder Yuan, have you encountered obstacles? He inquired softly. Yuan Qin, however, sighed resignedly. Not exactly. However, Old Master Wan mentioned that there are 2 medicinal herbs that need to be sought from Qinyan Mountain, and he hopes that you can accompany us. I had no alternative but to agree on his behalf. Qin Ming, might you consider, for the sake of the camaraderie shared between myself and your esteemed master, accompanying Elder Wan to procure the necessary spiritual herbs for the concoction of the primordial divine body pill? Qin Ming furrowed his brow, silently channeling his consciousness to inscribe the 5 characters of the primordial divine body pill into the Xian Yu's eye bottle. Moments later, a line of silver text appeared, causing a tightness to grip his heart. According to the description etched upon the bottle, the celestial herbs required for the elixir could be gathered within the herb garden of the Spiritual Medicine Pavilion. Why then venture to the distant Qinyan Mountain? Such an anomaly surely harbors a hidden agenda. He gently inquired, Elder Yuan, did Elder Wan mention which 2 herbs we are to seek? Elder Yuan furrowed his brow, his expression somber, and shook his head slightly. I possess no knowledge regarding the alchemical arts, hence I did not delve into details. However, judging by Elder Wan's grave demeanor, there must be 2 essential primary herbs. Qin Ming pressed his lips together, a sense of unease beginning to stir within him. I have only met Elder Wan of the earthly profound hall once. Why would they wish for my company among their many gifted disciples? Observing Qin Ming's perplexed expression, Elder Yuan recalled Elder Wan's previous words and recounted their conversation without omission. After listening attentively, Qin Ming nodded solemnly, finding Elder Wan's reasoning to be quite sound. Given the matter concerning Elder Yuan's lifespan, it is my duty as a disciple. Rest assured, Elder Yuan, I shall accompany Elder Wan in search of the herbs. Elder Yuan expressed his gratitude with a nod, producing a jade token inscribed with the character Yuan, which materialized in his palm. Qin Ming, take this token. Consider it a favor owed to you by me. Should you ever find yourself in need, present this token to me, and I shall fulfill your request. Before his words had fully settled, a faint wisp of purple mist suddenly rose within the once empty hall. Kai Yi, with a playful smile, appeared before them like a spirit. Pouting with her lively eyes sparkling, she chimed, I want to go too. I want to go too. Startled, Qin Ming's expression shifted to one of astonishment. How did you end up here? Were you not just leaving? Kai Yi grinned, mischievously replying, indeed. I merely concealed myself. I wanted to see what that intriguing object was from this morning. Qin Ming's face darkened in an instant, a whirlwind of emotions swirling within him, feeling as though he had been dealt a painful blow. He glared at Kai Yi, his voice trembling with indignation. You realize this behavior is akin to spying, do you not? It is utterly unethical and shameful. Should you continue this reckless conduct, I shall no longer be responsible for you. Seeing that Qin Ming genuinely seemed upset, Kai Yi quickly pouted, clutching his arm and shaking it gently while whispering, I understand now. Why are you so fierce? I promise I won't peek anymore. Is that not acceptable? However, this time, I shall accompany you. Qin Ming resolutely shook his head, gazing at the enigmatic young lady before him, his mind beginning to speculate. He believed that his night shadow technique had reached a spiritual level, excelling in the art of concealment. Yet it paled in comparison to the methods employed by Kai Yi, which felt almost childish. Kai Yi stood right before him, and he could not perceive even the slightest fluctuation of her aura. This was exceedingly bizarre. Elder Yuan Qing, witnessing Qin Ming's silence, could only shake his head in resignation and sigh. Kai Yi, do not cause a ruckus. It is already a rarity for you to roam freely within the spiritual herb pavilion. As for Qingyun Mountain, you shall not set foot beyond the sect. Kai Yi huffed in annoyance, visibly agitated. With her hands on her hips, she lamented, Sect, sect, sect. I have been confined here for 20 years. Do they intend to imprison me for a lifetime? I have but 3 months remaining. I refuse to harbor any regrets. I do not care. I must go. Even if he arrives now, I shall still go. Elder Yuan Qing was well aware of whom Kai Yi referred to. Seeing her unwavering stance and the sorrow in her words, he could not help but empathize, ultimately yielding with a resigned sigh. Very well. It is merely an excursion to gather herbs. It should not pose significant danger. While the sect leader is in seclusion and the pavilion master is absent, I shall take it upon myself to grant you permission to leave the sect. However, you must promise me not to wander aimlessly or stir up trouble, and to heed Qin Ming's guidance, understand? Kai Yi was about to retort as to why she should listen to Qin Ming, but under Elder Yuan's stern gaze, the defiance that had just surged within her quickly dissipated. Fine, I agree. As long as it allows me to step beyond the sect, I shall acquiesce to anything. The following morning, as Qin Ming, Kai Yi, and Wan Mu stepped beyond the mountain gate, a figure clad in a grayish-white robe slowly emerged in the very spot they had just vacated. Standing with hands clasped behind his back, his face bore a grave expression, and his eyes were deep and weathered. May this quest for medicinal herbs be met with safety and tranquility. Chapter 75. Arrival at Qingyun Town. Robbery on the road. The Flame Sect. 5 days later, at the foot of Qingyun Mountain, Qingyun Town. Though the journey had not exhausted them physically, it had wearied their hearts. Originally, Qin Ming, Kai Yi, and Elder One could have traversed the skies, yet Kai Yi insisted on walking. Throughout the journey, she resembled a wild horse set free, intrigued by everything around her. Qin Ming's pleas fell on deaf ears, and Elder Wan, hesitant to intervene, could do nothing but allow Kai Yi to follow her whims. Elder Wan felt quite helpless. He had anticipated a venture solely with Qin Ming to seek medicinal herbs, meticulously planning every detail, from where to reveal their ferocity to where to slay and seize treasures. However, with the unexpected presence of the young lady Kai Yi, Elder Wan felt as if he had been delivered a heavy blow, his energy stifled, unable to voice his frustrations, and thus he measured the land with a somber demeanor. Nonetheless, as members of the Xianqing sect with commendable cultivation, the trio managed to cover over 300 miles each day. Now, having just entered the vicinity of Qingyun Mountain, Kai began to exhibit her exuberance once more. Observing her joyful figure, Qin Ming felt his spirits lift, his eyes sparkling with mirth, devoid of any resentment. Yet, he remained particularly cautious and vigilant around Elder Wan throughout their journey. Previously, he had confirmed that the herbs needed to concoct the primordial divine body pill did not include the purple flame phoenix sunflower or the green wood celestial vine. However, Elder Wan adamantly insisted that only by locating these 2 celestial herbs could they prepare the elixir for Elder Yuan Qing. This left Qin Ming perplexed. He was eager to uncover Elder Wan's true intentions and thus consented to the quest. However, Qin Ming kept his wits about him. To safeguard against any unforeseen circumstances, he ingested the indestructible spirit pill the night before departing the sect. Elder Wan, wary of having his schemes uncovered, maintained a facade of tranquility throughout their travels. He sought opportunities to test Qin Ming's resolve several times, yet each attempt was deftly diffused by Qin Ming. He even inquired about the basis of Qin Ming's selection as the esteemed master's disciple, to which Qin Ming responded with a look of bewilderment and shrug, claiming ignorance. It could be said that since stepping beyond the mountain gate, Elder One had accumulated a wealth of frustration. Now, upon finally encountering a town with signs of life, he yearned for a fine tavern to indulge in hearty libations and alleviate his discontent. The three arrived at the largest inn in Qin town, intending to feast and replenish themselves before continuing their journey. However, after taking their seats, Qin Ming and Elder One discovered that Kai Yi had vanished without a trace. Elder One's expression darkened, displaying his displeasure as he sighed and shook his head. Qin Ming, however, chuckled lightly, nonchalantly remarking, "It's of no concern. We've come all this way. Let her explore to her heart's content." Indeed, Qin Ming's ease and lack of worry stemmed from Kai Yi's extraordinary skills. Even he had failed to gain any advantage from her, and he firmly believed that no one in this humble Qin town could rival her. Although Qin town is nestled at the foot of the vast Qin mountain, it is brimming with the warmth of human life. This is the first time Qin Ming has sensed the familiar flavors since his soul traversed into this realm. He summoned the waiter and extravagantly ordered every exquisite dish and fine wine in the establishment, then settled by the window on the second floor, awaiting the arrival of his feast. Elder Wan, with his eyes darting, cast a darkened gaze upon Qin Ming, seemingly mulling over some scheme. According to his plan, within 5 days, he should have already extracted the secrets and treasures from Qin Ming, subsequently eliminating him and seizing the spoils before returning to the sect. Yet, here he was, sharing a meal and engaging in idle chatter with Qin Ming. Wan sighed helplessly. He held no concern for Qin Ming's fate. He was quite confident that even if the sect leader favored Qin Ming, he would not jeopardize or punish Wan, the grand elder of the earthly profound hall, for the sake of a mere novice disciple. Unless, of course, the esteemed leader was indifferent to the precipitous decline of Lingyun Pavilion's standing and power within the Shining sect. Now that the grand elder of the heavenly profound hall, Lu Huanzhan, was dead, Wan Mu Bai was the only one capable of presenting any significant merit from the Spirit Herb Pavilion. He believed that even if the leader felt resentment, he would not take action against him, as he would surely prioritize the greater good. This conviction gave one the audacity to act recklessly. Yet, the primary allure remained the substantial temptation embodied in Xiao Wuyan's sparse words. The prospect of an advanced cultivation technique that could elevate one's rank in an instant. A wondrous martial skill capable of concealing one's aura, and a black profound ruler comparable to the 7th rank. Most importantly, the storage bracelet mysteriously lost by his master. Lu Huanzhan, Xiao Wuyan even suspected that the elixirs Qin Ming generously bestowed upon those disciples originated from his master's storage bracelet. All signs pointed to the conclusion that Qin Ming harbored unspeakable secrets and possessed numerous extraordinary treasures. How could a covetous elder with a shadowy heart resist such temptation? As the two awaited their meal, each lost in their own thoughts, a sudden commotion erupted from the bustling street afar. Qin Ming soon spotted a large group of young disciples clad in dark blue robes, laughing heartily as they encircled a young woman. Frowning, he discerned a familiar, colorful figure among the gleeful disciples. He sighed heavily, shaking his head in resignation, then leaped silently to the periphery of the gathering. In the midst of this throng stood a man of approximately 25 or 26 years, adorned in a dark blue robe. His demeanor effeminate and his eyes coldly amused as he observed the disciples' inappropriate advances on the young woman without intervening. His calm and mocking expression suggested that such behavior was entirely acceptable. "Beautiful maiden, do enlighten this young master as to which family you hail from. I have lingered in Qin town for so long and have yet to encounter a woman of such exquisite beauty. Indeed, do tell me. We of the Flame sect would be more than willing to send someone to propose." Upon uttering these words, the crowd of dark blue-robed individuals erupted in a fit of laughter. Kai Yi embraced her shoulders, her visage devoid of any semblance of anger, as she surveyed the provocative disciples with a keen eye. Suddenly, a glint of mischief flickered in her bright gaze. Proposing marriage? What a curious notion. Is it truly amusing? With an innocuous expression, Kai elicited another round of laughter from the disciples. Indeed, after the proposal, there are delightful games for two to partake in, thrilling and exhilarating. Of course, if you wish to accompany us now, we can postpone the matter of the proposal. Rest assured, as long as our young master is satisfied, our Flame sect will bestow ample benefits upon you and your family. However, Such rewards are contingent upon your cooperation. Should you choose to resist and incite our young master's displeasure, then our flame sect may have to pay your family a visit to discuss matters thoroughly. Do you comprehend my meaning? Kai blinked her lively eyes, tilting her head to glance at the composed gentleman clad in azure, stifling a giggle. Pray tell, young master, what must I do to ensure your contentment? The young man in azure remained silent, casting a condescending glance at Kai. Yet, a robust disciple beside him let out a low grunt, his voice heavy and gravelly. As long as you do not resist, you shall satisfy our young master. Only then will he be inclined to engage in that thrilling game with you. Do you understand? If you tend to our young master well, you and your family will forever revel in endless benefits and prosperity. Chapter 76. The Hand of God. Qin Ming, you may have stirred up grave trouble. Kai, with her innocent demeanor, was always a source of amusement. Now, upon the words of that burly disciple, her sparkling eyes glimmered with a hint of desire and curiosity. Is that true? But you must promise it will be fun. Her lowly-like physique and cherubic voice elicited a sly smile on the lips of the previously silent man clad in dark blue. He approached Kai, gently lifting her chin with his hand, his voice dripping with innuendo. Not only will it be enjoyable, but I assure you, you shall become addicted. Without waiting for her consent, he turned to the other disciples, his expression icy. Take her away. I shall consummate this night. Qin Ming stood at the periphery of the crowd, refraining from intervening. He understood Kai-Yi's nature well. This young lady would never rest if her curiosity was piqued. However, if they attempted to forcibly abduct her to satisfy that young man's twisted desires, he could not remain a mere spectator. At this moment, as Kai saw the group of men approaching with sinister smiles, intent on forcibly taking her away, a flash of dissatisfaction and anger ignited in her curious gaze. What are you doing? Didn't we agree to play a game together? Why are you treating me so rudely? With a pout, she pushed away the men who had just touched her, hands on her hips, glaring fiercely at the man in dark blue, as if suppressing her rage. Playing innocent, are we? The man in dark blue scoffed. You're courting disaster. The women Ming Chang'an, take a liking to have never escaped my grasp. If you wish to avoid your family's annihilation, it would be wise to comply. Take her away. As these words echoed, a wave of terror swept through the onlookers. Some hastily retreated, while others clamped their mouths shut and bowed their heads, though their eyes still darted upward in curiosity. Qin Ming was taken aback by the crowd's reaction, but did not dwell on it. Estimating the time, he noted that the dishes of the tavern would soon be ready and resolved to intervene and put an end to this farce. After all, they had serious matters to address after their respite. However, just as Qin Ming prepared to step forward, a mysterious figure cloaked in black suddenly descended from the sky. The figure was enveloped in a long black robe, revealing only a pair of sinister eyes that fixed intently on the scene below. Qin Ming's expression shifted in alarm. He was uncertain of this person's identity, but the attire suggested ill intentions. He swiftly melded into the crowd, striking the disciples aside, intending to seize Kai-Yi and retreat. Yet, the black-clad figure suddenly launched a formidable hidden weapon toward him. The projectile glimmered with a vivid green light. Instinctively, Qin Ming dodged, inadvertently separating from Kai-Yi. In the next instant, the cloaked figure waved his sleeve, unleashing a dense, pink powder that spread like a thick fog through the gathered throng. Amidst the powder lingered a pungent fragrance, causing the onlookers to momentarily lose consciousness. Their vision darkened, heads spun, and legs weakened, leading to their collapse upon the ground. Those once arrogant disciples of the flame sect were likewise rendered disoriented, some even foaming at the mouth. Qin Ming's expression darkened as he instinctively held his breath. In a moment of inattention, he had inhaled a substantial amount, yet the overwhelming and gentle force within swiftly neutralized the aromatic toxin. A flicker of joy surged within Qin Ming, for he recognized that the divine-grade elixir, the soul-devouring pill, was taking effect. However, Kai was not as fortunate. Despite her extraordinary stealth, her body could not withstand the intoxicating gas. After a brief struggle, she stumbled and fell to the ground, succumbing to unconsciousness. Who are you? Qin Ming demanded, his face a mask of fury as he fixed his cold gaze upon the enigmatic figure hovering above. The cloaked individual appeared astonished at Qin Ming's resilience, a flicker of fear surfacing in their shadowy eyes. After a moment's hesitation, they unleashed a formidable palm strike, akin to a mountain crashing down. An invisible wave of energy, mingled with pink powder, surged towards Qin Ming, distorting the very fabric of space. Is this the Junxian realm? Qin Ming recoiled swiftly, his brows furrowing as a sense of unease crept into his heart. The enigmatic figure seemed disinclined to engage further. Upon noticing Qin Ming's determination to pursue, their eyes flickered, and they unleashed another wave of toxic black mist. As Qin Ming's vision darkened, and he lost his sense of direction, the figure vanished mysteriously within the shroud of the mist. Frantically, Qin Ming waved his arms, striving to disperse the black fog. Yet, as it gradually dissipated, he was taken aback to find that Kai Yi, along with the Flame Sect's young master, Ming Chang'an, had inexplicably vanished. This sudden turn of events left Qin Ming momentarily frozen in place. He believed he had no enemies in Qingyun Town, and Kai Yi, on her first venture outside the sect, should also be without foes. Who, then, was that mysterious figure? Could it be an adversary of the Flame Sect? Qin Ming instinctively shook his head. The black-clad figure's initial target had clearly been Kai Yi. Could it be him? A thought struck him when he had come to observe. Elder One had not followed. Coupled with his inexplicable request for Qin Ming to venture out with him, suspicion immediately fell upon the treacherous Wan Mu Bai. Yet, what could have driven this sudden act of divine intervention? Qin Ming's expression darkened as he helplessly shook his head. Just as he resolved to return to the tavern and confront Elder Wan, a familiar figure rushed into view, appearing distressed at the street's edge. Qin Ming, what has transpired? Where is Kai Yi? Elder Wan's eyes were filled with terror as he scanned the surroundings. Upon realizing Kai Yi had indeed vanished without a trace, the pent-up emotions within him erupted. Qin Ming, how could you not keep watch over Miss Kai Yi? At that time, Elder Yuanqing had repeatedly instructed you to keep a vigilant eye on Miss Tsai. Now, with her inexplicably vanished, how shall I return to the sect and explain this? Qin Ming coldly regarded Elder Wan, who was speaking to himself, his thoughts swirling in his mind like meteors across the night sky, appearing and fading swiftly. Were it not for Elder Wan's recent words and his expression of regret, Qin Ming might still have harbored doubts about whether that figure in black was indeed Wan Muba. However, after Elder Wan's poignant display of emotion, Qin Ming felt nearly certain that the mysterious cloaked individual was undoubtedly connected to him, perhaps even a disguise of his own. With this realization, Qin Ming managed to maintain his composure, for only through calmness could he discern the flaws in the situation. Elder Wan, do not be hasty. This matter may be linked to the Flame Sect. The troublemakers we encountered just now hail from there. Furthermore, as for Miss Tsai's sudden disappearance, we shall locate her without fail. Could it be that she is in any peril? Elder Wan, witnessing Qin Ming's unhurried demeanor, felt a chill and anger rising within him. Do you truly comprehend Miss Tsai's identity? Qin Ming numbly shook his head. While he could venture a guess, he dared not assert it. Elder Wan sighed heavily, worry and despair filling his gaze. Alas, Qin Ming, you have stirred a great calamity. Do you understand that Miss Tsai is the cherished jewel of our sect master in the Xinqing sect? Chapter 77, Unveiling the Fangs. To rescue Tsai, or to save oneself. Upon receiving confirmation from Elder Wan, Qin Ming's previously tranquil heart surged with tumult once more. In truth, he had long surmised Tsai's identity with considerable accuracy. Even if she were not the cherished daughter of the sect leader, her status must surely be extraordinary. The fact that Elder Yuanqing, one of the 3 law enforcement elders of the sect, treated her with such deference spoke volumes about her standing. However, it was not merely this that instilled in Qin Ming a profound reverence for Tsai. It was her exceedingly enigmatic and elusive demeanor, coupled with the sudden awakening of a commanding spirit within her during their time in the medicinal garden. All these factors rendered the enigmatic Tsai utterly captivating to Qin Ming. So, she is the daughter of the sect leader. No wonder. Qin Ming repeated this revelation with an air of composure. Yet he did not display any overt astonishment. He maintained a cool expression as he regarded Elder Wan, inquiring in a measured tone, Elder Wan, Where do you believe we should seek Mist Sai now? Shall we perhaps venture to the Flame Sect and try our luck? Elder One sighed heavily, appearing both resigned and regretful, acknowledging that they had no other recourse at this point. I know the whereabouts of the Flame Sect. Come with me, he stated gravely before leading the way. However, at the moment he turned, a glimmer of cunning flickered in his otherwise weary gaze. Qin Ming followed closely behind, and after traversing for about half an hour, they finally halted in a dilapidated courtyard on the northern outskirts of Qinyan Town. This place is the entrance to the Flame Sect? Qin Ming furrowed his brow, gazing at Elder One's figure and the crumbling remnants around them, feeling a sense of disbelief. In a sudden gesture, Elder One waved his hand, conjuring a barrier array above the courtyard. A translucent bubble, shimmering with a lively luster, enveloped everything beneath it. With a sinister smile in his eyes, Elder One declared, "This is not the entrance to the Flame Sect. Rather, it is a gateway to death." Now that Sai was not by his side, Elder One finally revealed his fangs towards Qin Ming. His earlier demeanor of despondency and helplessness vanished, replaced by a chilling gaze that exuded an air of malevolence. Seeing this scene unfold, Qin Ming understood the implications and nodded in realization. Yet he did not exhibit the fear and panic that Elder One anticipated, which sparked an unsettling premonition within the elder. With a subtle smile, Qin Ming's eyes danced with a hint of mischief. "Elder One, are you truly unable to resist taking action against me? Do you not wish to rescue the sect leader's daughter?" Elder One chuckled ominously, his expression taking on a slightly sinister quality. "Rescue the sect leader's daughter? At this moment, you ought to ponder how to save yourself. Qin Ming, while I am unaware of the sect leader's reasons for taking you as his disciple, I can tell from your extravagant display that you are no ordinary individual. Though you ostensibly possess the cultivation of a third-tier, true, mysterious realm, I am acutely aware that even Xiao Wuyan, with his 8th-tier prowess, is no match for you. Moreover, his formidable 9 swords of the 10,000 heavy mountains fell beneath the weight of your Xianshu. You harbor within you many mysterious treasures that even the most accomplished cultivators can only dream of. Qin Ming, I do not wish to impose upon you unduly. Simply relinquish all your treasures, and I shall grant you a path to survival. However, this path will exact the price of your complete severance from the Xinshan sect. Should you refuse, I can still take your life, meticulously delve into your consciousness, and appropriate those enigmatic treasures for myself. I have laid all options before you clearly. Your choice between life and death is beyond my influence." As Qin Ming observed Elder One's air of assured victory, he nonchalantly sat down, a sardonic smile gracing his lips as he regarded Elder One with a playful glint in his eyes. "It seems that since leaving the sect, Elder Lu has begun contemplating how to eliminate me and seize my treasures. Has he? This dilapidated courtyard must be the burial site Elder One has selected for me. Your concern for a mere disciple is indeed touching. You must have coveted the secrets I hold for quite some time. Who divulged these clandestine matters to you, I wonder? Pray, do not rush me. Allow me to make a guess. Could it be that Elder Lu, now transformed into a vengeful spirit, has sent you dreams? Or perhaps his precious disciple, unable to bear defeat at my hands, sought to use you as a pawn, revealing my secrets in the process?" Elder One, perceiving Qin Ming's calm demeanor and his inclination towards idle speculation, felt a flicker of murderous intent flash through his cold gaze. "Qin Ming, cease your delay. We are 1,000 miles from the sect. No one will come to your aid. Though Xiao Wuyan may not be your adversary, your true cultivation may surpass his. Yet, even if you are at the spirit mysterious realm, in my eyes, you are naught but an ant. To crush you would be but a moment's endeavor. I grant you 10 breaths to ponder. Will you willingly submit, or shall I proceed to search you directly?" Elder One gazed at Qin Ming with unwavering confidence, entirely oblivious to the figure cloaked in a gray-white robe concealed above the great barrier, silently observing every movement. Qin Ming, with a resigned shake of his head, spread his arms behind him, forming a large character on the ground, seemingly surrendering all resistance. "Elder One, let me sort through this carefully. It was initially intended that both of us would leave the sect, yet unexpectedly, the sect leader's daughter appeared, complicating your intentions. One breath. Now, with the sect leader's daughter mysteriously vanished, you have found the perfect opportunity to lead me here and eliminate me from my treasures. Two breaths. If the sect leader's daughter is a burden that disrupts your plans, then orchestrating her disappearance is the most straightforward course of action. Three breaths. Thus, the true identity of that enigmatic figure in black should be you, Elder Wan, for only you possess the status of a fourth-tier alchemist, enabling you to concoct such an abundance of toxic gases and poisons. Am I correct in my conjecture, Elder Wan? As death approaches, what significance do these secrets hold? You shall take them with you to your grave. Qin Ming, since you refuse to make a choice, allow me to make one for you. I shall end your life now and then thoroughly examine the myriad secrets and treasures you possess. With that, Elder Wan suddenly unleashed an overwhelming and terrifying aura. He fixed his gaze upon the prostrate Qin Ming with an imperial-like intensity. His formidable cultivation at the 6th level of the Junxian realm laid bare in an instant. Qin Ming slowly rose to his feet, feeling an extraordinarily powerful wave of energy surging towards him, akin to a torrential tide. His garments and hair whipped wildly in the tempestuous force. Yet, in the next moment, as he glanced behind Wan Mu Bai, his eyes widened in astonishment, revealing a profound shock. Colorful garments. Qin Ming's genuine reaction momentarily caused Elder Wan, who was already feeling guilty, to falter, hastily turning his head to look. At this critical juncture, Qin Ming abruptly summoned a shimmering purple array with a mere flick of his hand. Channeling all his inner power, his demeanor turned solemn, and his gaze became fiercely piercing. Xiantian, Juxian Array. Find him. Chapter 78. Reverse Harvest? Returning the favor in kind. The moment Qin Ming activated the Xiantian Juxian Array, an unexpected force drained all his internal energy, leaving him pale and utterly weakened, as if a colossal primordial beast was ravenously devouring every ounce of his essence from an unfathomable abyss. Although Qin Ming appeared carefree and indifferent, he was acutely aware of the gravity of his own survival. Ever since he was abducted by the sect master Ling Yintian to the Xianxing sect, he had diligently studied this formidable array. However, to effectively wield such a formation, one's cultivation must reach at least the 5th layer of the Lingxian realm. Yet, his actual cultivation was merely at the 1st layer of the Lingxian realm, an inexplicable surge following his mysterious awakening at the Yunlan sect. He pondered countless times why, after being struck unconscious and grievously injured by Lu Huanzhan, he not only emerged unscathed but also ascended to the Lingxian realm. Despite his deep contemplation, the answer eluded him. It felt as though he had traversed a hazy, enchanting dream, in which an indistinct, celestial figure devoted all her energy to healing him. Yet, no matter how he tried to recall her visage, it remained shrouded in obscurity. While Qin Ming felt a profound sense of gratitude towards the celestial being for saving his life, his primary concern lingered in this unfamiliar territory, where he needed to secure his means of survival. Thus, from his very first day in the Spirit Herb Pavilion of the Xianxing sect, where he was tasked with guarding the herb garden, he began to exploit the vast resources at his disposal to forge his own path. Others required various formalities and jade tokens to enter the herb garden, but as the sect master's closed-door disciple, he traversed it as if it were his own backyard. During this period, he repeatedly employed the Xian Yu's eye bottle to concoct various elixirs, ultimately elevating his true cultivation to the 5th layer of the Lingxian realm just a day before his departure from a sect. Moreover, with his rising prowess, the great wilderness infinite skill unlocked its 4th stage, and he seemed to be on the verge of grasping the threshold of the 3rd layer of the Demon King's body. However, despite numerous attempts, he still had not genuinely breached that level. Now, facing a life-or-death moment, as he summoned the Xiantian Juxian Array, the weight upon his heart gradually began to lighten. Qin Ming took a deep, labored breath and, with a mocking expression, approached the array. He gazed at Elder Wan, whose face was twisted with fury and humiliation, and a glint of coldness and authority flickered in his eyes. Elder Wan's words were indeed accurate. This place was truly a crossroads of death, though it remained uncertain whether it was his or Qin Ming's. The instant Elder Wan became ensnared by the Xiantian Juxian array. He felt his entire internal energy and consciousness bound, rendering him akin to a fish on a chopping block, helplessly witnessing his own impending demise while utterly immobilized. Particularly chilling was the purple sword above him, radiating a faint glow with a gem embedded in its hilt. It filled him with dread as he sensed the aura of death emanating from it. Qin Ming, I have underestimated you. Elder One's shadowy eyes gleamed with icy malice and venom. Though trapped, the pride of the Grand Elder of the Earth Hall remained unyielded. To my surprise, you possess such formidable means. It seems that Elder Lu likely met his demise at your hands as well. Qin Ming remained silent in response to this accusation, instead offering a cold smile. He struggled to maintain his composure, his gaze steady as he remarked, had you not been so covetous of others' treasures, you would not have found yourself in this predicament. The adage to weave a cocoon for oneself aptly describes individuals like you. Elder Wan, considering our shared lineage, if you divulge the whereabouts of Miss Tsai and relinquish all your resources to me, I may contemplate sparing your life. Should you choose not to cooperate, I would not hesitate to make you experience the very methods you intended to employ against me, returning the favor in kind. Elder Wan could never have anticipated that such a calamity would befall him. Qin Ming smirked mockingly. I can grant you 10 breaths to ponder your decision. Should you fail to choose, I shall make the choice for you. Elder Wan, observing Qin Ming's playful demeanor, felt a sting of humiliation as his own threatening words were echoed back to him. He flushed with anger, wishing fervently to rend Qin Ming to pieces. With a cold snort, he attempted a challenge. I do not believe you. A mere disciple lacking foundation would dare to kill me, an elder of the earth profound hall. You must understand, even the pavilion master would think thrice before acting against me. Release me now, and I shall hold no grudges. From this moment forth, let us remain as distant as water from the well. Should you continue to press me, once I break free from this formation, I will ensure you find no place to stand in the Suqing sect or this realm. Upon hearing the persistent threat in Elder Wan's words, Qin Ming merely smiled faintly, his gaze drifting towards the purple sword within the Xiantian execution array, a glimmer of frost appearing in his eyes. He extended his fingers delicately, mimicking a slashing motion in the air. The purple sword, as if receiving a command, trembled violently and unleashed a beam of sword light that struck directly at Elder Wan's back. With a sickening sound, a spurt of blood erupted from his tattered robes. Elder Wan let out a muffled groan, collapsing to the ground in agony, his face turning purple as he struggled to suppress his fury. Qin Ming, do you truly dare to strike at me? If you possess the courage, kill me now. Elder Wan steeled himself, refusing to submit to Qin Ming. He would rather face death than beg like a stray dog. Qin Ming chuckled softly, regarding Elder Wan with a languid gaze, his focus unwavering. Indeed, Elder Wan is a man of resolve. As one of the 3 great elders of the Spirit Medicine Pavilion, your pride is commendable. Since you are intent on courting death, I shall not linger with you further. I shall ask you but one question. Where is Miss Tsai? Elder Wan scoffed, seemingly seizing the upper hand. You now kneel before me, and I shall reveal the location of Tsai's captivity. If you refuse to plead, should I perish, you shall not fare well either. Elder Wan calculated astutely, believing that by leveraging Tsai as a bargaining chip, he could keep Qin Ming at bay, making him hesitate to act against him. However, he still underestimated Qin Ming's ruthless resolve and audacity. Elder Wan, you are already ensnared in your own predicament, yet you dare to threaten me? If I truly set you free, I fear that the days ahead would be far from pleasant, wouldn't they? Since misery is inevitable, perhaps it would be wiser to eliminate you now, thereby ridding the sect of a menace. With that said, a frenzied killing intent suddenly flickered in Qin Ming's eyes. He raised his fingers high and struck downwards from the air, bellowing, "Exterminate the wicked." Within the Xiantian extermination array, an explosive surge of sword energy and resonant clangs erupted. In the next moment, a violet beam of sword light, imbued with the power of thunder, struck fiercely upon Elder Wan's crown. Simultaneously, an astonished and urgent voice echoed above the dilapidated courtyard. Young friend Qin Ming, please show mercy, you must not. Chapter 79. Negotiation. You assist me in alchemy. I shall guard your secrets. A voice, urgent and mournful, pierced the air. Clad in a grayish-white robe, he resembled a flash of lightning, and in an instant, he struck the Xiantian extermination array with a powerful palm. However, it was too late. Elder One emitted a tragic cry akin to one plummeting into an abyss, his entire being transforming into a mist of blood, gradually dissipating within the array under the onslaught of violet light. The figure that had launched this sudden assault, too, suffered a fierce backlash from the Xiantian extermination array. The aged form staggered back several meters before slowly regaining composure. Elder Yuanqing, what brings you here? Qin Ming hastily retracted the Xiantian extermination array, his countenance ashen and ghostly pale, struggling to muster the last vestiges of his strength as he gazed in astonishment at the elderly figure before him. Qin Ming had presumed that Elder Wan Mubai's chosen location was exceedingly concealed, yet he had not anticipated that all his actions were observed by Elder Yuanqing. As one of the 3 law enforcement elders of the Shuqing sect, Elder Yuanqing witnessed with his own eyes how a disciple of his sect executed an elder within their ranks using a magical array. The initial expression of anxious helplessness gradually morphed into one of sharp resolve and authority. Alas, Elder Yuanqing sighed heavily. Qin Ming, you have disregarded the regulations of our sect and dared to slay an elder of the Spirit Her Pavilion. Since I have encountered this, I cannot remain indifferent. Upon our return to the sect, I will faithfully report this to the sect master. You may find yourself inescapably doomed this time. Elder Yuanqing felt a profound sense of helplessness. The more he dreaded something, the more it seemed to manifest. He had originally sought Elder Wan Mubai, hoping he would personally concoct a potion to stabilize his lifespan. Qin Ming had, with good intentions, accompanied Elder Wan in the pursuit of medicinal herbs. However, he never expected such a turn of events. Moreover, what troubled him most was the sudden disappearance of Tsai, and he was oblivious to where Elder One had concealed her. He had initially thought that following Elder One would yield fruitful results. Now, with Elder One's tragic demise, the trail to Tsai had abruptly severed. If anything were to happen to her, how could he explain it to the sect master upon his return? Even if he were to obtain the potion for longevity, he would likely have to take his own life before the sect master. Qin Ming discerned the worry and helplessness in Elder Yuanqing's expression and refrained from offering excessive explanations or rebuttals. Instead, he gently presented a moon-white jade token inscribed with the character Yuan to Elder Yuanqing and spoke earnestly. What I have done was out of necessity. Surely, Elder Yuan has witnessed how Elder One is wronged and sought to harm me. I now implore but one thing, to exchange this jade token for a fleeting moment of time. I hope that Elder Yuan will refrain from informing the sect master of this matter until I have located Tsai. When I return to the sect, I shall abide by whatever judgment the sect master deems fit. Qin Ming's tone was exceedingly sincere, a trace of anguish evident upon his visage. In his current predicament, he had no alternative. The activation of the Xiantian extermination array to vanquish Elder One had depleted all of his spiritual energy, leaving him utterly devoid of strength to resist Elder Yuanqing. Even attempting to flee before Elder Yuanqing seemed an impossible task. In light of this, it would be prudent to appeal to emotions first, utilizing the jade token to secure the support of Elder Yuanqing. After all, when Elder Yuanqing had bestowed this jade token upon him, he had unequivocally promised that as long as one possessed the token, he would do his utmost to fulfill all of Qin Ming's wishes. Upon hearing these words, Elder Yuanqing seemed to fall into deep contemplation. On one hand, he had his principles and position as the law enforcement elder. On the other, there was the solemn promise he had made. When principles and commitments clash, it rendered him momentarily indecisive. Noticing that Elder Yuanqing was still pondering, Qin Ming realized that there was still room for negotiation. He gazed intently into Elder Yuanqing's eyes and, with utmost seriousness, stated, I am aware that Elder One has promised to concoct a longevity elixir for you, yet he has deceived you. From what I gather, There is no need to seek rare herbs in Qin Mountain for the concoction of the Hunyuan Divine Body Pill. Elder Wan's true intention in leaving the sect was to seize the treasures I possess, using the guise of seeking medicine as a pretext to eliminate me. With Elder Wan now deceased, I shall take it upon myself to prepare the longevity elixir for you. Rest assured, I will not allow his demise to impede your significant matters. I, Qin Ming, swear by my Tao heart and integrity that I can concoct a superior fourth-grade elixir for you. However, I shall require time. Initially hesitant, Elder Yuanqing's expression gradually transformed from somberness to a flicker of hope and intrigue upon hearing that Qin Ming could prepare the elixir. You claim you can concoct a fourth-grade, intermediate Hunyuan Divine Body Pill? Elder Yuanqing expressed skepticism, for Qin Ming was still relatively young. Regardless of his talent, he was merely a disciple at the third level of the Transcendence realm. Could his accomplishments in alchemy truly surpass those of Elder Wan? Qin Ming refrained from arguing and offered a mysterious smile. With no alternative, he resolved to tell a fib to navigate through this situation. Taking it one step at a time, Elder Yuanqing must have wondered why his master chose to take him as a personal disciple with such unremarkable cultivation. Upon hearing this, Elder Yuanqing suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. Are you implying that your alchemical achievements can rival those of a fourth-grade alchemist? Qin Ming, feeling a mix of resignation and amusement, thought to himself, a fourth-grade alchemist? That is the pinnacle among disciples. Nevertheless, he maintained a semblance of humility and replied, Rest assured, Elder Wan, I possess leverage in your hands. Thus I could never utter falsehoods. As long as you refrain from reporting this matter to the sect within 10 days, I will assuredly deliver the Hunyuan Divine Body Pill into your hands. Elder, would you dare to trust me this once? Elder Yuanqing, gazing into Qin Ming's confident eyes, pondered for a moment before resolutely deciding to take a gamble. If Qin Ming could indeed concoct the Hunyuan Divine Body Pill, he could conveniently disregard the matter. Should Qin Ming attempt to deceive him, he could still report this incident to the sect leader later. Regardless of his choice, Elder Yuanqing stood to gain, never at a loss. The immediate priority, however, was to locate Mist Sai. Upon reaching this point, Yuanqing gently closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and returned the jade pendant that had been presented to him back to Qin Ming. Qin Ming, you may take this jade pendant for now. If you can indeed assist me in concocting a transcendent fourth-grade Hunyuan Divine Body Pill, then I, Yuanqing, solemnly vow to safeguard your secret. As for the circumstances surrounding Elder Wan's demise, there is no need for you to inquire. I shall handle myself. Qin Ming gazed at the jade pendant before him, coupled with Elder Yuanqing's resolute gaze, and felt a sense of relief wash over him. With the seventh-grade treasure, the Xianyu Zili bottle, in his possession, it was merely a matter of time before he could gather the necessary celestial herbs and refine a transcendent fourth-grade Hunyuan Divine Body Pill. In that case, I express my gratitude, Elder Yuan. Having spoken, the two were poised to depart the dilapidated courtyard when suddenly, a moldy black plaque in the corner captured Qin Ming's attention. Surrounded by rampant weeds, the plaque bore once magnificent golden characters that had now become nearly unrecognizable. Only the peeling paint and the remnants of its former glory hinted at the courtyard's illustrious past. Qin Ming, filled with curiosity, approached slowly. As he lifted the plaque, he suddenly discerned a familiar character. Gently brushing away the dust and ashes, the four indistinct characters' Yi family residents emerged before his eyes. Qin Ming's expression hardened, and he turned to Elder Yuanqing, inquiring with intrigue, Elder, do you know to whom this desolate courtyard originally belonged? Chapter 80, Awakening Memories? The truth behind the annihilation of the Yi family. Qin Ming felt an inexplicable curiosity and casually inquired. However, within the profound gaze of Elder Yuanqing, a hint of the passage of time flickered. The decline of this family, in truth, bears some connection to my Xianqing sect. Upon observing the earnest expression of Elder Yuanqing, Qin Ming was taken aback. This Yi family estate is surprisingly intertwined with our Xianqing sect? With a solemn tone, Qin Ming questioned, furrowing his brows in confusion. If there is indeed a relationship with our Xianqing sect, then at the very least, They ought to be prosperous and wealthy. How could they have fallen to such a state? Elder Yuanqing sighed deeply, lamenting. Do you know what foundation your spirit medicine pavilion stands upon to rank as the foremost among the 10 main pavilions of my Xinqing sect? Qin Ming, bewildered, shook his head, confessing ignorance. Perhaps it is based on the art of alchemy or an abundance of rare materials. Elder Yuanqing did not refute, but continued with eyes filled with the weight of experience. My Xinqing sect encompasses 3 primary paths of cultivation: sword, body, and alchemy. Among these, the sword path is divided into 6 pavilions: Lingjin Pavilion, Lingji Pavilion, Lingxiao Pavilion, Lingbao Pavilion, Lingjin Pavilion, and Lingyun Pavilion. Each pavilion hosts various subhalls, with disciples numbering in the countless. As for the body path, it consists of 3 pavilions: Lingli Pavilion, Linggu Pavilion, and Lingxin Pavilion. These 3 main pavilions primarily focus on body refinement, adhering to the doctrine of achieving divinity through the physical form, which is an exceedingly arduous path, hence the fewer disciples. The final path of alchemy, however, is represented by a single pavilion, your spirit medicine pavilion. Yet, your pavilion does not merely engage in alchemy. It also cultivates individuals. Cultivating individuals? Qin Ming expressed surprise, asking Elder Yuan, what do you mean by cultivating individuals? Elder Yuanqing sighed again, seemingly reluctant to delve into this past. Yet as he gazed upon the dilapidated courtyard, a trace of pity emerged in his eyes. The notion of cultivating individuals refers to utilizing women with exceptional spiritual veins as furnace vessels for cultivation. This method, combined with elixirs, yields a terrifying speed of advancement. However, it contravenes the natural order and moral laws of humanity. This was the reason the spirit medicine pavilion gradually abandoned such practices after that incident. Nevertheless, the 3 elders of your pavilion subhalls still clandestinely employ this method. The pavilion master, in order to preserve the status and strength of the spirit medicine pavilion, can only turn a blind eye. Qin Ming suddenly comprehended. He recalled why, during his time at the Yunlan sect, Lu Huanzhan insisted on demanding Su Yao and Yi Ningxue as compensation. It was likely because he intended to use them as furnace vessels for Xiao Wuyan, and a chill crept into his eyes. Now that our spirit medicine pavilion has forsaken this cultivation method, what connection does this Yi family estate hold with my Xinqing sect? This is precisely what I wish to elucidate next. Elder Yuanqing, nearing the end of his lifespan, couldn't help but feel a pang of shared sorrow upon witnessing the tragic state of the Yi family. This matter must be traced back to a decade ago. Elder Yuanqing's gaze, filled with sorrow, gradually descended into a tranquil reverie. In those days, Elder Zhou of the Spirit Her Pavilion, eager to break through to the Junxian realm, sought the assistance of a sect to procure a selection of women with strong foundations, intended for the purpose of becoming cultivation furnaces. He repeatedly emphasized the necessity of their consent, forbidding any coercive measures. However, this sect, in its ambition to align with the esteemed Xinqing sect and Elder Zhou, unilaterally abducted a girl from a family that possessed the spirit fire profound vein. While the spirit fire profound vein is not exceedingly rare, it serves as an exceptional cultivation furnace. Naturally, the family was outraged. Consequently, this small sect, operating in secrecy, slaughtered 44 members of the family, including their kin, without the knowledge of the Xinqing sect. Elder Zhou Berling, leveraging the girl with the spirit fire profound vein, finally solidified his cultivation at the 2nd level of the Junxian realm. Meanwhile, this diminutive sect, under Elder Zhou's protection, ascended to a status comparable to that of a medium-sized sect. Qin Ming was astonished. Such blatant disregard for human life. Was there truly no one to intervene? The moment the thought escaped his lips, he realized the crux of the matter. Given the Xinqing sect's standing and prestige in the Eastern Immortal Domain, it was likely that no one would dare to offend such a formidable sect over an inconspicuous family. Even the friends and relatives of the Yi family would probably refrain from taking action, expressing only their condolences at most. In this world, unless one harbored benevolent intentions, how could cultivators regard the lives of ordinary people as invaluable? They were merely seen as inexhaustible resources. And what that girl? What became of her? Is she still within my spirit her pavilion? Elder Yuan Qing let out a heavy sigh. Upon learning of her family's demise, that girl before Elder Zhou took her own life in tears. It was precisely because of this tragedy that the tale became known to us. The sect leader, reflecting on such a cultivation method that utterly extinguished humanity, subsequently forbade the Xianqing sect from pursuing such practices. From that point onward, your spirit her pavilion was left with but one path, the refinement of pills and elixirs. Yet what the sect that instigated this calamity? Would they simply go unpunished? Qin Ming inquired in a low voice, feeling as though a stone lodged in his heart. Although he did not possess a saintly disposition, the notion that those in power would so callously sacrifice the lives of over 40 individuals for the sake of cultivation was something he could not condone. Elder Yuanqing, seemingly aware of Qin Ming's thoughts, placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and remarked, since the individuals are already deceased, what purpose would it serve to deal with that sect? Moreover, they are under the protection of Elder Zhou. Ultimately, it would come to naught. Qin Ming pressed his lips together, his heart a tumultuous sea of emotions. Elder, do you know the name of the girl who possessed the spirit fire profound vein? After a moment of contemplation, Elder Yuanqing appeared to recall something, murmuring, I believe that girl was named Yining Shuang. Yining Shuang. As the name escaped his lips, Qin Ming felt as though lightning had struck him, leaving him frozen in place. Yining Shuang. Yining Shuang. The resemblance between these two names was strikingly similar, as if they were sisters. Could it be that my senior sister, Yin Ningxue, hails from this wretched family? At this thought, Qin Ming was suddenly overcome by a wave of dizziness. The ethereal figure from his hazy memories began to crystallize before his eyes. A white veil cascaded down, revealing a silhouette, clad in garments of moonlit white. She slowly let the fabric slip from her jade-like shoulders, her ink-black tresses cascading gently behind her. Her enchanting form swayed, her crimson lips gently biting. The picturesque spring scene transformed into an exceptionally vibrant spectacle. Qin Ming held his breath, feeling a pang of pain in his heart. If this residence of the Yi family truly bore a connection to senior sister Yi Ningxue, then in light of her selfless act of saving him, he must certainly do something in return. With this in mind, Qin Ming's gaze surged with intensity as he solemnly inquired, Elder Yuan, has the Yi family truly been annihilated? Is there truly no one who managed to escape the clutches of doom? Elder Yuan Qing shook his head with a grave expression. This I cannot ascertain. Perhaps one or two individuals might have escaped, but what would that matter? Such a mid-tier sect is not one that an ordinary family could provoke. Moreover, behind this sect looms Elder Zhou of our Xianqing sect. Qin Ming took a deep breath, his expression becoming earnest as he gazed intently at Elder Yuan. Elder, the sect you just recounted, could it possibly be the Blazing Flame sect? Elder Yuan's demeanor visibly faltered, and a flicker of astonishment emerged in his gaze as he regarded Qin Ming. Indeed, that insignificant sect from years past is now the Blazing Flame sect. A cold light flashed in Qin Ming's eyes, his expression growing increasingly serious and resolute. Elder, is there a possibility that Mist Sai is concealed within the Blazing Flame sect? Chapter 81. Who do you think you are? How dare you come here to demand someone? A day later, on the eastern slopes of Qingyun Mountain, at a mountain gate situated 100 miles from Qingyun town, two figures, one old and one young, stood gazing at the hundreds of stone steps before them, looking up in wonder. Is this the abode of the Flame sect? Qin Ming mused, feeling quite overwhelmed. Such an extravagant entrance, even the Yunlan sect cannot compare. Elder Yuanqing shook his head with a sigh, remarking that often, the smaller the sect's strength, the grander its facade. Let us proceed. Whether Miss Sai is here or not will soon be revealed. The two walked through the air and, after a brief moment, arrived at the end of the mountain gate. The two disciples guarding the entrance were engaged in a hushed exchange of laughter. Upon noticing the humble attire of Qin Ming and Elder Yuanqing, the respect that had just graced their faces swiftly vanished, replaced by a look of disdain. One of them cast a scornful glance at the two, speaking with a flippant tone. Do you not realize where you are? This is the Flame sect. What are you looking for? Qin Ming remained silent. while Elder Yuanqing offered a polite smile. May I inquire if your sect leader, Ming Aohai, is present? The disciple surveyed Qin Ming and Elder Yuanqing dismissively, snorting derisively. The name of the sect leader is not something someone like you can utter. Begone. Our leader is occupied with important matters and cannot see anyone right now. You should return whence you came. With that, he lowered his head again, resuming his banter with the other disciple. Qin Ming let out a cold snort, his anger rising. Truly, the upper beams are crooked and the lower beams are twisted. Initially, I spoke casually, but now I see the embodiment of that truth in you. The two disciples, sensing the confrontation, suddenly turned icy in demeanor. What do you want? Do you not realize where this is? If you wish to live, be gone. You had better disappear from my sight while I'm still in a good mood. Irritated, Qin Ming found himself at a loss for words. The cultivation level of these two disciples was barely at the threshold of the Tongxin realm, yet they dared to act so arrogantly. One could only imagine the demeanor of the higher-ranked disciples within the Flame sect. With a sneer, Qin Ming declared, I am acquainted with your young master, Ming Chang'an. There is an unresolved matter in Qinyan town that seems to have caused him some loss. Thus, I have come specifically to offer my apologies. Might you allow us entry? As he spoke, Qin Ming produced 2 bags of spirit stones from his robes, each containing approximately 500 stones, and gently placed them into the hands of the arrogant disciple, his eyes glinting with amusement. Seeing the prospect of gain, the disciple's earlier arrogance began to dissipate. If only you had mentioned you knew my young master earlier, he said, weighing the bags with satisfaction, a smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. Fine. You may enter. How considerate of you. With that, Qin Ming and his companions stepped through the mountain gate, sharing a resigned smile. It seems that, regardless of the world, the nuances of human relationships remain paramount. At this moment, within the grand hall of the Flame sect's main peak, sect leader Ming Aohai and his eldest son, Ming Chang'an, were engaged in a serious discussion, their expressions laden with concern. In the grand hall, Ming Aohai paced back and forth, hands clasped behind his back, occasionally emitting a sigh of exasperation. Father, it has already been a day. Why has Elder One yet to arrive? Ming Chang'an, shedding his usual cold and arrogant demeanor, gazed at his anxious sibling, his tone tinged with despair. How should I know? Ming Aohai retorted, his eyes ablaze with fury. Of all the people you could have provoked, why did it have to be the little ancestor of the Xinqing sect? Now, Elder One has yet to come to retrieve him, leaving us with this hot potato. What are we to make of this? With that, he shot a resentful glare at his wayward son, lamenting internally, I should have just thrown you against the wall from the start. It would have saved me this headache. It was revealed that on that fateful day, Elder Wan, disguised in black, had rendered Kai Yi and the others unconscious before whisking them away along with Ming Chang'an. The sole purpose of Elder Wan's actions was to ensure that upon awakening, Ming Chang'an would promptly return Kai Yi to the Flame sect, thus providing himself with an alibi to avoid suspicion from Qin Ming. According to their agreement, Elder Wan had assured Ming Chang'an that within a day, after completing his affairs, he would head to the Flame sect to return Kai Yi, emphasizing the need for Ming Chang'an to carefully attend to her well-being in the meantime. Before departing, he had disclosed Kai Yi's true identity to Ming Chang'an, fearing that the lascivious rogue might take advantage of her. Upon returning to the sect, Ming Chang'an, drenched in cold sweat, had immediately placed Kai Yi in a chamber ensnared by a confinement array, keeping a vigilant watch over her. When Kai Yi awoke, her gaze fell upon Ming Chang'an, and while expressing her grievances and curiosity, she inquired when they might partake in some thrilling escapades together, nearly causing Ming Chang'an to lose his composure. In desperation, he sought out his father, Ming Aohai, revealing the entirety of the situation. Initially, Ming Aohai remained composed, but as time wore on without a sign of Elder Wan, the incessant cries of the young lady became as thunderous as an unexpected storm, leaving him unsettled and restless. Now, with half a day past the appointed time, Ming Aohai felt as anxious as an ant on a hot stove, fidgeting and unable to find peace. Ming Chang'an, fully aware of the trouble he had caused, hung his head in silence, observing his brother's distress. Ming Ao Hai pondered for a moment when an audacious idea suddenly surfaced in his mind. Father, given that Elder One has not yet appeared, why not seize this opportunity? I could consummate my connection with Kai Yi right now. Wouldn't that entwine us with the Xianqing sect's leader? At this suggestion, Ming Ao Hai was once again drenched in cold sweat, utterly baffled by the nonsensical thoughts swirling in Ming Chang's mind. Are you out of your mind? Do you have a death wish? If you dare lay a finger on that young lady, do you believe our entire sect would survive until tomorrow? What then? We cannot simply wait idly. Ming Chang'an appeared to be quite innocent. Yet who could have known that she was the cherished jewel of the Xianqing sect's leader? Otherwise, should we seek Elder Zhou now? Then, unbeknownst to anyone, we could return this little ancestral figure into his hands. Upon hearing this plan, Ming Ao Hai was momentarily taken aback, only to subsequently shake his head in denial. No, if we proceed with that, we would offend Elder Wan. Elder Wan's standing is indeed superior to that of Elder Zhou. Our sect would undoubtedly face dire consequences. As the two deliberated, two figures unexpectedly enter the Grand Hall. May I inquire, who is the esteemed sect leader Ming? Qin Ming asked in a deep voice as he stepped through the threshold, followed closely by Elder Yuanqing, who remained silent. Ming Ao Hai, gazing at such a youthful disciple alongside the seemingly subservient elder, felt a jolt of surprise and responded cautiously. I am Ming Ao Hai, the leader of the Lion sect. May I ask who you are? Having harbored disdain following the incident at the Yi family estate, Qin Ming's tone was rather frigid. With a slight snort, he replied, Sect leader Ming, there is no need for you to know who I am. Is Tsai in your possession? If you are wise, hand her over promptly. Ming Ao Hai furrowed his brow, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes as he chuckled lightly. Have you perhaps come to the wrong place? I am unfamiliar with anyone named Tsai. Elder Wan had made it abundantly clear when he entrusted Tsai to Ming Chang'an that unless he personally came to claim her, no one else should be acknowledged in their pursuit. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming's brow furrowed slightly as he contemplated how to proceed with his inquiries. Meanwhile, Ming Chang'an scrutinized Qin Ming's visage, carefully discerning for some time, before suddenly exhibiting an expression of realization. Ah, so it was you who meddled and injured one of our sect disciples that day. Now, you dare to come here uninvited? Were you even? How dare you seek someone here? Chapter 82. Annihilation? Do you wish to become sisters with your son? As the saying goes, it is not the absence of good fortune that one fears, but rather the absence of good people. In moments of cold resolve, Ming Chang'an presents himself as a figure of delicate, aloof nobility. However, when it comes to taking action, he often acts without thought. This reliance on the formidable flame sect has instilled in him a sense of invulnerability, leading him to overlook the bond between Qin Ming and Tsai. Qin Ming's audacity in seeking someone out and speaking Tsai's name indicates a profound connection between them. Ming Ao Hai instantly perceives this relationship. Yet recalling Elder One's earlier admonition, he resolutely decides against acknowledging anyone who comes seeking another. With this in mind, he cast a fierce glare at Ming Chang'an and declared in a commanding tone, Rebellious son, silence yourself at once. Startled, Ming Chang'an immediately fell silent. Ming Ao Hai then turned to Qin Ming and Elder Yuanqing, his demeanor shifting to one of warmth. Pray tell, young sir, who is this Tsai you speak of? Why do you come to our flame sect in search of her? Qin Ming anticipated Ming Ao Hai's refusal to acknowledge the matter, lacking concrete evidence. He had merely speculated that Elder One might be harboring her here. Now, faced with Ming Ao Hai's sudden congeniality, he found it ill-advised to display anger. Elder Yuanqing, recognizing the obstinacy of Ming Ao Hai, stepped forward with courtesy, stating, Tsai is my lady. A few days ago, in Qingyan Town, she had a disagreement with your sect's young master, after which she mysteriously vanished. We have come here in hopes of discovering whether your esteemed young master or perhaps one of your disciples has mistakenly taken her. After all, the reputation of the Flame sect is renowned far and wide. Ming Ao Hai feigned enlightenment, though he remained unconvinced. With a broad smile, he gently retorted, My son Chang'an may indeed be somewhat reckless and overly indulgent in his affections for youthful and beautiful women. As the saying goes, A love for beauty is universal. However, I assure you, our flame sect has never engaged in the abduction of maidens. Perhaps you would be better off searching elsewhere? Before he could finish his words, Ming Ao Hai attempted to dismiss them, further aggravating Qin Ming. He stepped forward, a teasing glint in his eyes as he remarked, "Master Ming, how forgetful you are. You claim the flame sect has never abducted maidens. What then of a young girl from the Yi family, blessed with a spirit fire vein, a decade ago? I have heard that your sect slaughtered the entire Yi family for her." At this proclamation, the previously composed Ming Ao Hai's expression darkened instantly. A chilling glimmer ignited in his eyes as he spoke in a cold, menacing tone. "It seems that your purpose here is not merely to seek someone, but rather to provoke us. Are you attempting to avenge the Yi family?" Qin Ming met Ming Ao Hai's gaze with unwavering resolve, his tone laced with intrigue. "That depends on how Master Ming chooses to proceed. If you are willing to reason with us and release Sai, we shall depart immediately. However, should you remain obstinate, I assure you, we are not without our skills in combat." Qin Ming spoke with striking sincerity. Although he speculated that the annihilated Yi family estate likely belonged to his senior sister, Yi Ningxue, his cultivation was merely at the 5th level of the Lingxian realm. Before the esteemed Ming Zhongmen, his prowess was not particularly formidable, and he had no desire to invite unnecessary trouble. His foremost objective at present was to locate Kai Yi. As for the vendetta against Yi Ningxue's family, he vowed that when he attained sufficient strength, he would personally avenge his senior sister. Listening to Qin Ming's threatening words, Ming Ao Hai suddenly erupted in laughter. He unleashed a surge of overwhelming energy, revealing his full cultivation of the great perfection in the Lingxian realm. Judging by Ming Zhongmen's prowess, it could be asserted that the strength of the Lian sect was not only on par with the Yanlan sect, but likely not far behind. Daring to act recklessly in my Lian sect, you ought to inquire about the power that supports us. Ming Ao Hai's eyes were as cold as ice, brimming with pride. He regarded Qin Ming with an expression of arrogance and disdain. "Do not presume that your limited martial skills, absent of the backing of my formidable alliances, can save you. With my level of cultivation, dispatching you two would be but a fleeting moment. Which fool let you out of your cage?" He sneered. "If you two do not vacate my Lian sect within 3 breaths, do not blame me, Ming Ao Hai, for being unmerciful." Seeing his father so resolute, Ming Chang'an, previously chastised and disheartened, suddenly regained his composure. "While my father remains calm, I advise you to leave this place at once. Should you fail to comprehend reason, do not blame the Lian sect for resorting to violence." Upon hearing this, Qin Ming burst into laughter. "Kill and seize treasures? Excellent. The last one who dared to speak to me in such a manner has long departed this world. I'm most curious to witness how your Lian sect carries out such deeds." With that, he exchanged a glance with Elder Yuanqing and coldly remarked, "Since the Lian sect refuses to accept courtesy, let them taste the consequences. Elder, let us dispense with pleasantries for the sake of the lady's safety." Elder Yuanqing sighed softly. He understood that such actions would undoubtedly offend Elder Zhou, but in order to hasten the retrieval of Kai Yi, he had no alternative but to follow Qin Ming's lead. If necessary, he would resort to more forceful measures. With a flick of his sleeve, Elder Yuanqing suddenly emanated a pressure unique to a master at the 9th level of the Junxian realm. He cast a glance at Ming Ao Hai, merely narrowing his eyes. Yet instantaneously, he sealed Ming Ao Hai's aura. Ming Ao Hai froze momentarily, suddenly feeling a desolate and vast pressure enveloping him. It was a force akin to a mountain's roar or a tidal wave, rendering him breathless. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Ming moved with lightning speed while Ming Ao Hai trembled and was immobilized. In an instant, he seized Ming Chang'an by the throat, a black Xian ruler poised like a razor-sharp sword at his most vital point. "You have but one chance. Speak the truth, and you may yet live. Speak falsely, and you shall forever be sisters with the woman you desire." Qin Ming's voice was calm and chilling, yet it struck Ming Chang'an's ears like a bolt from the blue. If he were to lose his lifeline, what meaning would there be in Ming Chang'an's existence? Trembling all over, Ming Chang'an gazed into the cold eyes of Qin Ming, swallowing hard repeatedly. "Father, please speak. What am I to do?" Ming Aohai found himself utterly immobilized, a flicker of rage surfacing in his turbulent gaze. You must not be so tyrannical. Should you dare to lay a hand on my son, I shall report to Elder Zhou and ensure that you all meet a gruesome end. The response was erroneous. Qin Ming lazily cast a glance at Ming Aohai, and in the midst of the latter's astonishment and sorrow, he witnessed the swift descent of the black mystical ruler. "Say farewell to your brother." With a splatter, blood erupted from Ming Chang'an's lower body. He let out a pained wail before collapsing into unconsciousness. Qin Ming did not spare a glance at Ming Chang'an. Instead, he fixed his piercing gaze once more on Ming Aohai, his tone laced with menace and frost. "Ming sect leader, you have but one chance. Will you choose to speak the truth? Or will you choose to become sisters with your son?" Chapter 83. Annihilation of a sect? Not interested. Let the young master return. Upon uttering these words, Ming Aohai was rendered utterly speechless by Qin Ming. His heart surged with rage and frustration, and his hatred for Qin Ming flowed like an unending river. Yet, in this moment, preserving his own life took precedence. Qin Ming's actions were exceedingly decisive and ruthless. If Ming Aohai were to err again in his response, would he truly be reduced to a mere sister to his own son? Although Ming Chang'an had met his end, Ming Aohai still had his own life to safeguard. If he were to perish as well, who would carry on his lineage? This was a question with an obvious answer. Ming Aohai's voice trembled, his demeanor akin to that of a stray dog, as he despondently uttered, "Miss Tsai. She is in a chamber on the west side of the main hall, where a formation has been laid." After uttering these words, Ming Aohai felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. Faced with the two before him, he found himself unable to argue or fight back, leaving him with no choice but to speak the truth to preserve his life. What else could he do? Qin Ming's expression brightened, signaling Elder Yuanqing to keep a close watch on Ming Aohai before striding out of the hall towards the west chamber. Upon reaching the door, he was met with a chorus of curses emanating from within. The venomous words, devoid of any vulgarity, nonetheless made even Qin Ming, a master of sea language, feel a twinge of inadequacy. "Is that you, Miss Tsai?" Qin Ming inquired softly. The figure within paused momentarily, then suddenly burst into tears of joy. "You wretched Qin Ming, where have you been? Why have you only just arrived? If you had been any later, I would have been trapped to death." Tsai's words were highly exaggerated, and combined with her childlike tone, they left Qin Ming feeling both amused and exasperated. The confinement formation before him flickered with ethereal light, hinting at its formidable power. After a brief contemplation, Qin Ming refrained from further words and directly produced the enigmatic Xiantian breaking spirit stone, forcefully pressing it against the formation. Buzz, the confinement formation emitted a resonant hum, swiftly transforming into a stream of light, which was promptly absorbed by Qin Ming. As the door swung open, Tsai's soft and voluptuous figure suddenly enveloped Qin Ming in an embrace. The sensation of her softness against his chest rendered him momentarily rigid. A subtle blush crept up his ears, and he hastily pushed Tsai away, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. "Let us leave. It is unwise to linger here," he stated, and the two returned to the main hall. Witnessing Qin Ming effortlessly dismantle the formation and rescue the young matriarch left Ming Aohai engulfed in a tide of regret and frustration. As if a deluge were surging within his chest, he struggled to catch his breath, the effort weighing heavily upon him. "Master Ming, your audacity is truly remarkable," Qin Ming remarked with a teasing glint in his eyes, a sly smile gracing his lips. Ming Aohai understood the implications of this statement, and, given the circumstances, could only divulge the entire truth. "Please, do not be angry, young master. I was left with no choice. The orchestrator behind all this is Elder Wanmu Bai. I humbly beseech you, esteemed sir, to spare my sect, and please refrain from implicating my flame sect." Upon witnessing the timely awareness of Ming Aohai, Qin Ming let out a cold snort, his eyes glimmering with frost. "Do you truly believe I harbor ambitions to obliterate your flame sect? At present, I find myself lacking such interest. However, I am deeply intrigued by your past massacre of the Yi family. Elder Ming, I sincerely hope you find ample rest and recuperate your health, awaiting my return. With that, Qin Ming, accompanied by Kai Yi and Elder Yuanqing, turned and departed the grand hall, transforming into 3 streaks of light, swiftly vanishing from sight. Trembling, Ming Ao Hai gradually rose from the ground, casting a lingering glance at Ming Chong and before gazing toward the distant horizon. The panic that had once occupied his eyes was swiftly supplanted by a glimmer of sharpness and malice. Do you suppose I shall remain idle? Just wait. This humiliation shall be repaid in full measure on a future day. A day later, as Qin Ming and his companions returned to Xianqing's sect, the night had already deepened. Kai Yi and Elder Yuanqing dispersed, and Qin Ming, weary from the journey, made his way back to the Spirit Medicine Pavilion's grand hall. Just as he was about to recline for rest, he suddenly sensed a pair of furious eyes glaring at him with an intensity akin to death. Startled, Qin Ming turned to behold the figure, quickly bowing in reverence. Disciple Qin Ming pays respects to the esteemed master. The pavilion master, Ling Tian, regarded him with an expression of ire, his voice stern and commanding. Have you been diligent in your medicinal baths these days? Daring not to deceive, Qin Ming recounted his venture outside the sect in search of herbs, yet he refrained from mentioning the whereabouts and condition of Elder Wan. It appeared that Ling Tian's concern extended solely to Qin Ming's medicinal baths, as he inquired not about the purpose of his herbal quest. From tomorrow onwards, the frequency of your medicinal bath shall be amended to 3 times daily, morning, noon, and evening. Do not be negligent. Furthermore, from this moment, you are not to step outside the sect without my express permission. Do you understand? A regal authority flickered within Ling Tian's gaze, leaving Qin Ming breathless. Disciple understands. Without Master S' consent, I shall not venture beyond the sect. Observing Qin Ming's earnest demeanor, Ling Tian's expression softened slightly. Your current physique bears a feeble foundation, rendering you unable to master the unparalleled techniques of our Xianqing sect. You must diligently partake in your medicinal baths. After 20 days, I shall personally impart my teachings to you. Having uttered this, Ling Tian, perhaps sensing Qin Ming's potential misinterpretation, gradually softened his tone to offer reassurance. You are now the eldest disciple of my Spirit Medicine Pavilion. Pay no heed to the idle chatter of other disciples. You are entrusted with the guardianship of the medicinal garden. Seize this opportunity well, lest you miss your chance. Dedicate yourself to daily cultivation. Do you comprehend? Though the remainder of his words left Qin Ming somewhat perplexed, the pavilion master's earlier declarations resonated with clarity. Did Master imply that I should leverage the resources of the medicinal garden to expedite my training? Was the true significance of my custodianship of the garden an allowance for me to pilfer herbs? Qin Ming found it hard to believe, his emotions mirroring that of a stable boy upon his first encounter with the peach garden. It was utterly wondrous. Qin Ming's heart soared with joy, yet his expression remained humble and respectful. The disciple understood the earnest intentions of his master. Rest assured, Master, I shall not disappoint your expectations. Ling Yin, upon hearing these words, let out a soft hum, dissipating his anger, and with a turn, his figure vanished. Qin Ming felt as though he had received a divine mandate. Pondering to himself, no longer would he need to act furtively or in secrecy. It seemed that Elder Yuanqing's primordial divine body pill, along with Miss Tsai's supreme divine essence pill, could be prioritized now. Yet, amidst the joy, a thread of perplexity began to rise within Qin Ming. Logically, he had personally slain the Grand Elder Lu Huanzhan. This matter should be known to the sect master. Why then, was he not only unpunished but also accepted as a closed-door disciple? Furthermore, before ending his own life, the Grand Elder of Yunlan's sect had revealed that Li Tianming was the sect master's biological son. Even if the sect master had never met Li Tianming, he was still his own flesh and blood. As Qin Ming stood as the enemy who had slain the sect master's son, could he truly set aside his hatred and repay malice with virtue? For a moment, he found himself at a loss. However, In this moment of tranquility, with his master's concern, the elder's protection, and even the sect master's daughter sharing heartfelt conversations, he began to lose himself in the beauty of these unprecedented experiences. Whatever, following his master's instructions could hardly be a mistake, could it? For now, he would delve into the study of that fourth-grade primordial divine body pill and how to refine it. With this thought in mind, a smile graced Qin Ming's lips as he sweetly drifted into slumber. Yet, outside the grand hall, in a desolate pavilion far off, a pair of sinister, ruthless eyes glared with a darkened countenance toward the direction of the hall. You despicable wretch, you truly are fortunate. Even so, can't Elder One put an end to you? Chapter 84. A new turmoil? Stepping into the fray, halfway to victory against fate, Xiao Wuyan appeared to be ensnared by his own demons, his resolve teetering on the brink of collapse. It seemed that unless he eliminated Qin Ming or trampled him from a position of power, he could not devote himself to his cultivation. According to the intelligence he had gathered, during this expedition to seek medicinal herbs, only he and Miss Tsai had returned, while Wan Mubai, the esteemed elder of the Earth Profound Hall, had yet to make an appearance. Typically, when an elder ventured out for affairs or sought breakthroughs in their cultivation, a prolonged absence of several years would not be unusual. However, one elder's continued absence sparked a flicker of unease within him. Could it be that one elder had also met with misfortune? The moment this thought surfaced, Xiao Wuyan shook his head vehemently, as if to expunge the notion from his mind. Surely not. One elder was at the 6th level of the Junxian realm. He cannot be so easily dispatched. Of course, this was during his time at Yunlan's sect, when he had been plunged into a deep stupor and had not witnessed Qin Ming's breathtaking strike. Otherwise, he would never have dismissed that troubling thought. Now, as the senior disciple of the Spirit Medicine Pavilion, Qin Ming remained unscathed. It was likely that Xiao Wuyan would no longer have the opportunity to leverage treasures and secrets to incite another elder against Qin Ming. As for Elder Zhou of the Yellow Profound Hall, he was perpetually squinting and chuckling, adopting a stance of indifference, entirely detached from the affairs at hand. His depth of cunning, masked by a smile, allowed him to navigate through the throngs of flowers without a single petal clinging to him. It seemed that to utterly crush Qin Ming, he would need to immerse himself in the game, thus gaining an upper hand against fate. In an instant, a brilliant idea struck Xiao Wuyan. He let out a cold snort, retracting his venomous gaze from the front of the grand hall. A wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he swiftly turned and departed. The following day, Qin Ming arose early, preparing for his thrice-daily medicinal baths. Ever since his master, Lingyin Tian, had shown him particular care the previous day, Qin Ming's attitude towards the baths had become increasingly positive. He had now possessed the formidable body of the Demon King and had already unlocked the second layer, standing merely a step away from the third. Moreover, his master had tacitly permitted him to enter the medicinal garden without reservation, which emboldened him to appropriately elevate his concealed cultivation level, sparing him from the disdain of the disciples of the Spirit Medicine Pavilion. After making his plans, Qin Ming commenced his medicinal bath, attended to the medicinal garden, and collected materials for alchemy in one seamless motion. He took the opportunity to gather all the required herbs for the ultra 4th grade Hunyuan Divine Body Pill that Elder Yuanqing needed. Remarkably, he managed to collect enough celestial herbs in one go to concoct 3 Hunyuan Divine Body Pills. Although Qin Ming had yet to reach the day of approaching mortality, he had learned from Elder Yuanqing that cultivators in this world would eventually perish if their cultivation stagnated, compelling him to prepare in advance. Having arranged all matters, he was about to sit in the rocking chair at the entrance of the medicinal garden for a brief respite when the ethereal figure of Tsai, accompanied by a gentle purple aura, reappeared before him. Master brother, you truly embody leisure. The sun has already risen high in the sky, yet you still find the time to indulge in slumber? Kai Yi, with her arms crossed, let out a light huff and spoke with a touch of petulance. When do you plan to concoct my extreme Tao Divine Origin Pill? Qin Ming, shaking his head in resignation, kept his eyes closed and replied lazily, My dear young lady, are you not being a tad too impatient? We just returned to the sect last night, and you already wish for me to refine pills today. What do you expect me to use? Kai, pouting her small lips in a mock display of anger, retorted, "I don't care. I see that you are simply not taking it to heart. You don't care about my well-being at all." Qin Ming gently opened his eyes, sighed softly, and said, "How can you assume that I am indifferent? I have already conducted thorough research. The refinement of the extreme Tao divine origin pill requires 3 rare heavenly materials, along with over 60 auxiliary herbs. The auxiliary herbs can all be found in the Spirit Herb Pavilion S Garden, but those 3 heavenly materials are rather troublesome." Kai's heart leapt with joy upon hearing Qin Ming's knowledgeable explanation, and she hurriedly approached him. Qin Ming immediately felt a fragrant breeze wafting towards him, causing his body to tremble slightly. "Indeed, you have done your homework. Quickly tell me, were those 3 principal materials? Perhaps I have a way to procure them." Kai exclaimed, her warmth and breath enveloping Qin Ming's face, rendering his ears flushed. Perhaps it was the potent effects of the medicinal bath. Or perhaps it was Qin Ming's youthful vigor. But even before anything significant occurred, he felt a wave of heat wash over him, a sensation akin to that of awakening in the morning. He quickly sat up straight, covering his nose with his hand, and awkwardly coughed the dragon-patterned turtle shell, the Bodhi weeping bloodflower, and the divine essence void grass. These are all exceedingly rare heavenly materials. Do you truly have a way to obtain them? Kai beamed with delight, as the long-awaited prospect finally seemed attainable. Without thinking, she grasped Qin Ming's hands and danced about joyously. Now that we know the names of the materials, it's all in the hands of fate. Anything is better than having no outcome, right? Qin Ming nodded in agreement, but suddenly recalled something Kai had mentioned earlier and felt a sense of unease. "Wait a moment. What did you just call me? What is the matter? You just referred to me as Master Brother? From where did that title originate? I heard other disciples calling you that, so I simply followed suit." Qin Ming's brow furrowed as he sensed something amiss. "Other disciples? Are you saying that disciples from the Spirit Herb Pavilion refer to me as Master Brother? Could there be other disciples from the Spirit Pavilion who also call me that?" Qin Ming was utterly astonished. Just a few days prior, he had finally grasped how many Spirit Pavilions existed within the Xinqing sect. How could there be disciples he had never met suddenly addressing him as Master Brother? Moreover, even Kai was aware of it. It was simply too bizarre. Kai's clear eyes sparkled with innocent curiosity as she replied, "As for the specifics, I'm not entirely clear. Regardless, I heard the disciples from the Spirit Sword Pavilion this morning talking about how the Spirit Herb Pavilion has produced an unparalleled Master Brother. The fact that Xiao Wuyan, one of the 10 great mystical disciples, was defeated by him left many disciples eager to challenge you at the Spirit Herb Pavilion." Upon hearing this, Qin Ming's expression was a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. Xiao Wuyan lost. Why would they seek to confront me? Are the disciples of the Suqing sect truly so unreasonable? What do you know? Kai, with her hands clasped behind her back, wore an air of pride. Xiao Wuyan has long carried the esteemed title of one of the 10 great mystical disciples. Now that others have learned he was bested by you, they will undoubtedly come to witness it for themselves. Furthermore, the most significant aspect is that they have heard your cultivation level is merely at the 3rd layer of the true profound realm, which makes it impossible for those ambitious disciples yearning for fame to contain their restlessness. Having defeated Xiao Wuyan, you are thus qualified to ascend to the ranks of the 10 great mystical disciples. But what if those obscure disciples were to defeat you as well? Kai, observing the blank expression on Qin Ming's face, smiled enigmatically and teased, "In our Suqing sect, the number of disciples at the 3rd layer of the true profound realm is even greater than the number of turtles in the Qinglian pool." Chapter 85. Monsters and Spirits? What are you all, mere cattle of horses? Qin Ming's expression momentarily faltered, and he suddenly grasped the truth. Kai's words held great wisdom. In the realm of cultivation, is it not the strong who are revered? Now, presented with an extraordinary opportunity to achieve fame through battle, to become a paragon of the sect, and to be nurtured by the sect's full support, one must ask, which ambitious disciple would not be tempted? Qin Ming found himself puzzled. Had he concealed his strength, only to do so incorrectly? He was eager to discover how many disciples had come forth to challenge him. If he were to accept each one, he would not only be utterly exhausted, but also thoroughly vexed. The more he pondered, the more his head throbbed, the furrows on his brow deepening, rendering him an image of distress. What's the matter? Are you afraid? Feeling guilty? Or perhaps reluctant to accept the challenge? Kai posed her soul-stirring queries, observing Qin Ming's intricate expression with a gentle smile, continuing her jest. With a resigned scratch of his head, Qin Ming replied, "It's not that. I was merely contemplating who would be so benevolent as to undermine their own reputation in an effort to push me into the limelight. Such kindness deserves reciprocity, does it not?" Though his words were light-hearted, his gaze remained frosty, while deep within, a desire to eliminate the source of his predicament brewed. Qin Ming was not inherently fearful. Rather, he recognized the futility of this endeavor. If he were to triumph, it would be expected, given his previous victory over the formidable disciple Xiao Wuyan. However, what if he were to falter? Not only would his reputation be tarnished, but he would also invite scorn from those disciples who already held reservations about him. Furthermore, he was required to undergo 3 medicinal baths daily, leaving him utterly drained. Should he perhaps hang a sign declaring his withdrawal from combat? Just as this notion crossed his mind, the voice of the system echoed once more in his consciousness. System, complete the challenge task against the sect disciples. Requirement, do not lose. Vanquish all monsters and spirits. Reward, Xiantian Jade Divine Vessel. Grade, Spirit Class. Features, powered by Spirit Stones, its speed rivals that of a perfected King Xian realm. Upon reading the task and its corresponding reward, Qin Ming was momentarily taken aback, only to be engulfed by elation. He had assumed that in this world, one could only rely on oneself or travel via sword, never anticipating the existence of divine vessels. He was well aware of the capabilities of such magical artifacts. Provided there were enough spirit stones, this vessel could traverse the heavens and the earth, moving with astonishing speed. Without depleting his own mystical energy, it could rival a shooting star. Without a moment's hesitation, and foregoing any banter with the system, he pressed the acceptance button without reservation. This time, he was determined to thoroughly assess what sort of disciples inhabited the other spiritual pavilions of the Xianqing sect. Having made his decision, Qin Ming promptly bid farewell to Kai Yi, then hastened back to the main hall of the Spirit Medicine Pavilion to commence his medicinal bath and change attire. He deliberately donned a brand new, flowing black robe adorned with silver 7-leaf celestial herbs, a unique insignia of his status as the senior brother of the Spirit Medicine Pavilion. Having completed his preparations, Qin Ming sat serenely outside the main hall, his gaze calm as water, patiently awaiting the arrival of challengers. Before long, a boisterous group of young disciples, their eyes gleaming with fervor, rushed forth from the distance. Most of these disciples possess cultivation levels ranging from the 4th to the 6th layer of the true profound realm. Observing the formidable procession before him, along with challengers who were uniformly beneath his own cultivation level, Qin Ming could not help but smile inwardly. It appeared they had indeed done their homework, for not a single disciple at the 3rd layer of the true profound realm was present. Were they paying homage to his prowess, or were they simply underestimating him? Each disciple wore a haughty expression, strutting with an air of defiance. Who was the eldest senior brother? Who dares to challenge Qin Ming? Zhang Yuankuan of the Spirit Sword Pavilion has come forth to challenge you. If you are too afraid to respond, you may kneel and beg for mercy, and I shall not consider it an act of bullying. The first man to step forward was robust and rugged, his demeanor fierce. Qin Ming chuckled softly, his gaze as tranquil as a still pond. I am Qin Ming, the eldest senior brother of the Spirit Medicine Pavilion. Pray tell, do you think your meager cultivation is sufficient to challenge me? Is it true that no one of merit remains in the Spirit Sword Pavilion? Zhang Yuankuan scoffed. My cultivation at the 4th layer of the true profound realm is more than adequate to deal with you, a mere 3rd layer waste of the Spirit Medicine Pavilion. Without waiting for Qin Ming to respond, he leapt into the air, brandishing his sword high above, aiming a fierce slash at Qin Ming's face. Unfazed, Qin Ming appeared to rise leisurely, yet in the blink of an eye, his figure vanished from sight. his cold gaze fixed upon Zhang Yunquan as he expertly evaded the oncoming blade with a graceful maneuver akin to a willow bending in the wind. Delivering a powerful kick to Zhang Yunquan's chin from below. The force of this strike was nothing short of terrifying. He unleashed the second layer of the Demon King's overbearing body with remarkable delicacy. Zhang Yunquan, still suspended in the air as if mid-strike, spewed forth a mouthful of blood. His body was sent hurtling several dozen meters away, crashing to the ground like a lifeless dog, unconscious. Next, Qin Ming landed with remarkable poise, hands clasped behind his back, his languid gaze sweeping the crowd. This overwhelming aura, filled with dominance and pressure, caused the previously audacious disciples to momentarily freeze in astonishment. They could scarcely believe that Zhang Yunquan had fallen without even unleashing a single move. Instantly, the expressions of all present grew cautious. I shall test the mettle of your eldest senior brother of the Spirit Medicine Pavilion. With that, another disciple from the Spirit Extreme Pavilion stepped forward, his cultivation having reached the 6th layer of the true profound realm. Clutching a hefty black blade, his demeanor was grave and stern as he spoke solemnly. I, Chun Baolong, have diligently trained in the Spirit Extreme Pavilion for 15 years, toiling day and night without respite. This sun and moon black abyss blade has rarely encountered an equal. I have dispatched countless opponents. Today, allow me to experience your prowess, and let it be known that there are always greater beings beyond. The disciple, poised with a cold demeanor, had yet to complete his stance when he suddenly caught sight of a shadow that resembled a specter. A wicked smile curled upon his lips as he launched an attack directly toward his face. With a resounding slap, Qin Ming swung his arm in a grand arc, delivering a straightforward yet forceful blow to the disciple's visage. This is what you get for putting on airs. Before the disciple could regain his senses, he was sent flying as if propelled by a whirlwind. The entire sequence was executed with an effortless grace, devoid of any unnecessary delay. And even the customary opening remarks of a duel were entirely omitted, concluding the battle in an instant. Gulp. Those challengers who had come forth were left instinctively swallowing hard, their minds momentarily paralyzed by shock. What on earth was that technique? Could it be that this senior brother was a physical cultivator? That seemed implausible, as he was evidently situated within the medicine pavilion. He should be an alchemist. Was he truly that ruthless? This was no competition at all. He had not even afforded them the opportunity to retaliate. With 2 disciples severely injured, the once confident challengers were doused with a chilling wave of despair. Did anyone still wish to compete? Qin Ming surveyed the crowd once more, and in the full gaze of onlookers, he suddenly surged his cultivation to the 9th level of the true mysterious realm. You lot of cannon fodder. Surely, you do not believe that my victory over Xiao Wuyin was merely a stroke of luck? Chapter 86. The Overlord's Profound Vein. Are you truly confident in your strength? The instant Qin Ming elevated his cultivation, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. All eyes were fixated on Qin Ming's gaze, brimming with trepidation and astonishment. Even Xiao Wuyin, who was observing quietly from a distance, felt a shift in his expression at that moment. He had initially believed that Qin Ming had merely relied on some unique technique to fortuitously defeat him at the Yunlan sect. Little did he expect that Qin Ming's current display of power was not only solid, but also imbued with an air of dominance and ferocity. Concealed above the alchemy pavilion, the figure in colorful attire observed Qin Ming's transformation. Her previously amused expression grew increasingly serious and admiring. I told you. With your trifling cultivation at the 3rd level of the true profound realm, how could the inflexible pavilion master possibly accept you as a disciple? I am genuinely curious to see how your alchemical skills measure up against those of a high-ranking alchemist. Qin Ming's eyes were as tranquil as water. His cold, measured words, combined with the strength he now exhibited, rendered the disciples who had come to challenge him utterly speechless. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward, just as the challengers exchanged bewildered glances. A figure clad in a dark green robe emerged from the back of the crowd, a cold-faced man. This man possessed a remarkably balanced aura, with a strong and robust physique. His sword-like brows framed eyes devoid of any emotion. So he had concealed his true strength. No wonder those challengers were left reeling. However, the power you now manifest indeed qualifies you for a position among the top 5 of the divine profound 10. His tone remained remarkably calm, showing no sign of surprise or bewilderment in the face of Qin Ming's sudden surge in strength. "Who are you?" Qin Ming inquired, sensing the man's commanding presence, which starkly contrasted with that of the earlier challengers, his expression growing increasingly grave. "I am Yang Wanyan, a disciple of the Spirit Power Pavilion." These few simple words elicited gasps of astonishment from all present. Even Xiao Wuyan, who had just been cursing and resenting Qin Ming, was momentarily taken aback. To think, even he had been stirred. "Qin Ming, do you truly believe yourself invincible? This time, you shall experience the taste of disgrace." The chosen one among the younger generation of the Xianqing sect, achieving the pinnacle of true profound realm, ranked second among the divine profound 10. "I refuse to believe that you can easily overcome such a formidable foe." Xiao Wuyan had meticulously prepared his strategy. As soon as Qin Ming faltered, he would publicly expose Qin Ming's actions at the Yunlan sect and how this harbinger of misfortune had led to the downfall of his own sect leader. It could be said that if someone were to defeat Qin Ming now, rendering him a pariah, a relentless tide of public opinion would surge forth. In an instant, the esteemed elder brother of the Spirit Power Pavilion would be submerged in a sea of disgrace, never to rise again. By then, should the pavilion master suddenly realize the need to sever ties with Qin Ming for the sake of the pavilion's honor and cast him out, it would only be a matter of time before Qin Ming met his demise. By that time, Qin Ming found himself devoid of any sect to rely upon. Even though his cultivation surpassed Xiao Wuyan by a minor realm, Xiao Wuyan possessed unwavering confidence, believing he could eliminate Qin Ming through 100 different means. This was the very essence of the intricate traps that Xiao Wuyan had set, willing to sacrifice his own prestige and reputation to ensnare his opponent. At this moment, outside the grand hall of the Spirit Medicine Pavilion, the arrival of Yang Wanyan drew an increasing number of disciples eager to witness the spectacle. Consequently, some disciples of the Spirit Medicine Pavilion, with expressions reflecting schadenfreude, began to revel in the unfolding drama. Notably, many of these disciples had not received any favors from the esteemed senior brother Qin Ming, harboring grievances and resentment, particularly regarding his inexplicable appointment as a close disciple. Thus, a number of them eagerly awaited Qin Ming's potential embarrassment. It appeared that Brother Yang exuded an air of confidence. Qin Ming remained composed, standing with his hands clasped behind him, observing the man before him with an expression of remarkable serenity, letting out a gentle sigh. Yang Wanyan offered a faint smile, his eyes betraying a hint of disdain and mockery. Earlier, while spectating, I noted that senior brother Qin refrained from employing any magical artifacts, relying solely on the strength of his own body to effortlessly send those two disciples flying with a single strike. It seems your absolute confidence lies in the formidable power of your corporeal form. Qin Ming chose not to respond, lightly brushing his fingertip against his nose. What did Yang mean by this? Yang Wanyan's gaze sparkled with intrigue as he continued, among the disciples of the Xianqing sect who cultivate their bodies. If you can match your prowess, to have cultivated your physique to such a dominating extent through the path of alchemy is indeed rare in this world. Since fate has brought us together today, shall we engage in a contest of body and ethereal power? The loser shall willingly offer up 10,000 spirit stones. What say you? Logically, given Yang Wanyan's status and cultivation level, he had no need to concern himself with how Qin Ming sought recognition. Although Qin Ming had recently risen to fame and boasted a victory over Xiao Wuyan, in the eyes of a genius ranked second among the 10 prodigies of the divine mystique, such achievements were but fleeting shadows. Defeating Xiao Wuyan, a disciple ranked beyond the 5th among the 10 prodigies, was hardly unexpected. What truly ignited Yang Wanyan's curiosity was the overwhelming strength exhibited by Qin Ming's formidable physique. How could Yang, who adhered to the righteous paths of body and ethereal power, suppress his own sense of isolation and pride? Additionally, The misdeeds accumulated by the disciples of the Spirit Medicine Pavilion over the years had led to a situation where their casual consumption of pills could deplete the resources and spirit stones of their peers. Now, Yang Wanyin saw an opportunity to temper the arrogance of the Spirit Medicine Pavilion disciples, setting an example for others to heed. Since Brother Yang holds such interest, I am willing to oblige. However, I would like to add a further condition to our competition. A glimmer of cunning flickered in Qin Ming's eyes. If Yang Wanyin sought to exploit him, perhaps Qin Ming could turn the tables, engaging in a bit of righteous opportunism himself. What condition? Yang Wanyin's lips curled into a slight smirk, his eyes gleaming with a peculiar light, instantly intrigued. If someone concedes or is defeated within 3 exchanges, then the stakes shall be doubled. What do you think? With a light and airy tone, Qin Ming uttered these words, leaving the gathered disciples in a state of turmoil. Did you hear that? The wager has doubled. That amounts to 20,000 spirit stones. This Qin Ming truly seems oblivious to the peril he invites. How dare he propose such an outrageous condition? Does he genuinely harbor the confidence to defeat Senior Brother Yang? I perceive this as mere posturing, a feeble attempt to assert dominance. Even if he possesses the cultivation of the 9th layer of the true profound realm. As the eldest senior brother of the Spirit Herb Pavilion, his expertise lies predominantly in alchemy. How could he possibly withstand the might of Senior Brother Yang's overlord Profound Vein? Indeed, I have heard that in the past, the celestial sect made a special effort to recruit him. Had it not been for the sect leader's favor towards Senior Brother Yang, he would have long since been an esteemed figure among us. The surrounding crowd buzzed with speculation. The term Overlord Profound Vein echoing amidst the clamor, landing squarely in Qin Ming's ears. He chuckled softly to himself, musings drifting through his mind. So, is the Overlord Profound Vein? No wonder he is so confident. Yet, I wonder which is truly superior. Your Overlord Profound Vein, or my Demon King's dominance. Chapter 87. The Awakening of the Triad. A power comparable to Jun Xin's fist. Outside the arena, the cacophony of voices was utterly disregarded. In the expansive plaza of the Spirit Medicine Pavilion, only Qin Ming and Yang Wanyin remained, exchanging indifferent glances. In truth, given Qin Ming's authentic prowess at the 5th level of the Spirit Profound Realm, he harbored no fear, not even for the foremost contender among the 10 sons of the Divine Profound. His current intention was merely to gauge the extent of his formidable Demon King body when employing the path of physical cultivation. Previously, when Qin Ming annihilated Lu Huanzhen at Yunlan's sect, he had unleashed the 2nd tier of the Demon King body with all his might. The overwhelming power he exhibited could indeed rival a strike from a 9th level Spirit Profound practitioner. However, with his then true strength at the 1st level of the Spirit Profound, he could only sustain it once. Furthermore, the aftermath left him exceedingly weakened, which explained why Elder Lu was able to easily confine him. Now, having firmly established his cultivation at the 5th level of the Spirit Profound realm, he pondered how many times he could forcibly awaken the 2nd tier of the Demon King body with his current strength. Qin Ming's gaze was as cold as frost, in stark contrast to Yang Wanyin's eyes, which glimmered with a hint of amusement and intrigue. Master Brother, as the foremost disciple of the Spirit Medicine Pavilion, have you ever heard of the Imperial Sovereign Profound Vein? With a composed shake of his head, Qin Ming replied, "Forgive my ignorance. I have only heard of the Ice Heart Profound Vein and the Spirit Fire Profound Vein. As for the Imperial Sovereign Profound Vein, I have neither heard of it nor encountered it." Yang Wanyin's eyes sharpened, a slight smile gracing his lips. "You are truly fortunate. Now, allow me to demonstrate the genuine power of the Imperial Sovereign Profound Vein." With that, Yang Wanyin unleashed a thunderous roar, and a flash of golden hue suddenly manifested in his eyes. The moment those golden pupils appeared, his form surged like a withered tree reborn in spring, doubling in size. His flowing dark robe ripped apart under the strain of his robust muscles, and he exuded an aura of dominance and ferocity, resembling an enraged ancient giant from afar. This transformation incited jubilant cheers from the disciples who had eagerly anticipated Yang Wanyin's victory. They gazed upon his unmatched form, their eyes brimming with fervor and exhilaration. Is this the power of the imperial sovereign profound vein? Brother Yang is simply extraordinary. It's truly incredible. No wonder he ranks second among the 10 sons of the divine profound. The strength he displays could likely contend with even a first-level spirit profound practitioner. As Qin Ming beheld the gigantic figure before him, absorbing the surrounding raucous praises, he merely nodded in acknowledgement. Had he not possessed the Demon King body, witnessing such a spectacle for the first time would have undoubtedly left him profoundly astonished. However, accustomed as he was to various extraordinary treasures, he regarded this transformation with not a shred of surprise. His demeanor remained calm, and his gaze unwavering, which, in Yang Wanyan's eyes, seemed nothing short of an affront. Humph! How pretentious! Watch as I reduce you to mere pulp within 3 strikes. Yang Wanyan let out a cold snort, his voice echoing with an air of authority, reminiscent of the very voice of the heavens. For ordinary disciples, merely hearing his words, imbued with a formidable pressure, would be sufficient to shatter their spirits. Qin Ming stood tall, one hand behind his back, his demeanor resolute and unyielding, as he faced the colossal fist descending upon him like a mighty hammer. Accompanied by the sound of rushing wind, his flowing garments danced wildly, yet he remained steadfast, immovable. Within Qin Ming's heart resided a singular thought. He was eager to ascertain the limits of his body while forcibly activating the second stage of the Demon King's overbearing body, all without launching an attack of his own. With a resounding thud, the hammer-like fist struck down upon his skull. Qin Ming's eyes gleamed with determination, yet he did not flinch or evade. The overwhelming blow, akin to the weight of Mount Tai, drove half of his body into the unyielding ground of dark ironstone beneath him. He resembled a nail embedded deep within the earth, yet his countenance bore no trace of bitterness. There's something noteworthy. Yang Wanyan's expression momentarily faltered, and before Qin Ming could react, he clenched his fists once more, as if preparing to deliver a devastating strike. Leaping into the air, he converted all his might into a thunderous punch, crashing down again upon Qin Ming's crown. With a thunderous impact, Qin Ming's entire form was instantly engulfed by the earth. The tremendous force radiated outward, creating a vast, semicircular crater centered around him. This time, Qin Ming gritted his teeth, his face slightly flushed. He could sense the Demon King's overbearing body instinctively resisting the second assault, a reflexive reaction that, although instinctual, consumed nearly a third of his inner strength. Should another blow come, even if Qin Ming managed to withstand Yang Wanyan's overwhelming power, his remaining energy would be perilously low. Moreover, he could distinctly feel that the terrifying might of the overbearing royal veins had seemingly surpassed that of the second layer of the spirit vein realm during the second strike. Standing resolutely in the crater, Qin Ming remained unyielding, his decision to endure the blows without countering eliciting a frown from Yang Wanyan. Furthermore, with a considerable drain on his inner strength, he could not maintain this state for much longer. Yang Wanyan gazed coldly at the seemingly frail Qin Ming, yet deep within, he was astonished that after 2 assaults, Qin Ming had suffered no harm whatsoever. Could it be that this young man's physical prowess surpassed his own? This was unfathomable. His overbearing royal veins were unparalleled in the world. It was impossible that such a minor figure could withstand him. Yang Wanyan roared in a hoarse voice, as if cornered. This scenario, witnessed by all the surrounding disciples, was akin to a bolt from the blue. The stark contrast of this visual spectacle, coupled with the immense damage Qin Ming appeared to withstand, left all present in a state of bewilderment. How could this be? How could Qin Ming endure such punishment? What level of cultivation does he possess? Why did it feel as though he had sustained no injury at all? Could it be that Brother Yang had not exerted his full strength? Just as the crowd indulged in their wild speculations, a resonant roar, reminiscent of a dragon's cry, echoed within Qin Ming's soul. In the next instant, a pair of enigmatic crimson eyes seemingly locked onto his from the void. At that critical moment, Qin Ming suddenly sensed that he had grasped the opportunity to unlock the 3rd tier of the Demon King's dominance. This formidable power was comparable to that of the Junxian realm. In that fleeting instant, His body felt as though it had awakened. He sensed the roars of myriad demons and perceived the worship of countless beings. Buzz, a thunderous hum, akin to a celestial lament, erupted from within Qin Ming's soul. The faint golden aura enveloping him instantly solidified. With his eyes tightly shut, a wicked smile crept upon his lips. Once more, he felt above him the presence of a colossal hammer, as if shattering the void, infused with a hint of celestial power, rushing towards him once again. This time, Qin Ming did not brace himself to endure the impact. Under the breathless gaze of the onlookers, he moved with the swiftness of lightning, soaring into the air and delivering a gentle yet forceful punch against the massive fist. Bang! The clash of the two fists, one large and one small, reverberated through the void. In that moment, the heavens and earth seemed to change hue. The terrifying force generated by their collision engaged in a ferocious standoff in mid-air. Several bolts of lightning, resembling silver serpents, twisted and fled wildly between the two fists. Approximately 3 breaths later, a resounding explosion akin to the shattering of the heavens echoed, and a blinding white light erupted in the sky. Bang! A massive figure, eyes glazed over, spewed forth a torrent of fresh blood, plummeting rapidly toward the ground, illuminated by the brilliant light. Finally, with a thunderous crash, it struck the earth. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings. In the distance, Xiao Wuyan, observing from a pavilion, felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. His gaze trembled as he falteringly uttered a phrase from his throat, "Brother Yang." He actually lost? Chapter 88. The Complexities of Human Relationships. The privilege of the primordial divine body pill. An eerie silence enveloped the scene. Every disciple present seemed acutely aware of their own heartbeats, which echoed within them like a thunderous drum. Among the youngest disciples in the illustrious history of Xinqing sect, the most formidable body cultivator, Yang Wanyin, who possessed the imperial Xian vein and ranked second among the 10 sons of Xinxian, had astonishingly been defeated by the master brother of the Spirit Her Pavilion. The reality of this moment was beyond the comprehension of all who witnessed it. Yet, it had indeed transpired. Qin Ming, clad in an ethereal black robe, remained impeccably pristine, his demeanor as tranquil as still waters, as though the monumental clash had scarcely drained his celestial energy, rendering it merely a fleeting moment akin to sipping a cup of tea. However, only Qin Ming was aware that the punch he had unleashed, which activated the 3rd level of the Demon King's overlord body, had nearly depleted his entire reservoir of celestial energy. His facade of calm was a ruse to conceal his trepidation of a reckless disciple daring to confront him. Should such a scenario arise, with his current state of hollow energy, he would surely falter at the first strike. Did anyone still wish to challenge him? With an air of nonchalance, Qin Ming surveyed the crowd, and those who met his gaze instinctively averted their eyes or lowered their heads in submission, their hearts laden with guilt as they consciously shunned his brilliance. Even Xiao Wuyan, who from a distance had been consumed by rage and jealousy, now bore an expression devoid of arrogance and disdain, replaced instead by a glimmer of reluctance and profound resentment. The terrifying strength Qin Ming had just exhibited compelled him to acknowledge the insurmountable chasm that now separated them. Yet, a fierce unwillingness burned within him. Though you emerge victorious, it does not guarantee your continued peace. A bone-chilling glint flickered in Xiao Wuyan's cold stare as he let out a disdainful snort, his sinister visage fading into the shadows of the pavilion. At this moment, the atmosphere remained deafeningly silent. After a while, as the dust began to settle, a disheveled figure emerged from the dissipating haze. Yang Wanyin, his towering form restored, bore the marks of battle. His arms were scarred, his garments tattered, and he appeared exceedingly weakened. However, his eyes betrayed no trace of hatred or regret. Instead, they shone with clarity and ferocity. But as he approached Qin Ming, the neutrality in his gaze ignited with fervor once more. Taking a deep breath, Yang Wanyin concealed the bitterness and defiance in his eyes and spoke in a serene tone. "Qin Ming, I concede. You are worthy of the title of Master Brother of the Spirit Her Pavilion. With that, he produced a black storage pouch, stating, "I accept my defeat. This is my entire fortune, no more, no less. Exactly 20,000 spirit stones. I hope that when we meet again, I may have the opportunity to spar with you once more." Qin Ming accepted the pouch with a slight nod, poised to utter a response. But Yang Wanyan's somewhat desolate and solitary figure had already vanished into the crowd. Meanwhile, the onlookers, who had lingered to witness the spectacle, observed Yang Wanyan's silent departure and began to disperse with solemn expressions. Yet, the glances they exchanged were tinged with a myriad of sentiments. There exists a mixture of admiration, resentment, and coldness, yet predominantly, there is a palpable sense of trepidation. As the crowd dwindles, it signifies that Qin Ming has triumphed magnificently against the challenges posed by his fellow disciples. Holding in his hand the 20,000 spirit stones, along with the recently acquired Xintian Jade Divine Boat, he cannot help but exhale deeply, a smile involuntarily curling at the corners of his lips. However, just as he is about to turn back toward the Grand Hall, he catches sight of a seemingly inconspicuous spot in the distance where a young, striking disciple, adorned in a silver robe, gazes at him with keen interest. This disciple, with a hint of a smile playing at his lips and eyes sharp as blades, tightens Qin Ming's heart with an inexplicable tension. Clutched in this disciple's embrace is a golden dragon-patterned long sword, emanating a subtle yet fierce sword intent that causes Qin Ming to furrow his brow slightly. From this sharp aura, he senses a whisper of danger. As Qin Ming prepares to approach and inquire, a familiar presence suddenly rushes toward the spirit her pavilion. Silently, he turns, looking skyward, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features. What business could Elder Yuanqing have in this moment? He shakes his head in bewilderment, and, when he refocuses on the earlier spot, he is taken aback to find that the mysterious disciple has vanished without a trace. Qin Ming's expression pales. The ability to disappear unnoticed marks this disciple as someone extraordinary. Who could he possibly be? Taking a deep breath to steady his thoughts, Qin Ming stands respectfully before the Grand Hall, awaiting the elder's arrival. Moments later, Elder Yuanqing descends from the sky, his countenance ablaze with intensity. "Disciple Qin Ming, I greet you, Elder," he acknowledges. Without further ado, Elder Yuanqing seizes Qin Ming's right wrist, leading him deeper into the hall. "How could you be so negligent?" he questions, visibly displeased. Qin Ming, bewildered, assumes the elder's ire stems from the devastation wrought before the hall, hastily bows and apologizes. Disciple was somewhat reckless, failing to attend the competition, but it was unavoidable. Elder Yuanqing's expression shifts. He gazes at the vast pit outside with a resigned sigh. "That is not what I refer to." Qin Ming blinks in confusion. What could the elder possibly mean? "Qinyan Town, Elder One." Upon hearing those words, realization dawns upon him. His expression darkens. Could it be that something has gone awry regarding Elder One? Elder Yuanqing solemnly nods. "I have just reported that he left the sect in search of herbs and has yet to return." And then a disciple from the earthly profound hall arrives with a shattered soul token, claiming that Elder One has been slain. Qin Ming's brow furrows in surprise. How could that disciple know? I had ensured everything was meticulously handled. Even the storage bracelet of Elder One was shattered into fragments. How could this be possible? Elder Yuanqing sighed. According to the report from a disciple, having not seen his master return for several days, he went to clean the training chamber, only to unexpectedly discover a broken soul on a black writing desk. Moreover, the soul plate bore an imprint that revealed a vague silhouette, although the appearance was indistinct. The heartrending cry of Elder One at the moment of his demise could still be heard. Now, the other two law enforcement elders had already initiated an investigation. "Qin Ming, I fear there is little I can do regarding this matter." Elder Yuanqing's face was filled with concern. He understood that once this incident came to light, it would undoubtedly have grave consequences. It was already an arduous task for him to refrain from exposing Qin Ming. And now, to come forth with this information was to show unprecedented benevolence towards Qin Ming. Qin Ming let out a sigh of relief. Speaking in a calm tone, "Elder Yuan, please rest assured. Regardless of the outcome, this matter will not implicate you. Your protection of your disciple thus far has been a source of deep gratitude. After saying this, Qin Ming retrieved a small jade-colored vial from his storage ring and slowly handed it to Elder Yuanqing. What is this? Elder Yuanqing was somewhat taken aback. Could it be? Qin Ming gently nodded, indicating that within it lay a 6th-grade upper-tier primordial spirit pill. Upon hearing this, Elder Yuanqing abruptly stood up. His eyes trembled as he gazed at Qin Ming. Disbelief etched across his expression. A 6th-grade upper tier. Noticing his skepticism, Qin Ming carefully opened the vial, and a rich fragrance of the elixir wafted forth, reminiscent of the celestial realm. Merely inhaling, it left one feeling invigorated and refreshed. Indeed, it was a 6th-grade upper-tier primordial spirit pill. At this moment, Elder Yuanqing's gaze towards Qin Ming shifted entirely. The reproach and helplessness that had previously filled his eyes vanished without a trace, replaced by a quivering light that could not conceal his excitement. It should be noted that the master of the spiritual medicine pavilion, Ling Yingtian, was merely a 5th-grade alchemist. Even if he were to exhaust his cultivation, he would be unable to refine a single 6th-grade pill. Yet, Qin Ming, at such a young age, had managed to produce a 6th-grade elixir. What did this signify? This signified that if a powerful being above the Wangxian realm were to become aware of his prodigious talent, they would undoubtedly vie for him with fervor. Such a genius, even if Elder Yuanqing were to risk his life, he must safeguard. To have a 6th-grade alchemist owe him a favor was beyond the value of any treasure. Qin Ming, I have reconsidered. You need not worry excessively about Elder One's matter. Rest assured, as long as I, Yuanqing, am here, those individuals will never cast their suspicious gaze upon you. Chapter 89. The Ancient Evil Spirits? The Dual Divine Souls of Miss Tsai. Qin Ming was quite astonished by the sudden shift in Elder Yuanqing's demeanor. However, upon reflection, he found himself at ease. The potency of a 6th-rank upper-grade Hunyuan spirit body pill was incomparable to that of mere 5th-rank elixirs. Moreover, having successfully refined the first, Qin Ming could undoubtedly produce a second. By aligning himself with Qin Ming, this master alchemist, Elder Yuanqing could feasibly extend his lifespan by several years. For such a prodigious being, it would be unwise to offend him, and thus, Elder Yuanqing would seek to ingratiate himself. Thank you, Elder Yuan. Qin Ming smiled knowingly, his previously grave expression returning to its former lightness. Young friend Qin